If you give me your heart, I'll break it. I've been known to lie, I've been known to lie. I was sitting all alone on the sidewalk when you caught me by surprise. I'm a lone wolf, I die by my own rules. I know when to follow my prey, and now it's right in front of me. It's right in front of me. It's right in front of me. Right in front of me. Right in front of me.
This chemistry, one look at you and my heart explodes. Just let me be the one you keep. I'll be right here through the hot and cold. But I'll be loyal to you. No need for drama. Feel royal with you. Cry like Impala. Is it important for you? There ain't no bother. No. Just come over. Won't you come closer? Yeah, just come over. It's setting all my doubts on fire. Ooh, like you won't believe it. Won't let a moment pass me by. Too late, can't win, I'm giving in. 'Cause I can feel something coming over me, holding me till the morning. And it keeps me dancing when I feel something coming over me. I just keep dancing. Ooh, morning light so blinding. It's on the ceiling and the walls. Where is my name? 'Cause I can't find it. Those early memory lane walls. Ooh, but I know it's the price that you pay. Ooh, for living it up on Saturday. I can't win, I'm giving in. 'Cause I can feel something coming over me, holding me till the morning. And it keeps me dancing when I feel something coming over me. I just keep dancing. Every time that it takes, feeling this great is worth the wait. I can feel something coming over me, holding me till the morning. And it keeps me dancing when I feel something coming over me. I just keep dancing. I can feel something coming over me, holding me till the morning. And it keeps me dancing when I feel something coming over me. I just keep dancing. Is it wrong of me to think of you all the time? Even though I'm with somebody new every night. And I pray, and I pray, and I pray that you feel the same way. Is it wrong of me to think of you all the time? Even though I'm with somebody new every night. And I pray, and I pray, and I pray that you feel the same way. I don't know what you're thinking, but my mind is full of fear. 'Cause I felt this world without you. I feel safer when you're here. It's been a couple months now, feels like time's been moving slow. And I can't tell where my head's at, so can you let me know? Is it wrong of me to think of you all the time? Even though I'm with somebody new every night. And I pray, and I pray, and I pray that you feel the same way. Is it wrong?
Sunshine, palm trees, sunbathing. I promise we really are in Poland. Welcome to ESL Katowice.
It's really cool to be here in Katowice, so I'm very excited because it's like home of Counter-Strike.
To participate in such tournament is really good for everything. For Forza, it's marvelous if we win this.
It's an opportunity. If he doubles up there, then the B side is completely open. In the meanwhile, look at this contact. It's a shooting gallery.
We do feel prepared for this kind of tournaments. We gained some experience, so we are ready.
we're trying to beat everybody as hard as we can. We're trying to show that NA is back on the map.
All resources we had from this season, we will put in this one, because we don't have any other official after that. All we have, we put here.
Like, we came here to smack some teams around.
What is up, everybody, and welcome to ESL Challenger Katowice. I know it's only been just over a month since Melbourne, but I'm ready to get things started, so let's go ahead.
ESL Challenger is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and Spotify.
This is indeed none other than ESL Challenger Katowice. Well, we've got 8 of a mixed bag of teams, as it were. My name is Jasmine, and I'm going to be your host throughout the duration of this event. But I'm not the only face here on the broadcast. I've also got these incredibly well-dressed gents joining me as well, Alan and Yumi. How's it going, Alan?
Not too bad. Ready to get into another bout of challenge. It's only been a month, but I think the field here is looking pretty stacked. The winner might be reasonably easy to predict, but if I've learned anything during these tournaments is as soon as the Counter-Strike starts, all those predictions seem to go very quickly out the window.
Yeah, and people, when they think about Katowice, this is not usually the Katowice they're expecting to see, but another opportunity for teams to make it to Pro League.
Well, I know we've recently concluded Melbourne. I mentioned it a little bit earlier on as well. We actually had ECSTATIC there competing, 3rd to 4th as well for them. Would you say they would still be kind of considered underdogs heading into this? I know obviously we have the likes of an ENCE heading into it. How do we feel?
I mean, their group is absolutely wide open. I have no idea who's making playoffs of those 4 teams. It's a really hard one to predict, and for those ECSTATIC guys, going into Melbourne, expectations was they might just lose that group. They might not perform on an international stage on a big LAN, but they did. And coming into this one, it probably plays into them even more because it's not in front of a crowd, it's more of a studio environment, and we know they've already proved they beat Complexity on LAN in a best of 3. These guys can definitely do that.
Yeah, and on their online officials as well, they were in a final against Fours as well for, I think, some online finals. So, I mean, they actually look very in form at the moment.
Well, I'm super excited to kind of get things started. We've got both a mix of best of 1s and also one best of 3 to close out today as well. And I know we say this time and time again, best of 1s, anybody's game. One team in particular that might have struggled a little bit with the best of 1s, especially when we focus in on the Paris Major, was ENCE. Kind of not really expecting too much out of the ITB boys, as I'm sure many of the other teams would have done so. Do you think best of 1s might be a little bit of a curse for them?
I mean, it's certainly in this sort of matchup, as we're going to see today, it doesn't favor ENCE. They want to play a best of 3. They want to play an extended series where they can really flex their map pool on some of these weaker teams. But honestly, I think the Major was a blip. They said in interviews afterwards that mentally they weren't quite there. The Majors are just a different ball game versus these other tournaments. And after winning Dallas, I see no reason why ENCE should look at any of these opponents and feel like they have a chance against us.
Yeah, favorites coming into this event, definitely. And it's also their second swing at an ESL Challenger event, where they also had a second swing at Dallas, where they made it to the final and then lost to Cloud9. This time that didn't happen. And now they have another chance to do it against the team that knocked them out of Rotterdam last year.
Yeah, exactly. As you did mention, ENCE themselves coming second in ESL Challenger Rotterdam. But I feel like we're talking about all of these teams, but the folks at home might not entirely be aware who is playing and when. So let's go ahead and take a look at our schedule for upcoming matchups. We've been talking a lot about ENCE, and this is exactly why. We're going to be kicking things off with our ENCE versus Bravado matchup, followed by Virtus Pro and the Party Astronauts. How do we feel about that one, Yumi?
The Party Astronauts in general, or Virtus Pro, because both of them are in a bit of a weird spot at the moment. You know, the Party Astronauts once upon a time used to be this pillar of North American Counter-Strike alongside Carpe Diem. You know, they're the two most competitive teams, and then they all fell under Evil Geniuses, and now we're reviving the brand. And don't get me started on Virtus Pro. Right now, I'm in a weird place about that team because I want to love them, but also they're in a weird, they're having all these roster internal issues.
So do you feel like heading into this matchup, obviously we've spoken a lot about ENCE and how dominant their performance has been as of recently. Bravado, going up against the big name, the big guns. It's a best of one. How would you approach this one, Alan, on the side of Bravado?
I think if you're Bravado, there's no reason to come into this matchup and feel like we need to try and play different Counter-Strike. I feel like a lot of teams have this fallacy where they come over to Europe, especially after playing a bootcamp like they have, and trying to adapt their playstyle. You've only got a week. You can't do that. You need to refine what you've already got. I think these Bravado guys, I saw them during the qualifiers. They have some decent options. They have some really explosive players. And I just feel like this is just a learning experience for them. Realistically, I've got to be honest, playoffs might be beyond reach, but play some good CS because they get experience against the teams of ENCE's caliber. That is invaluable for some of these players.
Yeah, I mean, it's also it's nice to see Bravado as an organization back into the circulation, because for a while, they kind of fell out of favor as the top team within South Africa, and they weren't able to sort of snag in the top talent at the time, and, you know, the most promising players. And with this new roster, they've actually been able to get their hands on some of those assets.
Well, let's break down the groups a little bit further as well, gents, because I don't know about you, but this Group A is a little bit stacked.
Yeah.
At the top. At the top. I mean, it's just the way seeding plays out. You know, ENCE, Virtus Pro, they're probably the strongest teams in this tournament, irrespective of Virtus Pro's, let's say, issues behind the server.
Yeah.
And I just feel like in that group, it's just so hard to manufacture a world where one of these teams, of Party Astronauts or Bravado, gets through actually against these teams, especially when we make it to series. And I guess as we get into these first games, these best of ones, if either of them can pick up a single win in these, it dramatically changes their chances of making playoffs.
It's weird because ENCE are the favorites, but they also are probably the more susceptible of the two favorites within that group to actually fall foul to a weird best of one situation or a weird map pick, for example.
Well, taking a look at our bracket system we've got here as well, elimination games will be best of threes as well, so don't worry. All is not entirely lost. Do we think the best of threes is going to favor any of these teams in particular, especially when it comes to the slight considerable underdogs?
I think Virtus Pro just need to play some Counter-Strike. It's been so long since these guys have played on LAN. I'm not sure they've even played many online tournaments. They need to pull out pretty much everything after the RMR implosion and subbing in Norbert during the mid stages of that tournament. So I think for them, just playing more series, maybe even not winning this group and playing more Counter-Strike before they make the grand final would be of a benefit to those guys, because they are just they're surely so rusty behind the curtain at the moment.
Yeah.
Well, I want to talk a little bit more about Bravado in particular, because for those of you that might not be completely aware, Bravado have been incredibly successful within their own region, playing in plenty of Cash Cups, finishing first place in many of them as well. Their previous LAN showing was in December 2022 as well. Do you think the transition between playing in all of these kind of Cash Cups online versus heading into LAN now, oh, Yumi's like, oh.
I mean, as much as I want to give credit to the ESA Cash Cups for, you know, providing a more stable source of income for teams, and, you know, it's a stability option for them as they maybe don't make it to all these big events. You also have to bear in mind that they are very region locked. Like, they're winning the South African ESEA Cash Cups against South African teams. Like, this is a completely different ballpark. We're against teams that have been able to win international events, have deep international affairs to a certain degree as well. So when we have that caveat, like, you can't translate ESEA Cash Cups as much as I want to give them credit.
I think the inter-regional matchups is going to be very interesting to see whether or not they start to adapt their play style as well. But let's head on over into the veto, gents, because as we did mention earlier, best of one as well. How are we feeling about this?
I think if you're ENCE, just don't muck about. Just don't muck about. There's no reason to push this to the edge of your map pool. You like Anubis, you like Vertigo, you like Nuke. It's not the permaban of your opponents. And I see no reason, if you're ENCE, that you should overthink this. There's no reason to come into a matchup like this and think that I wouldn't even be scared to play Bravado's best map. I've got to be honest. just face them on a map where you're totally comfortable. Maybe you've got a little bit of footage of them just to slightly alter how you're going to approach it. As we get into these later stages, I like the way this is heading for ENCE.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to land on anywhere, Nuke is always a very solid option for them, and that still floats in the pool, and that's exactly where ENCE will take it. So I mean, just to touch on your point, fighting them on their best map is nothing to be scared of. That's because, I mean, if we were talking about the South American teams or any of the sort of even Asian teams, as we've seen as of late, if you were trying to fight them on their best maps, then you're maybe making a mistake. But this is a region that's just not proven that they can hang with international competition.
Well, before I start to quiz you guys about who you think is going to take this win, spoiler alert, I feel like I already know Alan's pick on this one. I want to hear it from the folks at home joining us in the Twitch chat. Let us know which of these teams do you think is going to take it. Is it going to be ENCE or is it going to be Bravado? I'm curious to check in and see what the results of that are going to be. Who do you think the fan favourites are going to be? Do you think maybe we might have some SA support in the chat?
I think we're going to have a surprisingly high number for Bravado.
Yeah, you'd think so, because, I mean, the time zone's good for them, and the ENCE, surely they're burnt out after Dallas, surely. They're a little bit like, we don't need to watch this sort of game. The Bravado guys, this is the biggest game they've played for, I don't know, half a decade maybe, honestly, for some of those guys. So, yeah, any Bravado fans, we need to see you in the chat right now.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we have spoken at length about ENCE and their previous results as well. Who are going to be the kind of key talking points, the key difference makers, as it were, as well?
I mean, if we're going to talk about ENCE, I feel like it's hard to ignore Nertz as a player. The most recent addition. He's also a person that came into the Snappy in-game led system of ENCE and was actually able to change how Snappy called his structure, changed his structure, because before they made Valde basically just fill in Spinx roles, and it didn't feel like it was a good fit. It was a role that Valde wasn't super adept to, and I think Snappy probably learned from that experience and brought on this extra man in Nertz and just said, what are your spots? How can we accommodate? And it's actually worked out well for them.
Yeah, I think this is a very different sort of breeder team to the Spinx lineup we saw last year. Nertz and paiN as well are both extremely proactive players. They want that space. They want to call around themselves. They want to get aggressive. They want to make things happen. And that's a big difference, I think, to the Spinx team, where I think a lot of it originated from Snappy. It was his calling, it was his setups, it was his set rounds on T-side. Now, there's a little bit more push and pull. There's more space given to the individuals. It's taken a while to figure it out, but obviously in Dallas, everything worked. paiN was aggressive, was getting so many opening picks. Nertz was just a monster on maps. And this man, Madden, he's gone under the radar, but he's had some great performances, and he does not play the best positions, but in his roles, he's had some really, he's gone over the odds. He's overperformed in that sort of respect.
How about when we start to talk about the major, though? Had you wanted to see a better performance coming out from ENCE?
Absolutely. I think they would have expected a better result for themselves as well. But I think the problem that they have is that when you're betting in new players, you're always going to go through these teething issues where you don't know how they're going to react to a high-pressure environment. You don't know if you're going to call or even play the same way. This ENCE team, to a certain degree, also lets its pieces loose more than previous Snappy systems. So when those individuals are having an off day or making poor decisions, then it's going to affect how the whole team looks, So I'd like to think that after Dallas, it's a big confidence boost for them because they finally got another trophy in the cabinet. Last time ENCE had a trophy from a LAN event was back when they had a Finnish core back in 2019. So it's nice that the organization has seen the fruits of this labor pay off, considering ENCE were a top team and a contender for such a long time, but never had a trophy.
I think especially when we look at the results, 17th to 20th in EM Katowice previously, and then the roster change happened, and then Nertz came on. And do we feel like Nertz particularly was the difference maker for the side of ENCE?
Yes, in a sense. I still think the Valde lineup should have done a lot better than that at an event like Katowice. But yeah, I mean, certainly Nertz has been an instigator to being a much better team. He's been, for me, probably the best player for them on average. I know paiN was up there in Dallas, but I think for these guys, there's still some questions to answer. As mentioned, the major wasn't perfect. They looked good at Pro League, really good at Pro League, and then worse at the major, and then they go into Dallas and they're just blitzing everybody, beating FaZe in best of threes. You don't just do that. You don't just do that on LAN. So, and especially that third map, the Ancient game the other day was unbelievable. So yeah, friends, the only question in this tournament is consistency, and honestly, anything apart from the title is a disappointment.
Well, I'm curious to hear from their opponents themselves over on the side of Bravado, see how they're thinking, feeling, and how they're going to tackle this first matchup of the day.
This is very exciting for me because I'm from South Africa. I've known this team since I was really little, Bravado Gaming, and now I get to chat to you at an international LAN. Daru, this is your first time competing out of South Africa. How are your nerves?
To To be quite honest with you, there are none. It's full excitement and just like looking forward to just going straight into this event, showing everyone what we're able to do, going up against some of the best minds that I've personally watched hundreds and hundreds of demos of over and over again, and now being able to go up against them in the server is probably a dream I never thought would come true.
So you're going to be fanboying against ENCE, or you're going to be trying to beat them?
Maybe a little bit of fanboy me in the background there, but a little bit of me wants me to kind of make sure they leave the server knowing my name.
I like that. Know your name. You are also IGLing. Is there added pressure coming into this, your first time on LAN outside of South Africa, and then having to take the leadership role?
It's quite a big step up from what I'm used to. However, I think I have a great group of guys behind me, all individually skilled beyond belief. And my main role coming into this is just making sure I can set them all up and put them in positions that they can all shine.
I like it. Good luck, BVD. We'll be rooting for you.
Thank you.
I gotta be honest, fellas, I'm incredibly surprised, not nervous at all heading into this. Do we call cap on that?
No, I actually really liked that interview. Like that's made me a fan of Dora even before we've seen him actually compete at the stage, because so many times you see teams come from like underrepresented regions be like, oh yeah, we're here to really take names and we're gonna break everybody's souls and all this other stuff. He's just happy to, like, this is definitely an experience for these guys in terms of, you know, understanding what the LAN environment is like, understanding what the even setup procedures are like to a certain degree. Like, these guys are getting used to what this is going to feel like, and maybe down the stretch they can have that confidence, but they're happy to be here.
Well, they've recently had their coach join them as well in February. Coach being a Canadian as well. I'm curious to see how their prac schedule, you know, getting on the server, ping, all of those different factors really play into it.
Yeah,
against one another as well.
Can you even imagine his sleep schedule?
I mean, it must be awful, because this guy also used to just like watch EU matches all the time, and I think he was doing social media once upon a time for like WePlay back in the day. So he's obviously just like a night owl.
Yeah. I think especially when it comes to load shedding though, right? Load shedding in itself is going to be a huge barrier that all of these players have to overcome now. But now they have the luxury of being able to just play out an entire matchup without having to worry about it.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are ways around it if you do have the money to sort of whatever. But in this sort of matchup, I love Bravado. I really enjoyed following them during the qualifiers. For me, they kind of embody like old school Counter-Strike, where they're not in it for the money. There's no way. They play for fun. They play because they love the game. The storylines of them coming into this, they were so happy when they qualified, because last year they might have had the best team in the region at times, but they didn't always win the LAN tournaments. They didn't always win the qualifiers. They didn't make it to Rotterdam. Triton did, but that was on Nixa. Yeah. And for them to qualify into this tournament, that was a massive moment for them and the organization to be back on LAN in Katowice as well, of course, a storied place. So yeah, for Bravado, I don't have necessarily the highest hopes in this matchup, but I'm very excited to see them represent their region.
Yeah, especially when you have like new additions coming into your roster. Like, that's a great way to validate the roster moves in the first place. I think that's probably why, you know, just going back to Virtus Pro, that's probably why that team is also in a weird spot, because every time they've made roster moves, they've been able to make new achievements, and now with the roster moves they're doing, they haven't. So yeah, it's nice that they're back on LAN, but it's also nice to have players like March, like Triton, you know, Triton, I guess, with the most sort of international LAN experience on the team to a certain degree. But these guys have been able to elevate that squad, and they see the results immediately.
Well, you said you were a huge fan of the interview. Does that mean that you now think that maybe Bravado can take this?
I'm not as much. The heart may say one thing, but the brain will say another, because I mean, the expectations are low for these guys, and it's hard to not bet against them.
Yeah, I'm in a similar boat. I'd love Bravado to do well. I'd love them to make this game competitive at the least. I just can't see a world where ENCE doesn't win this.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go ahead and make a presumption that ENCE will comfortably win this one out. Who knows though, best of one, anybody's game as well. But what about the folks at home? Who do we think the fan favorites might have been? I'm curious to find out who it's going to be. I'll be honest, if it's more than 50% Bravado, I'll be thoroughly impressed.
I'm kind of anticipating like a 60-30 split. Or like 65-35.
Oh, yes!
Okay, well, I did the math. I should have just stuck with 60. I should have said 60-40 instead. I could have been perfect.
You would have been on the money.
I could have been.
Okay, well, fan favorites are indeed Bravado. A little bit of surprise on our end. But I'm curious to find out what our two fabulous casters of Neokai and Scrib think about that.
Hello and welcome allemaal. Hello and welcome everybody. I'm so excited for this. For those who don't know us, my name's Neokai. I'm with the wonderful Scrib. And for those who don't know me, personally born in Johannesburg, South Africa. So this means a lot to me. My countrymen live here at a Challenger event. I cannot wait to see it. Scrib, brother, before we get into all the action, we're going to kickstart a wonderful few days of a tournament. How you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. I'm very excited to get into this. We've got some great teams. We've got some great matchups coming up. So, you know, really looking forward to it. Always good to be in the studio, right? A lot of fun. And it's our first time casting in sort of a LAN environment. So, you know, going to be an awful lot of fun, I think. So really looking forward to getting into things.
This is a very interesting game to be talking about. Of course, we've got ENCE just coming off the back of probably one of the hottest runs we've seen from them in a while. Nerds plays one of the best Counter-Strike of his life. And from us following the UK scene, we saw what he could do at endpoint. Now he's in towards this ENCE roster, and he's playing pretty damn well, it's safe to say. Come off the back of well of an IEM Dallas under their belt. The first S-tier trophy for Snappy and for a large majority of these guys. This is a very interesting time for ENCE because it could be the start of a new era of them actually playing elite high-tier Counter-Strike and winning.
Yeah, it's been a hard run. It's been a hard run for this team, right? They've had tastes of success. They had, you know, Pro Leagues about a year ago. They've looked really solid, I think, as a team. They've had some really nice pieces, but the way that these smaller orgs can often work is you get those pieces plucked up and then you have to rebuild the team. You know, it can be very, very difficult to find that consistency. We obviously saw with like the Valde lineup that things didn't really work out. So coming into this newer look team, it's taken them a bit of time, I think. But yeah, and some inconsistency still there, right? Very disappointed with major performance and everything, but it seems like towards the end of the player break, towards the end of Go and everything, it has been working a little bit. So we'll see whether they can capitalize on that again. I do think that this tournament could be a bit weird for them, could be a bit difficult for them because the preparation game and everything can be very, very hard when you've just come off the back of a tournament like Dallas. But we are indeed into our first map here. It is Nuke to get us kicked off. Your favorite, so I'm led to believe. So we are really looking forward to getting into this one, and we'll see. Bravado, the clear underdogs, but things are going to start off very, very well for the Julies. Wow, a bloodbath there on the A-bomb site.
That wasn't pretty. That wasn't pretty so far. They go for a quick A take, and it already gets under a lot of pressure. Wilch now, he is the big man for this team, in all fairness. He is the one we're looking towards to make a difference. Hello, Wilch says, welcome to the server of a double with that P250, and he's made this doable now. A 1 versus 4 turn, 1 versus 2. Diha, who started off well, round that corner peering, but at range as well. The Heaven player drops down. All he has to do is isolate these fights, and it is actually a doable affair, but he doesn't clear Diha. And it's a 3K to his name for ENCE to start off their campaign here at ESL Challenger Katowice. So, a very interesting talking point as well about this tournament. ENCE already have a Pro League spot. That's one of the big things these teams are vying for, and ENCE already have one. So it does mean that basically whatever team makes it to this grand final, they guarantee themselves a spot into Pro League as well, which is really awesome to talk about. We could see kind of that final mean a lot more for some teams coming through. You know, you talk about the prize money, you talk about kind of just the bragging rights of winning this sort of competition, but to have the likes of a Pro League spot as well for maybe one of these other teams, it means so much.
Yeah, it is absolutely massive. So I think if you can find that level, if you can get to that Pro League spot, you know, it really is going to give you a massive boost to your game and a massive boost to your confidence, right? And these types of tournaments, that's what they're designed to do, is give some of these tier 2 teams a decent chance in. We do have the half buy on the pistols, as to be expect. Nice little double spray down for Madden. No real challenge here in towards that A-bomb site as ENCE. Although a little close in the pistol, so far have been putting up some really good frags and some really easy-looking rounds.
Yeah, so far, the big talking point, I mean, this has been comfortable. We haven't really seen anything too audacious coming through from the Bravado boys. I want to see my South African brethren do something, you know, spectacular. I want to see them impress me. But let's be honest, the odds are stacked massively against them.
Yeah.
We're coming in towards this and we're talking about, you know, conversations like if Bravado can get to 10 rounds, that'd be impressive. That's kind of where we're already in. So they're at a massive disadvantage when it comes towards the caliber of teams they prac and scrim against. Of course, being quite geographically challenged, that of Bravado, the caliber of teams they'll play against really hindering them in terms of the ability. So we're hoping for something. Just pistols here in this round. Nerds will kickstart things pretty easily on towards Doru. And these pistols should be put to bed relatively comfortably. Nerds can farm with an MP7. It's a gun in which not really used all too much.
Yeah, he's probably like the only guy.
He's a big fan.
Chris J lives on. You know,
in spirit through Nerds. Hello. Not a bad round for him at all. Quad kill to his name. Madden gets 1. And that'll be an ENCE 3-0 start. This CT side so far looking very comfortably. We look at the map of Nuke as well. Coming off the back in the major, the second most CT-sided map we have in the pool. The first, actually, surprising to me, being Overpass, actually. The most CT-sided map we have in the pool post-major. And but right now, we're looking at a side like Bravado, who are on that T side. Scriv, you would have heard it a million times, but those new to our cast wouldn't have. The golden number of 6, Neo's golden number of 6. I always like to say it, if you can get 6 rounds on your T side, I feel relatively comfortable. For Bravado, it feels like a big ask, but if they can start pushing towards that sort of that number, then I can feel a little bit comfortable about what we've seen so far in this first half.
Big change up in the pace, of course, from Bravado here. They will be looking to at least make this round convincing. Strike some fear into ENCE.
It's a bonus for ENCE as well,
yeah,
right?
This
is
feels
their
like
best
the best opportunity to do it, right? When you've still got the Scout, 2 SMGs. It's actually a very, very, very cheeky bonus, it feels like. Particularly, you know, Nerdsy just made a lot of money on that MP7. It's not like buying an M4 is going to cost him an awful lot. So, yeah, it does feel kind of out of sorts. So you'd actually maybe give the onus on towards Bravado here to find some of these decent frags and have a better buy. So starting off very, very well. Tritton's one that I've been watching, right? I think that this guy looks really solid for this team, having come in at the start of the year and already making a difference on the server. Just going to be Nerds at the back end of the site. MP7 lets him down this time around. In-game leader of Snappy on that island outside. I don't think that he will be able to recover this one back. They do have plenty of cash to maybe try and take some guns away, but Bravado there sending a message. That's a pretty clean opening rifle round.
Yeah, 4 rounds played so far as well. Snappy, yet to frag, yet to die, yet to assist. No ADR. It's 4 zeros across the board for him.
A wild stat line, actually.
Yeah, it's got to be said. Nothing so far. But of course, I guess in this situation, 1 versus 5, we're not expecting too much from him. Great round to kickstart things from Bravado. I think a real confidence booster off the back of what wasn't a great pistol, all things considered. They've kickstarted pretty nicely for them in terms of a very solid round in terms of their first full buy. Against that bonus, made it look pretty damn comfortable. Great topside take, outside control, wrap coming through, standard A split, but worked really well. And it all came down to the thing we were talking about, slowing that tempo a little bit. Just, you know, pumping the brakes, forcing ENCE to burn a lot of their util early in towards the round. And when it came towards locking down the site, when they initially went for the execute, they just weren't really prepared. Great first round, hopefully for Bravado as well, can be a catalyst to further success coming through.
Really simple, I think, from Bravado is definitely the way that they need to play things as well, right? It's not like in the traditional matchup of trying to really force the individuals or force the reads or whatever, particularly against Snappy, who's one of the better mid-rounders in the game. I think it will be difficult if they try and play ENCE at their own game. So they just have to rely on sort of the core fundamentals. It's a lot of what we saw in the major is that some of these tier 2 teams have really, really good fundamentals, really, really good protocols and everything. So I think Bravado just need to forget who they're playing against and just take it as any other game. And so far, so good. I suppose the answer back now from ENCE is where we start to ask questions and see whether the bank will get broken here.
ENCE are used to these situations, right? Feeling a little bit of pressure, being on a LAN environment. It's not the same towards Bravado. 3 out of 5 are yet to play a LAN outside of their domestic region. Needs a lot swinging through as well. Madden and Nurse go 1 apiece. Doro in for the quick trade, but even still, Madden's under pressure. And he'll fall to the hands of March. Slowly adding another one towards Sumpire. It's a 2 versus 2. Bomb dropped. They will be scooped up and they go towards that lower side. First time we see them head down towards B. Slow eyes in a 1 versus 2. This one going to be tough.
We'll get the plant in. Gonna need a nade here though. 26 HP and easy for Snappy. Yeah, that's kind of like the issue, I suppose. We talk about like simple Counter-Strike, keep the fundamentals and everything. I think sometimes you can maybe take it too far down to basics. That just felt like there wasn't a lot of thought into it. Pushing through into the site. Again, trying to force some fights here and a bit more awake in this round to take those fights.
That's it. But good to see as well that ENCE are able to kind of respond back pretty effectively. They kind of already saw that the momentum was slightly starting to shift a little bit, and they just have to make sure they rein it back in, right? They couldn't allow the likes of Bravado side, who really don't have anything to prove here as well. That's the big thing. All the pressure and all the onus is on ENCE. Bravado just have to play their game, and anything, even getting here is a really impressive feat, and it's something that is going to be talked about a lot, for a long time within the domestic scene back in South Africa. So anything they prove here will be good. But ENCE, all the pressure's on them. They know they have to put up an emphatic victory here to kickstart their campaign, especially with them not too long ago winning IEM Dallas. The other team that everybody's kind of got their eyes on right now. They are the team to beat, the team with the target on their back, which is actually quite rare for ENCE. It's something that they won't be used to. They're normally going in towards events not being expected to win. Dallas was a prime example. They weren't the favorites to win that event. And walking away with it, Now it starts to shift the mentality that teams will have towards this side.
Ramp control for Bravado. Got the main man himself around the corner in the form of Snappy, hidden away, but gets completely timed on there. Just not ready for them to come so fast. Maybe needed some support from a position like that. I think he really does leave himself on an island. Even in the ideal world, I think he's only really good for a one and done. He has at the very least gathered a lot of information that allows the rotations to come down quite quickly. So with 50 seconds left on the clock, Bravado have to be careful with this approach. 2 players sat towards the double doors, ready to go. One of them being the AWP of Sun Pius. He creates some space for himself as well to get back into the fight, and you can just see Bravado really, really nervy, really scared to try and get through the MVP of Dallas. But the patience pays off. ENCE also overstepping, kind of back and forth here on the top site so far. Nertz has got a pretty good read with this rotation, though. Only 20 seconds, has an opportunity to drop the bomb here as well, but just cannot line up the crosshair. Nice pickup from Dihar, keeps them in it a little bit. Needed a bit more, though, didn't he? All going to be onto Sun Pius here, and not ready for the second man in from Mini. So Bravado really bringing it here. Not a bad move in the mid-round there to not fully commit to B and give their lives away.
Yeah, it's got to be said as well. It looked janky in terms of that mid-round, especially when, you know, they're pumping the brakes, 35 seconds left on the clock. They've got top ramp control, and it looked like they didn't fundamentally have a clue of where to end. They were kind of still poking and prodding towards B, but they knew some Pius was down there. They weren't really too sure about what the setup was like towards that lower site. And it looked uncomfortable. And then thankfully, I guess, to Bravado, ENCE overextend. They didn't need to go and try and poking and prodding themselves over towards ramp. It cost them a player, it cost them the man advantage. Bravado could just use the numbers in their favor. Now towards outside. With the space created here, Sun Pius got a gap in the smoke, which he's trying to use to his advantage. He might just jump up for a little bit of an elevated angle, but ups against it. Bravado is still taking outside control, but they've got to be sure. They don't actually check the flank. If Sun Pius turns his head, he gets 2 free kills, he gets spotted, and he gets dropped. March, been playing brilliantly on the entry so far. And it will net Bravado yet another man advantage situation, which could work in their favor, considering the buy event and Nertz overextending and a leg spotted.
Easy frag for Vilge. However, Nertz does manage to find one before going down. It's the CZ of Madden that has evened things up. Madden on the ladder, trying to be a nuisance. Snappy with a big frag on that lurking presence. And, well, Mr. Madden could get some perfect timing here. Here's all the footsteps. Going to start walking up the ladder as well. Has to play this one relatively correctly, not to go down too early. But with the bomb plant coming in, he's got so much info. You know, they're not really out towards lobby here, guys. They're not secret. Sorry, they're not squeaky. So there's only a few spots that they can really be in. And it is great info gathering coming through from Madden. Dihar plays the patience game, leaving it all down to Vilge here. Nice find onto the first. It is indeed planted for him. There is no kit available. The smoke makes it difficult for him to win another fight, though. And ENCE will be back on the board. So right now, the pistol making all the difference in terms of scoreline. But when it comes down to the rifles, the competition is definitely there. And I think Bravado can be pretty proud so far of how close they're bringing these rounds.
Absolutely. I think they'll be kicking themselves they lost that one. I think the way they were playing, it looked like they were going to take it. They had the numbers advantage going in towards that top side execute. And they just let it slip. A slight overextension, slight overfacing. And it's like ENCE, they're going to punish you every day of the week. Sun Pius, I think if he turned his head half a second earlier, lines up 2 kills coming down secret. But in that post-spawn, unfortunately, there was nothing they could do. So now we're in a position where, once again, ENCE are starting to build up a fairly decent repertoire. We're yet to see Bravado put up consecutive rounds on this T side. It's always going to have an adverse effect on their economy, and you can see it exactly here. Down to the pistols once again, a half buy for them. Sticking in and around that 2K mark, but Snappy should mow up a few kills here. Under pressure, and he goes 1 for 1. Slow light quick in the trade. Dia comes in for support, though, and he'll mop up one of his own. Trouble now towards his top ramp site, because they all understand there's a very good chance that down towards B, someone's lurking and waiting. That's the big man of Nertz himself, who wants a couple of ecos under his name. Give him the stats, feed him the kills. He'll take him every day of the week, but he gets deleted by a P250. And now the B site open.
Nertz was the key player there. Really had to stand strong, at least find 1 kill. Madden has made it look a bit doable here. That second is absolutely ridiculous as well, leaving it all down to March. They know where he's at. He's a bit nervy as he nearly pulls the silencer off. Half HP, spotted out by the AWP. Oh, great flash comes in as well, an easy frag. And they will stem the tide, but that certainly looks dangerous in the interim. So again, ENCE having to work for these rounds, but just slowly starting to build this lead, and I think it's what makes all the difference in a best of one. Of course, these early rounds can really define the tone of how the game will go down.
Of course, got to take a bit of a pinch of salt in that one, but we are starting to see a slightly developing storyline here of these post bombs being a little bit uncomfortable for Bravado. I think they don't really know exactly how to set themselves up, and because of that, it's costing them a few of these situations. Either way, 4-round buffer built up by ENCE here before the next full buy comes through for Bravado. Slow back in towards the AWP. Quad AKs alongside him, and a whole host of utility around those belts. This one, they have to make it effective. Bravado needing an instant response from them. If they fall flat here, they get stuck in towards that harsh cycle. Full buy-in. Failure to find success for instant repeat. Slow Eye, other ideas. Dio the first to fall.
Big fan of the confidence. Big fan of the confidence. So definitely not being kept down by the way some of the recent rounds have been going. Some paiN takes a tag through the wall, dishes out a leg. Minute and 15 left on the clock. Bravado have to use this man advantage. They really do need to find this round again to stay in this first half at the very least. I've got big hopes for their CT side. As many rounds as possible on the T side is generally what you are after. Some players with the confidence, really solid read to just follow in the footsteps of his opponent there and not get scared by the fact that he's on half HP. I really do like that move, giving them a good chance back into the round. Fantastic find by Madden. Just 3 remaining then for the Bravado boys. They do not have a lot of control to work with, so I'm going to be hurt here. Oh my goodness, what an angle from Madden. Just the new boys left. Up against 4. Spotting one to the back vent. That is a clean opener. Let's give some respect to Cross and make sure not to go down.
No!
Oh, Triton! Huge 2-piece. Bomb's been dropped. 20 seconds for some paiN to work with here. Going to get mollied off the angle. Allows all that space and time for the bomb to go down then. But he will reapproach the area. Triton might get caught on the quick switch, for the shot misses. And an absolutely massive 3K for Triton coming in, including a little clutch just to boot.
Wow, well, a bit shell-shocked, I think, ENCE off the back of that one. They've let that one slip, and they really shouldn't have. Triton, mechanically very gifted, as seen. And that wasn't looking like a round lost as well. The second slow eye, the AWP falls was hard. I thought it was done and dusted. Triton steps up massively, and that fading bullet on towards Sun paiN. Heading towards the Cranium. Bravado up to their 3rd round. Not a bad start here, to be perfectly honest. As T-sides go, this really isn't all too shabby.
Yeah, consistency has kind of escaped them a little bit. That is the all-important C word that we talk about quite a lot, particularly on that T side. You want to swing rounds together, get the momentum going, keep that CT economy down as low as you possibly can, force a few ecos out, right? Get your 3 rounds to close the gap. So far, we've not seen ENCE take a hard eco.
And let's talk about it here as well. This is a round in which is a half buy in terms of the firepower that ENCE have got, but a full investment. And so far looking good. Another opening kill at the hands of some paiN. You can see Will just on the understanding that he could have been wrapped in towards lobby. It's nerves now starting to get this Bravado side. Slight inexperience, maybe. Feeling the pressure. They don't really know what to do here. Numbers don't favor them, and it seems like the mid-round call looks a little bit uncomfortable.
Always difficult to deal with. You lose that first man, especially against a buy like this. You really don't know what to predict. It's not going to be as conventional. So it can be a lot harder to find those trade frags. Late outside smokes coming in. Down towards Secret, but ENCE very ready for this. Great little 2-man setup. D-Ha! I thought he'd been caught. But he's the one doing the catching. Goodness gracious me.
It's a sumptuous couple of shots there. Bravado in trouble. They might even just save it. Long-term economy is not good for the T side. And they're in trouble. Oh, Wilge gets a fadeaway bullet there onto his nerds, but even still, takes a fairly decent chunk of damage on paiN for 1. And now he's being flanked. He's in trouble. 16 points of HP. Got to die before time. And he will fall, but that'll break the back of Bravado. They've lost to what is a pretty uncomfortable buy for ENCE, all things considered. That surely's got to call a pause.
It's messy, isn't it? It's messy. I mean, everybody wants to be kind of the team player, like, you know, we're all working towards the same goal or whatever, but just the little things there. Yes, sure, it's like 2v5 or whatever, but double Molotov towards Heaven, right? There's a few of these like protocols that are getting slightly overlooked by the Bravado side, I think, just by the fact that they are maybe a bit nervy.
Yeah, exactly.
Not just a bit, I think massively nervy moving into things. So those types of things are going to affect your game moving forwards. They're going to affect the comms. So we'll see. Hopefully they can clean up the act a little, because ENCE really keeping them at arm's length here. A very, very solid kind of showing. And the gap is only going to get bigger in these next few rounds.
Loving this as well from ENCE. It's so confident. You can see the individuals, paiN especially, so happy to take engagements. Granted, of course, it is only just pistols here, so not really expecting all that much, but the confidence exuberating through ENCE, allowing them up to guarantee a lead at the turn of the half. And here's the pause I was wanting. This is needed here. It looks like it might actually be a tech pause, though, unfortunately. So I was hoping it was an attack pause. I'd love to see Frog, of course, the coach of Bravado. It's someone we know pretty well. I think he's someone that has been, you know, very prominent within the Twitter space. It's someone that I've definitely had my moments having conversations with the guy. Very, very notable about kind of the tier 2 and lower scene. And I know he's been very, very important when it comes towards getting information and looking in towards newer names coming through in the scene. So really interested to see what kind of Frog can bring to this team. He's someone, of course, that I've had conversations with, talking about, you know, up-and-coming tier 2 talent. And I'm hoping he can make this Bravado side someone notable. I'd love to see these boys compete more regularly internationally, right? We're looking at these guys to compete within the likes of the RMR. Of course, they have the ability to compete within the kind of the Asian RMR. And it would be awesome to see them make it there. They didn't quite make it last time. They were in the closed and they lost to, they're called Divine Vendetta, played with Hudson and Shane. Shane, of course, from Miles NXT, who Frog would know pretty well. Of course, he was part of the We Play Academy League, and Shane part of that illustrious, famous Miles NXT roster, the good old days.
Yeah, the classic.
When Miles NXT were higher rated than Miles Esports.
Yep.
Those were the days. But our tech pause is concluded. I'm about to get back on the way towards round number 12. A 5-round lead that ENCE hold right now. And you look over towards Bravado, it's a similar situation and storyline we've spoken about. Full buy-in, but they can't find success here. ENCE more or less guaranteed 10 rounds at the very least at the turn of the half.
I think we did catch a small tack pause as well at the end of things there for Bravado. So you got your wish. They have definitely talked things over. The gap is pretty monumental here. So these next few moments really will be decisive. What is that? 4 HP and a 2-piece from Vilge is out of this world.
That's gorgeous. That is gorgeous. And it really has cracked things open as well. You can look at how they're playing now. They've got a lot of space to work with, and ENCE know this. They understand the ability for them to get flanked is very prominent. Towards outside. Snappy doubling back over towards ramp as well, because he knows that area was left a little bit open. Triton can just sneak his way forward. They can get all of this control down towards this lower side. No one's actually present down towards B.
ENCE just don't really have many resources to commit, so they really do have to be sure on their decision-making here. They will send Snappy. Bravado, man. Full control right now. Slowly but surely starting to make their moves. Vilge, I think, is looking to sell somewhat of a fake here. Dihar with a dig. Picks up one. Snappy holding down below. They might not expect him so deep into the site here. Noise going to have to be made. Info starts to come in. 30 seconds left for Bravado to make the hit. Oh, and they're not going to check their angles cleanly, are they? Snappy denies the bomb plant. That's going to buy some space here for the rest of the ENCE boys to come through. But there are a lot of overlooked angles at the moment, leaving Dihar in this clutch situation. Nice little flash comes in. Too many targets. They're easily able to trade him out. And Bravado, as you would expect, thanks to the 2K at the beginning, come away with the victory in the round there.
Yeah. Like a deer in headlights, just didn't really know where to look, basically. Don't blame him. Of course, 1 versus 3, always going to be super difficult. But it all comes down to this opening double. Vilge, really well played. Gotta say, mechanically, some of these Bravado boys extremely gifted, as you would expect as well. For them to have made it here, they had to take down some fairly decent domestic competition.
Yeah, it definitely feels like this is one of the best-looking South African teams that we've had for a while.
Yeah, we had Nixa for a bit, who were okay, but they just couldn't keep up that consistency.
Yeah.
I'd love to see Bravado do it. Especially, you know, part of me is that South African innate bias that I have, being born and raised there. But just, you know, it's always good to see new teams come up from the crop and start to, you know, prove it against some of the big boys. This is probably going to be one of the biggest games we've had in South African Counter-Strike history in quite a while, to say the least. If If not,
yeah, I remember they came second place in a DreamHack Open in like 2018.
Very true. Yeah, that was Nixer, right? Am I right in saying?
No, that was Bravado.
Oh, it was.
They were over in NA.
Yes.
Like Sonic and JT and the boys. So everyone was kind of behind them for that event. They played really, really well.
Yeah, of course. We've got a decent crop of South Africans who have gone over to NA and actually played some pretty good Counter-Strike. Because ATK are a South African org.
Yeah.
If I'm correct in saying, but they are, of course, now NA-based in terms of their organization and the teams they pick up. Back towards the game at hand. Looking over towards this lower site as well. Dia, ready and waiting. Actually going to respect it here as well. I don't mind this. Looking for a head. Spotted the first. Labored spray. Only deals damage. Doesn't confirm a kill, but it comes to rotation. And Madden's fluffed his lines. That looked like a prime opportunity to mop up a couple of kills. And Snappy now under a little bit of pressure. And in fact, it looks like Bravado want to double away. They might even go back towards A. They've seen a lot of contact and a lot of people over towards this lower site. They were tempted to double away. And now it's very messy. The 15 seconds needs to get towards the site. They're looking towards B. There's a lot of bodies here from ENCE, ready to take this fight. Snappy goes 1-for-1 with March. But even still getting this bomb down with the time ticking. Gonna be tough. Dia, too many places to look and leave Nerds all alone. It's a 1 versus 4. It's doable considering the HP of Bravado. But I think he'll call for a save.
Incredibly lucky there from Bravado. There was a good number of moments. Obviously, you can see where the HP bars are at as well, but there were a good number of moments where ENCE could have caught them off pretty heavily. Save to come through from Nerds is, as you say, his only option at the end of the day. But Bravado, respectable here. 5 rounds is your bare minimum, so they will make it to that. I think there were maybe some people out there expecting ENCE to just absolutely clean house with this team, but it has not been the case. You do have to bear in mind, right, everyone's going to be familiar. ENCE love this map. They played it an awful lot at Dallas as well. But Bravado, you generally say it's one of their better maps as well. So they will be comfortable, and as said, just kind of play your own game, go through those motions. And that's exactly what they're doing right now. I love the idea of that round. It is a bit hard to pull off. It is a bit risky, but you have sort of this double pump fake that is very challenging to read, right? We just see Snappy get caught 1-for-1, Dihar getting shot in the back. The ENCE boys were completely out of place.
Sure. I mean, talking about this map, right, it's right now probably ENCE's absolute strongest. Yeah. We've seen so much good Counter-Strike from them. Of course, winning against Mouse in the IEM Dallas finals not too long ago. They're currently actually on a 5-match winning streak on this map. So it is actually a really, really important one for them. And they're taking down some fairly respectable heads with it. We're looking at teams like Astralis, Mouse, Complexity, FaZe, Gamer Legion as well. Major finalists as of Paris. So not bad at all. Triton. His mouse scroll wheel, I think, selling his death and his fate there. 6 feet under as he falls on a hand to Diha. But over towards the top side. Doru step up. Madden falling, smoking towards main as well, and they'll lock out the rotation. Now they can get a bomb plant and start up a post plant. This is something where Bravado have struggled. A decent post plant here could be something. Orb spotting out the 5-7. Snappy trying to bait in the contact, bait in the fight, and he'll get it. And a free orb picked up by Snappy. He'll take it every day of the week.
I don't know about giving him that fight, you know. They will get the trades back through, thank goodness, but that was maybe a silly one from Sully moving in. Dihar. Oh, he spotted out the second player here. There's not a lot of time left on that bomb, however, so Dora just play it patiently. He knows what's up. He knows that he doesn't have a kit. Has to come to him. Very well read in the 1 versus 1. Even finds the kill for good measure. Really well played to just stay cool under the pressure there. But yeah, a very, very scary little moment there, but great reaction. Okay, Nerds is down below. He finds that 2K on the M4, and it's like, okay, we know where he is. Just, we have lost members. Let's move in on the top site, right? Play away from that M4. Don't get giddy. Don't try and trade him out or whatever. Really, really well reacted by the Bravado boys. And now we're bringing it within 1. This is a nice recovery towards the tail end of the half, and 6 rounds is what we like to look for. 7 rounds is on the cards here. I'm very, very impressed.
Hey, what did I say coming towards the game? Neo's golden number of 6, ladies and gents. They've got it. So Bravado, they've already done me proud so far. This is actually a very respectable T side. We're starting to see put up, right? And I think, you know, a lot of this coming down towards ENCE right now. I just don't think they really have an understanding of how to mid-round read what Bravado are doing. Because Bravado themselves, it seems like they're calling, the style is slightly janky. And of course, in that itself, ENCE look very confused. And And of course, mechanically, we're seeing a lot of these Bravado boys show what they're all about. Of course, Will just had a couple of key moments. Tries as well. That 3K still sits quite pretty in the brain. 15th and final round of the half. Bravado could go within one going into the second half, going in towards the much more favorable CT. That alone is a storyline in itself.
Madden up close here. Hoping for a moment. Not going to happen for him. Bravado gets some very aggressive nades down there, right? Like the Molotov to push players out, mini smoke, but they don't really act upon them. Ooh, Molotov on top of Hut as well. Are we going to move this time? There's a lot of flashes. This is so much utility that's been used by Bravado to not really follow up on it. They're hoping to fake things out. Well, Snappy's in the right place at the right time. He almost finds a double kill, in fact. Dihar and Madden are down below. They are very ready for this hit to come in. Madden's going to find the frag onto the first, distracts them away from Dihar. The AWP spotted, caught. Maybe a USP going around the corner here from Dihar, and it is indeed enough. Doru's got his own fight outside. Not going to happen. 9-6, respectable for both teams. A pretty decent look so far. So good.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. So we're back underway in towards the second half momentarily. And it has to be said, Scribs, so far, Bravado doing better than many would have expected. Now, there's been a lot of talking points, a lot of people have been speaking about something. This being one of them, one of the Bravado players that of Doru plays with his monitor diagonal tilted. I'm a big fan. Tilted in and out of the server, but playing some really good Counter-Strike. That's, to me, it's odd.
It's a little wacky.
I love it. I'm a fan. Hey, it's working. They're so far not a bad T-side performance from them. That is wild, though. I love it. Hey, South Africans Counter-Strike on the big stage, baby. We love to see it. And if they can continue this in towards the CT side, we could maybe be on for one of these storylines of the year.
We'll see. We'll see. This is where things kind of swap over, where it's like, you know, CT side feels like it is simpler, let's say, than the T side, right? But you also have to look to your individuals a lot more.
Absolutely.
There can be kind of holes in the defense that can be abused. I don't know whether the blanket of Bravado at the moment is going to be able to match up in the same way. We've got Vilge, we've got Triton, both looking pretty good. But with a guy like Dihar, who's already on 18 frags, Sun, Pius, and Nertz also performing well, it feels like everything is falling into place for ENCE. So I do start to worry for Bravado. If they lose the pistol here, there's going to be a big, big gap. And they really cannot drop the ball when it comes to the individual game. Rushing out onto the A-bomb site go ENCE. Dihar on the distraction. Only one for the Julies. Vilge at range. Also only one. 3 versus 3. There's a lot of utility here for March as a kit available for Doru. What is the move? Headshot smoke comes down. Flash to back it up. Gonna leave Sun Pius incredibly blind. He tries to hide away, but is unsuccessful. Another flash coming round. Nertz has heard this one, but he will still lose his head, leaving it all to Snappy, and he does not stand a chance. An impeccable retake from Bravado.
Doru on that diagonal monitor put to very good use. Get a bit of a slow half, but we know he's someone actually who's mechanically very gifted over towards Bravado. And a pistol round was a necessity to kickstart their campaign here on CT side, and that is wonderful. Doru, of course, that man in the middle there, who really set things up very nicely. And we talk about it now as well. This really starts to open this game up quite a lot. ENCE, they had a 3-round buffer in towards the turn of the half. But of course, now the bump plant, they can force buy in here. If this falls south, Bravado tie up this game, and then it's absolutely game on. 9-9 could be on the card. Bravado can overcome with a little bit of a half buy, but it's not a good start. Dia at range, that Galil. Dynamic as ever. And he takes some space towards outside. And Will just couldn't keep up with that tempo. And he continues pushing forward as well. Spots yet another and finds yet another scalp. Brilliant from Dia. A one-man army towards Red Crate, causing a lot of problems. March needs to go nuclear here. Towards top ramp. Here's the first. It's messy. Goes for the reload as well, and it'll cost him his life. He falls to the hands of the pistol, and Dia continues. One by one, they fall to the hands of this pole. In Katowice on home turf. And he will be dropped in the quick trade. Doru needs a miraculous 1 versus 4. He's found the first, but this feels done already.
Dihar continually mincing them is one of my big worries for the round. For the game. And maybe the tournament if this is how he kicks things off.
Absolutely. He's a confident man, right? He plays some cracking Counter-Strike. Like ships to the night, these two just walk past each other. Nertz goes towards our side, and he just avoids it. Doru will save. When they see that in the VOD, that's just one you have to have a little chuckle at. Nertz goes to clear garage. He was there just 20 seconds ago. ENCE on to right back. They put a 10th on the board. They get the double digits we're all looking for, and they kickstart their campaign on the T side. That's actually a little bit more worrying. Bravado getting the pistols all well and good, but the force buys are more important.
Yeah, well,
the economy falls into place.
It's worse than losing the pistol, bro. Losing that round, losing the follow-up round, especially when you're on the CT side, your money just gets away from you so much. We talk about this, you know, quite a bit, where it's like, oh, well, the default response is to force buy.
Yeah.
But then you take the eco afterwards, presuming you lose your force buy, and you've got like hardly any money. So it really is a tough spot that you end up finding yourself in, and particularly when the T side have got the stronger scoreline. I think it's a very, very problematic position they find themselves in. But I do like the idea of being proactive here, getting very aggressive outside. Doru snuck into Electronic here to find that opening frag. Vilge going to help out. Bombs being dropped. Chaos is ensuing. Dihar on the AK will go down. The support is massive outside. Doru and Vilge just absolutely rinsing them, leaving Mr. Nertz on the inside bomb site wondering what the hell went wrong.
That's a classic case of Fight fire with fire. You go aggressive, we'll answer right back. Bravado taking it to them in terms of the tempo. Nerd took it a freebie here. Oh, 4x3 costing him his life. We've all been there. I'm a fellow 4x3 gamer.
Yep.
Not as effectively as Nerds, unfortunately, but we've all been there time and time again.
Dream big.
Really, really good to see Bravado on a force buy of their own, and a very janky force buy as things go. They're bringing in pistols, SMGs around that one save, them 4. And they make it sing pretty damn loud. So now this will put ends in towards a pretty uncomfortable buy of their own. That's exactly what we see. We see a double AK setup coming forward for them in the hands of Madden and Nerds. And just pistols around it. Bravado take this round. Round number 19 goes their way. They can tie up the scorelines. Absolutely on the cards. But Nerds got the right ideas. Tries it again, costing him his life. The scroll wheel drum twice now has cost him his life. The slow iron will answer for one of their own. This will bring the numbers in favor of Bravado. They've got that numbers advantage. All they have to do now is just play the body system or go aggro for more kills. Wilge does not care. Looking for yet another, but it cost his life. Doru quick on the trade, and Sampaias all alone with a Tech 9 in hand.
Very composed there from Bravado. I think it's a pretty textbook response from ENCE that it's like you lose one of your follow-up rounds. You've got money to still potentially buy in. What are we going to do? We're going to go for a fast round, right? I think it's very, very common indeed, but Bravado holding the line and not letting it get to them. Sometimes those faster rounds, particularly when, you know, Nerds had managed to creep out, finds a kill above the smoke, the comms break down, it gets crazy, and you end up just completely falling apart, and that's not the case for Bravado. So really happy with what we're seeing here so far on the CT side. ENCE, meanwhile, they had a really good chance to shut this one down, and they have let things slip quite profusely. So Bravado have closed that gap and should be able to even things up in the follow-up round here.
Question being, of course, can Sampaias pick up anything, right? Can he get an upgraded weapon? That'd be lovely. He'll get dropped immediately by March. March is someone who actually was impressing me when I came in towards, you know, doing my research this. He's a very kind of, I don't know, how do you put it? He's self-sufficient as a rifler. I think that's really impressive in its own. He's someone who is very crucial to a lot of the success for the Bravado side. He can just do things his own way. He never really falls into the systems and kind of the set minds of his opponent, which is it's easier said than done against a side like ENCE.
Yeah.
Awesome to see now. This Bravado side starting to get loud, starting to get confident. That's what I want to see. But that South African flair, and then maybe they can pull off something. So far, this result already a bit of a shock. A lot of teams and a lot of people were talking about how Bravado unlikely to even get 10 rounds. They're on the cusp of it right now, and against an eco events, they should hit double digits, and it's absolutely game on. Right now, I don't want to cast the curse here, but we are on track for the upset of the year. Wolves wants to find the first kill towards top hot. Snappy, bit of damage from him. Will still be a little bit cautious. There's a few body towards our side, and the possibility of being overwhelmed, but it's crisp. Sampaias gets plucked, and he wants more as well. Confident to take these fights. Molotov will come through, forcing an engagement towards Red Crate if he wanted to take it, but he opts against it. On this low buy, it kind of looks like ENCE don't really know where to go.
Yeah, checks out though, doesn't it, when you're only on the pistols, right? Just send a few feelers out there, hopefully overwhelm a particular area, drop a player. You're just happy to get one frag, to be honest. So they are just all holding extremities, hoping somebody gets aggressive, but I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think the fight's going to be given to them at all. Why would Bravado take the risk?
Let's see. Slow eye. We'll find Diha. Snappy. Snaps to the head of the top side player. This already is a little bit more maybe expensive than they want, because Snappy's finding a few scalps, but he will be traded out. Only the 2 casualties, not the end of the world. A good round. And good to see now that we've seen Bravado tie this game up 10 rounds apiece. And you start to look at some of the stats across the board as well. March, someone we were highlighting, well, isn't running away in terms of the fragging department. What we've seen from him in terms of the way he's playing his positions is really important. He is, when it comes to kind of that dedicated entry, so far, he's been a part of 6 opening duels. 3 going his way, 3 going against him. But at the same time, that relentless aggression is always going to put the pressure on towards a side like ENCE. Full buy coming out for the T side. ENCE have to convert this. If they don't, they're in a lot of trouble. They're going to go quick here. Nerds will find the first. Doru to 4. They get that top side control. And this one looking a little bit janky. Bomb drop, but a quick trade, and the numbers go in favor of the T side. ENCE not taking any prisoners with this round here. Molotov gets blocked, in fact, by the body as March finds a kill through the smoke. Dryden goes 1-for-1 with Snappy. No trade coming through from March, but the numbers equal. 2 versus 2 as the orb sneaks its way forward. The scope may have been heard. The slow eye happy to take a fight and happy to find a flick. It's a beautiful flash and a beautiful frag. That's for the first time in this game, and for the first time in a long time for Bravado, we can say on international soil, they have taken a lead here. 11-10. My oh my, Scriv, I'm getting excited.
This is pretty incredible so far. That, again, is a really well put together retake. We saw some pretty good post plants on the T side, and I feel like for me, they are the hardest part of the game is that post plant situation. Clean flashes, separated as well. You know, the nuke ones can be really, really hard because you have to do a lot of work on your own. It's very difficult to get multiple members coming in from the same spot.
Absolutely.
So.
One thing as well, it kind of feels right now for me that ENCE are very much overcomplicating the situation.
Yeah.
They're, you know, coming in towards this, and we were talking about it, all the pressure is on ENCE, right? They're coming off the back of IM Dallas. They are coming in towards this expected to win. Anything that isn't a win for ENCE is a bad tournament. That's
yeah, they've got to make it to the final at the very least. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like, maybe a VP takes them down, maybe a really good-looking paiN this event. Fours have got a shout as well. They've looked very, very good online. They often do struggle when trying to transition that onto LAN, I suppose.
For sure.
But ENCE have got to be making the finals, or maybe upset in a really close semi-final or something along those lines. It is.
But even that, you know,
that's where we can bring in the excuse where it's like, okay, a little bit of burnout. We're about to go into the player break. They just won a big event. How much prep have they done for this? You know, that's where a lot of the winning is done is in practice rather than sort of the games themselves, etc., etc. And there maybe is a really good case to be made. It's like, it's not a hop, skip, and a jump to expect this BO1 to go down to nuke.
Yes,
we've talked a lot about Frog and his praises. Apparently, he's been doing a lot of work behind the scenes to get this team prepped. All the players kind of been singing the praises of that, watching a lot of tape. So there is a world in which they go, you know, the nuke from Dallas is not going to have changed. So we know what to expect. We know how to play against it. Let's just keep it together. And right now, there's a degree of respect, but it is starting to get off the handle that ENCE just keep this relentless aggression coming. I think Bravado, you can see, right, they've got so much utility left, they're just keeping their guns up. They're not getting caught with nades in hand, not getting caught throwing a flash for a teammate. They're just like, hold an angle, let the guy run into you, take him down, and ENCE are clearly frustrated. They've just taken a timeout, for God's sake, and all they've got to call is, let's just run in squeaky. It's like, you know, it really is not looking all that deep from ENCE right now.
And you're looking at this now as well, and Bravado understand the exact situation they're in. They know that that pressure is starting to get to ENCE a little bit, and they're starting to really force their play style. And Bravado are happy to play this. They're happy to play contact. If you want to take Angels with us, sure, we'll meet you at every single time. It's like we spoke about earlier. Fighting fire with fire is how we're going to see this Bravado side. Come on top. Nerd stuck in the backlines. Hello. Hang on. That's a freebie. March had no expectation there. Nerd just snuck all the way around. And that's a slight miscom. And from a 5 versus 3 situation, now down into a 3 versus 3, Trays then benefit the T sides. This round looking better for ENCE when it really looked like it was lost already. And that's not good. Dia gets 1.5. Snappy will be the one to drop him out. Leaves Doru all alone. The big man in the middle has to step up. Here's one running low on ammo from behind. Nerd to see him off. Nerd single-handedly clawed that round back in favor of ENCE. And you can see Snappy there as well. It's a sigh of relief. That's all they've got off the back of just about winning another round and tying this game right back up.
Yeah, Bravado will be kicking themselves. That was a really good chance to get into an impeccable spot in this game so far, but it escapes them. 5v3, you gotta convert those, no matter what level of the game we're looking at. You see where the cash is at now as well. They're going to have to give up another round and lose this lead to the ENCE side of things. D-Heart overwhelmed, but it looks pretty good for the round itself. Maybe they'll get a chance to save that AK. Not looking too likely, though. Some Pius has things held. Just March overlooks the angle. Hello?
Knife.
Hello? Okay. A little awkward. We'll manage to find things with the 5-7. Oh. Snappy will take him down on that Mac-10, though. So all good. Surviving with 3. Always clean, but gaining the lead now is the important thing towards this tail end of the game. It is starting to heat up. Bravado are going to have to work hard for this one.
Yeah, this is now starting to get a little bit uncomfortable. Bravado, they were in control of this game. Kind of had it by the scruff of the neck. We saw this Bravado side 4 consecutive rounds in a row was looking good, and ENT now onto back with 2 of their own in concession. So already, that pressure started to weigh on those shoulders. And ENT's actually starting to put up a fairly decent run of form here on this T side. Easier said than done, exactly. Wilch towards Seeker. We'll actually get that, you know, Otaki's heading towards that Seeker position. It's a very important area to hold. Doesn't actually need to take fights here. Can kind of relay off the information of Slow Eye towards that side and hope that he alone can spot the cross. And Wilch near the fights. But ENT, off the back of 2 rounds in a row, just going to pump the brakes a little bit. Want to bait out as much of that bravado utility as they can. As we can see, they don't really have too much left in those back pockets. They do need to be careful. In comes A-side utility. Bomb's still not committed, though. As Dory will take that first fight, upgrades to an AK, and he falls away alive as well. No ability to trade their friends.
Oh, this is a deadly, deadly setup. Triton with a quick trade. Slowy to provide support. There's a player coming through from Mini as well to maybe cut off Snappy, so looking very, very good. Madden, though, with the pre-fire in, will manage to get it. Down the vents, they will fall. Very quickly turning things up. ENT's just high intensity right now. They are all over. Pack mentality. Really, really unpredictable. March managed to get down, drop the bomb. Madden, though, is after him. What a round he is having. 2 versus 2 for yet another retake, but with no utility, miles away, no kits.
I might save.
I don't like it. I don't like it. I think you have to save, but they are looking confident. They are wanting this one. Slowy on the orb, gonna have to do it all up against Madden, who is in the off angle. Definitely not gonna happen now. Triton making so much noise, grabs the orb and gets out. And that's 13 for ENT. Ah, it's heartbreaking for Bravado right now. They cannot get it over the line. ENT's just obviously showing why they are a top 5 team in the world right now and a tournament winner, finally. They are able to find this extra level.
And right now, they're taking names and they're not really answering to anyone. This is exactly what we need to see from ENT. Very, very good rounds coming through. I mean, consecutive T-sides looking exactly what we'd expect of ENT. I mean, even for the scoreline to be in this position, that alone is on the cards for somewhat of an upset. But the fact that we are now seeing this Bravado side, unfortunately, in the latter stages of this best of 1, start to really fall apart. It just shows the experience, the difference in level of these guys. It is such talent coming through from ENT. And a couple of those big name individuals stepping up when it matters most. Madden and Snappy. Snappy's calling a masterclass in the mid-round as well. And this is something that has to be said. When it came towards the CT side, it looked really uncomfortable. Those mid-round calls looked a little bit all over the place because I just don't really think Snappy had too much of an idea of what Bravado are doing. Now, though, absolutely the case. I mean, this is a really solid NCT side. Snappy's doing very well. And also, actually, in all fairness, statistically doing really well in terms of the fragging department as well.
Yeah, matching up individually. I mean, when you get to a scoreline like this, there are just a few little things that have made the difference, right? And that is, again, world-class team events, how they're able to just keep it together. That 5 versus 3 is the big deal here, though. I think it gave ENT an awful lot of confidence. And it's like, look, we just need to force this one, right? Yeah. We maybe can't read them as well because we don't know them. But Diha's having a great game. Nerds and Madden can play pretty well from a selfish position.
Absolutely, yeah.
It just is making all of the difference. Bravado going to have to find that 5-round run back to get us a victory in regulation. I don't really think that it's going to happen for them personally. I do think they have maybe hit the wall towards the very tail end of this best of 1.
Yeah, absolutely. Post plant so far, pretty immaculate. The big thing is basically just keeping this AWP, may I say, in play. Slow Eye cannot afford to let it fall. You're more than happy to send the pistols in. You know you're going to have a buy around that AWP in towards the next. The nade will see off Wilch, unfortunately for him. And that'll be that. Ends up to 14. Closing down on the all-elusive 16 rounds needed for this best of 1. And this is now just showing as well the caliber that ENT can play at if they want to. Sometimes they're a side who play up to the teams they're against, but also play down to the opponents they're against.
Sure.
And Bravado, who are playing a very unorthodox style of Counter-Strike, they're now starting to, unfortunately, fall into a lot of these, well, pitfalls of ENT. A lot of the traps that they're setting. They're catching the Bravado side off guard, baiting out early util, making it very tough for them in a retake. Once again, Ents. They'll shift the tempo a little bit. Ace changes, Nerds goes quick. He'll find the first. Nerds is an animal on his day, and this is what he can do. Maral adds to the tally as March will fall. An overextension from Nerds will cost him his life, but they've still got that ace eye.
Getting too easy for Ents, to be honest with you. If you'll pardon the pun, 4 versus 3. Bravado have to kind of go for this. Triton with a big one, a second as well. Diha with the key trade. Oh, follows that nade as well. Just down to the AWP, quick reaction, but Diha is there again. He's just back and forth and back and forth. Continues his fantastic game, looking towards 30 frags here. I think he's going to get it, 15 hits.
It's absolutely relentless as well.
Yeah,
I mean,
they're just keeping up the pace, and I think took them a bit of time, but the individuals have really come online, and they can just work with that. They don't have to go too deep into the strat book, to be honest. And I think early on in the T side, they decided to go for that, but it just wasn't really working. Again, as said, some of the spots, some of the setups from the CT side, they're just like gambling quite heavily.
Yeah, I mean, this is something we spoke about, what, 3, 4, 5 rounds in towards the second half. We were just saying, Ents are overcomplicating the situation. If they just go back to the raw fundamentals, they are going to win this game. You know, pound for pound in terms of mechanics, nobody can compete barely in the tier 1 scene with Nerds, right? And this is exactly what we're seeing right now. It's a very solid performance just coming through off the back of raw mechanics. I think D is someone who's, for me, in my eyes, criminally underpraised. I think he's an unbelievably cerebral player. Very, very smart. And in that round alone, just showing his worth, a real good understanding and read into what Bravado brought to the table and what is potentially the final round of this best of 1. Bravado, an AWP, a double M4, and an MP9. A bit of use on those back pockets, but this is a janky one, to say the least. Moves towards our side. Here's a lot of this info off the back of Util, but they have crossed down towards Secret. They'll get this control for free. And now it's really an answer about how do Ents want to play this. They've got a lot of space to work with. It's a very top site, heavy default setup as well, right? Got 1 towards our side, 3 towards A. No one actually on the B side itself. And Sloweye, the only B players rotating away. As we can see, the B side is barren. They're going to go down here. No one's home. They'll get a plant. They'll get a post plant set up. And the util belts for Ents are very heavy. It's a lot for them to work with to deny space and rotations coming through. And they're already being held in terms of that rotation. Nerds will find the first. Mark the 4. He'll drop down looking for a little bit more information. But this is what we spoke about. Nobody's home. It's a barren B bomb site. But Nerds towards the top site is the closer. Nerds does not care anymore. There's 3. On for the ace. Don't think you'll be giving it, but the 2 remaining are Sloweye and Wills to bail Bravado out of this dire situation, and they do not care. Just like that, Ents close it, 16-11. But Bravado have still stolen our hearts, man. That was not a bad performance. For the first time in a long time on international soil, Bravado took 11 rounds off one of the best teams in the world right now.
Unfortunately, I think towards the end, Ents just started playing like winners, and Bravado kind of turtled in, and they were really, really in a difficult spot. Very, very hard indeed, I think. And that 5 versus 3, it broke them, didn't it? I think that was really what it comes down to, of course. But still, a difficult one. Ents, it was a challenge. And as you say, they've stolen our hearts a little bit. Hopefully we get to see a bit more of the Bravado boys later on. That is going to be it from us here on the cast for now. We will send you back to the desk to break that one down.
Well, fellas, with a 9-6 Ents CT half, it almost started to look as though Bravado might have been able to claw back the rounds as we wrap things up on Nuke. 16-11 in favor of Ents. Boys, I got to ask you, at one moment it almost looked as though Ents was losing some of the easiest rounds.
In a sense, I think the way we need to frame this from the start is Bravado played a hell of a lot better than anybody ever would have expected in this game. There are worlds where they win this match. There are several rounds where they gave away advantages, which is going to happen, I guess, in this sort of matchup. But they were getting entry kills. They're getting a lot of space in this T side. They, for me, were playing great Counter-Strike, considering they lost pistol and lost the conversion round after that. To still get 6 rounds out of that T side was an overall very impressive affair.
And they did it on a T side where they were making mistakes along their way as well. Like, they were playing a great game, but then they were still fumbling nades, and they were making mistakes in trading, and they were sometimes just not ready for these fights.
Now, I know one player in particular that we were focusing in on at the very start was Nurse, but it seemed like Diha very much stole the show throughout the duration of that match.
He basically saved their CT side.
Yeah.
Like, this guy is very proactive. He was definitely an instrument in which like he was trying to instigate action, especially outside. But sometimes on the lower hits, especially that one round where he had a deagle and they like double swing lower and he just pops both of them. That was a round in which like Diha just basically took over, and that you know, they're talking about a 5 versus 3 that they lost in the second half, which is definitely a big part of why this game ended up in the way it was. But there are many other rounds that Diha was kind of the problem in sort of facilitating more rounds for ENCE.
I think credit needs to be given in way of bravado, though, most definitely. You did mention they gave one heck of a performance. Two players in particular I believe you want to chat about, Alan, is Vilge, but also Triton.
Yeah, so the pairing of them for me are kind of the epicenter of this team. They are the firepower of this squad. Vilge is surely the most exciting talent to come out of this region for a while, minus, I guess, some of the guys maybe playing in North America on different teams, but Vilge for me was brilliant on that first half. Triton had a monstrous round to win that 2v4 and to make that T side at least doable going into that second half. So I think overall these two guys, they couldn't really have put on a better performance. Vilge every single round is going to be that player lurking towards lobby, getting so much impact, and Triton in the pack was doing really good as well. So I think these two guys, this is kind of their greatest chance to be in that shopping window, to show performances in an international setting, and they couldn't really have done anything more, I think, in this game.
Yeah, Doru was the one in the interview saying he wanted his name to be remembered by ENCE or any of these big teams, but it's hard to sort of ignore the impact that those two were able to have on that T side in particular. Like, I mean, salvaging rounds, finding openers, that's exactly what Bravado needed to sort of instill confidence in their game as well, because sometimes you enter LAN and just things you do in practice, things you come into this tournament with, just don't work, and it felt like they were able to still get those pieces together for them.
I feel like for the side of Bravado, yes, they may have lost this best-of-1 matchup. It's not going to be the end of the world for the mind games, you know, the mental effect it will ultimately have wouldn't have been as bad as it would have been for ENCE, because obviously we said at the very start, ENCE having a world's worth of pressure on their shoulders as well. So moving on forward throughout the rest of the tournament, do you think the performance we saw from ENCE, the fact that, you know, they weren't necessarily looking the absolute strongest, is going to have rattled them just a little bit? Yeah, they won the map, but do you think it puts things into perspective?
They're certainly not going to be happy. I can guarantee you coming out of that one, Snappy and Sora looking at their players and thinking, we made a lot of mistakes in that game. It never should have been that close. It never should have been that competitive. I think looking at it from the flip side, Bravado, we know from the interviews beforehand, they knew they had no pressure on their shoulders. Nobody expected them to make this game even close. And for them, for me, they're winners. They played great Counter-Strike, much better Counter-Strike than a lot of people would have anticipated, and why shouldn't they be confident going into further games? They're playing a party Astronauts. They probably think they're going to win that matchup now after playing like that against ENCE.
Yeah, I mean, that's not determined yet, but, you know, I think that's the idea.
You're that down on VP, are you?
That's not determined yet. But I think it just has like a confidence builder, like there's contrasts here, because for ENCE, it was like a wake-up call. They had that one timeout where they found themselves in a 3 versus 5, and then they were able to win it. Like, the start of that round looked awful. Like, coming out of a timeout, and there didn't seem like that was an actual inherent plan. Like, that is definitely, like you're saying, Snappy, Soar probably look at their players going, guys, we can lose this tournament, and we maybe deserve to if we play like that.
Well, Alan, you might have already tried to kind of tell the future, predict what was going to end up happening with our next matchup, but coming up next, it's going to be VP taking on the Party Astronauts. Only time will tell whether or not VP will be able to win this one out.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL Challenger is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and Spotify.
Welcome back once again, everybody, to ESL Challenger Katowice. So we have pretty much only just got the show started. First best of one is well and truly finished. ENCE managed to win out that map over on Nuke versus none other than Bravado. But speaking more about our upcoming matchup, gents, it's going to be another best of one. VP taking on the Party People. I know, Alan, you made a little bit of a prediction at the very end of the last segment, but what do you think, Yumi? I'm going to throw it over to you.
What do I think about this game?
Yeah, do you think it's going to be like a dominant performance coming out from the side of VP?
I have to believe that they are able to find some semblance of themselves from a major win not too long ago. You know, winning the Rio Major after winning Rotterdam, like they looked super informed. They played a great game, and also they didn't play like Virtus Pro branded Counter-Strike. You know, the James system that everybody hates to watch. They didn't play that style, but they've regressed significantly.
Yeah, I think especially when we consider the Paris Major results for the side of VP wasn't necessarily the most impressive. I think they would have been incredibly disappointed with that. But Alan, heading into ESL Challenger, what do you think they're going to bring to the table?
I haven't got a clue. Literally, how could anybody know what Virtus Pro are going to bring to this? They played one series in 8 weeks. Yeah. One series in 8 weeks and probably somewhere around 20, 30 maps in the entire year. That is way below what this team and the core of players here built their bedrock on. They were the grinders. They played through hundreds of tournaments across a year when they got to their peak level, and especially towards the end of last year. That's how they got into good form. So for me, I have no idea what Virtus Pro is going to show up. A lot of us are standing here thinking, who could actually take ENCE to the limit? Who could actually push them a long way in a grand final? We're all thinking it's Virtus Pro, but I need to see it on the server because I just have no information of these guys right now.
Yeah, and the problem I have with them is that like every time they've made a roster move, and I kind of alluded to this before, like every time they've made a roster move, they've upgraded in some capacity, whether it's adding more aggression or it's just, you know, harboring in new talents. And, you know, at the start of last year, people were also just kind of down on Virtus Pro. They were thinking, oh, there's no way these guys are going to be able to compete. Sure, they're constantly like maybe fighting for playoff positions, but they're never going to go much further than that. And then they had that nice stretch of form towards the end of last year, and you're thinking like, oh, this is all good. Then they make roster moves, and that's the immediate sort of results that they didn't actually see with Chiron, is that they suddenly don't make the RMR, they're not making it as deep into the tournaments. I think at Katowice, they're actually able to do okay, and Pro League wasn't a bad showing from them at all, but they're sort of now labeling it as pressures for the new guys not being able to perform. But then they're back to the old problems that they had with Norbert, though. Like the reason they got rid of him in the first place, those problems are probably still there.
Now heading into veto-wise, obviously best of one, we've mentioned it before. Is there any map in which you feel could favour the side of the Astronauts?
Yeah, we've already had it come through. It's going to be Inferno. I actually think this is a massive mistake from Party Astronauts. It probably is their best map domestically. It probably is a map they're very comfortable playing in other vetoes. I just think here in this game, in this moment, with Virtus Pro lacking a lot of recent experience, I would not have played them on Inferno because it is their long-standing, most comfortable map as a core of players. I would have pushed it somewhere else, but even if Party Astronauts are more uncomfortable, I just think Inferno is one place where even lacking playtime, they're going to have some semblance of a structure.
Well, I'm wondering whether or not the Twitch chat once again are going to be favouring the underdogs in this matchup, as it were, the Party Astronauts. I'm curious to find out some more about them.
Playing Virtus Pro, first game, previous major winner. That's got to be a little bit nerve-wracking.
It is a little bit, but you know they've not really had the best form in recent months. They haven't really been playing much recently, so anything is possible. It's CS. Anybody can win now.
Is it easier playing against a team like ENCE or Virtus Pro? You've seen them lots. They've competed lots. You can analyze their game style versus some of the lesser-known teams that maybe you don't get to see as much online?
I mean, for Virtus Pro, it's a little bit different because they haven't had many officials recently in the last couple months, so it's kind of hard to have like a good beat or read on what they're going to do. We don't know if they've changed much or if they're still going to play the same style or whatnot. But for ENCE, it's definitely a little bit of a help. You know, seeing they just won Dallas, we've all watched their games recently. We know, we think we like to know how they play, so it'll be interesting for sure.
Coolest name here, Party Astronauts. This is Viz. Let's go check out how they perform.
Heading into this tournament, being a little bit unpredictable, Do we think that even if they were playing the predictable VP, that the Astronauts would have a shot at this?
It's hard to make an argument for them. I think the problem with this team, like the core of them, is that they didn't get to play much when they were under EG. You know, that was always the big criticism about having two effective academy teams to a certain extent. They just weren't allowed to compete against each other or even take part in the same tournaments. I think bar that one Fragadelphia where they were able to somehow dodge each other in the bracket as well. But for a lot of people looking at the North American region, they're looking at these guys and thinking, like, why didn't EG ever promote any of these players? They always pulled from EG Black instead, and so the white roster was basically overlooked. And you have actually some pretty solid players on this team. You know, Ponalone, Ben Leet have been, I think, at the heart of the Party Astronauts for a long time, and these guys went overlooked and now have gone their separate ways to rebuild this brand.
I think also when mentioning the fact that they didn't necessarily have the most screen time, as it were, the most opportunities to actually compete in a kind of competitive environment, especially LAN experience, there was absolutely zero of that as well, especially whilst under EG White.
I mean, they played Melbourne, but they were lost. They lost out to Wings Up, who actually turned out to be a pretty good team in the end. But I think 60 has been a pretty good pickup for these guys. He was a player that's had, let's say, some issues outside of the server that unfortunately has interacted with his career in a pretty negative way. But he's back on a fairly good team. And for them to even come through the qualifier, Nouns, ATK, these teams would have been favoured to make this tournament over Party Astronauts. So to even make it here as a result, and from here, for a team that's unorged, for a team just looking to put themselves in the window and show that they're good players, it's a decent chance up against Virtus.pro just to do that.
Well, I'm curious to see what VP are making going up against the likes of the Astronauts.
Go with Fame from Virtus.pro. First time I get to interview him, he's never going to want to be interviewed by me again because I need him to spill all the tea. Norbert is your 5th for ESL Challenger. Is he back permanently in the active lineup?
Yeah, officially Norbert back in business.
Norbert, back in business. You heard it here first. There you go. You didn't have a great showing at the RMRs for the major. We then saw you pull out of IEM Rio. The team has taken an extended break. What have you been doing during the break?
Yeah, we had a little bit break. We just take our time. We fought with our thoughts, you know. We had a break, and after that we had some time to practice, to train some things, and to prepare for other tournaments. And right now I think we are fully prepared for this tournament.
Thank you so much, Fame. Thanks for answering the tough questions as well.
Thank you.
A little bit vague. A little bit vague. Yumi, I feel like you're clenching your chest. You're like...
I feel like something's in the back of my throat. You know, it's like hay fever, but I have like an astute allergy to nonsense. Because when he's talking about bringing Norbert in and he's going to be the permanent replacement, like this is a guy that you already removed from the roster once. Again, I raised it earlier, but the problems that you had with him before or outside of the server, I don't know what the problems were for them after they won Rio and then they went to the World Finals at the end and they bombed out. That was when they decided to remove him. I don't know what the problem is for Virtus.pro, and I'm sure they had a lot of internal discussions about it, but it's hard to think that Norbert is the solution, because for a time he looked serviceable, and especially on that run up to winning tournaments, he actually looks pretty stellar in his roles. But now it just feels like we're back to the Virtus.pro we saw at the start of 2022.
I mean, this is kind of the bizarre thing as we talk about this lineup. We're so negative. We're saying, you know, how can they perform well? This 5-man lineup won a major. It won a major. It was only 6 months ago. And theoretically, there shouldn't be anything violently different from there in terms of coming into this matchup. So Fame could still be an excellent player. Flit played great last year. Jane was the MVP of the major. If these guys can step up individually, there is a route very deep in this tournament for Virtus.pro.
I think if there was a moment in which to do it, it is very much right here and right now. So really quickly, gents, what are your thoughts, predictions for this matchup?
I'll take Virtus.pro, but I do expect this to be very scrappy. I don't think we're going to see a clean game.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna agree with the same sentiment. Like Virtus.pro they are one of the best teams in this group.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna go with VP as well. I feel like we've been agreeing the whole time so far. We've got to change that up. We've got to change it. Yeah, exactly. We're gonna change it up very soon. But over to Neokai and Scriv to take us through this one.
Thank you very much indeed, guys. Yeah, I think I'm agreeing with the desk. Unfortunately, there's not really too much in terms of the controversy coming in for a game like this. You've taken them down on Inferno as well. We've talked greatly so far about playing your own game, finding a lot of confidence in that, but I think that Party Astronauts, it might backfire a little coming into this one. I don't know. I think VP are going to find this really cleanly, to be honest. I know there was some chatter on the desk there about VP maybe having a messy showing here. I do feel like they will have a fire lit under them. It has been a very, very, very poor few months from them and a poor run of tournaments. They've not been playing an awful lot of Counter-Strike, right? They go down online. They're not finding comfort there either. So they've been all over the place for sure, but I feel like these types of events have been their bread and butter in the past, right? We've seen them perform very, very well. They've won a couple. They've come close as well, second place in there. So I do feel like this is a team that should really be able to get the upper level, and in a best of one like this, really going to look comfortable for my money.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are kind of, they were stalwarts of the Challenger League circuit, right? They just always have been so confident when it comes towards these LAN environments in kind of the tier 1.5 space, we like to call it. And you know, coming towards this, it's going to be very difficult towards Party Astronauts. But the main thing to really talk about is I'm really glad to see Party Astronauts here. Of course, the big thing, of course, when they were under the EG banners, they could never play these. It was EG Black who would play the kind of the tier 2, tier 1.5 international tournaments, and EG White, of course now known as PA, were the you know, stuck to the more domestic tournaments, playing Fragadelphia, which I gotta say, great tournament. It was kind of awesome to see them there. But yeah, I'm really happy to see them play. You know, they've instantly left Evil Geniuses and they've instantly qualified to an international LAN. I mean, that's exactly what it's all about. They've escaped that kind of pipeline in a way, and it's given them already a few more opportunities, which is really, really good to see. But ladies and gentlemen, we are about to get underway in towards our second best of one of the day. We started on the best map of the day. Now we go on towards the worst. It's Inferno coming up next, and I am a proud Inferno hater. But for this one, it could actually bring something quite spicy. This is a map in which Virtus Pro have made their home ground. They are so damn good at this map on their day. But question being, of course, we have not seen Virtus Pro in a while, Harvey, mate. We haven't really seen what this side's all about. We don't really know what we can expect out of VP because it's been a long time. The RMR, they bombed out of that, brought in Kyron as a last-minute replacement. It was janky. It was uncomfortable. Question being, of course, can they now go back to the VP of old, the VP from the major?
Well, I was going to say a quiet start. James found an early peak, though. Norbert will get taken down on the edge of the apartment, so Julie's up close, going to drop that bomb. We're still in this, 3 versus 3. Chop. Hidden away, opts not to take the fight, allow them to get that bomb back, or going to be a big opportunity here for Flip. Backstab coming in, opens up that B bomb site as well. Has been an overface from Sixy, unfortunately, and VP running the crop here. Yeah, B bomb site going to be completely open, really difficult, I think, for anybody to make their way back in on that PA side of things. Chop going to go digging down middle, not ready for Jame. Really well read. VP just kind of baiting them in and out and back towards A. So Inferno's already begun. Yeah. The wild round and round that we see an awful lot. Bentley, the only guy left here, and he was like, oh, I'm going to get ahead of this this B play. Don't worry about it. I'm on the rotation. And in just a second here, he's going to have his heart broken, that bomb going down, and I don't think there is any way for this guy to get back in.
Bentley is someone who I'm really interested to see now how he plays on the kind of the more consistent international circuit. He's a guy who is seriously talented. As we've seen, just there, nice fight on towards Flip. But he's someone for me who I'm really interested to see how he does. I've always liked Bentley as a player. Of course, I don't watch as much of that domestic NA Counter-Strike because that's where he's been confined to for the last year. But prior to that, he was actually one of the more notable names. And when he got picked up by Evil Geniuses, I was under the expectation at some point we would see this guy play at a fairly decent high level. Unfortunately, it never came from under Evil Geniuses, but hopefully with Party Astronauts, we can see them become a little bit more of the staple of NA teams coming to play international tier 1.5.
We'll definitely see, right? They obviously win the qualifier here. I think they've won a couple of cash cups, but Challenger League didn't go so well for them, like a 7-8 finish. So I think it really does show kind of testament towards that NA scene where maybe it would have been a bit top-heavy over the COVID era. It does seem like things are really starting to open up over there. But yeah, I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure. Party Astronauts, they've got a lot of experience, a lot of the recognizable names. But for me, I don't know whether this is going to be the premier tier 2 NA team at the very least over the next few months. I do think that they will kind of struggle. Some people might start to figure them out.
Especially we've got sides like Nouns doing really well now.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
You know,
yeah.
playing a little bit more consistently. Made it to the RMR, so I'm at Dallas as well. I mean, they're actually playing some pretty good
ATK,
kind of
really
80K,
scary at the moment
God
as
knows
well.
what's going on with them. They're making changes every
that
3
is-
seconds.
that
But
is-
hey, that is NA Counter-Strike.
They had a
in
good 6 months
nutshell.
there at the start of the year, I think.
Absolutely. It's NA Counter-Strike, isn't it? Just classic NA things. But for now, it was a 1-0 start, of course, for Virtus Pro. Took the pistol. Big thing, of course, being, can he then take and make things, I guess, start successfully in the way we'd hope, right? Don't lose these force buys. This was what we saw a lot in towards our previous best of one. It was pretty uncomfortable. The kind of force buys were having a lot of success. These force buy wars were pretty consistent. If we can just see VP see this one off comfortably, which they will, and we should be fine. Of course, second round starting for them, PA. They might even say the second the bomb goes down, just keep hold of what they've got.
I think so. You don't really have a chance into it, but this is what VP do so well, playing the high percentage game and just not letting you back into the rounds at all. If you give them a first frag, they're so good at converting.
Yeah.
So good at keeping it cool, just putting the brakes on and not giving any kills back. I think they are one of the better like team-based units where it's very, very difficult to pick off an individual, catch someone getting overzealous, getting super aggressive. You know, you buy into the James style of in-game leading here, and it can result in some pretty slow Counter-Strike, but some really, really safe Counter-Strike. And like I say, super high percentage game, just sort of playing the numbers.
It's a blessing and a curse, isn't it, with a VP style?
Yeah, sometimes it's nice to see some creativity to
Yeah.
get them back into a round. I think that's where they can maybe struggle, but when they find a lead, they're super, super hard to put away.
Absolutely. And this is a map in which VP, especially in the latter stages of 2022, they were untouchable for a long time on this map. They were just, it was so hard not to conform to the VP style of Counter-Strike.
Right.
You know, love it or hate it, they've defined the meta that is right now, you know, which is essentially the saving style of Counter-Strike. And it's such a big part of what CS is in the modern day. And it all came from Virtus Pro and, of course, James. This sort of hive mind of how Virtus Pro play Counter-Strike. And right now, working really well. PA just can't really do anything to find that comfort so far. Low buy for them in towards round number 3, of course. Bonus buy not going their favor. So we just have a scout to work with. Couple of upgraded pistols. This one just playing for an investment in towards next round. No real overspend here in towards round number 3. So it should be once again another round going the way of Virtus Pro. But if PA can make it a little bit expensive, get a couple of frags here or there, we take the old silver linings.
Again, classic from VP so far, just utility getting spent. Is a bit aggressive. That MP7 makes an appearance once again. So maybe they know something that we don't in the pro scene right now.
Well, you say that. I've given it a good go. You know, Nerds he's been, you know, the profound leader of the MP7 movement for a while. I gave it a go. I think it's tough to use. Credit to him. Pop shot with the Deagle. Not going to find too much success here. But actually a much slower tempo. You can already see they're really just trying to find out how PA is set up. Normal to find one. Bit of damage dealt there on towards Fame, though. He nearly cost him his life.
It's a decent look from Party Astronauts. They just don't have the guns right now. Nice fight from paiN alone there. Yeah, crunching towards mid was definitely the idea, I think, but just got slightly timed on. Couldn't really find the advantage. VP once again, going to pull off. Leave a lurker. AK retreat by paiN alone here, so just got to watch him. He doesn't find too much damage. Will get caught by Kicker, unfortunately. So there's those couple kills that you were looking for, but obviously the round itself not going to work out. 6. Lands a no-scope. That's unlucky. That's unlucky. We always love a good hide inside the smoke. It's a classic move, but he just did not have the weaponry for it. So VP, as they do, going through the motions, moving up to 3. Let's see what these North American boyos have got when the rifles come out, particularly that AWP super early here for paiN alone.
Yeah, with the AWP as well, you know, for 60, there's definitely a world in which we kind of have a little, you know, consolation kill there, but shotgun scouting doesn't have the same kind of ring to it. It really doesn't roll off the tongue as well. AWP in play for paiN alone. Good to see. Hopefully we can see him find a bit of success with it, but James bought one of his own. This is, I mean, theoretically a bonus buy for VP. Fame still got the Mac 10. Case alongside it and a whole host of utility of Virtus Pro. If this was to fall short, they'd have another buy-in towards the next, so not exactly a problematic situation. There's the first flick, goes 1 for 1. Ben Lee will step up for the quick trade. But he's now under a lot of pressure. Flash will come through, forcing James to pump those brakes just a tad and buy enough time for Bentley to beckon over a rotation.
Put alone. Dangerous and unorthodox from the AWP to go into the apartments, but that's exactly what he's pulling out in the early stages. Nice and confident with it. Nobody around to trade, unfortunately. Some aggressive peaks here from VP.
Yeah.
I like the flash play, but, you know, a minute 30 pop flash banana is not a very common VP move.
The big thing as well is what have VP been cooking? What has the last
what's the change up?
Two and a bit months been like? This is a side, as Alan was rightfully talking about on the desk, who won a major, but we have not seen them play well for a while. Molotov coming through it perfectly timed, it has to be said as well. VP now at a numbers disadvantage, also at the disadvantage of the clock being one of the worst enemies. Just shy of 30 seconds left to work with, and they've got to make a move now.
It's a good setup. Biz is hidden away. They don't have anything left on the PA side. I would say, yeah, let them come in. Flash comes around, try and take a peek. No frag lands. Biz got to go large here. Not going to happen, man. Ah, it looks so good on paper. They just couldn't land the shots, couldn't win the 50-50s. Still, they bought a lot of time for the rotations. James too quick. Chop will save. And PA dropped the first round. It's a shame. It's a shame. I thought they were in for a really good chance there on the B-bomb side. Played it very, very well. Play off of each other. But sometimes you just feel like you got to take those fights, you know?
It's a really nice setup, actually, all things. And the Molotov is timed perfectly. Right on that 30-second mark, just as VP are about to pop and execute, right? And you're thinking, perfect. I mean, the clock's going to work against them, but VP, relentless in terms of that aggression over towards B, and there's just nothing PA could have done there. Chop will save the M4. That's all they have to work with. A very good round, and to consider as well that it was, by a technicality, a bonus buy as well. They had a Mac 10 in the hands of Fame coming through. It wasn't an overinvestment by any means for the likes of Virtus Pro, and it didn't come to much success. So a relatively early pause coming through here.
Yeah, big fun.
I think for PA, they absolutely, desperately need it. Good opportunity as well to bring. You can see Lucid, the coach, bringing in. He's a very vocal person to this team. I think he's actually crucial to a lot of the success of PA. And throughout the qualifier, I mean, it was a big thing for them making it through the qualifier. They dropped towards the lower bracket, in fact. And when you looked at it on paper, Nouns were most likely the favorites coming through that NA qual. But through the lower bracket, ended up winning it out by flipping that result on its head.
Yeah, it was actually an incredibly close bracket for the NA qualifier, right?
Yeah.
It was like Party Astronauts played like 4 overtimes or whatever in pretty much every series that they played. So kind of crazy just how close it was. And as you say, it felt like Nouns were going to take it. They won the matchup against PA a little bit earlier on. So
yeah, and they won map 3 in OT. Like, it wasn't exactly like by any means. It was a it was a really good game to see things off. But unfortunately, right now, we haven't really seen them transfer the success in the close qual to now the game. VP, they've got a very good stranglehold of this game right now. Chop, once again, solo rifle for him. Supported by just pistols, it's a really dire situation.
yeah. As to be expected, though, money is that thing that often gets away from you. Dink onto Norbert, not a bad start. This is a bit more VP. Slow build up, follow that utility as you lay it down, create a path for yourself. 6E up close, Flash coming round. Not going to move off of it, though. It didn't really work all that well, and he will indeed go down. Fame falls on a trade on the other side of the map. Everything looking good. Missed a flit on the entry. Fits so well into this team from day one, man. And definitely, I think, maybe one of the more underrated individuals. Not on the roster, but just sort of at this kind of level of the game. And I think that they picked him up. Everyone, I remember Maui tweeting out like they could potentially really up their Mirage game with this guy. But it seems like he has adapted and changed so effectively over the past sort of year and a half. Really, really impressive player.
I mean, for me, same has to be said about Fame as well. Came from K23.
Yeah,
For
again,
us who
pretty
covered,
quick.
We cover a lot of the tier 2 scene, and it's someone, K23, especially under that iteration with Norbert, were actually one of the more prolific teams. They weren't really finding the success in terms of winning regular tournaments, but they were always kind of in that conversation. And Fame and Norbert were the two stalwarts of that team. They were real strong entities. And see them move up in towards tier 1, and especially for the likes of Fame. Maybe not as much Norbert, but he's a little bit more of a role player. But for Fame, to make us synonymous, I think is super impressive. And under the tutorage of James, they've actually really come in towards their own. VP, so far, made some very good Counter-Strike. Questioning that kind of lack of the turn there. But the thing that actually really cost 60 that moment, he calls for a flash himself from Bentley, and it pops half a second too late. If it gets thrown literally a second earlier, he's walking away with 2 kills with the 5-7 there. Close range, one-shot headshot, I believe. Back into a buy for PA, though. That was just an eco. So we don't take too much away from that. It's a great assault we walk away from that round. This is the one that matters most. The second crack at a full buy, this time not against the bonus. They have to make this one work. Bird alone, pop shot with the AWP. Finding a success, just Jay trying to spam through the wall as well, but Jay spots just his ankle. It's enough for him to bait out a shot. To no success, but at the very least, information being gathered on what the setup's like. And VP again playing pretty quick towards top B. It seems right now a lot quicker in terms of their tempo in this banana aggression.
Yeah, they're fairly happy, I think, to take the fights for sure. Again, just get those individuals activated. A super comfortable map for them. Flit is flying. James yet to die, which I think is his dream in a game, really.
James time, baby. But actually, we haven't really seen any James time just yet.
Not quite yet. Well, we're not on the CT side yet, you know.
Exactly. And they've been absolutely controlling this game so far. Maybe if things go south in towards one of these rounds, then potentially we see age-old James time come through. But for now, once again, looking back towards B, it's been pretty consistent actually as well. I think they've got an understanding or some notice that B site's slightly weaker than what we've seen. In comes the U-Tool, 60 playing above the Molotov over towards Nubok. Could be in for a one-hit. Will it be done? No, he sticks around and they're making a double, drops the bomb. Time's starting to tick as well, 20 seconds. And VP are under pressure. They get in towards the site, but at such a cost. And it leaves James all alone now. A 1 versus 5, and he wants nothing to do with it, but he cannot escape. Nothing allowing him to live up to the name of James time. And a flawless round put up there by PA. That's exactly what we want to see from the NA boys.
Just absolutely wild they go through that smoke there, man. Like, there's no one on the other side of it, so it doesn't go drastically wrong, right? They don't get immediately sprayed down or whatever, but just kind of running through a smoke, particularly that choke smoke on B, it just really splits your attack up. Everyone gets so discombobulated. They're not as clear-cut together.
Yeah.
I don't know. It just really messes up your attack, and I'm not a massive fan of that. They didn't have a lot of time, I suppose. They kind of did have to go for it, but yeah, it's like VP sometimes kind of do this, where it's like, oh, they're so methodical, there's so many moving parts, it's so slow, it's so well thought out. And then every now and then they'll just kind of throw a round in there that doesn't really make much sense. Wild. But confidence is still there. And these fights towards top banana have been pretty successful so far. Flit continuing to entry like an absolute mastermind, leaves that B-bomb site completely vulnerable. And T-side Inferno, man, you find that first frag, you can just play around so effectively. Chop gonna try and make a move. He goes down. That's probably the round off the back of it, to be honest, unless the AWP can really, really hold here. Not gonna happen for him. Smoke's coming in. Actually trying to track him down as well, so not looking too good. Forcing that AWP away. Viz, does have a gap on the edge of smoke. They're forced to fight.
They're sticking around. They want to be taking some sort of an aggressive kind of hold here. Viz is under a lot of pressure. And a swivel, oh, he nearly transfers over towards Kicker, but he'll drop him out. That's the A-site cracked open, and off the back of that, the save call coming through. Poland and Bentley, they're going to respect it. It's the age-old meta defined by their opponents of VP, and they're going to go for the save here. I really don't blame them. There's no chance of getting back in.
It's
and it
futility,
all comes down to the fame kill, doesn't it? That apps kills everything.
Yeah.
They're both playing a contact play there, right? One in towards Boiler, one just lurking in apps. But this is the thing that makes fame so scary. He went from being such a dedicated, ridiculously hard entry over towards K23, and now plays a little bit more of those lurk roles, but so effectively because of how mechanically gifted he is. And unfortunately, there was just nothing Chop could do. He had the right idea, but the wrong execution.
Yeah, it's really difficult. When you're in a 5v4, you've lost someone really early. It's like sometimes these players feel like they have to make a solo move. They have to do something to get you back into the round. But at the same time, it's like if it goes wrong, then it's completely south.
Absolutely.
And a 5 versus 3 on Inferno, I feel is never winnable. Obviously, there's always a chance. It's Counter-Strike, but most of the time you are going to lose that 5 versus 3. So I do feel like this sort of move in from Chop is not really the one.
I agree.
When he's on his own, when he's walking in dry, he doesn't have any information to work with, you know. I can get behind it if you're making a play off the back of a flash. You got some support, but it does come across as a bit desperate, and you don't want to look desperate against VP. That is for sure. They will pick your bones apart, man.
Right now, that significantly more developed strat book of VP is causing the party astronauts not really to celebrate all too much. Flash to come through. paiN alone, though. Knew all too well about it. fame will be the first to fall. And for the first time in a while, PA do have something to celebrate about. They've got the numbers advantage. Bit of damage has been down towards 60 and Viz, but either way, more than happy to play in this position. They could just play a buddy system. The only thing is, though, they are leaving one man alone. 60, 54 points of HP, solo holding the B site. If he can't come up with 2 here, they're in a lot of trouble. The rotation needs to come here, and now there's the flash, and it might be too late. 60's in a lot of pressure.
Down he goes. Still going to look. Still going to have a little look in, but a B-bomb site pretty impenetrable. Fresh CT smoke. I'm going down. Plenty of utility, to be fair, for the PA boys. Get some of those nades into a good spot. Might be able to find themselves a frag off the back of it, to be fair. Flash coming around here from paiN alone to get the players out through the coffin area, but nothing coming off. And VP, of course, are just going to turtle, give you absolutely no chances. So really playing this one down all the way towards the wire. Nice Molotov and a nice find from paiN alone. Norbert goes back into the flames and will give the kill away. It's all going to be down to Kickert. And he's smoked off there for that second frag. Very awkward indeed. So paiN alone, a really, really big round from him as he finds 4. Certainly a weird one, but that Party Astronauts retake is magic, to be fair. A lot of pressure, not leaving themselves a lot of time. But that's all it takes sometimes, a well-placed Molotov, and panic ensues.
It has to be said as well, that's such a ballsy retake, right? You know, we're coming in towards retaking the B site with 20 seconds already burned. I mean, it's not exactly the easiest feat. paiN alone's had an absolute masterclass there. Not only with the AWP, but the util was brilliant. That Molotov finding the kill towards Norbert, he gives him no option. He got, well, essentially, he got 2 options. Either A, try and run through the flames to safety, which isn't going to work, or run straight in towards the 50 cal AWP.
Well, I don't know, Chief. I gotta be honest with you. I think he probably could have just jumped dark. Looking at where he was at, he probably could have just jumped into dark. He's definitely had like a hard panic as the nades start coming over, and just thought that Molotov was further ticked than it was, I guess. I don't know.
I think he's worried about spread as well, right? It's one of those things.
Bit of a weird Norbert move, to say the least.
Of course, and there's gonna be a lot of highlight, you know, a lot of eyes looking at Norbert, right? It's the big talking point. Oh, this VP Rust. Oh my god, paiN alone, right idea, right execution. Does get the tag. Not enough for the kill. Opener goes the way of VP once again. Now they can start pushing their way forward, and fame might have an angle here. 60 will find 1, but he's actually manages to fall away. And Chopper's holding for that boiler swing, which he won't be given. Back to a 4 versus 4. But it looks like VP have a right understanding and kind of idea about the setup of PA here towards A.
It's the difficulty of losing 1 early on B. Feel like you have a hole to plug. It's just about the best 2-man setup you can go for, if you ask me, especially with that Molotov now coming in. Flip. Leaving the charge incredibly low. Nice sight smoke splits up the crossfire, but they will still manage to find their frags. Chop is the man in behind enemy lines. Mr. Kickert for a clutch once again. First one's clean. Knows that 60 is around. Can he get the frag creeping in, pre-firing in? Oh, it looked good, didn't it? But 60 keeps his cool, takes him down. Consistency coming through from the Party Astronauts boys. Now I'm feeling pretty confident. It's a hell of a run of rounds from VP, but they have struggled in the past couple, and I think they've started to run out of ideas, that is for sure. And this looked absolutely fantastic. We talk about the 5v4, the power of it on Inferno. They found a kill super early on, but just couldn't convert. I think it's the weirdness. You get that smoke down, it kind of splits the crossfire, but you also saw Chop really abuse that fact. It's a hard run. It's a hard run, bro. Come on. It's difficult. You got to do it on the move, you know.
Yeah.
The guy on the bottom's running backwards. It's difficult.
We've all been there.
Yeah.
But this is what we are starting to see now, actually. You're looking at this kind of VP setup. And even going back towards that previous round, they found the opener off the back of Flit. They dropped probably the most important player right now in that paiN alone.
Yeah.
And they don't go off the back of it. They are, you know, opt to go back towards A when actually, for the first time, we actually just said, keep going towards B. There is this distinct opening and gap there. Now they once again want to go test over towards B, but there's 3 players ready and waiting, so PA are starting to read them well. Part alone for 1. Quick trade from Kicker. 60 just gets caught by the tempo. Off the back of his death, they'll drop a smoke, and in doing so, force VP to go back over towards A. 2 players here ready and waiting. Once again, what is actually a pretty stellar setup. paiN hasn't really got too much to work with, and Chop can hold for them coming through from Baug and Short. It's a really nice little crossfire, and they can start to slowly rotate over as well. The B player comes over, paiN can set up with the AWP, 1 player over to the side, the Short player will fall though, and that puts them under a lot of pressure. paiN only goes 1 for 1, the AWP needing a little bit more. They've lost control of that A site, bomb will go down, the post plant set up, and surely now the round 1. paiN's taking too much damage, and they're going to call it. It's a save call, and VP back to their winning ways, back up to 7.
It's incredibly cheeky from VP. And it feels like as well, it's a very anti-VP kind of play to just contact in. And you don't see it very often on A, actually. You do see contact Bs fairly often on Inferno, but on A, it's very, very rare. And Party Astronauts, you just kind of see them completely caught, not sleeping, but unaware, as you would be. That's the idea of a contact play, I suppose. So really well thought out from VP, and a nice change-up that, like I say, is very, very different. Big fan of that one. Party Astronauts, they're knocking on the door here, but I think the slow start is really going to cost them in a BO1.
It's one of the situations as well. I think what PA did in terms of their setups actually really good. Unfortunately, the execution let them down. You know, paiN rotates over with the AWP. He'll set up in towards Library. It allows that long player to then rotate over towards Short, and then they can play a double Short setup with 1 on towards Baug. They've got high vantage, Low can play off the back of contact as well. It's a really nice setup, essentially. But what lets them down is the labor sprays. It's simple, it's effective, but the mechanics let them down, and you cannot afford to do that against like VP. You know, while they've had their problems recently, we look back to the RMR issues in their abundances over towards the RMR. However, when it comes to the raw fundamentals and mechanics, this team's crisp as hell, man. And they're punished. Kicker having a nice little entry there on towards the A side, which kind of kick-started all of the tempo. 7 rounds put up by VP. They've got a 4-round buffer. And paiN only got a Tech 9. I assumed they had a drop down somewhere, but no, paiN actually only has a Tech 9. What? Why?
paiN and Norbert have got enough.
2.7k. Could have a Galil, but who cares? paiN will wield just a Tech 9. Weird one. Could have had an SMG. Could have had a Galil. Could have actually had an AK-47. But
also, like, aggressive in apartments. He's maybe not going to push this now, but that was perhaps his idea. He has been lurking around in the apartments quite a lot.
This is a weird one. We'll see what happens. I mean, paiN is... He's pretty down.
It's classic VP, bro. All those funds have got to be, you know, corralled together to make sure you can buy an AWP in case...
Absolutely.
James loses all that cash.
Interesting as well for the likes of paiN, who is playing with just a pistol. Granted, he's been pretty consistently that A lurker over towards apartments, but you think in this sort of situation, they kind of use him as a bit of a kind of a human flashbang, right? A bit of a cannon fodder to allow the rifles to step up and trade, get space towards the site, but it's actually not how they're playing this. In he comes, he might use this util to his advantage, see if he can scoop up a gun off the back of someone under a little bit of pressure. Poking and prodding, Viz knows too well about this. There's a double stack setup over towards the A short position, one in which I'm sure paiN has a fairly decent idea about, judging on the util that's been dropped.
VP are all over. I don't like this. I got a bad feeling. The boost is in a really good spot as well. That smoke is kind of terrible to deal with it. 60 gets absolutely tracked through the smoke, and a really, really keen trade from Flit. I might just do it for the round, to be honest with you. Bomb plant going to come in, AWP on the retake, man down. Yeah, not going to happen. Not going to happen. You've got Chop kind of sold on the lurk play as well, so he's preoccupied over there. It was touch and go for a sec. It was touch and go. VP really not looking too confident with their moves. And, you know, B, A, B, just bouncing around is really not a good look for me, but they make it work on the contact.
Yeah, absolutely. And good thing is paiN will pick up a rifle, so didn't need an over an investment coming through.
Genius move.
Yeah, James. Always cerebral there. It definitely was questionable coming through, because there was a world in which actually if things went south, they would have been forced to rotate back over towards A, and it was entirely hinging on paiN and a Tech 9 with a smoke and double flash. 2 of the flashes in which he used over towards Short anyway, so he only had 1 smoke left in his back pockets before he burned that again whilst they went for the B execute. So, yeah. it could have been really, really rough where they had a Tech 9, no util, and having to use him as the linchpin to success back up towards the A side and catch players in rotation. It really could have been rough. But thankfully, they're all kind of hypotheticals. The real situation is that VP put another notch on the board for them. 5 rounds they hold over Party Astronauts right now. And an 8-3 scoreline, they're feeling pretty damn comfortable about their Inferno. This is it was a map in which we had reserves about, right? It was slightly questionable in some way, just because VP have not played a lot of Counter-Strike over the last 2.5 months. They go into a map in which everybody knows, but they're playing pretty damn well. Nice entry to come through from Flip. A lot of damage being dealt, though, in response towards Flit and James. So for PA, it's not this round over and done with just yet.
I respect the confidence. I'm a big fan of the idea. It just didn't come off, and my guy Flit is absolutely unstoppable right now, so, you know, you do not want to be meeting him in the dark alley of Banana. Might have a good chance here, though. A lot of presence from VP. Outside of A, paiN alone, digging, but doesn't want to oversell. Has to back away, so for the time being, there's only really 2 players that can activate on this A bomb site, and they are caught in transition. We're doing a double pit setup here. Ooh, and paiN alone's actually fully rotated away, so not looking too good. Chop will find himself a double, and he's still healthy. Got to deal with a low HP player in the form of Flit, keeps his crosshair true. Absolutely fantastic hold to come through. Potential for the ace. The Molotov pushes him out into Kickett's crosshair, however. 20 seconds, they've got to recover the bomb. It's up on the balcony. Really, really awkward here. Moto Smoke has gone down. Look for a timing play here, paiN alone. You got to do it, man.
Bentley's got a molly.
Playing so safe here. Playing so safe. Molotov comes in. Will be a difficult plant spot, but they've still managed to get it. Party Astronauts, nervy. Kicker definitely fluffs that one up. Certainly should have had that. Frag goes back in for it. Can't find the heads here. They will close the gap onto him. It's just the captain to hold the line for VP, and paiN alone finds his shoulder. Patience pays off, and these 2 guys have been playing together for so long, man. About 4 years now, and the synergy just shows.
Yeah, I mean, that was, again, you know, it was innate. They didn't know exactly how each other are going to play that. It's perfect. Really well played. The AWP can post up at range. The MP9 can get kind of his hands dirty and get into towards the middle there. I still got to have my question marks about what Norbert's doing flying out of Balk in the way he did. I don't mind dropping him towards mini pit, but how are you not clearing the one angle that everybody sits in mini pit? And it allows Chop to get 1, then a second, and a third on top of it as well. Chop's had a really good hold over towards that pit position. Maybe flashbacks of the old twists on Liquid. He's a great pit player in his day. And of course, still is. PA up to their 4th round. So far, with 12 rounds played, heading into the 13th, Flit is 6-2 in entry kills. Made that 7-2. Oh, Flit. This guy is unstoppable when it comes towards entries. He will die to his own flames. So the only person who can stop Flit right now is himself. But even still, numbers do favor Virtus Pro, despite Flit burning himself to a crisp.
That is what you want, though. That's the good look that you want, right? Your entry player just playing so very confidently there. Nothing stopping him, and obviously finding success is absolutely massive. It means that your pack has to do a little less work. Ooh. This could get scary. Chop will be traded out, but Viz is there for the double spray down to see it off. Massive, massive round. Gives Party Astronauts the bare minimum of 5 that we look for. It's also the first time they managed to string a couple together, and it is also a very, very dominant round that they managed to recover back. Another great start from Virtus Pro. It does seem, for all their faults, when they try and turn up the dial, go a bit faster in a round, Virtus Pro do look kind of lost and not quite as comfortable, that's for sure.
It's such a questionable play there as well. You know, Flick gets entry over towards B. They've got so much space to work over towards Banana, and they completely opt against using any of it. Double back over towards A. And yeah, fine, fair enough, you want to go towards A, but then they're hard focus over towards long. And the short guy's like, okay, sure, free as kill of my life. No flash, no smoke. Using 1 man to try and clear out 2 angles. And unfortunately, quite literally, didn't have eyes in the back of his head.
Yeah, it's unlucky, I suppose.
Left VP in a weird situation in terms of the investment too. Jamin towards an AK-47, the hero AK for him. And alongside him is just the pistols to work with. Meaning the buy-in towards the next round, if they were to lose this one, is going to be uncomfortable to say the least. Only Fame kick it, and potentially Norbert will have the money to work with, but even then Norbert actually might struggle. They're sitting on about, what, 1.9k loss bonus, so it's a little bit of a weird and wacky one. Again, they can maybe force it towards kind of hero rifles, but it won't be comfortable. This is a really good opportunity, actually, for the PA boys to, stick it to VP.
Simple brackets execute. Got that control. And of course, they're going to fake. They're going to push back. They're going to try for B. 35 seconds left. Choke smoke comes down. I would say not a chance. You've got a smoke and a flash. Oh, well-timed Molotov here as well from 6E. I don't know, VP. It's not looking like the one. But they're still going to try and give it a go. They really do not have any other options. Molotov's keeping them at bay. First kill for paiN. 6E in from Coffins. Will get traded out at the very least, but no time at all. paiN just playing it safe, tries to drop the bomb. Planter does indeed as well before he goes down, doesn't he? Massive. Oh, man. Party Astronauts finding their groove here towards the tail end of the first half.
Yeah, really good to see as well. You can start to see the, smiles on their face, confidence starting to exude in the server. This is exactly what we want to see come through from these boys. And of course, individually, the likes of paiN and paiN alone, it's such a fairy tale story for them. These guys doing well who, for the longest time, have been trying to break out internationally from the NA scene, and especially throughout the COVID era where it was so difficult for NA teams, especially in the Tier 2 circuits, to do anything. Never even mind the Tier 1. For these guys, to see them doing well means so much. But for now, back in towards yet another bye. We're looking at what VP are going to bring to the table, and it's as expected. It's a little bit uncomfortable. You see the investment. Double Galil to support the double AK 1M4 when they're saved in the hands of Flit. Flit continues to be an animal, by the way, when it comes towards these entry kills. Like we spoke about, 7 and 2 in terms of entry kills. I mean, it gets to a point of asking, what more can this man do? He's doing everything to buy VP space, but heading into the 15th and final round, he's the only one of the teams in double-digit kills.
That nade is absolutely ginormous. Unbelievable. Party Astronauts coming back, trying to send a message at the tail end of the half here as they have sent 4 down mid. Chop finds success. Viz falls. There has been a call-off for the vast majority, but 6E is all the way in. Flick going to give it a little look, but doesn't quite spot him, sees the edge of him, and will take him down. So a pretty big frag if they can hold on to that advantage now on the VP side.
But alone, big nade going to come through, but actually the double away just in time. Bomb scooped up, and it looks like they want to head back towards A. No, I thought they were going to go back towards A. That would have been the right call. They want to finish B. There's 2 players here already and waiting, and in fact, paiN has a good call on the flank. Slowly but surely clear a lot of this space. Set Chop up with the AWP lower on HP. Tries to do something, abiding by Bogdan's law. Time starting to tick once again. 45 seconds to make this one stick. The Dark player spotted, crossing by Norbert. He's now playing a bit of an entry. Bomb in hand as well. Caught by the flash is perfect. paiN alone.
Oh. Holding. Little funky here at New Box. Will get traded out. 2-on-1 for Norbert. Can't find the AWP. Notice that the other one's coming in from Banana, but just gets sniped in the back. Can he even feasibly get this plant? And he's going to try for it, but a great reposition from the AWP will see it off. 8-7. That is a decent look for the Party Astronauts. A hell of a comeback from them towards the tail end. Really excited for this second half now. The game has been blown wide open.
Got me feeling some way, like I might be stuck in a dream. Stay here till the day breaks, feeling like I never wanna leave. Keep moving till the sunrise, taking my mind out to sea. Fall in love at low tide, I'm thinking we should never leave. So let's keep going till the night is almost gone. 'Cause I feel like singing. Let's keep going till the night is almost gone. 'Cause I feel like singing.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. About to get underway in towards our second half, and it's safe to say the first one delivered. 8-7 is where we find ourselves at the turn of the half, as Virtus Pro take an ever so slight lead heading in towards their CT side. Question being, of course, can they now continue it? They got to 8, and it looked like they were on for a pretty dominant T side, and it kind of all just fell apart. Credit towards the likes of PA, 4 rounds in a row on the way out to boost their confidence. Kickstart pissed around here. Kickstart that T side. We could be on for a very good game on our hands here.
4 and A setup for VP. Feeling fairly confident that it will be an A hit, and it would seem their prediction is correct. The bomb is making its way over here. There's some utility available for party astronauts. Get them out, brackets, and then, of course, get them in towards the side itself. Molotov for the pit area. James going to be left in a somewhat awkward situation. Bentley will find him. However, the USP is singing right now, and it's Kicker in from long, who eliminates them all. Huge round from him, and an easy see-off for VP.
Yeah, that was absolutely dominant. Not bad. Not bad at all. Virtus Pro off the back of what was a bit of a shaky end to that first half. Start absolutely confidently. That's exactly what we want to be seeing, right? This is exactly what VP are able to do. They can crunch on teams and completely mince them apart, and that was exactly the case over towards A. And with no bomb plant, PA means no cash in those pockets. The wallets are extra thin heading in towards round number 17. And it will just be a, well, full eco for them. 1 flash, 5 Glocks, no armor, hope and a dream. And Jane wants a bit of extra spending money. The UMP going to look for that cash bonus. Damage, but no kill. Flip was looking like he wanted to push the smoke and actually opts against it. Worried that actually might be a 5-stack, just sitting behind it. If VP find 10 here, then the pressure really starts to flip back over towards PA. It looked like PA were going to kickstart their campaign very well with how well they ended the first half, but unfortunately now back in towards an uncomfortable situation. This is, it kind of already feels like a bit of a lost round. If they can get a bomb plant though, Scriv, we'd feel, a bit more positive. Silver lining.
It's kind of be an overachievement for me, so we'll see. But they are picking the correct spot. They've got a flash to work with as well. It's going to go through. Flip. Oh, looking to mow them all down though, and he certainly does have the potential to do so here. Runs out of ammo eventually, but there's no CT smoke, of course. Viz. Oh, is he going to get it? It's a little close. He actually goes for the fake out to try and take a fight. Not going to happen for him. 10-7, so lead really growing here from that CT side. A lot of pressure into this first rifle round here.
Yeah, absolutely. The big thing and kind of that big question mark is, we've seen so much from Flip when it comes towards entering. Like we spoke at the end of half, 7-2. At one point, 12 rounds in actually, he was 7-2 in terms of his opening duels. And it was something that we spoke about a lot. And it kind of looked across the board that nobody else was really showing up. Thankfully, Kicker came to the plate. But we're still yet to see anything too consistent from the likes of James and even Fame as well. I mean, they're two very prolific fraggers over towards that Virtus Pro side who have really yet to step up just now. Somewhat early tac balls being used before the full buy of Party Astronauts in what is a bonus situation for Virtus Pro. Probably a little bit more of a conversation about money more than anything. Take a breather before heading into what is going to be their next setup. How do they want to play this? With the SMGs, the onus might be on them to take a lot of control. Take some map, take some space, see if they can get those SMGs activated at close range. Then again, it's a risk in doing so. Could lose a lot of bodies. Give PA a bit of a free run to a bomb site. Let's see. Round 18 underway. Party Astronauts, 8Ks across the board for them. A host of Utah on those belts.
So far back, though. Really not looking to take much space in the early stage. Move in towards Banana. Somehow that nade does 0 damage. Okay, you can see paiAstronaut's kind of timid here. That one's a bit nicer.
Chunky nade. Very interesting to see how VP want to play this. You know, you look towards SMG buys, and sometimes teams want to actually take a lot of the control and see whether they can maybe upgrade the rifle or just get information. But right now, VP doing neither. No information being gathered, not taking any sort of close-range duels. I think they're just hoping that essentially PA fall into the overly manned site of the A bomb site, actually, which is now becoming undermanned. As you can see, Norbert rotating away over towards B. It's the wrong call because it looks at the bomb once to head towards A.
Does feel like a weird call. There really wasn't a lot of dedication there from paiAstronaut, so he just kind of showed the tiniest bit of presence. So yeah, not really sure on the rotation, but at the very least, paiAstronaut's again moving kind of slow here as they get the brackets control. Norbert is on the way. That is a nice moto smoke there from VP to slow down the attack. You can tell they're trying to take long control. Well, they might just have to pull off of it. Bentley will get himself in, but the rest of the team moving via shorts. Deep short smoke, 10 seconds. Bentley finds James as things fade. He's also going to pick up Norbert. Massive kills from him as he just keeps on going. paiAstronaut's not missing a shot right now. With only 10 seconds to get that bomb down, they put so much pressure on themselves, but they will perform very well.
Bentley having a field there, laughing while he does it as well. He knows what he's just pulled off. Single-handedly winning the round for PA there. Kickstarting their campaign here on the T side exactly the way we would hope. Got to be said as well, that's brilliant from him. Entry fragging in a miraculous fashion. So, paiAstronauts will find an 8th. They will start their bit of a repertoire on that T side. We need to see consistency. It's the big C word that we care about, consistency. And it's something that can be quite elusive against a side like Virtus.pro just because of how unorthodox they can be in terms of their style at times. I'm interested to see what's the response looking like. Granted, of course, it was a bonus buy, theoretically, for Virtus.pro. They can buy back in, no issues.
Yeah, MP7, UMP, I don't know what's going on there, bro. The MP9 is OP. Let's just stick to that, I suppose. But this is a ridiculous round from Bentley to just keep it together.
He's winning the round single-handedly, right? Because he's denying any bit of a rotation. The big mistake and misplay there from VP was the call to rotate Norbert off the site. If Norbert sticks around, the setup's perfect.
Yeah, I still really don't know why. Like I said, tiny bit of presence.
Yeah.
It was a gamble. It was definitely a gamble call, and as can happen sometimes, you lose your entire pot when you gamble, so it's unfortunate for VP. It's the way it goes down, and now paiAstronaut's in a really solid chance at pulling this game back.
Yeah, speaking of gamble, this is exactly what we see in this round. They could have actually maybe put together a slightly haphazarded buy, but the likes of Kicker, James, Norbert all had kind of money to work with. The big thing with James is getting that AWP out as early as possible. Saving here, got 4K in the back pockets. We'll be walking away with just shy of 6 coming in towards the next, actually a little bit more. So he'll be fine. And of course, that being said, VP in towards a comfortable buy in towards the next. And it won't even be a case of them under all that much pressure. But were they to lose the next round, then this kind of conversation we have starts to flip. All right, now contact play towards A. It's just pistols here, but there's 4 bodies here ready and waiting. This worries me. It could be a little bit more expensive than they hope. P250 of Fame finds one. More information spotted, but Ponalone's Molotov will find yet another, and actually it falls apart. It was looking like a scary setup. The question being, do they expect maybe one more? The answer will be yes. Jay will fall to the hands of Chop, playing a position that Chop plays himself on CT. And Flit all alone with the USPS won't amount to too much. It got initially a little bit scary, but thankfully a recovered situation. And walking over only 2 casualties is actually not all that bad.
I think that's definitely going to happen when you walk into a stack though, right? You probably are just inclined to lose a couple of players. It's all about how you recover things, how you stay cool. Make sure it doesn't get entirely out of hand, and that was exactly what they did. They just kept together. Kicker was the main man on that MP7. Maybe could have found a bit more, but opted to go for an aggressive move. Here we go, though. VP back with the solid buy. Jame on the AWP. Only the one kit available is maybe what I would point out as being ever so slightly weaker here. Some B control seems to be the order of the day for VP as well. So we'll see what they can get done with that. Looking to go quite deep off the back of it if you keep your eyes on the minimap. Meanwhile, Party Astronauts, they've read this fact. They're going very quickly towards A for the execute. Again, a great little moto smoke from VP to keep them at bay. Quick rotations coming in from VP. This is a very tense round where everyone is moving so reactively so far.
This first goal here means everything. That's it. Because now they'll be tempted with VP or have an understanding that they could wrap through. It all comes down to kicker. They might not expect the second, though. Tucking his head, but 60 or fine kicker. It's falling apart. VP over-rotating towards CT. And of course, because of it, it cost them. And they continue to over-rotate. And it continues to give PA all of these free frags. This is falling apart by the seams. And PA are on track to tie the score up.
Norbert, the hero left on the bomb side all alone. Good for one, takes too much damage though. So that will be that, and that's going to be an even scoreline coming through. This is really surprising stuff. I felt like it was VP's game every day of the week, man. 8-3. You could get 10 easily off that, right? That's enough to work with. Come on now, but they have been on a downward trajectory since about round 12. Really, really surprising.
Absolutely. I mean, this is actually really shaky that we're starting to see from Virtus. It's just not the VP that we're used to, right? I mean, honestly, this kind of gives me shades of what we saw at the RMR, where they just looked a little bit discombobulated.
There's something off with the mental, man. I feel like they've been kind of figured out. People are a bit ready for the late round play style that they like to pull out on the T side, and it does feel like there is just the whole energy of the team is really missing at the moment.
You know, coming into us next full buy, I'd love to see Dastan brought into the conversation.
Sure.
Little pause. Just have a little bit of a breather. I think in these situations, you can let the game play out before you know it. PA start pushing towards 13, 14 rounds. And, you know, by then, the age-old anecdote of too little too late starts to really ring out true and proud. And that's something that they need to be very cautious of. They coming over towards Coffins. Bit of a beauty, has to be said as well. Kicker. We'll start off the round, 32 points of HP. Not exactly a dream for him. There's 4 bodies here towards B. And in actually a pretty standard setup. Something which PA ever so slightly might overlook. But the bomb not committed, so they can still go back over towards A, where only Norbert resides, who has really actually struggled in towards the game so far. Alongside James as well. James 6 and 10, Norbert 7 and 15. Both have really had little to no impact in this game so far. They're committing towards B though, and this worries me.
This is scary.
Uh-oh.
Oh, and that opener from Fame. Still going. They think they've dealt with one player, should only be one more left. Taking it slow, playing patiently. Nice find from Viz. Good predictive moves here. Keeping that crosshair solid. Oh. Fame for another one. It's all down to just kick it now. He does have 3 to find. Should be able to get the planter indeed. So some decent damage there. But once again, Party Astronauts walking into a stack. They lose the first man initially as well. This is where you expect some of these mid-level teams to crumble. Yeah. To really let the panic get to them. But they, I think, are now starting to believe in themselves. And yeah, really, really dominating stuff. They have won, just having a look here, out of the past like 11. They've won 8 of those rounds. So really, really impressive.
It's not a bad run, really. It has to be said. This is actually some very solid and consistent Counter-Strike starting to be played. I think a lot of the credit actually for me has to go towards Ben Lee. I think in terms of the experience of this guy, it is really starting to play out. I mean, this is someone who has been adored domestically, but hasn't had too many opportunities to kind of shine internationally and playing a really good game in Counter-Strike. Same for paiN alone. The kind of the 2 stalwarts of this team have been playing some very, very good Counter-Strike. Thank God for Viz in that round as well, man. He really bails them out. That double entry he gets, head on a swivel, finds the boosted player, then in towards first orange. It's exactly what you need to be seeing. Rifler's getting active. Making it work. James, uncharacteristic miss, but it has been pretty normal in towards this Inferno. As a player, one of the best AWPers we've seen in recent times, but not today. Slightly not really present is what we've seen from the likes of Jame and Virtus Pro as a whole. Even the likes of Flip, man. This guy has been really quiet. I don't know if he's actually got to kill this half yet. He is really struggling.
Yeah, that's a very good point. That's a very, very good point. Decent nade damage to kick off the round, though. paiN Astronauts taking it slow. Gonna just grab the one flash, though, and contact around. Nice Molotov splits them up. Gonna be difficult to join the attack here. 60 on 6 HP, 5 versus 4. Kicker in a really, really good spot. Very difficult to deal with. Flash comes round. Allows him to move away. That should see 60 off, to be honest with you, with the Molotov. Yep, does indeed. Viz will give them site control, but they are a man down. So it's difficult to tell. It is difficult to tell whether they can come out on top of this one. Chop in from Banana. Everybody coming around from the CT side of things on the Virtus Pro end. Viz holding the headshot angle. paiN alone, though. Smoke goes down, manages to find a key frag. Oh, and they're going to give him another fight. He nearly gets that one as well. Viz and paiN alone chiming in together. We'll make sure there is no chance for Virtus Pro to make their way into the site. Just Norbert on the extremity, and he has no chance at all. Looking for an exit or two here as they move out. He will drop that AWP. It's a relatively important kill within the context, but within the larger game, this one is not looking good. That was a man-down scenario, and paiN Astronauts come out on top.
Absolutely. Yeah, just looking back through some of these rounds, since the full Glock round that PA had, Flit's yet to get a kill. I mean, that was way back when the scoreline was 10-7. And now we're starting to see this really come to fruition. Flit was so important to the side. I don't think he's been given the opportunities to activate in the way he wants. He's playing these rotations, and they're so difficult. And for him, this is pretty damn uncomfortable. It's a really good hold as well. You get worried as well when paiN misses that shot from Nubox. You're thinking, oh god, here's where VP do a classic, collapse on towards the site, put them under pressure. But no, steps up again. It's another nice shot. The boosted player on Dark as well does really well just to make sure they can isolate those fights. It's so important. And it's so damn successful. Really well played. It's a great post-spawn, all things considered. Uncharacteristic miss from paiN, nearly costing the round, but he steps up and he responds with a lovely quick flick. This guy is so confident right now, and it's exactly what we want to be seeing. So, an opportunity for them to have a conversation. PA a 2-round lead on the cards for an upset here. An upset on paper, but actually maybe not in terms of in the server. In terms of recent form, we've not seen anything from VP. They haven't played since the RMR. When you look at those results of the RMR as well, kind of the losses they had on the way out, losses to, well, into the breach was a pretty bad one. Bait was pretty bad as well. And then Miles and one win. Never should have happened, especially that one win, that bit of a domestic rivalry. It never should have gone south the way it did.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Losing to UKCS will break a team, and it feels like it did here.
You pinpointed to that moment.
Exactly. They just couldn't handle them
when
on Mirage.
Major winner Jame was outcalled by Thomas. There was no coming back. Yeah, VP looking to stay in the game here. This is
crucial, man. This is such an important round.
Disastrous, isn't it? I mean, they're starting to call away from the A-bomb site as well. Their heads are all over the place and completely guessing wrong.
Really interesting to say as well. The call to rotate from VP comes on the back of a T-side smoke towards Moto. The understanding there is so weird. I mean, I think they're expecting a lurking player to drop a util to kind of keep them at bay, but no, they're just going to commit. Norbert a fault. After the complete control towards A gone, and maybe even the round itself. I mean, Flip for damn sure has to keep that M4 alive. They should be PA up to 13.
It's just kind of unbelievable. I feel like, VP start to lose speed towards the middle of the tournament, maybe, against like a paiN or someone.
Yeah.
But the first outing, you have the sort of second from bottom seed as well.
For me, right,
it's crazy.
VP are a side who I could understand them losing the teams on just pure mechanics, right? You have people dropping 30 bombs, and there's really nothing VP can do, right? Because, yeah, fair play. People have one of those days. But right now, they're not being outdone by mechanics. They're being outcalled, completely outplayed. The fundamental systems that PA is setting up right now are pulling apart Virtus.pro. They have a terrible read about what the NA boys are doing, and they're playing some really good Counter-Strike.
There is also a little bit of a space where it's like, I feel like VP are outcalling themselves almost. There's a lot of overthinking here, a lot of like mistime rotations, gambles on bomb sites, etc., and it just is really unnecessary.
It's a very awkward situation, it has to be said. 3 more rounds is all that Party Astronauts need. They're 3 rounds ahead of Virtus.pro as well. I'll keep crediting it. Ben Lee, for me, feels like he's having just a bit of a masterclass. Not only fragging-wise, calling-wise too. paiN alone. His brethren have been, as you mentioned, been together for a long old time. Doing really well. A lot of damage reciprocated both ways. 6-6, the brunt of it, down to 12 points of HP. Now he's in a bit of an awkward predicament. Does he want to play Bogdan's Law, or do you want to kind of keep paiN alone on his strong weapon of the AWP? It seems like that's going to be the case, and maybe even 60 could be played as a bit of a cannon fodder. He's very, very low here. It's going to make his job very difficult. paiN alone now playing entry AWP to try and get space over towards B. No commitment of the bomb just yet. With only that low HP to his name.
What's going on, man? VP are just so wild right now. They nearly rotated everybody across, and I mean, there's perhaps some miscommunication in terms of who should be over on that A bomb site, but I don't know, man. Again, they have very little banana info, very little reason to go for these A-side stacks. Yeah, they're relatively popular at the moment, I suppose, just as a concept, right? Particularly when with the nade dropping and everything, you can get so many smokes out over on B, but it is problematic. Chop going to go down on the lurk. Nice find from James. Kicker hidden away on the MP9. Would have been lovely to find 2, but 1 will do. Bomb plant to come in just a second for Party Astronauts. Another man down situation that they have to get the better of here. paiN alone towards Banana. Loses his head instantly. So this is looking harder and harder. They have to make a move here on the PA side of things. They know that. Getting aggressive in Ruins. I'm a fan. And they might just be able to drop Flip here. No, he's going to work his way around the corner. So this with a lot of info, a lot of control. Ben Leet, big frag. Down goes James. 2 on 2. Bomb ticking away. Ben Leet does get taken down. So now surely they should be able to get this hold coming in. Viz, can he cancel it? Can he cancel it? Finds 1! Oh, but the defuse comes in. He doesn't have enough ammo to finish off the second player even. Virtus.pro, by the skin on their teeth, will get number 11.
A sigh of relief for Virtus.pro, man. That was still an incredibly janky retake. You know, we're coming in towards that round. It was 6 on the trot. So the first time in 7 rounds played, Virtus.pro are going to find some success, but my God, at a cost as well. It nearly cost everybody. This is really, really uncomfortable still. I mean, every part of you still leans in favor of PA. Long-term economy built up for the T side. Not the case over towards Virtus.pro. It's all well and good finding that previous round in their favor, but they can't make it consecutive rounds. Their economy going to be shattered once again. And PA seem to have kind of red carpet rolled out to close out this map. And let's see. Nade dropped. Takes a little bit of damage. What's the call to arms here? Again, they're more than happy, VP, to play a very passive style of play when it comes towards the CT. They're not looking for really too much information. Even the flash comes over towards top car. And again, no one peeks off the back of it. It could have been a free kill. Don't want to risk it. And you can see, I think they're going to get kind of getting a little bit nervous in their own sort of calling.
Yeah, the dynamic has shifted drastically since losing the last round. Start to get close, man. Start to get worried, start to get tight. But they are keeping these fakes back and forth. 40 seconds remains though, dude. I do believe... No, there's no other smoke left for the cross. It's just gone down. Nice little gap on that one for Flip. 60 will be so annoyed. This is a really good look. 20 seconds. They're going to go through the smoke. Flash is coming round. Fame finding another kicker on the hidden angle over towards the pillar there. Keeping cool. Finding the heads. paiN alone wants to get this AWP out now. That is a flawless round from VP Nyon. paiN alone has to be very, very careful not to go down here. They will look towards him. He's legged one, but he's beaten from behind. And, well, VP bring it within one. They have absolutely ruined the economy of paiN alone. Personally, they should be able to drop him, though. But, I mean, what do you drop him? He's got $400.
Yeah, Chomp's got 8K. But the question is, of course, he can't get armor, right?
Yeah.
That's the big thing. Yeah. No armor. Basically, all he can afford is a double flash. He can have a P250 and a decoy if he really wants. It's, yeah, rough. So it's a great hold. I think Kicker is he's so crucial to the success of that round. Playing over towards Pillar, not cleared in the first instance, but then not cleared in the second time. The fact that there's no trade coming through, not even kind of an ounce of util being dropped this way, really allows him to get away with absolute murder there. Still, as we stand, it does look like VP on the road to real recovery now. Consistent rounds being put up. That alone is a statement we have not said in a while. And we go back over towards the likes of PA in terms of their pause. What can they do in terms of a conversation? But again, relying on the likes of Bentley. I mean, this guy, so far, it felt like on the T side, calling a bit of a masterclass. A very good understanding about the rotations of Virtus Pro. But now, this is where we need to see him delving towards the experience. Himself playing alone. See what they can do. Even Danny as well, right? I mean, we need to see what he can bring to the table. Molotov going to come through. He's going to smoke it. It does allow PA some space to work with over towards Banana if they want. Right now, though, it looks like they want to use kind of a youngster Chop alongside Viz, entry their way over towards the A site. 3 players here ready to meet them, though.
A lot faster than some of the previous rounds. James not going to be smoked off, not going to be flashed off. Norbert finds himself another. Not looking good here. Viz thinks he's gotten him into a really decent spot, but I don't think that it's going to work out for him. Finds Norbert. James getting another. It's such a shame here for 6E. He was in a nice little spot. Nice head found, but he's all alone. Taken down easily enough. Evened up. VP looking to squeak it out at the tail end. Denying the bomb plant away there means that Party Astronauts will have no cash at all. Man, again, it could be another heartbreaking result here.
And now the momentum's absolutely shifted, right? We're now in a completely different kind of story, scenario, situation where it's looking like VP are on track to closing out this map. Granted, the way they should have on paper, but the way we've seen in the server, especially for the last kind of 10 rounds, everything screamed that PA were going to cause an upset here. Be walking over victory, facing Ent in the upper bracket matchup coming up soon. Unfortunately, wasn't the case. And now they're on track to meet Bravado in the Elimination best of 3 later on today. Really, not what you'd expect at all. Pistols, all that PA have to work with. Round number 27. Not an easy scenario for them to be in at all. Triple Tech 9. P250 and paiN alone with nothing, but I guess for him, the big thing is trying to get AWP as early as possible. Out towards A. fame. 1, 2. Make it a third. It's Norbert, it steals it away, but even still, the A site is locked down, and no one's allowed in. Entry denied for PA. And VP for the first time in a long time claw back the lead. The first time, in fact, since, if I'm right in saying, just after the turn of the half, they hit 10 and it all fell apart.
Yeah.
It was 10-7, clawed back to 13-10. And now we see a lead back in the favor of the CIS team. And you know, now it's all about just closing it out, right? And VP is such an experienced side, they shouldn't have any problem doing it.
All dried up for Party Astronauts, man. No gas left in the tank. There will be a timeout taken here, and rightly so. Touching distance for both teams. Who will get it over the line? Major winners?
Major winners? Yeah, it's looking like it, right?
Challenger event debutantes, we'll see. I think the major winners probably have most people's bets. But you never know, man. It just takes 1 or 2 really well-placed frags to come through, and Party Astronauts could do God's work here. There's plenty of cash for VP. They don't have too many worries in that aspect. They certainly need to secure 15 here, I think, and deny Party Astronauts the easy way out.
Absolutely. Big thing being as well is whatever, you know, has just been said for Lucid, the coach of PA. That's going to be the best damn speech he's given, right? It has to be. If he wants to change the tides of what is looking like this game, all the wind is in the sails of VP right now. They are sailing towards a victory as we stand. One last buy for PA, and it all comes down to this. paiN back in towards the zoom banger, but he has to make this one sing pretty damn loud. Ben Leach just got a Galil. More than happy to wield it if it means the team finds success. Early util damage. 60 down to 63 points of HP, but Chop, may I say, wants to try and entry over towards that short A position, and it actually forced Jame away. A lot of space in terms of map control starting to be kind of garnered here by PA, but the question being where they want to end. And going back towards B, they're going to leave Chop over towards A, but he finds no success. And now it's a foot race back towards B, one in which I'm thinking Flit will get there in time.
Looks that way. CT smoke a little bit late. Flit going to find the frag. Brilliant. Another one through the smoke. Line him up, knock him down. paiN's been indeed alone an awful lot in the past few rounds, and not a chance here. 15-13, falling apart, and certainly Virtus.pro, for all their faults in this game, showing their tenure at the very dying moments of it and really proving why they are one of the favorites for the tournament and why they've still got it. Party Astronauts, again, it is so unfortunate, but yeah, difficult. They're really playing Hail Mary, I think. The past sort of 3 or 4 rounds have been not very deep strategies, not that same kind of mind games, you know,
exactly.
Back and forth, keeping VP guessing. I think VP have just been able to play their setups and win the crossfires.
No matter which way you look at it, that previous round there, that's the VP we know and love. It's a masterful rotation. The timing could not have been any better. And I think, unfortunately, Chop not walking away with a kill completely sells the round, right?
Yeah,
he knows that they've left him as a lurker. They've left him there to try and tunnel vision the attention over towards A, and it's the wrong call. Now, this time, PA looking like they want to commit towards A. And again, might actually be the wrong call. There's 4 players here ready and waiting because Flit is sticking around. Here comes the util. And they're going to commit towards this. Norbert under a little bit of pressure. Will drop a Molotov. James is posting up and he wants to try and find something, but through the smoke, no success. Nade comes through. Chip damage, but they all walk in towards Flit. Do they commit towards it? It's looking like the answer is yes. And he lines them up like dominoes. They fall. 5 versus 3, and PA's opportunity to take this best of 1 is falling from their grasp as Fame goes back to his fabled A-site hold. And Chop will drop. 2 remain. paiN alone and 60 need a masterclass of a showing here. And unfortunately, it's not to be. paiN alone, the talisman for this roster, can only find one, ladies and gentlemen. 16-13. Virtus.pro from the claws of defeat claw it back in their favor. And I'll join Ents now in that upper bracket.
Again and again and again. We've had 2 today. 2 games that have fallen apart. That is such a shame. Heartbreak throughout, but again, Party Astronauts putting up a really good showing on Inferno, a favorite map of VP, but VP, that dig deep ability that they have really coming through at the tail end there. Despite losing 6 in a row in the second half, they managed to win 5 in a row to take it themselves in the very end. Man alive. We'll see what the desk has got to say about that one.
Yet again, fellas, it almost looked as though the underdogs could have potentially taken the map, but ultimately VP come out on top. Alan, what did you make of their performance?
Yeah, I think starting on the other side of the coin, I think Party Astronauts played a pretty good game of Counter-Strike. I thought in that first half. Started pretty slow, but towards the end, they were making some good calls, they were being proactive, they were trying to make moves, they were playing to win the game rather than in so many of these scenarios where we see these teams from lesser regions trying to play standard Counter-Strike, which just isn't going to work against players of this experience. So I think they gave themselves the best chance to win this best of 1, honestly. It was just unfortunate at the right at the end. Didn't quite have the stopping power to get over the line.
Yeah, and they found themselves in some uncomfortable spots along the way as well, and that didn't seem to deter them from actually finding success. You know, there was that one round that sort of cropped up on the replay where Ben found these 3 kills in from the arches where, you know, for all intents and purposes, the initial hit broke down because of that one smoke that I think Fame threw. So the fact they were able to navigate out of those spots was actually quite a good asset for them down the stretch. But, you know, you get to the ends of games, that's where Virtus.pro have kind of made it their hallmarks that they grind through all their officials.
Now, I think in particular for the side of VP, Flit had an incredibly dominant first half of the game. Question marks surrounding that? Because second half didn't necessarily seem to keep up the same
Yeah, I mean,
pace.
you see on the scoreboard there, 11 entry kills, but then we went on to CT side, and he had anti-eco frags. He was like trapped at 19 kills for the longest time, and then at the very tail end, we started to see more Flit impact, which was you know, for a guy that was dominating B presence on the T side, when it came down to his CT holds, he couldn't really do much of anything. You know, he was actually struggling to get those kills back. It was actually Kicker that caught the slack instead.
Yeah, but as we fly through these first half highlights, it wasn't just the raw fragging, it was the approach to Banana, maybe some preparation. Of course, in this matchup, it's a lot easier if you're Virtus Pro to prepare for this game, just by virtue of your opponents playing so many more officials of late. And Flit at the read every single time. He was aggressive, he's getting in fast, and Banana's also a position where you have to lurk a lot in the late round, and Flit was consistently finding entry kills. Ben might have had a good performance towards the end of the map overall, but on the CD side, him and 60 on that B-bomb side, they're getting abused early on in that first half, and it's honestly a miracle that they turned it around and actually got a decent round haul in the end out of that.
I know you mentioned that, you know, VP kind of had a better opportunity to have a good read over things, but from my perspective, I kind of felt like there were a lot of instances in which they were rotating off a site way too quickly. I feel like Party Astronauts definitely running down the clock as well. Do you think it might have been a case of getting in their own heads thinking, okay, what if they have actually committed to a rotate?
I mean, top level Inferno plays in a way where you have to be a little bit risky sometimes, and Virtus Pro have been in that school of thought. They played at the top level for so long where they feel like they need to make those sort of gambles where if they were playing a Na'Vi, a FaZe, these teams, Liquid of the world, maybe you do need to play like that, but perhaps in this matchup they could have gone a little bit more standard. But yeah, Party Astronauts called them off a few times. Yeah. There was a really great round where Ben, going into it, clearly made a read that it was going to be a B sort of lean and committed him instantly on A, and that was the round where they just sat in CT and killed the rotators. So it was Ben as well exploiting the gaps. It wasn't just the VP made some mistakes, but Party Astronauts did a really good job to find those angles.
All right, well, I kind of want to check in with Sam right now and see what Norbert made of that game in particular. So Sam, take it away.
Thanks so much, Veracity. Norbert, I've got to ask you. You were in the lineup, you were benched, you came back, then no one knew what was happening. We found out yesterday you are now permanently back. Why are you the best player to be the 5th here at Virtus Pro?
Actually, I don't know, but in a lot of vlogs, like James vlogs and stuff like this, they said that I'm back. Like after RMR, in 2 vlogs from VP and James vlog, they said that I'm back. I don't know why people didn't saw the vlogs, so I don't know, maybe it's just because I'm like a funny guy. When I'm in the team, it's like a good mood. So maybe that's why.
Because you bring the good mood. You play Party Astronauts. The team looked a little bit shaky on the CT side. Why was that?
Maybe it's because we don't have a lot of practice. For example, like teams like Monte, 9, they played 100 maps in 2 months, and we played like 4 or 5. Maybe that's why, and we just played prax, and maybe some mistakes happened in official games.
So like you mentioned, haven't played much. Do you think that actually gives you an advantage coming into this? I know a lot of the teams, like I said yesterday, not sure of who the 5th was. They haven't had time to see you play because they haven't seen anything recent. Is that going to give you the advantage?
No, I think no. Nothing changed since they removed me and bring back, so I think they will just prepare as always.
Thank you so much, Norbert. Welcome back to the lineup. There you go, Veracity. We're getting the scoop.
The man, the myth, the legend himself, Norbert. I love the fact that he's mentioned, maybe it's because I bring the good vibes to the team. What do we think? Good vibes?
I thought the best part is that James vlogs are now the official communication.
Yeah, I mean,
Virtus Pro. It's like, guys, how do you not know I'm back? James put it in his vlogs.
Like, and I like James vlogs, but yeah, I would say that I keep up with them all the time. You know, a new episode comes out, I'm not expecting to get the insider scoop of what's going on in the VP camp.
Well, coming on up very shortly, we've got ECSTATIC, taking on Force. ECSTATIC coming through from the EU qualifier, Force from the ESL World Rankings as well. I'm curious to dive into this one, but we'll catch you soon.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Let's love for the night. Slow dance, dance till the sun comes up. Let's touch under lights. Slow dance, dance till we're high on love, high on love. 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 Till we're high on love. Till we're high on love. Till we're high on love, high on love. Till we're high on love, high on love. Till we're high on love.
Stay here this time. Show me a sign. You are always on my mind. Always on my. The stars align. Show me a sign. You are always on my mind. You're 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 always on my. You're always on my. You're always on my mind. Slow down this ride. Speed up this high.
ESL Challenger is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and Spotify.
Well, we did kick off today with our Group A showdowns, but we're going to be heading on over into Group B now. We've got ECSTATIC taking on FORZE. Gentlemen, taking a look at ECSTATIC a little bit more as well. What are we making of them? The only team here with no coach behind them.
Yeah, they did have a coach, actually. So something clearly went on. I think they even had him at Melbourne, actually. So something in the midst behind the scenes. But let's first talk about this group, because this should be the more competitive group.
Yes.
I mean, the opening games in the other group were very compelling. But this group, outside of maybe Forza, I mean, paiN's a bit up and down. ECSTATIC, we're still a little bit unsure about LAN as well. 9Z, where are they even at in this sort of tournament? So there's a lot of compelling reasons for both ways. Well, I think a lot of these teams could, be heroes or sink rock bottom.
Yeah, I think especially for the side of Forza winning CCT Online Finals versus none other than the side of ECSTATIC as well. Yumi, it's going to be repeat performance coming out from?
Yeah, I mean, it was strange because they played each other in the upper bracket and then forced it to go through the lower bracket, and then they remet in the finals in that capacity, and the result was completely different. To have a team like FORZE, they're always going to try and make adaptations to how you play, and ECSTATIC are a team that actually play a very different brand of Counter-Strike. Like, some of it kind of lingers over from when Bird from Sky was calling. They play sometimes like gimmicky setups, but they're also very proactive. I think that's the biggest part about this team within this sort of competition, is that ECSTATIC are willing to take those risks and actually live or die by the consequences sometimes.
We think it's going to be a risky veto as well. That's the real question.
Yeah, I mean, almost. It's hard to sort of navigate away from it. Like, we're more than likely going to see something. I want to say like an overpass, to be quite honest, because it would just be nice common ground for these two teams to face off against each other. But
I think if you're Forza, you really like this. I was a little bit nervous they're going to push it maybe into an Anubis, which I think would have been a massive mistake here. But yeah, they took it out earlier. It didn't go that well. They did. I don't know. I'm not sure how I feel about overpass. I think it does favor Forza, but ECSTATIC for me, this matchup is a lot closer than people that just watch, tier 1 events realize, because ECSTATIC haven't played that many LANs. Melbourne was a shock for them to even make it, and of course the times has meant probably not a lot of people watching it live. But on a map like Overpass, this is not a done deal for Forza.
Well, if you folks didn't manage to catch any of Melbourne, ECSTATIC actually ended up finishing that one 3rd to 4th as well. So I'm wondering, for the folks in Twitch chat, has that swayed your vote at all? What is your thoughts and predictions? Who's going to take this one? Is it going to be Forza or is it going to be ECSTATIC? I'm a little bit curious to find out how the players themselves are feeling about it. So let's go ahead and find out.
Against ECSTATIC, we had some games recently, and it's going to be really important for us to prove them once more since CCT that we're better than them, and it's going to be really, I think, interesting matchup, really interesting.
It's kind of fighting talk, boys. We're here to prove that we're better than them.
I mean, they have already been able to prove that they're better than them. Like, the track record between these two teams is definitely more Force dominated, but I think ECSTATIC right now are in good form. Even though they don't have their coach, like you said, there might be some sort of internal moves happening. They might be looking around for a new coach, but since the departure of that coach, they've actually been able to have greater success in their online officials. And let's not also forget, like, in terms of like the history between these two teams, it doesn't just link back to the CCT Online finals. They also, I think, were the reason why Force were knocked out of contention for Melbourne, because ECSTATIC had to qualify themselves. Yeah, so yeah, just to have that little bit of back and forth between these squads, they obviously understand that there are stakes to this. An ESL Pro League spot is a big deal for these teams that are outside the circuit.
Yeah, I think on the side of Force, though, 13th to 16th in ESL Challenger 45 online, do we think there's going to be another affair where it's like the LAN versus online showdown, or do you think these two teams are pretty much in similar standing in contention?
I think Forza's a much better team on LAN. I think they've shown that over the last year, 2 years. I think for them, they do get a fair few competitions on LAN, and when you get into that sort of sphere, it's just reality that when you go into playing a Challenger League online, I mean, they're spread out over months. It's not the same sort of environment like this. You're not going to have a team huddle before playing an ESL Challenger game online. So I think this is different. I think Jerry's actually said in interviews that Fierce, the coach of this team, has actually changed his approach a lot. Jerry used to be more of an emotional play. You just go in there, try and get your frags. But now we've got a little bit more system, a little bit more structure, and those are the things I like to hear.
Well, the core of Force having been together for quite a considerable amount of time, as it were, as well. I'm curious to see how they're going to be feeling heading into this next matchup. So let's go ahead and check in with them.
I'm here with Crad from For's first matchup up against ECSTATIC, who you recently beat online. Are you expecting anything different from them?
Not really. We played 2 times in the last 2 weeks. We know how they play, and probably on the LAN will be different game. We're gonna see.
What is the atmosphere like here at ESL Challenger, and are you excited to get going? I see the team preparing as well. How much preparation are you going to do today?
We're gonna play some pracs and play individually, like warm up. And here is like full work atmosphere. I don't know.
What he means is it's very serious at the moment. But go on in there, play with the team, get ready. I'm sure it'll get a bit more fun when you win your first game.
Thank you.
They want to truly mean business, don't they? The real question is, though, on the side of ECSTATIC, with a recent addition of Nodius to the team, how are they going to look to approach a team like Force?
Nodius is actually kind of like an X-factor player for these guys, because I think for a long time when we looked back at earlier days of like Masonic or even the Lyngby Vikings, for where these guys mainly get their experience from, Nodius wasn't a part of those teams, but they also had very structured systems that they tried to make work at this level of competition. So Nodius comes in and he's actually been able to put up some solid numbers for this squad as somewhat of a kind of like a rock player. Like I don't think a team or an ECSTATIC win can happen without Nodios having his impact.
Obviously, they've come through from the EU Open qualifier as well, having won 2-0 versus Big as well. Would you say that's a bit of an impressive result, being able to take down Big?
Absolutely. Also, NIP was also in that qualifier, so a lot of big scalps to make it to Melbourne and here. And I think, as mentioned, I think Nodios is, when they signed him, they actually removed Cabby, and they cited that Nodios was just too good of a player to pass up on, and presumably came out of contract with Trix. And they had to get him. And actually, I think at first, I don't think he was performing as well as he should have been. He's given a lot of space in this team. He's meant to be a star player. And during the qualifier for this tournament, he did step up. He did look a lot better. And if he can continue that, then this team does look very different.
Do we think this is going to be a closer matchup than the ones we've seen so far?
It's definitely going to be closer, but I just want to point out another player. Like, we're focusing on the new addition in Nodios, but if we're going to talk about key players right now, Salazar is the guy. Like, there's a lot of hype about him within like the Danish scene. He's a younger player as well, but he's also a guy that I think goes missing in the bigger games or the higher intensity games. And considering there's a bit of back and forth history between these two squads, I worry that his performance could take a hit here.
All right, so who do you think is going to be able to take it? That's the real question.
I say a bad word about ECSTATIC, but I kind of back them on this venture, especially Overpass as a map. It's a map that I think Jerry has struggled calling on in the past, but it's also one of the maps that ECSTATIC has some very solid setups on.
Yeah, I think online form might deceive people about Forza, honestly. On LAN, they look pretty good. They look pretty good at the major for me, despite not making it that far. And I think for those reasons, I got to side with Jerry. It's going to be Forza.
I'm pitting in my prediction as well. I'm going to go with Forza. I think only time will tell whether or not we are correct in our predictions. I feel like we've been agreeing the entire time, so it's good to shake things up a little bit over here on the broadcast. I want to know what the folks at home think, though. Do you think the fan favourites Wade one way more than the other?
Wait a second, didn't I pick ECSTATIC? Oh, wait, I mean, maybe I didn't make myself clear. I am backing ECSTATIC here. I am backing ECSTATIC here.
All right, well, yes, we did indeed mix things up over here on the broadcast. What about fan favourites? Who do we think it's going to be?
Everyone loves Jerry.
Yeah, it's hard not to like him.
There we go. Look at that. This is all because of Jerry interviews. It's all because of Jerry interviews. That is why everybody loves this team.
All right, well, I think without further ado, I'm going to throw it over to Neokai and Script to take us through this showdown.
Well, this one, a very interesting game and a very interesting group. It is wide open. Honestly, this group, anyone could win it, which is actually the really good thing. ECSTATIC, back-to-back challengers, but it's a rematch of the CCT Online Finals just about a week and a bit ago. So a really interesting game coming in towards this one. Forza, of course, looked very successful in that game, but it's online. LAN, it's a different sort of landscape. I'm looking forward to, of course, for those just joining us, mine is Neokai with a wonderful script for this matchup. Now, one player for me that I feel like hasn't got enough praise yet, on ECSTATIC, Kragan. I think he's the most important factor on this team. Sure. This guy is brilliant. He's the star rifler, he's the star player, plays all the hero roles. He is the guy. If he doesn't step up, then Forza will just run away with things.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult matchup here, right? These two teams have played each other an awful lot this year already, so there's a bit of rivalry, I think, forming between them, particularly in the online space. But I don't know, man. I'd like to see ECSTATIC find some headway. They've looked really good in the qualifiers for sure, right? Focusing down on those big events, on those big moments that have a lot of reward. Maybe there's some pressure behind them, and that gives them the fire in their belly that they need. But I just feel like Forza should be the favorites coming into this best of one here. Yeah, it feels like Yumi's maybe the only one that's voting the other way. So we'll see how things pan out. But it should again be another close affair between these two teams, and I'm happy so far today. We've had 3 very different maps, and Overpass continues to be the most interesting in the pool for me.
Yeah, absolutely. This is it can be a spicy game, right? We talk about these two sides in terms of the head-to-head, and they've played each other 6 times in the last 6 months. They're averaging 1 game a month, these two. So for me already, feels like a very interesting landscape to start talking about. We're on the way in towards Overpass for starting on that T side, ECSTATIC on the CT side. Question being, what can they get? Great start for Result with the first, looking to make it another. Shoutfield add to the tally as well, but Queenix answers right back. This pistol round means a lot to kickstart the momentum. Of course, being best of ones, very little room to give. The bomb goes down, and now it's all onto the ECSTATIC retake. What's it looking like?
2 players up short quite fast. I do like this. Actually going to double up at Monster rather than short. It is really quick moving from ECSTATIC so far. Tap onto the bomb already. 2. Oh my goodness, all 4. What the hell? That's unbelievable. The USPs come alive and just demolish that Force side of things. No chance of holding on to the B-bomb site, and what a retake.
It's not bad. And a numbers disadvantage retake at that as well. I mean, that already in itself is a statement you don't get to say all too often. So, a 1-0 start for ECSTATIC. Kicks on that CT side well. The big thing for Force being, of course, bomb plant means money in the pockets for them to work with to pull off a somewhat sophisticated buy. You can kind of see it now. The rifle's coming through. Utility is pretty lacking over towards Force. That's the one thing that really does worry me. They've got barely anything to work with.
Don't even have like a mule or whatever, like a guy on a Mac 10, you know, who will then be able to afford the full belt. So
yeah,
really just playing into the rifle of the Galil.
It's all about firepower for them, right, in towards this round. And I'm not actually a huge fan of it at times. I wouldn't even have minded seeing someone like Jerry down in towards a Mac 10 or whatnot. Swinging through, Shalfie will find the first. Nodios, with him falling, it's an important kill, but Manx will answer right back in a quick trade. And actually looking for a second, but Result will trade. It's scrappy, it's messy. That leaves us in a 3 versus 3 with a tag on towards Queenix.
Bomb pretty far back, so Force can't commit anywhere just yet. Big find for Salazar. Result low HP, really not looking too good. Both the remaining players are fully split here as well, so hard challenge ahead. They do at the very least have a somewhat open A bomb site. I think that is definitely what they're after here, so not too bad kind of move, I suppose, in that sense. But Kragan holding the line for his 4th frag of the game so far, pretty quickly getting up there. Just going to be Zorte. Certainly one of the more impressive prospects on this team for sure, having a great looking RMR, pretty decent challenger stage. I think it was top 3 in terms of the ratings. Kragan will take his head clean off this time around though, so ECSTATIC holding the line, getting themselves 2 in a row, looking pretty damn good while doing so as well.
And Kragan already doing exactly what we expect. Kragan, for those who maybe are a little bit new towards ECSTATIC at home, Kragan is the man. Like, he is the guy over towards ECSTATIC. Whenever we're looking at anybody to kind of really top frag, more often than not, it kind of feels like Kragan's the one you can bank on. But the new boy of Nodios, I really do like Nodios. It was kind of what the desk were talking about. Kabi, he was previously in the roles that Nodios plays. I really liked Kabi. I thought he was actually one of the most stable parts of ECSTATIC. And when they got rid of him, I initially wasn't a big fan at all. I was really actually kind of quite against it. But my God, Nodios has come in, and it's exactly what the desk was saying. He was too good to give up. Even though Kabi was playing well, Nodios is just such a prolific rifler. And he's so good in his roles. That kind of supporting rifle, to have one that's so consistent, the way Nodios is, honestly, it's like finding diamonds in the rough, man, honestly. So good. Either way, 2-0 start Force. Their Force bite, not converting, leaves them back to pistols here in round number 3. So ECSTATIC, a very good opportunity to them to kickstart their campaign. Shout for other ideas. He started his campaign on the T side pretty damn well. 3 kills to his name so far in the 3 rounds played, and that Deagle sinks off pretty damn nicely.
Nodio's picking up Jerry. We'll get them some good information, a really nice spot to control, of course, Connector. Dropping back, they retrieve that M4. There is no armor to speak of, unfortunately. Crad, sneaky little spot here. His teammates could distract away for sure. Manx caught out in the open on the fight. Oh, down goes Queenix at the back as well. Disaster, absolute disaster. 4 versus 2. Nodios looking to move in with the MP9. Spots one already crossing and drop that bomb. No, he's not. Covers off from behind, though. A nice frag to find. Kragan caught in an awkward spot. And the refrag from Result nets Force a really unlikely round.
Yeah, and Kragan actually gets really unfortunate there as well. He's caught jumping. Doesn't have time to stable himself. And that being said, off the back of a low buy, they make it work. This Deagle to kickstart things was great. And it actually allowed for Shalfie to scoop up in towards again, a free rifle, essentially.
Yeah, just a really dangerous move as well. I don't know why the aggression has to come through from Salazar. It's not like you're sort of desperate for rounds. You probably know that they're on pistols at the very most. So I'm not so sure about just kind of dry running in. Giving that early frag away sets the tone for the round, doesn't it? Especially when it comes so early on in the round.
It's questionable, to say the least. Zorte towards an AWP, but it's Result up close and personal. Result has been eyes on this man for kind of a multitude of reasons. Of course, back at the latter stages of 2022, Force were trialing both Result and Forrester, the ex-Entropic man, now 1 win. And I mean, Forrest is someone that I've loved as a player for a long time.
Yeah.
And when they went for Reso, I was questioning it. I was thinking, you know, that is a ballsy move by Jerry, but in Jerry we trust, man. It was such a good call. Reso's actually really coming towards his own while joining this roster. And Jerry mentioned as well at the time, on LAN, you'll see what this guy is all about. And of course, slowly we're starting to see it. 4-2 currently stands, but he is taking a lot of damage here. So his impact in the rest of this round might be limited. But with the firepower they have, ECSTATIC going to struggle. FAMAS, MP9, Double D to try and bail them out of a man-disadvantaged situation.
Gamble on A, I think, is going to be the wrong call here for ECSTATIC, so they may well just hold on to what they have into the next round. That bomb is slowly encroaching out on B. Plant will come in about 10 seconds or so. Nothing ECSTATIC can do to stop this one, so yeah, I would imagine going to give the round up, going for a bit of a dig, try and find some presence at long, maybe catch a player, find an upgraded rifle. But nothing showing just yet. Easy stuff. Very easy stuff indeed. So Four's going to get a couple in a row. Getting this competition started early. Getting this close game that we were so looking forward to indeed ringing true. So I'm feeling good about this one.
Absolutely. One of the great things about watching ECSTATIC as well is you always do see some fairly decent skins coming out for the ECSTATIC boys, of course. Part owned by Zipple. For those who don't know.
Got a good eye.
Of course, he has a very good eye for the skin, Zipple. Really cool guy as well, as we said. I think as org owners go, very, very dedicated to the ECSTATIC boys.
Apparently he's at the event watching live.
Is it? I'd love to see it, man. Shout out Zipple, man. Really, really cool dude.
Maybe we can find him, grab him for an interview. That would be kind of cool.
Yeah.
Newlywed, I believe.
He is, yeah. Congrats to him, of course. Now, of course, couldn't get anything better than a wedding present of ECSTATIC doing well here at their second Challenger event this year. They made playoffs at Melbourne, but unfortunately it was not the fairy tale ending for them, losing out in those semi-finals. But even still, that is respectable in its own.
Yeah, I think definitely overperforming at Melbourne for sure.
They weren't expected to make playoffs, so that alone was a big thing. And you know, Movistar and B&E played brilliantly, and B&E especially up until the finals, where unfortunately they didn't show up.
Shalfie with the angle. Good for one. Oh, good for two as well. Perfect. Absolutely perfect on the dastardly FAMAS, but he will use it wisely. 5 versus 3. Should be all good here. Kragan has recovered one of those saved weapons, but all the kills coming in right now. Resolve for a 2-piece of his own, make it 3. On it right now, 7 and 2 already. Fours took them a bit of time to get going, of course, losing out on that pistol where it looked like they should have won it, to be fair. But they have picked up the heat very, very quickly and some very clean rounds here. But our first proper rifle round coming in this game so far. There's an AWP out for Salazar. There is a severe lack of utility, you've got to say, for that ECSTATIC side of things. So going to be a tough hold here.
It's a big talking point going towards this game, the Battle of the AWPers. Zorte, arguably the best player on Fours. Actually, I don't think he is arguably. He is the best player on Fours. He's unbelievable, Zorte. But Salazar at times has been one of the weaker players over towards ECSTATIC. And I think we really need to see this guy show up. We know he has the ability, but it's the inconsistency that plagues us. Kragan. Really an opener for him. In towards the flames, he falls back though. Toe's getting a little bit toasty. And Mank and Nodios are coming and reclaim the space. That is a brilliant CT crunch on towards short water. And it's put Fours under so much pressure. They don't know what to do. Crad, Jerry, the experience of the team left alone here.
Really big fan of the aggression. I think it's absolutely fantastic. They've not had their confidence knocked and they will still pull some of these rounds out. And like you say, it is masterfully executed.
Question being, of course, now what? I mean, they've got the money to go for this, right? There's no point. Any kills they find over towards ECSTATIC are going to have an adverse effect on that CT economy. They've massively invested in here. You look across the board, the most money one single person has is Nodios is $350. Not exactly like they're rich over there. Any kills they get, it's going to mean a lesser buy, but Salazar, big swing, big find from him. That's the confidence we need to see from Salazar. We know he has the ability, just don't always see it. But if he can get the confidence going, get those cogs in motion, that's when he can start to put Fours under a lot of pressure. 30 seconds left. Jerry, it's going to be a save call. We're going to park up in towards that connector position. It'll be ECSTATIC time at the game. We've had back-to-back close games.
Yeah.
And it looks like this third one looking more of the same.
Yep. That's what we want, man. When the LANs get involved, you need to bring that competition, bring your A game. We'll see who ends up being the bottle job in this one, I suppose. Jerry with a nice hold. 5 seconds, and he should easily be able to save his AK.
Big question for you, Scriv, right? Of course, we talk about Group A, very top-heavy. I mean, we know about it. ENT's VP, they are at the expectation to kind of get out of that group. We look over towards Group B, and we spoke about it being wide open. What's your thoughts? Who do you think is taking it? Who do you think is coming first, second? What are the two teams to get out? Because you ask 100 people, and you might get so many different answers about who's making out.
I think Forza, you're on paper choice, for sure. They obviously have a lot of reps. They play pretty decently online. They've been in the top 30 for like 2 years now.
Yeah, with different rosters as well.
Yeah, super consistent. I'd say paiN are like the best LAN performers though.
Yeah.
Possibly with the highest ceiling as well of the group. So I feel like for me, paiN are probably going to take it. I think. I don't know. Forza have really looked like they do hit this ceiling. They'll pick up some early victories when the pressure comes on though. Maybe Jerry struggles. Maybe the fact that they have so many young players struggle.
Absolutely.
But yeah, I think that paiN aren't the clear favorite, but I'm going to put my money down on those guys.
We'll have to see. Into this round. It's gone out both ways. Salazar full blind will find Result. That's such an important kill. And the fact that he finds a kill, falls away alive, even more important. Double orb setup. Manx, the IGL of this team, will step off for one of his own on towards Crad. Already looking really good. There was a lot of pressure on Manx's shoulder when, Bird from Sky left the roster and they needed a caller. He was the most experienced head in a very inexperienced team. They took the core from the old Masonic roster. And Manx, I feel like he's done a really good job in terms of calling. He's been playing some good Counter-Strike and calling around himself really well.
Yeah, it's definitely taken some time to get there, I think. The early months were pretty rough.
Yeah.
I think they did okay to make the RMR for Rio, but got absolutely trounced. So there has been some big up and downs, but it does feel the past maybe only like 6 weeks or so, but they have hit some really good consistency. It feels like since Melbourne, I think. They qualified for Melbourne, they made playoffs, and that's really given them some kind of confidence and some belief in themselves to be like, oh, okay, well, we can play pretty well. LAN feels good.
Yeah.
Let's keep this energy going. And obviously they qualify for another one, which again, you may even argue is kind of an overperformance. Sort of wild that we've just talked over a 5v3 save there, though. So Forza with 2 T-side saves in a row, really not a good look.
I'd go for a pause as well. I wouldn't actually mind this. Bring Jerry into the conversation. Fierce as well. It's something that Des was talking about quite a lot. Fierce has actually been crucial to a lot of the success of Force. And that's exactly what they're going to go for. Very early tack pause, but I think actually a very needed one. You see how that round plays out. They lose 2 frags immediately at the hands of Result and Crad, and they instantly call it. They're going to go for a full reset coming in towards the next round. I don't mind this call, actually, all too much. But a good opportunity, actually, for ECSTATIC to start putting up some decent numbers here. They've been playing some good Counter-Strike these last few rounds. Pause done. We're back underway. The double AWP setup. Actually relatively common towards that overpass. And actually kind of one of the biggest talking point about the map itself is right now, post-Paris Major, this is the most seed-sided map in the pool that we've got at the moment. So we've seen halves like a 10-5 or 11-4 not actually be that drastically bad. So if Force can put up a fairly decent repertoire on the T side, who knows, man? We could actually see this this really continue in there and kind of flourish for them when they flip hands. Double Molotov coming through. Cracking a smoke and push his way through, trying to get as much space as he can. This time Manx aware, though. A much more aggressive angle from him. He was posted up over towards plant pots earlier. This time, wants to take some control. I feel like Kraz got an understanding.
I don't know. He looks a little loose around there. Yeah, Manx was ready for him. Flash
Too deep
completely
flash.
ineffective. Yeah, well, you don't expect the AWP to be playing that close. Come on now. It's a very risky angle from Manx. If there's multiple players there, it's not a worthwhile move at all. But because there is only one, he's able to easily isolate that fight. 4 on B. They like the advanced position of Manx. They believe that he has effectively scared them off, which is indeed correct. So this is a deadly setup over here. Nodios on the pixel. Jump spot from Queen. Nyx, toes spotted. Big damage from both sides, but it's Jerry to win out the fight. Queenix got to be careful not to give his life away. I couldn't even get the words out. 4v3. Despite the read, despite the setup, ECSTATIC have lost the plot.
Now everything goes a little bit quiet. 4 versus 3, you're looking at this now. Wrestle's taking a lot of damage for him. Going to be seriously difficult. Kraken actually is going to sit up close here. I don't mind this play at all. With the smoke and nade coming through, Kraken's got the perfect position to take contact. And even if things go south, someone can swing to help him out, and he'll get 3. Kraken, that is brilliant. The crown upon his head as he finds 3 kills. And ECSTATIC up to a 5th. That is a masterful play. The util, everything, pin perfect. And of course, in doing so, Four's just shell-shocked. No idea what's just hit them. The brick wall over towards the B site. That's exactly what we want to be seeing. He lines them up through the smoke. Little did he know he was in for a masterclass. And Fours, they've just got nothing. I mean, look at the buy they've gone for as well. What is this? Jerry into an AK, Zorta an AWP, and then pistols in support.
Just buy around it. Just buy it. If you're going to go for it, go for it. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, why is Krad saved? And they like to Shelfie if everyone else is invested. Surely just commit to the Force fight. A double hero is so weird.
Get some Galils in there or whatever. Like, they could have put together a slightly substantial buy. Kraken around the corner looking for the first frag of the round. Resolve to give him that fight, wins it out. Will be traded by Nodios, but any kill going to be valuable here for Forza in a round like this.
Gets his revenge as well after being spammed down through the smoke. They're looking over towards A. It's a bad call though. queenix reclaiming some space and Salazar at range with the AWP. Could make this one a little bit uncomfortable. He's going to sit up close as well. The scope might have been heard. The noise definitely has been. Arm spotted. Flash is brilliant. 1, 2. Make that 3 for queenix. Brilliant. 3Ks all round for ECSTATIC. Feed them and they shall feast. And it leaves Jerry in a 1 versus 4 and a nigh impossible round for him. His shot there with the AWP gives him an opportunity. But half HP and an AWP for Jerry to work with. He might just save.
This is great Counter-Strike from ECSTATIC right now. It is confident. It is well put together. And it keeps finding success is the thing. Absolutely brilliant. Triple up setup? No, I'm not going to go for it.
Just really start going wild with it.
Yeah. That might be a bit too cocky. Maybe if you were like 9-3 up, you could go for it. But it starts relatively well. Fours keeping things interesting, keeping things competitive, but it is just this again. And that sense of timing from that play is immaculate. Really a big fan. Really a big fan. 6-3. Gap growing. And Fours have looked down and out in the past few rounds, so really, really need this round, to be honest with you, just to give them some belief back.
Yeah, I've got to say, I'm actually a little bit concerned right now about the way Fours are playing. They just look so discombobulated. Resmoke coming through over towards that monster position. And actually, the way ECSTATIC are playing, they're trying to kind of invite in engagements here. They're trying to invite fights to come through. Nodios up close and personal. Will drop a smoke of his own just as it starts to fall away. Big nade will come through and he will take a fairly decent amount of damage. It's a very strong hold for ECSTATIC.
Thanks. Contact play here. He's been getting pretty aggressive on the AWP, which is kind of interesting considering that he's the secondary. Usually it is the secondary that plays a bit more turret-based. What a swing round from Zorte. That's opened the round right up. Salazar back end of the site here. Flash comes in, blinds him. Gap gonna close. He has to be very, very careful indeed. Gonna continue to take the swings, continue to miss the shots. A falls. I think a 5v3 so fast has to be given across.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's where kind of the conversations about Salazar come through. You got to be hitting at least one there. Under pressure, and he folds. And unfortunately, that's just what Fours can do. Their ability to collapse in on a site at that sort of tempo. Any player, no matter the experience or age, you're going to feel the pressure there. It's a very good kind of recovery as well. It did look a little bit shaky. It looked like actually Fours initially were going to brute force their way through that B site over towards Monster. I kind of thought they were just going to relentlessly push their way through. Thankfully, they opted against it. They were back over towards the A site. Realized it's actually a little bit undermanned over there too. Before you know it, they collect their 4th round. As T sides go, this isn't actually a bad start towards Overpass. The way it's been played over the last 3 months, it has looked very, very, heavily weighted over towards that CT side. So the fact that we're still actually seeing this side remain competitive means a lot. Crown should have been hitting those. Same can be said towards Salazar, and it's those slight rookie errors that cost ECSTATIC in that round. But, of course, plenty of money for them to work with, so they can answer back with a buy of their own, and actually enough money to buy in towards the next, even if this one goes south too. So they're not under too much pressure, whether it be the scoreline or the finances. Nothing really is too problematic for them just yet. So I'm hoping they don't overthink any of these processes just now.
Dodios wants to go digging. He's not been given the authority to do so. 4 on B. Quick attack from Fours. Pace change. Is it going to be successful? Salazar will find the first head, but he is traded quickly. Defended, however. Down goes Nodios. Crad, a little caught. Not ready for the extra man. Just Sorte and Shalfe remain, but they've managed to back off, gather some information. Oh, it's not a bad idea from Manx. 6 HP makes the difference. Such a damn shame. Where is Kragan now is the big question that Fours are going to have. He's deciding to stick to B. And I don't rightly know. I mean, looking at this, they're thinking some kind of a flank is coming in, thinking that, you know, he's that A player. Will have started pushing as the attack comes in. It does make a lot of sense. Where do they take the bomb, though?
Manx is so unlucky there, by the way. He's got absolutely the right idea.
It's the right idea.
Yeah. You can hear that kind of rotation coming through. He swings, but he's just not expecting Shalfie to be posted up like that. They're going back over towards B. Kragan, they're low on HP. They can line up. Last player's low. And Kragan will steer it off. Great double for him. He sticks around. He roots himself over towards Pillar on B, and it's the right call. Well played. He's a young guy, but he's playing well above his years in terms of the level that we know this young guy can have. 12 and 5, he currently sets at 103 ADR. It's not too bad of a performance at all. Sort of single-handedly winning out that round. It looked like it was lost when Manx falls, but thankfully Krag is there, ready and waiting. And thankfully, actually, the first fight he takes is Zorte, the high HP player of the two. Catches him off guard, leaves Shalfie, who had 6 points of HP left. But still Manx walking away with a very good round. 2 kills, 223 damage. Not that bad. Not that bad at all.
Kind of wild that we've had takeover performances every game today. Dihar in the first, Flit in the second, and now Kragan.
Hope he can keep it up as well. Kragan actually is one of the players for me, which I've got to say is much easier said than done within the Tier 2 scope, but he's actually one of the more consistent players within Tier 2. I think he's someone who can always step up. Of course, last time these two sides played, though, unfortunately, you didn't really see the performance out of really anybody. It was a 2-map affair in the CCT Online Finals, and Fours won 16-11 map 1 of Inferno, and then 16-10 on Nuke. It really wasn't that good. And funny enough, actually, they went in towards the Inferno pick in that game. And it was a possibility for Fours to maybe swing that way, but they got for a kind of completely different veto here, which I'm a big fan of. In towards the best of 1. They've left overpass open. And I like this. That'll be the best of 3, this being a best of 1 here. 12th round. Fours, they need to answer right back. Granted, look at the money. If they can't find success here, and if ECSTATIC find 8, they'll find more than that. The economy will be shattered over towards that C side. This is a must-win round for Fours if they want to keep some sort of stranglehold in this game.
Result, finding the angle, doesn't win the fight. I thought he had that one. Kragan eliminates him, backs off pretty safely as well. There is a lack of control towards short A though, so they do have to watch themselves. And I mean, leaving Kragan to defend it is probably not the move, because he's got 7 HP. Salazar's here. That's a bit better. Fours are on the way. 25 seconds, do not have time to dedicate to another bomb site. Sorte with the hold. Salazar gives his life away. Kragan then, it feels like with it all to do, rotations are coming in. There is that presence towards long. Good timing. No HP though, man. Oh, and Manx. He was so anticipating a long hit, just never came.
You got to feel for Salazar there as well. He's going for a jump peek. Everybody does it.
Yeah,
Zorte was so trained at the angle. And this is the problem. Zorte's quick, man. He's crisp. And he knows exactly how to read his opposite AWP so well. He's played that to perfection. Zorte parked up from the get-go over towards the fighter, waiting for that mistake. waiting for a little bit of a pixel to work with. Salazar gets so unfortunate because he is actually so crucial to that A hold. And unfortunately, you know, with Kraken, it's all well and good him being a very key part of the puzzle piece for ECSTATIC, but with such low HP, you have no expectations of what he can do. So, Falls up to their 5th. Not bad at all. Not bad. And as T-sides go on this map, it's really actually relatively respectable. That was so crucial. We were talking about it. If that round had gone south, all the money's gone for Fours. They wouldn't have the loss bonus built up enough. It's a quick flick as well from Zorta. But yeah, I mean, they would have been in a lot of trouble. And Jerry, lovely double entry. Manx just unfortunately didn't 180 in time, and Jerry deletes him from behind. 7-5. And slowly now, but surely, Fours are starting to breathe down the necks of ECSTATIC. This is actually getting slightly concerning.
Close competition, like we were talking about, certainly seems to be here. Lurk Smoke going down. Shalfie trying to get aggressive, loses his life. I feel like if he came up against an M4 there, he would have won that fight, but it's not the case, is it?
It's proactive. I like that from Salazar. That's exactly what we need from the AWP. This is actually what makes Salazar good. He's very able to kind of adapt on the fly. I like that call from him. He's the A player playing over towards Monster B. That's what we need to be seeing from this guy. Fluid in motion, playing where he's needed. Manx spots one. Jerry in towards short water. Now they can slightly adjust their setup to kind of accommodate that right now. But ECSTATIC with the numbers in their favor can just play the buddy system.
No need to overstep. Don't give them away back into the round. Jerry and the boys trying to work some short control. I think it's where we're going to end up here. Contacted in. 40 seconds on the clock. Safe hold from ECSTATIC. Nobody holding wide. Jerry might look to abuse that. Flash comes round. Nodio's going to find the head, though. Does very, very well to do so. Queenix keeping his cool on the pillar. In for a double. Just Crad remains. Ooh, nice find. Should be able to get the bomb back here as well, but there's Kraken on the rotation. Nice and aggressive, so not happening. ECSTATIC hold on to their lead, and they hold on to it pretty well here. Probably not going to be a buy from Fours. Something down the middle, perhaps. Nope.
You forget who you're dealing with, brother. This is Jerry. This is Jerry through and through.
I don't know, man.
He loves a janky Force,
Fan of Jerry in the interview, but, you know, I maybe wouldn't let him control my bank account, that's for sure.
Loves a big Force fight. And I mean, they've pulled together something. It's not the worst. We look at this now, a double Galil, not the end of the world. I think the thing that actually worries me most is the lack of Yuto on a few of the players. You know, you're looking at Zorta, Krad, and Wrestle, all on now nothing. Makes post plants very difficult for this team. And especially when Kraken's doing that, Manx will come in and he catches Jerry off guard. Oh, Kraken, stop it. Sumptuous for the one tap, but he can't make it a third. Shalfie will trade him out and leave Shalfie and Krad in a not impossible, but slightly improbable 2 versus 4 situation. As they look back over towards A. And they want to dip the toes in towards shark-infested waters. It's really difficult, and they've got to commit now as well because the flank's being held. This is a horrible predicament. They know they have to commit towards A. If they wrap through Con, they're going to be stopped. If they go all the way back through their spawn, Queenix is there ready and waiting. This round's won off the back of just spacing and positions alone.
Shalfie all by himself, gathering a bit of sound info, but that is it. Bomb going to start to join him here. We are slowly moving forwards. Needed to get that catch onto Salazar. Nodio slightly off on the angle. Just Brad can't even find one. So ECSTATIC putting up some good numbers here, man. They're looking down the barrel of 10 quite easily with the money of Fours just not being there.
And this is where we look back to our Force buy, right? I mean, it now leaves question marks heading into the 15th and final round.
Especially when you don't even come close.
Yeah, exactly. You know? A big part of it does come down to how well Kraken played that round as well. I mean, single-handedly, that second one tap, oh, beauty, beauty. But look where we are now. And the big thing, like we said, it all came down to the positions. You know, Queenix is over towards spawn. If they rotate back towards B, they're done for on that kind of position alone. Let's see. Final round of the half, and all Fours can muster up his pistols for them. Not exactly a dream buy. Salazar for one. Not spotted here. That's Kraken desperately one-tapping and actually pretty poorly one-tapping. The tech now will come through. Surely not like this, Scriv.
Manx getting aggressive through the Molotov, not being heard. He's got a good opportunity to find a couple here if he plays his cards right. Touchdown nade, doesn't quite make it. A reposition from Forza. Retreat and regroup. He did manage to scoop up an AK there, so they have slightly bettered their position, but I don't know how healthy this 3 versus 3 looks. Again, they are hoping to catch some aggression, but it is easier said than done at this point.
I quite like this from Fours as well, though. They're going to pump the brakes, and actually, now there's a smoke drop over towards Long. They're just going to sit behind it. It's the perfect way to play this right now. The only thing that worries me is whether ECSTATIC then over-rotate back over towards B. A triple boost coming through here. Looking for something. Backside, nobody's going to show. Hang on. Actually, hang on. Manx was aware of it. And he stops looking. No, he doesn't. Manx, genius. Holding for it. Finds the head of Zorta, and now they know all 3 are there. That's it. Surely round 1. 20 seconds left to work with. In comes the flank. In comes Nodios, the new boy on the block at the half. 10-5. Not too bad. Can they continue it after the break?
You seem too young to understand. For the better. The weather changes when we dance. Belong together. Catch the sunsets, riding waves. We stay forever. Where the rhythm never ends. 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 Where the rhythm never ends.
Yo, welcome back, everybody. We are here for the second half, our 3rd game of the day. ECSTATIC taking a clean one there, I'd say. 10 rounds on that CT side is pretty damn comfortable, and the pressure now on Force to immediately hit the ground running on their defensive side. They need to find the pistol. They need to probably find the first rifle round, get it evened up as best they possibly can. ECSTATIC, meanwhile, could crush this one.
Yeah, you know, as T-sides go, it's actually not that bad. We've seen way worse T-sides turn around, but it wasn't exactly comfortable or consistent. If a pistol round's found here by ECSTATIC, I get very worried. In comes a bit of util. Jerry, pressure for him. How will he handle?
Julies at the back end of the site always look good to me, and yes, Jerry going to put them to good use. 3 versus 2. ECSTATIC looked very, very good in the post last time out on this B-bomb site. Now they're on the reverse. We'll see what they can do with it. No kit available. Pretty passive kind of hold from Force, giving them the space that they need. Shalfie, though, will find Salazar at that mid-range. All on Tenodios, can't get it done with the Julies. So, Force, first mission complete. They'll probably have to play against a pretty solid Force buy in this next round, though.
Gotta say, it's actually a very nice setup as well in terms of how they played that retake. Calm, cool, collected, but it works really well for them. They kind of just allow ECSTATIC to have this inability to set up a post barn, and if they go and try and reposition, they're going to instantly get plucked. It's such a simple way of playing it. Force the youngsters to make mistakes. It's a level-headed approach towards how to retake the site. Force them, it's going to be their own demise. That's exactly what we saw. So, Force kickstart their campaign here on the CT side well. We now need to make it a little bit more of a consistent one. Buys out both ways. That bomb plant for ECSTATIC salvages the funds enough to pick up some rifles. It's a quad Galil situation. Manx just a deagle for him. And a good start as well. Craig going to find the first. Wrestle to fall. And Zorta takes a tap and will fall away. He respects it. He understands that it's a pretty losable affair. And he's just going to fall away. Numbers now don't favor Force. They could be in trouble. If they lose the Force by here, they're in a lot of trouble in the grand scheme that is this game.
Yes. Yeah. We saw it in the earlier game with Ents Bravado. Losing out that Force buy is a terrible position to be in. Especially when you don't really have the rounds to play with. So, yeah, recovery going to be required here. Nice stuff from Shalfie. Oh, nearly in for 3. He set it up, though. He's definitely set it up there. The M4 around the corner. Securing the round for my money. Just Nodios. Big clutch required. Is unexpected from Monster, but it's being watched. Sorty keeps a keen eye on it, and Force will indeed pull off that recovery.
There we go. And now at 10-7. Absolutely back on. A little back over towards as well, Force. And questions being, of course, what can they do going forward? It looked a little bit shaky. It looked like maybe something was going to come to fruition. Thankfully, that short water crunch that came through, perfectly timed. That leaves them in a very strong position. The buy for ECSTATIC is minimal here. Deagles is all they've really got to work with. Even investing in towards the likes of armor is too much of a luxury, one in which they couldn't afford. Jerry, the MP9, is just going to farm a lot of pocket change here. That cash burn is going to come through pretty easily for them. This is a round which isn't going to amount to all too much. So we can look at the bigger scale. For ECSTATIC, it's not the greatest start to the half. You know, there's a few rounds in a row now going the way of Force. This would be a prime opportunity to kind of call for attack pause and have a little conversation. What have we seen so far from the setups of Force? What is our understanding about how Force are playing their CT side thus far? The problem being, though, Scriv, is, well, they don't have a coach anymore. And that, for me, is something that I think when you get these high-pressure situations, when you look towards this roster and how they're going to play it, that's the thing I'm always going to look back at and be a little bit worried about when they start to be under pressure, when their backs are against the wall. That's where you kind of look towards a coach to bail you out. But, of course, as of the 1st of June, so quite literally, you know, just over a week ago, they dropped their coach on a TML, who was actually a pretty prolific part of this ECSTATIC roster. So, yeah, I don't know, for me, I think that can be quite problematic, not having the coach on board.
Yeah, definitely when you're coming into an event as well, right? Like, you want to get your prep going, and the coach carries out an awful lot of that, so...
And so much more onus on Manx, by the way. A guy who, this is his first team he's called in. Previously, it was Barefoot Sky doing the calling on this team. You know, obviously, that was a long time ago now. He's been calling for a while, but even still, he's now got added more pressure on his shoulder and a lot more work to be done as well.
Shalfie. Wade in to make a play here. He might send Crad round the corner. Not going to be the case. Force in classic style, playing very, very methodical, very thought out. Not getting too aggressive, not really giving the fights across to that ECSTATIC side, who are pretty stuck for ideas. Bit of spamming, bit of prodding and poking. So far, there's the first proper fight, and Kragan going to recorrect his aim to win it. Not looking good for Fours off the initial, but Krad, he's been waiting all round long to make a move. Zorti chiming in, resalt as the smoke goes down, catches Salazar distracted. The B defense is brilliant. Not a chance for ECSTATIC. Yeah, this campaign on the T side continues to go south.
Queenix needing a nigh on impossible 1 versus 4. I mean, not completely impossible, but highly improbable. He's being flanked as well. He'll scoop up the bomb. That noise will be made as well. Setting up. Oh, Zorte, missed opportunity. Giving Queenix an opportunity to pull off something here. Tap on towards the plant. This time sticks it. One player towards Graffiti, and he's somewhat aware of it. Will he be expecting to flank through that a monster? All comes down to timing. All comes down to the peaks. He sneaks in towards water. And now Queenix has made this a doable affair from a 1 versus 4 into a 1 versus 2 with Jerry on 13 points of HP. Surely not. This will be the best round of Counter-Strike we've seen so far this tournament, and that'll be saying something, but Krad, thankfully, the flanking man will see it off. And Fours will find their 9th and continue a flawless start towards the half. That's our 4 in a row, Script.
Yeah, bro, they've got to be one of the best CT sides in Tier 2 for sure.
The noise as well, we love to see it. Gotta say, just a completely off-topic point here.
Yeah.
A couple of new trims on the side there. Resalt's got rid of the blonde hair. He had the bleach blonde coming through. He's got rid of that. We've seen obviously the dyed barnet there, not too bad at all from Shalfie with the kind of the shaved as well. Couple of new trims coming.
Yeah, man.
Confidence for the LAN.
Some of those, CIS region players really do have some interesting hairstyles.
That's the word I'd use. That's the word I'd use. Absolutely.
But some of them have some pretty good ones as well.
They love the dyed hair. They really do.
They do. I swear Jerry's had the same haircut for like 5 years.
All he cares about is the Counter-Strike, bless him. It's working right now. 4 in a row. Looking to make it 5 on the trot. Shalfie spotting 1 as he falls off that boosted position. And another must-win round for ECSTATIC. If they don't, Fours out the game and shatter the economy again.
Slow util out towards that A end. ECSTATIC looking to work their way in. Again, it's very, very slow. We don't see a lot of action in the early stage of the rounds at all. ECSTATIC just like to wind that clock down. But man, they've put so much utility in. They've just not found any damage. Not even frags. You know, it's just damage. They've got 4 flashes left, and that is it. Nice little boost-up move for Shalfie to take out Queenix. So there's our first bit of action. Manx and Salazar trying to 2-man towards the B-bomb site itself, but the defense is so solid. Great spray down from Nodios. He can't stay alive, though. Just working on that initial man advantage for Fours. Bomb gets picked up, bomb gets bailed out. Kragan has a lot of space on A, to be fair to him, and there is nobody there right now. Rotational comeback round, but Kragan's going to be in deep.
This is tough, man. Kragan has to go for 2 here at the very least. Oh, that's brutal. It could not have got worse timing, quite literally.
That's painful. That is painful. Salazar fakes out, finds 1, no time to get the bomb planted in, though. Try and take him down after time here, and they will do so indeed. Worst case scenario for ECSTATIC. This is very quickly evened up, very dominantly evened up from Fours as well. As I was kind of saying a few rounds ago, their CT side is so damn strong. They just have so many players unafraid to take fights, unafraid to go for aggressive moves like this. And when they start finding success with that, they can be pretty unstoppable, to be honest.
I love watching Shalfie play Counter-Strike, man. He's just such a confident player. As riflers go, right, it's exactly what you're looking towards in terms of a player, just to make a difference. And the big thing is, we've already seen from some of these player cams, he's getting loud. He's really starting to, as much as he can, get in the heads of the ECSTATIC guys. And he's doing well. Only a young guy himself. But he's been part of this roster for a while now, and they've been playing some great Counter-Strike. Over the last few months especially, we've seen really this Forza roster coming towards their own. While the major run wasn't really anything to kind of remember all too well, even making it there themselves was pretty good. Pro League, I think they've really shocked a lot of people at Pro League about how well they played And in online Counter-Strike as well, they're a very decent team. Always getting to the deep stages of pretty much every tournament they play in.
Yeah.
This is what makes FaZe so scary, is they're a known quantity. We know exactly what FaZe are. But still, time and time again, you succumb to the pitfalls of the man that is Jerry. A legend of the scene now. And it has to be said, probably some of, if not the best interviews that you can get in the scene as well. The guy
That is true.
A gem to talk to. He's a fountain of knowledge.
He is a chatter.
And it shows. Oh, crud. Through the top of the smoke. Little two-tap. Two-tap Tony on towards Salazar. We'll drop him. That's an easy one. Just pistols for ECSTATIC here, so it's not going to amount to too much. Make it expensive would be nice. FaZe have got a prime opportunity here. Take 6 consecutive rounds and claw the lead back in their favor.
Crad at range on the A4. Spots another. Ooh. Sticks around a bit too long, though. That's going to be a recovered weapon. We've got some armor here for the ECSTATIC boys, so they'll be pretty happy with that. Sorte trying to pick up the pieces. Advanced position to come through from Shalfie as well. Sorte got to watch himself. Gap closing here. The M4 is very close. He misses the shot. Shalfie, however, has made a bit of a mess. Only 2, though. Jerry has a gap on the smoke, can't find a head. Can they pull off this retake? Really, really important that they do. It was meant to be that low buy round, that easy round, but FaZe have made a absolute mare of this one. Slow but sure, they will start to move in. A lot of space from the ECSTATIC boys being given across, allowing FaZe to get closer to the bomb. There's not a lot of time. They do have a smoke. Molotov goes down onto the bomb to buy some more time. Smoke's a bit dodgy. That's unlucky. Tap comes in. Jerry good for 1. Probably just going to have to look for the hold here. Manx can't find him. Jerry's going to get it. Yes, he is. 11 rounds, 6 in a row. And of course, none other than the in-game leader to bail them out.
Jerry is cerebral as ever. That's brilliant, especially off the back of the initial fluff smoke, because it lands in the molly. It extinguishes the molly, but it doesn't actually cover the bomb. I think he scoops up another off the corpse of someone over towards Transformer. And in doing so, FaZe will get yet another round. ECSTATIC will be kicking themselves that they couldn't close it out. Jerry, man, just doing Jerry things. Some individuals really been stepping up over towards that FaZe roster. Shalfie, being prolific as ever, and will continue to do so. Nodios, who is such an important puzzle piece towards ECSTATIC, dropped immediately, and the toes spotted by Jerry. Get a double entry for FaZe in towards this round. It could not have started any better.
God damn. Yeah, this is somewhat tough to watch in places. Shalfie, though, man, we got to speak to him. He must be so incredibly vocal, just call him for what he wants.
I respect, at such a young age as well, to be kind of so commanding the way he is. Not only in terms of the way he plays, but how he likes to style himself as a rifler. Awesome to see. They've snuck out here with towards Monster. Crowd is posted. Means a 4. Salazar getting himself 1. It's a consolation kill. He's instantly dropped by the man we continue to highlight, Shalfie. Smiles all around. They're getting confident, you know, as well. And the way they're playing and how they've set themselves up, they can feel it on the home stretch here. And we spoke about this, actually. We had a little bit of a conversation just after finishing the second best of 1. A problem that has been somewhat common within the Tier 2 space is teams having this inability to close out games. Yeah. PA should have closed out that game. They actually were really on track to winning it. And even Bravado at times, if they hadn't lost that 5 versus 3, we could have seen a different scenario. We could have seen Bravado maybe pushing further into that game, getting towards kind of 12, 13 rounds, and then who knows what could have happened, right? They're all if, buts, and maybes, but it's been an issue within Tier 2 about this inability to close games. This is something, and I don't want to curse them, of course, now, but that FaZe really haven't kind of succumbed to all too much. They've been a very good side. I can just see enough games where they have been. The only problem for FaZe really is that they get deep in towards tournaments and they just don't perform the way we know they can.
Yeah, it seems to be when there's more pressure on them. I think when things are a bit more comfortable, you know, it's a team that you've played a lot.
Yeah.
It's a map that you're happy with. They do perform a lot better. So far, though, I mean, yeah, just going through the motions, bro. Like, boost up after boost up. Shalfie with a numerous amount of opening kills on this CT side. And they just look unstoppable. Great flash round there, but the peak is not committed to by Nodios. Looking back towards A, there is yet another boost, this time for Jerry.
I like this. It's a little bit of a one-way as well. It's actually very difficult to clear. He has a lot of information, which he'll use. I love that. queenix will fall. And Jerry can actually reposition.
Love it. Absolutely love it. Krad on top of the smoke. Nearly finds the frag. Not quite. Kragan from long. Good for one. Trying to get giddy here, but Jerry will hear him and finish him off through the smoke. Really well read and really well played to get those sound cues coming in. Max leading the charge. Nice shot. Any more for any more? Yes, sir. Down goes Jerry. Shalfie at the back end of the side, but he's only on 21 HP. You don't really expect too much from him. Result. Quick flank. Not dealt with. As he taps down for a double, he gets tagged by the orb. Salazar has it all to do and not ready for Shalfie. Just out in the open, because why would you be? Oh my goodness, Fours holding things together so very cleanly.
Shalfie right now, 5-2 in opening duels, man. This guy has really been so confident. We spoke about the boosts, and in some fashion, ever so slightly gimmicky, but if they're working, not so much. And speaking of a boost that is ever so slightly gimmicky, that one from Jerry, bit of a one-way, very difficult to spot if you're that T-side player. You're more focusing over towards dice or looking in and around, kind of whether there's someone over towards longer to swing you. It's had to be Kragan. Nice and quick here. I love the aggression, actually forcing Krad away. See him get a little bit nervous, drops a nade. He's going to double back and respect this. It's a hero AK for ECSTATIC in round number 24. Question being for them, what can Kragan do, man? He's so important to the success here. Ever so quiet. Just pistols around ECSTATIC and that one AK. This one goes south. We could be in for a lot of trouble going late in towards this game.
Very, very slow on the upswing here from ECSTATIC. Utility comes down. Krad wants to push through. It's a nice move. It's going to get him a lot of information there. Shalfie on another boost. Overpass is all about the boost, we know that, but this guy has been really taking that one to town. Krad out in the open. Cleanest 3K of your life. Just Mr. Kragan. He's been playing very well indeed, but this is way out of question. A flawless round, not a single point of damage taken by Fours. This one's looking like it is going to be over, and the question is now, can they do it with a flawless CT side?
It's a seriously quick flick there from Zorte as well. But like you mentioned, this is consistency of a new age right now. 9 rounds in a row by Fours. They've got ECSTATIC. You hate to say it, but this has been a disastrous T side.
Yeah.
While Fours are putting up a masterclass on the CT, ECSTATIC a disaster class on that T. They cannot buy a round right now. All the lost bonus in the world. Nothing coming of it, but that's a good start. Finally, an opening kill going the way of ECSTATIC in the hands of Salazar. He catches Zorta overextending.
Something to work with, thank the Lord. What can they do with it now, right? They have to turn that into a round. They absolutely have to convert. It's a true test for Fours, probably the first challenge that they've had in quite some time, ever since that half by a few rounds ago. So we'll see.
I like this call here as well. You look towards Fours, they've not got the numbers in their favor, so they're actually looking for information. They're looking to see if they can activate someone to bring the numbers at least back level and fall away untraded. I like that sort of kind of proactivity coming through. It's a very Jerry-esque call in a way, but its resource is going to be under pressure. And there he goes, he finds one. Dropping Manx, such an important kill, and he's now beckoning over support, but it might come a little bit too late. In comes Jerry, tapping at range, and unsuccessfully until Nodios' head gets scalped as Jerry makes the double. How have they clawed this back in their favor? queenix into a 1 versus 3, and surely unwinnable from the dregs of that round. Somehow Fours have made it work. 15-10, as Fours make it 10 rounds in a row. Scriv, what a capitulation by ECSTATIC. That had to go their way.
Yeah, crazy. And as said, that was the kind of closest chance in a long, long time for the side of ECSTATIC. Couldn't get it over the line. Not even anywhere near close, bro. And I thought they were going to get that one. Result is on B by himself. They'd made the miscall. They'd made the miscall on the Fours side of things. They'd left him alone. He finds one kill, he drops back. Like you say, plays it very, very well. He understands that living is the most important thing there.
Yeah. His presence alone actually forced ECSTATIC to pump the brakes, and they burnt the Utah in the wrong position. I think, you know, for a guy who's very inexperienced, before this team, he hadn't played an international LAN of any sort result, and he's actually played that to perfection. It's really good.
Crab up close, could have spotted the shadow, but didn't quite read it. Leaving the AWP with it all to do here, out towards short. This is dangerous, only able to pick off one. Quick flank from Jerry. Perhaps going to be known now. Shalfie still in towards the site itself. 20 frags so far, looking for a bit more, but he's denied. ECSTATIC are angry. They are looking to keep this game alive, and they might just be able to do it. Result backside. Nade comes in, finds his frag. Honestly, this can't keep happening. No Dios. It's the only player who's going to be able to give them a chance to stay in this game. Finds one.
No.
Jerry on the bomb. He gets off it. Can't find the kill, and No Dios will get it done.
In No Dios we trust, man. I love this guy. I think he's such a good player for ECSTATIC. And he's bailed them out of what was going to be a flawless CT performance from Force. They find their first round in 11 played. That alone is a statement we didn't expect at all. ECSTATIC, it has been brutal to say the least. But now looking forward, there's actually a pause called by Force.
Yeah, full respect here. I think it's a really solid shout. Go for the pause. Don't allow them any room to get back in. You're going to have plenty of cash. You're going to have plenty of confidence here, but they're still hungry. And that previous round speaks to it. ECSTATIC played so fast, so aggressive, despite the fact, you know, that you've got the klaxon, that you are indeed fighting for survival on overpass.
You could see as well in that pause, it was gonna, even Jerry had no kind of input there. It was all down to Fierce. We know what this guy's about. I mean, he's been a very staple part of the success for Force as the coach. Now, question being, of course, can they bounce back? I'm sure they will. They've been in absolute control of this game from the turn of the half onwards. It's the first round ECSTATIC have picked up on their T side. That alone is a statement we didn't expect. And even though they found it, the buy is still a little bit haphazard. Double Galil coming through. Triple Galil, in fact, may I say, coming through to support the AWP. Oh, Salazar on the AK-47 in the hands of No Dios. It's not exactly a comfortable buy by any means off the back of their first round one. And a contact play here, which Result falls away on Scathe Zorte in the AWP. For the first, it's a quick flick as he finds Manx. And now the numbers in favor of Force, and this is the position they love.
Yeah, ECSTATIC can't really commit either. No chance of the trades. Kragan leading the charge of this little two-piece towards A. Okie dokie. 2 kills coming in. Queenix and Kragan again trying to put the team on their back. Jerry can't help. Bomb on the way. Bomb on the way. That is the one thing that maybe Force have slightly in their favor, is the fact that the bomb was so far away, but they actually don't fancy going for this one. We'll look to save it and give the round across to ECSTATIC. So all to play for, money drying up. This is panic stations at the moment for that CT end.
Yeah, it's an interesting call, but it's actually understandable. You can look towards kind of the economy of Crad, $50 in the back pocket. His wallet is mighty light right about now. And Shalfie's not exactly doing pretty. Oh, no. They go for a big wrap coming through. And actually cost Result his life. It will make the buy rough. You know, you have 3 people saved, it's fine, you can drop. Only 2 save, it's not actually comfortable. Their loss run is only sitting about 1.9k as well, so you're looking at this and thinking, actually, it's going to be uncomfortable. Classic Jerry-esque buy would be a Force coming through in towards the next round. But even then, it's going to be a little bit of an uncomfortable one. Got an M4 to work with, and open the hands of Zorta. And then what do you pick up? Krad's really not got the funds to work with, and the best they've got is Result on 3.5. I'm expecting a Force here. A couple of drops to come through, maybe in towards the likes of the Famases and the MP9s to try and make this it's some way adequate, but it's not exactly going to be comfortable. But then again, that's exactly the sort of buy that we've just seen ECSTATIC win on. They had a triple Galil coming in towards that one. So they come through, and it's actually fine. They're limited in a little bit of Utah in the hands of Result and Crab, but all things considered, not too problematic.
It feels like now or never for Force. They have very little cash left. ECSTATIC could squeeze an overtime here.
They can't let it go there, right? I feel like that's really where the klaxons start to ring off for Force. They let it slip towards OT.
Yeah, Yeah, you're in that mindset where you're definitely in a position of should be winning this game. So the overtime gets very, very difficult to play with, I think. ECSTATIC super far back. Nearly a minute gone in the round, and they are again slowly encroaching, slowly taking control. Nothing too fast. Sorte. Contact angle. Or looking to go for it. There's a chance here. He doesn't want to commit though. So he can't stop them from crossing in connector. Big fight. Result goes down low. There is an advanced position for Jerry though. Might be able to find the frag over there. Meanwhile, the attack is actually coming through on the A bomb side. With Jerry so deep, they can play 4 on A. And they can put up a good defense over there in terms of the numbers. But whether they find the shots or not is another question. Crad heard the scope, creeps round, gets the timing. Drop down connector coming in. It's all on Jerry. Can he stop them? Yes, he can. Oh, he will eventually get bested. I was ready for all 3. But he's surely done enough. 4 versus 2. Looks to be a retake, but should be solid here. Perfect flash onto Result. Couple more like that maybe, but they ain't got no flashes left. Sorte finds one through the smoke, surely sealing the deal. All down to Manx, the in-game leader. Would be a hell of a thing. Shalfie follows his traces, takes him down. 16-12 on the finish.
Not a bad performance. And a near flawless half a Counter-Strike from Force there. That's how you play CT side overpass, ladies and gents. And my oh my, the rematch of a game that has been played so many times over the last few months, going the way of Force once again. They just seem to right now have ECSTATIC's number. Question being, of course, how the ECSTATIC then bounce back in that lower bracket. But Jerry's caused an absolute masterclass there. And that's something to really hold in applause. Questions being, of course, for ECSTATIC, that T-side was rough, man. That's rough. But we'll leave it over towards the desk to break down what was a little bit of a disaster class in that second half. Jazz, take it away.
I think a disaster class is exactly the way to describe the map that we've just seen there. With a 10-5 half in way of ECSTATIC, Force managed to make a little bit of a 10-round comeback. A small little wobble somewhere in between there, but then round things out with an 11-round comeback, Yumi.
Yeah, it's a strange affair because when these two teams play off against each other last time, you know, Force on their T side in particular were very fast-paced. You know, ECSTATIC are a protocol-dependent team that like going for aggressive information plays, and they basically weren't doing that. You know, the T sides were both bad from ECSTATIC as well as Force for different reasons, because Force ground out the clock so much, they even found advantages very frequently, but then they would lose them.
Yeah, I mean, I want to give ECSTATIC a lot of credit for that first half. I do think they played brilliantly. They were proactive, they were aggressive, they love to be a team that's on the move, and they were making Force sweat. Force didn't really have a lot of good answers. Obviously, second half wasn't quite so brilliant, and I think for ECSTATIC, lack of adaptation. I think Manx struggled to call good rounds in that second half, and Forza were just finding every opening kill. It was so difficult for them to play on the offense.
I know, Yumi, you were incredibly excited for your boy Jerry. Did you get the performance you had kind of anticipated?
I mean, maybe not the type of numbers he was putting up, but I like that he was sort of putting himself in the risky positions for these openers, especially on that CT side. Like, it felt like he was getting boosted every round. You know, not in the sense that he's getting carried in this game, but they went for connector boosts. They were setting up on map. They were trying to go for these setups that were a little bit more unorthodox, because Force actually played like a very contained style on CT sides very frequently. But in this game, they wanted to instigate action and make it very uncomfortable, and ECSTATIC certainly felt that pressure. They couldn't get anything going on that T side until it was already far too late.
So from your perspective, Alan, would you say it was a case of, you know, ECSTATIC playing incredibly well in the first half and then falling off a little bit in second, or would you say that Force just kind of woke up a little bit heading into second half?
Fundamentally, it's completely different Counter-Strike when you're playing on the offense. I think from what I've seen from ECSTATIC in Melbourne and here, I do think they're a worse team on the T side. I think CD side, for whatever reason, they're better at playing like T-side CS on the CD side. It sounds really crazy, but on the CD side, they're great at being proactive. They're so fast at making reactions, and it's a little bit bizarre to me that they go into the T side and they look nervous. They look really indecisive. I don't know if it's a lack of protocols, but something needs figuring out, because they are nowhere near as aggressive on the offense.
And that's where Nodios has to be that guy. Like, he's the only guy that really strikes me as someone that can sort of break past that system and actually do stuff on T sides.
Well, I want to hear more from your boy, Jerry. So over to you, Sam.
I love this, Jerry. You can't hear them in the studio, but they were going, Jerry, Jerry. So obviously you've got some fans. Almost a flawless CT side. As ECSTATIC takes that 1T round, then you immediately called attack pause. So I want to know what exactly was said during that pause.
Let's say that was the coach initiative, and he was talking about that everything is good. We just need to keep going what we're doing, because we were really good. We were retaking space. We were gathering a lot of information. We were stacking a lot. We were facing enemies with the 3 people on site. So that was the main sense what we was talking about in that pause. So I think that worked really well, because sometimes you just need to pause to keep going. Like, you can lose one round and you can start overthinking, but in this particular case, Fierce did his job really good.
There's a lot of thunder and all sorts going on here. I'm curious, because the casters were talking about this. You closed out your game, but the 2 games we saw earlier today here at ESL Challenger, the 2 Tier 2 teams, they struggled. They weren't able to close it out. Why do you think that is?
There is a lot of things that might cause that. Most common one is the psychology. One thing is when you understand that you're really close to victory and you're starting thinking and focusing on what not you are doing exactly now, but you're focusing on that you need to close this out. That's the main issue for a lot of teams. You are not realizing that you need to focus on what exactly you're doing. And if you're not focused on that, and if you're focused on other thing, as I mentioned, it was the close the game. We need to close the game. We need to win. You're starting to losing, and that's the problem. So a lot of Tier 1 teams, we're not Tier 1 actually, they're doing a lot of research, and they realize what they're going to do, what they're going to approach, what elements they will do, and that was case in our scenario. That was the case. We were focusing only on that, and that's it.
Thank you so much, Jerry. I have to say that the casters said that Force gave us a masterclass on the CT side, and now Jerry's given us a masterclass into the mental game. Let's head back to the desk.
Thank you very much for that, Sam. I love getting insight from the players themselves, but coming on up after the break, we're going to end up having 9Z taking on paiN Gaming. Yumi, you're still going to be here with me, but Alan, I want you to tell me how you think that one's going to go down.
Fun domestic matchup, a lot of fiery, explosive players. paiN, we know, we've heard a few things outside of the server in terms of where their roster's heading. So I think for me, the question is paiN in shape to contend for a final here, or even maybe the title? And I don't know that right now, but this is a very good litmus test coming up.
All right, well, on that note, we'll be back very soon where we're going to dive into paiN Gaming versus 9Z.
Smurfs, go f yourself.
To all the 817 imposters using my name on Face It, go f yourself.
To all you grievers, go f yourself. Go f yourself. Go f yourself.
Go f yourself. Go and verify yourself for free today. In 4 easy steps, you can join us in building a more trusted community, one verification at a time. What did you think they were saying?
Do you think you know everything about CSGO? Then stay alert and look out for the DHL drop quiz on the ESL CSGO Twitch channel.
Relax, there's no rush in wrapping things up for good. Feels like you're my first crush back then in the neighborhood. And higher we fly, higher the beautiful things you do. And higher we fly, desire these moments just with you, with you. Felt so right with you. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. Hope you feel the same way too. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. It never felt so right with you. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. Hope you feel the same way too. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. I can't believe it's so true. Whenever you touch my hair, I'm feeling closer to you. Nothing else can compare. And higher we fly, admire the beautiful things you do. And higher we fly, desire these moments just with you. With you, with you, with you, with you, oh, with you, with you, with you, oh, with you, with you, with you, oh. Never felt so right with you. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. Hope you feel the same way too. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. Never felt so right with you. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. Hope you feel the same way too. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. It never felt so right with you. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. Hope you feel the same way too. I'm gonna hold on to you.
ESL Challenger is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and Spotify.
Well, it is time for us to continue on with the wonderful show that is ESL Challenger Katowice. We're going to be heading over into our Group B once again, everybody. But before we dive into the nitty-gritty, I'd like to give a very warm welcome to yourself, Wolfie, joining us on the desk here. How are you doing to be here in the studio and also to witness all of these fantastic games we've had so far?
Well, thank you for the warm welcome. I'm a little nervous, I'm not going to lie. It's been a long time since I've had the lights in my face and I've been on the stage, so go easy on me, you know, be a little gentle. But it's been some intriguing games so far, shall we say. There's definitely been some dodgy ones thrown in there.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a roller coaster over here, hasn't it, Yumi?
Yeah, I mean, the best of ones are always going to provide us a little bit of instability in that sense. But yeah, I don't think the favorites coming into this event have looked like the favorites all the way through it.
Well, we're going to be heading into paiN Gaming versus 9Z, fellas. Yet another best of one that could go anybody's way. How are we feeling about the veto?
Yeah, I mean, it feels like there's a number of different ways you could play this. Like, you can play to your strengths. Like, both teams are going to be comfortable on maps like Nuke, for example, where that's just kind of a staple in the South American region.
Mm-hmm.
But I'd kind of like if 9Z came in with like a different angle and maybe they prepped something else, because that could have been a way to make things a bit more interesting. But we're headed there, so I guess we're getting what we want to a certain degree. I don't know.
I mean, if you want the best matchup, you want the two teams on the maps they're most comfortable on, the maps they're best at, and the maps which they can do the most homework on, right? You've got 9Z recent games against Fnatic, taking that victory on Nuke.
Yeah.
They can look at that on the paiN side of things. They can start to anti-strat that. There was a couple of nice ideas they threw in, which then can be dissected and taken the other way. So I like it. I like where we end up. I think you want those two teams on their best map, and that's what we've got.
Well, for the side of 9Z recently having come 9th to 12th over at IEM Dallas, I feel like maybe nerves might play into this just a little bit, but then when you start to look on the side of paiN Gaming as well, not necessarily the best of results. Do you feel like coming off the back of IEM Dallas is going to have much of an impact?
I mean, definitely in the same sense that we're maybe looking at ENCE and thinking like the travel is going to be quite difficult. I mean, for a team like 9Z, like they've been able to go into places like Europe before, paiN as well, this is a very similar experience, so it shouldn't be that much different for them. But I'd like to think that we should look at the Dallas results and just think this is a good placeholder for what we're expecting to see this tournament.
Yeah, well, I want to find out how paiN Gaming are feeling going up against the likes of a 9Z. Let's check in with them.
It's gonna be a tough match. Like, Brazilian and South American teams derby are really like you can't expect anything from this game. Like, everyone will play with their hearts and their blood. So yeah, it's gonna be a great match.
I feel like you said it best. You can expect anything from this matchup as well. What kind of play style are we looking towards? Do we think it's going to be incredibly aggressive heading into this one?
Oh, I mean, if you look at South American Counter-Strike in general, it is very aggressive, especially when you have like history between these two teams. I don't think 9Z and paiN have actually played like the most amount of games against each other. They sometimes are region locked, but they're often on sort of other sides of brackets if they're in the tournament circuit. So, I mean, there shouldn't be like an internal meta developing, but yeah, you expect them to give it.
Oh yeah, they're going to go fully on, and I mean they've got the talent to do it, right? These are two of the most exciting rosters in the South American region right now. Huge amount of talent. Obviously there's a lot of rumors flying around of where that talent's going and what they're going to be doing next, but it's about this game, it's about this series, and these are two teams, like they said in the interview, every time they go up against each other, you're never too sure what you're going to get. It goes back and forth and back and forth.
Also, when we're looking at paiN, like the last time they were in Katowice, they actually failed to make it to the main stage of that event. So for them, you know, they missed out on a chance to play in Poland and actually sort of experience what that's like. You know, this is a studio environment, so it's maybe not what they were hoping for, but you imagine that's going to add a little bit of a chip on their shoulder, considering they went down to an IHC, you know, an Asian team that beat not only one South American powerhouse in paiN, but then also Furia as well. Like, that was one of those events that was so strange from like the Asia point of view, but it also is kind of indicative of the instability of South America.
Well, I want to find out whether or not 9Z are feeling particularly unstable heading into this one. Let's get their thoughts and feelings.
Behind the scenes here at ESL Challenger, I found the 9Z boys. First team here, and Max, straight away, the whole team getting all the sugar. I saw you. What do you think of the sweets here at catering?
Oh, everything is so nice. I love it.
Is this like a special, Buddha, is this like a special training thing, right? You just fill yourselves with sugar before you get practicing?
Yeah, I come for the candies.
I also come for the candies. It's the only reason I work here. First match, it is going to be a South American face-off. What do you think your chances are?
Well, it's a team we know it because we played in the past days, so we know how they play, so I think it will be an interesting match.
Who do you think is your biggest competition coming into this?
Virtus Pro.
Why do you think they're the biggest competition?
Major winner, just for that.
I mean, they haven't done a good job since then. But okay, I'm going to let you go with Virtus Pro. There we go, 9Z getting ready to get into the game.
I love it. The boys are keeping it nice and sweet. And speaking of sweets, do you refer to it as candy or sweets? Because I know the tech girl was quizzing people and she was like, is it candy? Is it sweets?
I think candy's more American. That's all I'll say.
It's definitely sweets, right? We're in agreement here. But pumping yourself full of sugar ahead of the games, getting primed and ready, is that really the way to go? Because I know a lot of teams favor the bananas.
Yeah, I mean, bananas are a staple. Good source of potassium, easy to dispose of. It comes in its own wrapper. I mean, why wouldn't you like them? I appreciate that they're just, you know, just having a good time and just kind of soaking it all in, because especially Buddha, who has like the least amount of experience on this roster, and the one time that he actually got his chance to play in Europe, I think it was for like online tournaments at first. And so this is a whole new environment for him.
I feel like for the side of 9Z as well, having come through from the South American Open qualifiers and having beaten a team like MIBR as well, do you think that's worth kind of using it as a reference point as to how they're going to aim to continue on throughout ESL Challenger?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it was a very impressive result when you look at it on the surface. It was very well done for them to get through the qualifier. And they've got the experience of beating Brazilian teams now, right? They were the South Argentinian team in there that just smashed it from start to finish. So they know how to put these teams down. They know how to put paiN down. They've done it before. And yes, they're the underdogs coming into this. But again, I lean back onto that nuke. I like their nuke. I like what they do. I like how the pieces work and how they interact. So I think they're in with a really solid shout here.
All right, well, on that note, who do you think is going to take this?
I'm going to take it. I'm going to take 9Z. I am a Try fanboy till the very end. He comes into this roster. He makes magic happen on the AWP. I'm fully in.
I actually like 9Z, but I just feel like it's hard to argue against paiN and the success they've been able to have in international affairs. I feel like this is one of those ventures where 9Z are going to be out of the experience in terms of like, they just don't have that experience that often.
I'm going to go ahead and go with paiN as well. Do you think they're going to be in for a world of pain on the side of 9Z? Though, do you think it's going to be a close affair or another nail-biter?
It'll be close. It almost certainly is going to be close. I'd be surprised if this was like a blowout by either team, because I just don't think they have first off, they're probably going to play very aggressive, and that is like that is variance
That's what we
Counter-Strike.
want. That's exactly what we want. But taking a look at the results over from the Twitch chat, 71% in way of 9Z as well. Fan favorites, it seems. But I'm curious to find out what Neokai and Scriv have to say about that one, boys. Are they in for a world of pain?
Maybe. I think so. I think it is going to be a real difficult matchup here. I'm actually edging the way of 9Z.
Really?
I don't know about the world of pain necessarily, but
will never not be paiN. That's the way.
Always paiN.
I'm always paiN. In Skulls and Zevi, we try. Big Uzera, lovers rise up. This is a good time for paiN. Hey, look recently, right? The RMR, they got all the way to the end, and it was only Fury who stopped them getting a legend spot at the major. That to me was great. Granted, Challenger stage didn't go too well, but paiN for me are feeling good. I think for me it all comes down to Try, right? What can Try do for this team?
yeah, I think that is sort of the big question. They have a lot of stalwarts, a lot of experience on this 9Z team. DGT and Max have been in here for a long, long time.
Sure.
Try is, someone that a lot of people have looked towards. They had Malbs at one point as well. They had a lot of talent come through this roster, it feels like. And an awful lot of untapped potential at the end of the day. So I do feel there's some big question marks that 9Z have left unanswered. paiN are maybe your more consistent, trustworthy kind of team, but I just feel like there's so much explosiveness on the 9Z squad that, especially in a best of one,
yeah,
I think that they do have a decent chance here. Not necessarily the upper hand, but I'm just kind of believing that today's going to be the day that Try really picks things up and takes over the game.
Yeah, I mean, coming towards the start of this year as well, for me, Try was someone that I highlighted talking about as a kind of a one to watch, a player to keep an eye out for. He's still already young, man. The guy is only 18 years of age, but I feel like we've spoken on him for such a long time. Of course, he kind of came in, he did unbelievably well with 9C, then got transferred over to Elimination, and unfortunately, that whole project at Elimination didn't really go the way anyone would have hoped or expected. However, now though, he's back into his comfort zone, back playing with the players that he knows and loves, and for me, I actually put him as in my top 5 one to watch players coming through. So Try is someone that, as an AWPer, I absolutely love. But you look at the other side, look at the riflers, the AWPers that paiN have got. And especially Skulls and Zevi. I mean, these two are just ridiculous. Zevi especially, man. If anyone's going to put Try in an uncomfortable spot, for me, it's Zevi. He has to be the one to make a difference. And he is someone who obviously can make a difference. One of the best AWPers, the best young AWPers we got in the world coming out of that region. Question being, of course, can they do it on Nuke? It's the best map in the pool in my eyes. And this is where myself and Scriv will conclude, of course, as our final best of one of the day for us until the wonderful Orca and Bardolph take over the mics. And we kickstart things with paiN starting on that CT side.
Outside presence for 9Z. Looking for a head. Zevi on the crack angle. He's had a few chances at it now, but unable to find anyone. He's actually let a player across as well. Big Uzera to back his man. Keep control of this outside area. White's coming in, but very little damage done as yet. P250 trying to fire range. There's a player moving in from Secret as well. What's he going to be able to get done? Skulls will find a frag and he'll drop back pretty quickly. Try eliminated. Zevi drops the bomb. A perfect start here for paiN.
Absolutely. David rotated him. Trying to get a little bit of space here. I don't mind this at all because he spots out one. Should be a freebie, but he fluffs his lines a little bit. And that makes things difficult. It could have been a free kill there. But I think he ever so slightly overthinks the situation. And leaves him in an uncomfortable spot on the reload. Neck is going for a ballsy play as he drops down. The nade will see off David. DGT falls to the hands of Hards out. And in a matter of moments, it's Buda all alone. It's Glock not glocking. And it's a flawless round for paiN. What a start for them. As they kickstart the campaign, CT side Nuke looking pretty damn comfortable. No bomb blon and no kills either means that money and funds will be limited over towards 9Z.
Certainly a rough start. Really well played though from paiN, just working off of each other. As soon as you get shot from one direction, there's another guy moving in and you get sideswiped as you try and trade the first guy. So yeah, very difficult to keep up with. Going to be a hard eco from 9Z here, looking for the early rifle buy. Definitely a fan, especially on Nuke. Don't really need as much utility on this map on the T side, right? You've got your outside smokes. It's kind of about it. You pick a variation and run with it.
Slower in terms of the approach here for 9Z. Really not all too much for them to work with. Zevi outside. where we'll see a lot of him with the AWP, especially when he gets the opportunity to pick it up. Interesting as well to see Skulls just in towards a P250. Granted, he should be okay. The Famous Big Zero under a lot of pressure. Hard's out coming to the support. And Skulls, everybody charming in here. As at least DGT all alone. And he's got a wealth of experience in this team, but it isn't going to be the case. DGT has been in this 9Z roster for 4 years exactly this month. That is crazy. And,
Legend.
Yeah, I mean, he is a staple part of this roster. 4 years he's been part of this roster, and he's seen so many different iterations. To see 9Z find some success on LAN would be awesome, but it's not exactly the dream start. Now they're getting towards a full buy, though. This is where we need to see them come alive instantaneously.
Mad to me as well, 4 years ago is 2019. I feel like it should be at least 2016.
Yeah, I feel you. I feel like from like 2015 onwards, all the years just sped up.
Yeah, big time. Big time. There's that outside execute that I talked about, of course. 9Z looking for some space. They will indeed get it. Nobody around to cover things. Zevi just trying to spam away. There is a player down below with the FAMAS. Big Uzera. He's got smoke down as well to keep him at bay. So well read from paiN, just really putting the brakes on for 9Z.
Yeah, the big thing as well, they can actually just use the limited util they've got somewhat well for the likes of paiN, just as much as they can. Force 9Z into a rotation or force them to pump the brakes. And that one smoke has forced them to actually reconsider and look towards the top side. That alone is a really big call. buildup, youngster on this team, inexperienced on LAN. Looking to try and make a difference here, but it's Neckers. Try as he might towards the window. Will he expect David, who actually just ignores him and goes up towards heaven?
So many bodies around here. Neckers going to find the first from down below. Zevi moves out a bit fast. Trade from Skullzo is a big deal, but he also goes down. There's kills all over the shop. This is the slog we were expecting on the domestic derby, just taking the scraps. However, when the dust settles, paiN have got a man advantage. They've also dropped the bomb in a really, really good spot. Zero on a lurk. Should secure it. DGT. 76 HP in a dream. 10 seconds to get the bomb. He's not winning this at all. No. Zero can just keep him at bay, keep him distracted. Even if he goes down, his teammate just needs to survive and the round will be over.
It's really interesting as well in terms of this matchup. It's a domestic rivalry in the sense that they're both two South American teams, but they haven't played since 2022. I mean, it's been a long time. Since August 2022 as well. So it has been a long time since they played in an official, which to me is massive. Obviously, they've probably played the likes of maybe an open qualifier or two here or there along the way. We've had a lot of competitions, like Challenger Melbourne and whatnot, which they could have potentially played in some sort of an open qual. But in terms of officials on HLTV, have not played since 28th of August 2022, in which paiN won that one. But granted, that actually been pre-try. So I mean, Try was actually back in Double Nation at the time, so a different roster in its entirety, and of course, different roster with Neckers. And of course, Big Azera taking the mantle of IGLing over PKL, who was the shot caller prior. Down towards his lower sight, Hard's out. Here's all of this information with the smoke obscuring the vision. They're going down towards B, or at least they want to. And Neckers and Hard's out are here, ready and waiting.
Really wild sort of rotational gameplay from 9Z at the moment, trying to catch players off, and well, they do just that. David playing very loose and completely carefree. Nets 2 frags. Big Uzera got to be a bit careful here. Will find one, probably needs another or stay alive at the very least. 4 on 3. Big Uzera chimes in for another. Buddha going to get taken down. That bomb had tried to move back towards A, hoping that the B distraction would be enough. But it's not. Skulls will end the round here and now. DGT has scooped up onto this AK, but there's nothing he can find. They do some decent damage there, 9Z, but paiN extending the lead and looking pretty good while doing so.
Absolutely. Zevian towards the AWP is really exciting for me. This guy is a monstrous AWPer. Of course, we talk about Try being brilliant. And, you know, obviously statistically and by the eye test, the best player over towards that 9Z roster, especially when he has the AWP in play. Zevi is actually along the same vein. Skulls is a brilliant, unbelievably self-sufficient rifler, but Zevi, man, this guy, if he gets go with the AWP, 9Z should be very, very scared. A 4-0 start on the CT side, and the first pause called by 9Z You can absolutely understand why. They desperately need to bring in a conversation. TGE, the coach of this team, as best he can, try and elevate them of where they stand right now. It's not been a fantastic T-side, but granted, the last few rounds, they haven't really had the funds to work with. Now back into a full buy. They're sort of stuck in that brutal cycle, though. It's full buy-in, no success, no bomb plant. By the way, we still yet to see a bomb go down. And, of course, means that no funds left in the back pockets. They've got the 3.4 loss bonus, max loss bonus for them. But now they should start finding some success, start finding rounds. Kills be a great start. Smoke on top. Skulls goes aggro. Love that DGT to fall. He spoke about him being self-sufficient. There it is. Smoke comes through and he plays around it to perfection. And there's the open in a matter of mere moments.
paiN looking good. Looking on their A game right now. Very impressive so far. Minute and 20. Repeat smokes going down. 9C just totally stuck for ideas. They look very timid already, you know what I mean? I think they have been forced back one too many times, not feeling too confident in themselves in the early stages of this game. paiN playing pretty good Counter-Strike. 9C don't really have an answer for it yet. Wind the clock down, wait for the utility, try and burst in. Skulls gets good timing on a frag, though, nearly for the second, not quite on high. It's Hards out, and it's just trying the hut itself. No way he beats that higher angle. All too easy for paiN right now. Really not costing them anything at all. 5 rounds in a row. Super, super clean couple rifle rounds as well.
Yeah, I mean, right now we're not seeing any problems at all come through. paiN are playing the way, well, the way they should be, and the way I know they can. I gotta say, I'll always stand by paiN, man. I love this team so much. The way they play Counter-Strike. I'm so sad, actually, their major run wasn't as kind of prolific as they would have hoped, especially with how well the RMR went.
God damn.
Yeah, he is let in there. Jesus.
It's a little pull the monitor closer, bro. Like,
you can move it, brother. It's all up to you. But 5-0 start. Oh, it's Skulls again, man. This guy's so good on the entries. 8-2 he currently stands. David will find one with the Deagle. Bit of a gap in the smoke to work with as well. Ardell going to respect it and actually allows David to cross.
Yeah, it does really mess with their outside setup and their defense in general. Smoke goes down at the perfect time. Those Skulls just continuing to be this bailout player. Oh, DGT, double dink, Neckers, see you next round. Brings us down to an even situation, so certainly not out of the question here for paiN. 9Z at the same time, an unlikely round. They'll be happy with the damage so far. Looking for a plant next. They are keeping paiN guessing here without fully committing down. Hards out at single door.
Absolutely. Midway through the 6th round here, and already 3 of them have started with a Skulls entry. He's so good at setting the tone and the tempo early. But now with him on half HP, how will he fare? Still looking down towards B. They've got 2 rifles to work with, but DGT is low. That's the thing that worries you here. Any sort of attack and he's in trouble. And there it is. Skulls will swing. Looking at range and he falls flat. Bomb will go down. And now it's very doable because they're falling flat themselves. Zevi left alone in a 1 versus 3. And I think he's just going to call it. The first round to 9D comes from labored sprays from the riflers.
It's such a small thing, but obviously planting on the other side of the silo there just completely screws the CT side. They had 2 at single door, and it's like, you're not going to be able to get any players in. You're going to wildly go forwards. You have to hit some really tight headshots. But they were hoping that it was a carefree plant from 9Z on this side of the silo or behind the silo, and that allows you to just deny the bomb plant away. But because it's on the other side, you open the door, there's nobody there, and it's like, caught out in the open, what do you do? Zoink, Scoob, you know, I think this one might be over, and that's kind of how it goes down. You really have to defy the odds from that point on. So, small thing. 9Z might not even be consciously aware of it because they're just, you know, at such a high level of the game. But that makes all the difference in that little retake there.
That's a great shot by David there, has to be said. On towards Silo, spots just a few pixels to work with. My God, he makes them worthwhile. Yeah, you're spot on. That plant positions everything. It allows them to set up a post plant and forces paiN actually to overextend. Exactly what you want to be seeing. So, 4 rounds is the deficit now. And it's forced paiN into a really uncomfortable buy. They're buying around the AWP, which I'm a fan of. Because what they bring to the table is pretty rough. All of this information heard towards outside. DGT goes 1 for 1 as Hards out. Trades him out with a 5-7 and an ability to upgrade the weapon. Now ready But a messy couple of taps through the smoke, and Hardzao actually lucky to stay alive.
Biguzera gives the advantage away. Hardzao also going to go down. M4 can't find the angle. It's always a tough one in the vent, to be fair. Neck is down at dark, but with 4 to find, you feel like this one should be all but over. 9Z just really do not want to let this opportunity slip away from them. They have a potential super clean round here. Make sure they get some money rolling, so take it easy. Just find Neckers cleanly. Ooh, he's going to creep out. He's looking to be cheeky. I was going to say, maybe if he plays his cards right, he could go for a ninja defuse here, but I don't think he's given them enough time to work their way around. Maybe if he had a kit available, but he doesn't. Max will see him into the next one, and that's 2 in a row for 9Z now.
Yeah, if he has a kit there, actually, it does become a little bit worrying. The molly goes into a single. They wouldn't be able to swing through it. And it could have been a bit of an issue, but no, not to be. We're back on the way right then. This is now 9Z getting that T-side on the way. That's exactly what we were talking about. They needed to start strong. Well, it wasn't the case. The fact that they're answering back now with rounds in concession, what we needed to be see out of this side. 3 rounds is the difference, but paiN left with nothing left in the pockets. So the buy, less than adequate. Double P250 is all they've got to work with. And the big thing, of course, for Zevi is just having enough money in those pockets to, at some point down the line, buy in towards the AWP. Actually, it's still going to be pretty tough to do so. He won't be able to do it towards the next round, that's for sure. Unless he goes without util or without armor. He has to take a pick your poison sort of situation. He might just play rifle. We'll see, though. Back towards the present, it is just a low buy, which shouldn't amount to too much. So we can look at the more grand scheme right now, Scrib, right? That was, damn, that was really rough to watch.
Yikes, dog.
We can look at, this is a throwaway round. Nothing really needs to be spoken about too much here. At the moment, though, 9Z actually putting a fairly decent T-side response as things go, right? They're going to get up to 3, and a good opportunity. If they can, just overcome the next full buy, they can tie this game up 5 rounds apiece. And before you know it, they're putting up a monstrous T-side.
The potential is there. Let's see if 9Z can indeed fulfill the prophecy. Words are hard. I got it backwards. I used to do that all the time when I was a kid. Get words, backwards halfway. Just not a good look, is it really? But
it's all good. It's a throwaway round.
Doesn't happen, in the high octane moment when I need to be smooth.
Pause to come through. I think it's actually a really interesting time to call for a pause here. You look at 9Z and they're completely of the understanding that they're in control. We look at paiN and is the flip side argument for them. They're completely under the understanding right now that we were looking like we were going to run away with this first half, and now we've actually lost control of it. To the point where all the onus on them to make a difference, all the momentum and the wind is in kind of the sails of that 9Z roster. Coach Rickson come in, trying as best he can, alleviate the pressure of the situation, but right now, actually, it is not exactly the easiest scenario. Biguzera has to make a big difference here. How will they fare? A bit more kind of happy, smilier faces over towards 9Z. Does look like ever so slightly maybe a tech issue on the attack.
So.
Judging by the length of this.
I think we had a 9Z player dip out.
Yeah, but not a bad opportunity either way. For I don't think paiN are really going to complain too much, just because for them, I think they're in a position now where they're really, as best they can, need to start icing out 9Z. Just try as best they can to kind of limit what kind of momentum they start to build up. If they get that snowball effect in towards play, you get really, really worried. Let's see. I think
it's on the brink, isn't it? It's on kind of a knife edge.
Yeah.
At the moment with how close this half could potentially come here. So really important round. We call these the swing rounds, of course.
Feels like it would dictate a lot. Not, economy-wise. 9Z have plenty of funds to work with, but definitely in terms of kind of where this game is posturing up right now, this round means a lot, man. If paiN can't answer back, I get really worried for the CT side.
Well, let's see. 9Z picking up the pace massively. This outside execute is so fast. Hardzao going to be the first one to fall. There's a player on top of Mini as well that could really do some damage in the last stages of the round, the form of Max. Game leader trying to be a hero, so we'll see. Biguzera, I think, might have heard him up there. At the very least, is taking a safe angle, a passive angle. Does not know how to approach things. David down secret. So 9Z have so much control thanks to that first frag. paiN are really just going to have to play reactively at the end of the day. Zevi digging for some information. Might overlook the angle. He doesn't, but David is fast. That's a lovely frag. Just enough for 9Z to take the round, you would think.
I mean, unless someone can bail them out here. We're looking kind of primarily at skulls. It's tough. This is really difficult. They've got no information to work with, paiN as well. And little do they know, down towards B, a lot of space being created already. Even saving here, if they opt for that decision, is going to be really hard.
Pete coming in. Nekiz will win it. 30 seconds. 9Z for all this control. Taking their time, that is for sure. They will get the bomb down on the bottom site, and I think paiN will have to just hand it across, unfortunately, for them. So 9Z within one. 9Z with another clean one. This one,
yeah,
very different energy. It was quite fast to begin with, but they were able to pull the plug, pull the pace, and paiN can't find a way in right now. This is really worrisome.
And with the save coming through as well, you look at things now, and actually paiN can reinvest in towards the next. It's not going to be comfy, but it would be the only right call that they've got to work with. I have to go for another buy, but yeah, man, this is not looking the way we'd hope. A lot of question marks, has to be said. 9Z playing some really solid T-Tech Counter-Strike. And all they're really doing is baiting out a lot of the early util from paiN, which makes their retakes impossible/improbable. And this is what it comes down to. It's small rookie mistakes coming through. Some of the big names not really stepping up just yet as well. We need to see Zevi come online, you know, as soon as, really. And that's just unfortunate. Hard down, man. There's nothing you can do. But yeah, Zevi, they're the kind of shots that you don't normally see that guy, you know, fall flat to. He's normally unbelievably aware. 9Z playing well. They've got a good idea about their opponent here. It was a split decision in terms of us and the desk of who's going to take this, and that's how the game is playing out.
So far, so good. Domestic derby, competition, excitement, explosions. All 9 yards. 9Z. Pace change once again. Super far back on this one, not giving any early fights at all. They, I think, feel a change in the air that paiN are trying to play more aggressive, trying to play more confidently, because they have been kind of lackluster the past few.
Yeah.
Outside execute will come in. I'm not entirely sure whether this will get followed up on by the 9Z side. Nekiz can't believe he's getting burned. Neither can I, to be fair. But, you know, those Molotov physics are questionable at times.
Well, now, looking back over towards A, Buda. Poking and prodding. Skulls, ready. In theory. Was a lack of practice as well, just on the corner under a lot of pressure. Spam coming through as well, but Zevi to be the first to 4. Skulls only goes for 1. But David are making a double. It's a 2-piece combo, and Try will see it off. A near flawless round as 9Z tie up this game 5 rounds apiece. And what was a beautiful start for paiN Gaming has absolutely fallen apart now. That is 5 on the trot for the T side. And on T side nuke, the second most CT side map in the pool. Not often you say that, of course. I'll say it every time, and I'll say it again here. The golden number of 6 is what I normally say. Nail's golden rule. Get 6 rounds to the T side, you've done enough. And it feels like right now, 9Z are going to do much better than that.
Just pistols. Trying to find some space, though. I do like the aggression. 9Z again. I think they feel pretty happy to just let the clock wind down, get some late utility going, and work their way in. It really is not too deep, not too advanced. But again, they're a bit weary, a bit unsure, I think, of what to expect from the buy in this round, so not wanting to take any chances.
Yeah, I like the goal. Molotov into his heart is good as well. Not only does it do damage onto a Zevi, but it's just kind of confidence, a bit of clearance of an angle, and actually forcing them over to a single door now. David, a lot of onus on his shoulders to at least go. And gonna get 2 kills here. Finds the first, looking for more, under pressure, and they fall to it. Thankfully, Try posts up with the AWP, makes it a double. And he falls away alive for DGT to come in and reclaim the space. Last alive is Skulls in a 1 versus 4. He'll find the first. Gets that a little bit for free. With an AK scooped up, And as information known, they'll just go and plant towards A.
Skull's just going to hold this AK, unfortunately, not going to give us an exciting finish into the round. So 9Z taking the lead, though. That's pretty exciting, to be honest with you. This T side is starting to really, really open up. 6 in a row now. paiN have hit the wall. They've taken timeouts. They've had multiple buys. Can't find a way in. Nice pickup from Skulls to keep a hold of his prize possession. Having a good game, up to 12. Got some joint top with David, but not quite enough in the past few rounds, that is for sure.
Yeah, unfortunately, you know, while it's all well and good getting the kills, the impact of them haven't been too much for Skulls these last few. Under pressure, and he will fall to the hand of DGT. So, a lead taken on this T side, not bad at all. 9Z came in towards this competition as kind of an unknown quantity in the sense of what would they fare, not only domestically, but internationally as well. And actually right now are playing some pretty cracking Counter-Strike. paiN are in a world of trouble. I mean, you look at this roster, and it's something that the desk are talking about quite a lot. You look towards, I mean, where they are right now in the sense of changes in the roster. There was all the rumors kind of circulating around about the opportunities and the push towards Fallen.
Yeah.
As a player. And when you look at, you know, Zevi, who's been one of the best young AWPers we got out of this roster, they've got Bigazera as an IGL who's been doing really well. You question why, but then at the moment, they wouldn't mind a bit of experience like that. Zevi, his AWP steps up for 1. Brings the numbers back in favor of paiN. He looks for more as well, but can't quite hit that second shot.
Ooh, Booty gonna find Skulls. That's a big frag. That's a massive frag. Maybe just leave Zevi to his own devices. Yeah, that is what they're gonna decide upon. Hitting towards A from Mini. Off angle from Hard Zao. Trying to find the right one, though, as he works his way around the silo. Can't get a kill. Nekiz is on the backside, however. He'll drop that bomb. Oh, and he gets a second. Surely the trade had to come through from DGT, but no, not going to be the case. A wild run through. Buda left alone. 40 seconds to play with, though. Doesn't have to get too overzealous. Nekiz is hungry for the frags. Will lose his life. Yorp has dropped down heaven, and thus giving a lot of control across to Buda to play with, but thinks he's got the read. He's moving towards B. He might be able to cut him off here if he fully commits to it, but just holding ramp right now. Single door goes, confirms the fact. Bomb plant coming in. Catch him on the move out is the idea. And he will indeed do so. Zevi, for the first time in a long time, will put paiN back on the board.
Brilliant. Individually. Talented dude, and he steps up. We needed him to as well. And he picks his moment. He picks it great. Defuser come through. So finally, for the first time in 7 rounds played, paiN are going to find some success. The big thing being for them now is that has to be kind of a catalyst to further success. We have to see this now chain into multiple rounds in a row. If they don't, this CT side is really just not going to put up enough that we get even remotely comfortable about. I mean, even in the same vein, right, if paiN don't go into the second half of a lead, I'm going to be really worried about what they're putting up here. We'll see. My God, he's playing very close to his monitor, has to be said. Gives you Kindar run for his money. All-time square. 6 apiece. But as we know, 9Z got plenty of cash in his back pockets to work with. Bigazera spams and finds.
Big kill. Big kill. Super early on. Oh, there's a gap above the smoke. Zevi nearly gets taken down because of it. Bigazera going to take a lot of damage as well. So 9Z, although a man down, do have ample opportunity to recover it. Very quickly down towards B. Nekiz is here. The support system going. I don't know about the solo peek. Buda's there to get that trade, though. That was a little dangerous for my money from Max. Nonetheless, Plant comes in. 4 versus 3. Try on the Lurk AWP. As I have mentioned, these low HP bars, it really does make a difference on the retake when you have to be the one moving in, peeking around those corners. Makes life very hard indeed. And with how fast this comes, as you can see, paiN are confused. Don't have all the info. It's not quite sure where to look. It feels like a couple of their players kind of want to save, to be honest. They're going to be very late into this retake. There is a kit available, but this doesn't feel good, does it? Buda instantly traded. Someone got to get on the bomb about 10 years ago, to be honest with you. There's hardly any time. And indeed, they can't protect. Easy double and easy win for DGT.
Oh, Zevi might fall here. No, just about staying alive. 7 points of HP. Yeah, that was weird. It kind of felt like half the team wanted to go for it, and then the other half didn't. I feel like miscomms was a real issue there. But it was like not a real commitment coming through. I don't know. That was a really shaky round from paiN. And so far, this has been a bit of a shaky performance from paiN, generally speaking. Not what we've been expecting at all. But 9Z, again, it continues to be the story. Really good Counter-Strike from them. Of the last 8 or so rounds, 9Z walking away with 7 of them. Just showing the level they're playing at right now. Devi posted. Flash will catch him. Doesn't hit anything off the back of that AWP shot. Now tries holding. Skulls, when aggro in towards Hot, opts against it off the back of finding that first kill. Doesn't want to continue further pushing forward. That's a very smart call. But I think Nekkers could be done for here. Tunnel visioning on that left-hand side. It'll cost him his life, and that CZ will amount to absolutely nothing. All onto the shoulders of Zevi here with this saved AWP. Even still, Big Azera falls away from the angle. That could cost him.
It's still a good spot. He could still get some timing here, I think.
Oh, no.
Wow.
3 of them up towards A.
That is crazy. They're pretty lucky to get away with that. Completely scot-free, and you can see just that 5-second window that was left has allowed them to get in and find the frag!
Oh,
bit weird up top. But no kills. Zevi on the AWP once again, probably going to hold it, I would imagine. 8 rounds from 9Z on the T side, though. This is incredibly impressive, and it just keeps getting better and better. They might even be able to find 9. Zevi in with a good chance to stay alive. I think so, indeed. Ooh, he says. He's not ready for Max, is he? Distraction from the Heaven player. Max with an easy frag there. 8-4-9Z. Love to see it.
I mean, as halves go, this is already more than enough. They've won up the half. And they could make it a 9-6 as well. 9Z are playing a bit of a masterclass so far in these last kind of 10 or so rounds. Really solid CS. Exactly what we want to be seeing coming through from them. I don't know, man. paiN are in a really awkward position. Looks like another pause to come through. Both sides are going to take it with open arms. 9Z, they know that closing out this half at a 9-6 would be unbelievable. And more or less set them on absolutely the right path to a best one on an upper bracket to take on 4s. And dropping 9, or dropping paiN, I say, in towards that lower bracket. As 9Z just topple them. And that's kind of been the story right now. Not really seeing anybody step up. Still in terms of opening duels, nobody can really keep up with the likes of Skulls. But he is really the only one stepping up towards paiN. 13 kills to his name, 10 deaths. Nobody else double digits as of just yet. Not exactly the case over towards 9Z. David, DGT, Buda, all have hit that mark, while Max might be quiet. Honestly, right now, not needed. Zevi pushes in towards the nade, takes 49 points of damage. The first fight goes the way of Nekkers and goes wrong as Buda clears it up nicely. P250 as well will be in for the quick trade, and he'll just fall away.
Some tough fights there for paiN, to be fair. Oh man. No. Getting spammed as well. This is the round from hell right now. Hard's out, caught in transition. Big Uzera instantly dealt with. Zevi alone again. 9Z about to put up a stellar half. Really, really impressive stuff. Unless Mr. Zevi can pull a clutch out of his backside. He seemed to have an inkling of where he is coming from, hoping to catch a player off, but there ain't no opportunities there, my friend. Nice double scope.
Ooh.
Nice find on the headshot. Faking out a reposition. Not sure it's been bought, to be honest. It's a kit down towards the left, but he's still got to move quite quickly to get in towards the site here. Oh, he's close, isn't he? Very close indeed. 9-6 at the turn of the half, though. Hell of a T side from 9Z. Very impressive indeed. We shall see if they can close things out after a short break.
and you were mine. 'Cause when I'm alone, I get lost in my head, and I try to think back to the things that you said. But living without you is taking a toll. Feel like I might lose control. When I'm down and can't push through, I know you're the one I can turn to. You make me feel like someone new, 'cause I'm never sober when I'm with you.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. What a half a Counter-Strike put up by 9Z there. It started poorly. You saw paiN up to 5 rounds consecutively, and you were thinking they were going to run away with the CT side, but how wrong we were. 9Z put 9 rounds up on that C side, and that is more than enough in my books. They go in towards the CT, all the confidence on their shoulders, and if they kickstart this pistol well, we could already be looking at game over in a matter of moments.
Yeah, 1 in 10, ain't it, Chief? That's for sure. 9Z, very impressive. And I hope it continues for them into the second half, of course. Do have a clear kind of game plan for this one, as they are banking on an A hit via the hut, it would seem, with that nade lined up. The Julie's ready to go. But not going to be the case. It is outside presence. Max looking to snipe him from behind. He will manage to get one. Julie's get aggressive. Max has got 2. Lovely stuff. Julie's will get dealt with, but a 4 on 2. Surely overwhelmed. How's this guy still alive? Ekis survived way too long, but his teammate will not, and that is another clean round coming through from 9Z.
This is now getting really scary as well. paiN are just not coming out online right now and getting to the point where we could see this game over way sooner than we would have thought. We've had so many close games so far, no blowouts at all. But this Group B, we said it was open for the takings. Anybody can end up top in the group.
It's meant to be like the close one, though, to be fair. You know? And so far, this game is anything but.
It's actually probably one of the most one-sided ones we've had so far, and that's saying a lot. paiN are really looking all over the place. Janky, uncomfortable. It should be an 11th here to 9Z relatively comfortably. And granted, considering the buy is unbelievably minimal. Swinging towards the open, Max, who gets a freebie of a kill. The MP9 are reclaiming the space, gets one, spots another towards red. This round done and dusted in a matter of moments, and it should be flawless as well. So the 11th put up by 9 here. Applause from the coach as well, and you can understand why they are playing some really good Counter-Strike. And it smiles on the faces. This is what you want to be seeing. These South American sides, once they start running away with momentum, they're so confident. They get loud, they get very proud. And it translates into some cracking Counter-Strike, and that's exactly what we're seeing so far. This is exactly what we'd expect out of 9Z coming off the back of what was a stellar T-side performance. They've continued it towards the CT side. But paiN, that was a low buy, so not really going to take too much from that one. This means a lot. Rambu's coming through as well. Big Azero got a lot of space to work with. Pushing through the smoke here could be risky and opted against it because it'll cost him his life. He peeks through the smoke dry. It's a questionable display.
It is a wild move. It is a wild, wild move. 9Z are able to absolutely best them there. And I think paiN are just trying to move very, very fast in this round. Looked like they wanted to go for an aggressive A-pop, but a Molotov puts them off. So I really don't know what the idea is here for paiN. They've been very, very messy in their first rifle round, you know, and it's so important. You've got to get it on the board. You'd expect pulling all the stops out, but really not the case. Max, aggressive move. Good for one. That's all you really need. It'll be a second for the round, of course. A lot of information going to be gained there as well. So, again, paiN have to kind of put the brakes on.
Absolutely. Towards our side, paiN. Wrapping in towards main seems to be the play, but Try was ready and waiting for it. Finds one. Look at the lineup. Another Mouse Saber. Hard's out. Look on the trade.
Zebi. watching behind. It's a smart move. Somehow we're back down to a 2 versus 2. This really did not look like paiN had any semblance of a chance, and David trying to make sure that comes true. Beautiful find. Just Hards out. He's got a bomb to recover as well. Kind of problematic. I think they will have to give him bomb control back. Might not even fully recognize that they dropped it.
At the time, just shy of 20. 2 angles for Hards out to clear. He's committed towards A. Probably the wrong call. He'll find the first, but into the trade. That's exactly how you meant to play it. A contact play through and through. And 9Z find yet another round. The first full buy against a bonus buy of 9Z goes the way of that CT side. And this is now really starting to get massively alarming coming through. We're now kind of seeing, what, 1 round of the last 12-13 gone the way of 9Z. This is dominance on a different level and a complete capitulation of what was actually a strong start for paiN. They need some serious changes coming through, or this game is going to be an absolute blowout, and the first one we've had all day.
Ooh, bit weird on the buy here as well. Hardzao full spends. I don't think he was supposed to do that. I think actually he dropped the AK. That's probably what's happened.
Yeah.
bigguzera find the first head onto Max though, so we do have some pressure. Sure. But still not quite enough just yet. paiN has a bit more work to do to take things over the line. David going to find bigguzera, gets us back even.
Considering the lack of head armor on Zevi and Hardzao is going to make this really uncomfortable for them. That one hero AK has to do it all. Molly comes through at the perfect time too. So now things go a little bit quiet. We hold and wait. Nothing really to be given up. They're still going to commit towards this ramp position. DGT for the first with ease. Lines up more as well, but he cannot confirm them.
Wow.
And neither can try. Skulls, that hero AK, putting to very good use.
David at the back of the site, looking for a massive moment. Drop Skulls. Oh, triple spray. No. Nekiz will stay cool at the back. Nice plant here. Oh, the footer going to get aggressive through the Molotov. Big fan of that one. We'll take him down. That's the closest that our boys paiN have come for a long, long time, but 9Z are just so strong right now. This is really impressive. They seemingly can do no wrong.
Well, absolutely. That's 12 out of the last 13 rounds going the way of 9Z. I mean, this is just miraculous what we're seeing. You look at some of these stats as well. Entrying. David, 3-1, he currently stands. Max 3 and 4, they both had very important roles when it comes towards finding these opening kills. Skulls has yet to find an entry kill in the last 10 rounds played. So already, really big question marks about the setup and what's going right and wrong. Obviously, over towards paiN. Not a lot's going right at the moment. 3 more rounds all 9Z need on Nuke. And this is a map in which, you know, both of these two teams absolutely love. It's their go-to first pick. If they're given it more often than not, they'll absolutely take it. But the really interesting fact is that paiN, they've played this map 20 times in the last 3 months, and they're on a 4-map winning streak, and that's about to be shattered. Of all the maps you'd expect paiN to be comfortable on, you kind of think it'd be this one. Their go-to pick, the map in which they're unbeaten on the last 4 times played, and they've played it so many times in the last 3 months. These are like the comfort pick.
I guess. They've been playing it a lot like in NA and stuff, though. I feel like the type of competition has not really been all that deep.
Yeah.
They did beat Complexity pretty heavily on it at the start of last month, but at the major. But, you know, it is a kind of difficult one to read into just because of some of the teams that they've been playing. Maybe they've got into some bad habits. Maybe they think it's easier than expected. And you also, we're looking at LAN here as well. It can be difficult for players to adapt to that LAN environment from time to time. And that certainly does feel like the case. bigguzera, Hardzao, both having rough games here. And that's certainly going to make a difference. But it does feel, even just down to the core, calling is just so off.
Yeah, the thing is, though, when you look at the caliber of teams that paiN have played on this compared to 9Z, miles ahead. I mean, you're looking at 9Z playing teams like Paqueta, W7M Academy, you know, domestic more matchups. Apart from that one against Fnatic, which of course they won. Either way, back to the here and now. bigguzera, bit of success to talk about before Try puts him back in his place. Can't make it a double. Gets caught by Hardzao. And for the first time in a long time, we're about to see paiN put up another round here for DGT and buildup to save call. And finally, something positive to talk about over towards the side of paiN. They have been in a rut of a unbelievable magnitude. And they're finally going to find some success once again. It took a long time coming. This is the first round they found in the last 8 played. It's how dire the situation's been. Up to 7. But it still does look like a sinking ship over on Nuke for the likes of paiN, unless they can absolutely turn this around and get a bit of wind in those sails. Actually, they might be caught on exits as well here. DGT gets one towards Hardzao. That's important. They don't have a lot of money left in the bank. He's making this expensive despite the lost round.
Would be an absolutely insane turnaround, to be honest with you, if they could pull it off. But yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I don't think it's going to happen for them. Give me a few more, and maybe I'll believe. But for now, I do not think so.
Agreed. For now, though, we look at this, and for paiN, that one round just found has to be a catalyst to further success. Absolutely. If they don't, we're in a lot of trouble here. 6 rounds of deficit, 3 rounds is all that 9Z need. This has to be one of the best T-side recoveries that we've seen in a long time. Maybe even just this year alone from paiN if they want to make this one work. Back towards outside they go. Trying to play above the smoke and just sneaking underneath, but David will find the first. That alone, not too bad. Numbers go in their favor, but a quick trade coming through from bigazera. DGT gets dropped, and in doing so, it leaves Max in a highly precarious situation here. Round the corner, and a hand cannon in hand, which he'll make work. Scoops up an AK and looking for more corpses.
They left bigazera completely alone, and I think they will come to regret it, but Max does get dealt with. David quickly sorted out 1 versus 1 to save the round. What is that shot from Try? Oh my lord, the org comes up large. That is beautiful. And a massive round, of course. 9Z now ever closer to that 16.
There's a reason I may try one of my ones to watch for this year. Back in towards his comfort zone of 9Z. Back playing some cracking Counter-Strike. That's a lovely 1 versus 2. And that final shot towards Zevi is sumptuous. That is soul-crushing over towards paiN. Just when they think they're getting back on towards the right tracks. Just when they think this ship is turning around, they get absolutely dumpstered by a 1 versus 2. And that can take a huge toll on the morale. Flash towards outside off the back of the opening kill going the way of Zevi. But Try in his big green makes it sing louder. And David will swing back forward to find yet another. This could be 15th on the docket here for 9Z unless paiN can pull off something from a man disadvantage situation. And it's not going to happen with only the 1 casualty. 9Z find 15 and are 1 round away from joining fours in the upper bracket final.
A newfound confidence there in that round for sure. 9Z feeling like they are absolute champions in this one. Looking so damn good. If they can continue the rest of the tournament like this, you know, we're in for some big best of 3s tomorrow and on Sunday, of course. But yeah, masterful stuff. Another bite's come through. paiN just about got it. Certainly not feeling too confident in themselves, I am sure. Rounds beginning to really get away from them here. 8 in a row going to be required for that T side. They've got some good control. Out through squeaky door, Skulls hoping above the smoke somebody shows their head. And well, Buddha does. Says peekaboo, and then see you later. Looks like a toddler. Skulls is going to be left confused. All down to bigazera, Hardzao, and Nekiz now to save the game. Lack of utility.
Yeah. It's got to be said, David's having a masterclass, by the way. Silent but deadly. 27 and 15.
Which, when you've had 23 rounds, when you've had a short game like this, is crazy.
Yeah, and he's sitting on just over 120 ADR. I mean, that alone is monstrous. Try, is it? Jumping across as well. They actually just respect it or fall away. I don't mind this because they know they're walking straight into a DGT. The experienced man looking to line up a couple of corpses, and he will finish it off. The closer of DGT with a 3K to his name says good night to paiN, and what a way to do it. 9Z with a dominant display, 16-7 Scriv. That was a masterclass.
Yeah, I mean, that is a huge message to send, you know, after a really predicted close game. It's very shocking to see that 9Z come away with such a one-sided affair. Very impressive. And some fantastic Counter-Strike coming in from them. Individually, as we said, David taking over the game, but I just think they called very well. Agreed. They played confident. They trusted their own game. paiN, it really was kind of weird. They opened the game up super, super strong. 5 rounds in a row, really good stuff. And then it just kind of fell apart. They could never get back into it. A few more timeouts and a few more sort of moving away from the situation, reread the situation, and try and get yourself back in. But it seemed like they just got stuck in a rut absolutely massively. We're going to hand it back to the desk. They're going to give you the breakdown on that one.
Thank you very much for that, lovely gentleman. 9-6 half in way of 9Z, rounding out that map 16-7. paiN only being able to garner for themselves 1 mere round in the second half. What on earth went wrong for them?
I mean, at the start of this game, 9Z were playing a very fast pace. They were trying to take space, and I think set a precedent that they wanted to go with these faster paced plays. And they still went for them later on in that first half, but it felt like they slowed the roll, and it was actually the mid-rounding that seemed to catch paiN off guard a lot of times.
Yeah, you saw very early on, right, Skulls consistently very proactive in and around the hut. He was getting early picks, and that was just spiraling for 9Z. And as you said, they just pulled back ever so slightly, gave themselves a little more time, a little more space, gave the individuals the room to work with, and once they gave them that room, I mean, the caster said it best, they played with confidence. They were peaking everything and making it look just so easy.
Now, Davy, I feel like had one heck of a performance, no?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's kind of hard to not look at this result and think that Davidus had just a stellar game. And he's actually a player that can sometimes fall off. You know, I think when he attends LAN events, and especially when they've had their big shots at like major tournaments, he's actually not been able to perform to the same degree. But now going up against a team that have had more LAN experiences, are definitely coveted as sort of the second best team out of the South American region, for them to play with this kind of confidence, Davidus played just unrelentingly.
Yeah, gave him absolutely no space to breathe. I mean, throughout that T side, the amount of 2-3 kill rounds he came out with, the amount of just ridiculous headshots. I mean, you're starting to see a few of them here. He just pulled out to crack open a site. He made it so much easier for his other teammates to get into positions to just close out rounds because he was doing all of the heavy lifting.
Now, let's say you're playing for the side of paiN Gaming. You have a little bit of a redo over this whole affair. How would you look to approach it moving on forwards from here?
I mean, I would have liked to have seen more proactivity from other players. You know, we had Skulls going in for opening duels a lot of times, but we, like, in the same way that I would look at ECSTATIC and see this type of stuff they do on CT sides, it felt like paiN were just out of ideas, and it didn't feel like they had to work that hard to run out of those ideas. They thought that 9Z were going to play a very base level game, but they came in with some, honestly, just exceptional mid-rounding that made it so that paiN had to hit these critical shots, which, I mean, just didn't happen, and that's where we saw Davidus do his best work.
Well, I want to check in with Sam as she's joined alongside Max as well. Let's find out what they have to say.
Max, yesterday I got to chat to you at Media Day, and you said you were excited about this matchup because you know paiN so well. It's a team that you know, a matchup you've done lots before. But then I checked. You haven't played paiN since August last year. You don't scrim them because they're in Mexico and you're in South America. So tell me, have you just been watching a lot of paiN VODs? Is that why you were just so much better than them today?
Yeah, it's paiN. It's a team we like it. It's a team who compete with the better teams, so we like to see what are they doing, and as well we trust in our work, and I think it's great.
You looked very dominant today. You're going to have to play fours next. How do you think that's going to go?
Oh, we played with fours in, I don't remember the tournament, but in the past days, and it was a hard match, so we have the revenge now, and we will trust in our work and do it great.
So yesterday, again, when I spoke to you, I asked you who the biggest threat was here. You said it was Virtus.pro. Do you still think, after seeing them play today in the best of ones, that Virtus.pro is your biggest competition?
Yeah, I think Buddha said, but I also think the same. They are the major winners. They are a good team, so it was. I think they will win the tournament or us.
So it's going to be Virtus.pro or 9Z. You've heard it here first.
Oh my god.
VP or nice? How are you feeling?
Oh my god. I can't believe he chose VP over ENCE that just won Dallas. Like, like they were at Dallas and they saw how tough the competition was there, and ENCE won it. I don't understand the reasoning aside from, yeah, they're major winners, I guess.
I mean, yeah, they seem to put a lot of weight on major winners, don't they?
Yeah, I think especially on the ENCE side of things, we didn't necessarily have the most promising performance out of them with the very first game of the day, but now they're going to be facing off versus none other than Virtus Pro, both of our teams having a 1-0 record in that Group A as well. Do you think this is going to be one of those overtime matchups? Is that what's going to end up happening here?
I think it's going to be close. It's got to be close. These are the two premium teams, shall we say, at the event, right? They're the two teams with a lot of pedigree behind them, a lot of experience behind them, but ENCE looked slow. I think that was the big takeaway from their game. The trades weren't quite right. The positioning wasn't quite there. Some of the individuals a little slower than you perhaps hope for them to be. Blame it on jet lag, blame it on whatever you like, but it just wasn't there. And then VP, I don't even know where to start. Party Astronauts running them that close and having one round, which if it had gone any other way, that 3v4 retake, if Party Astronauts take that, they take the series.
Let's just say our two favorites are a little shaky.
That's what I'm saying, dude. Like the results that we got, the score lines that we got as well, definitely was not anticipating for it to be as close as it was. But now, obviously, both of these teams have essentially had their warm-up matchup. Do you think they're primed and ready yet?
I'd like to believe so. I'd like to hope so. Like, we had that moment in the ENCE game where they took a timeout and then suddenly they sort of like refocused almost. I mean, that was a round as well where they won after being like, what, 3v5, and that was the way they sort of spun it around. But they clearly didn't come in with the same level of focus that we've been able to see out of them as of late. So I'd hope this was a wake-up call for both of them.
I'm kind of hoping that ENCE get some positivity thrown their way as well. So if you're joining us in the chat, go ahead and spam a very happy birthday in way of Snappy, because it's his birthday today, so what better way to celebrate than to walk away from ESL Challenger Katowice with a win today. But before we dive into all of the specifics and my wonderful analysts break it down even further, we're going to throw to a very quick break.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Always thought I could walk through fire, blow up the storm and see the light, yeah. I told my friends that I could run on water, and they said nobody can. They'll see me flying through the sky, yeah. Play hide and seek behind the clouds. I show my friends that I'm not scared of dreaming, and I'll do that again, over and over again. Suddenly the heart and chest feel
ESL Challenger is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and Spotify.
It is finally time for the ENCE versus VP Group A showdown. Both of our teams having a 1-0 record thus far. ENCE having previously won 16-11 versus Bravado over on Nuke earlier today, and VP having won 16-13 versus the Party People, the side of the Party Astronauts as well. Boys, how are we feeling about the head-to-head on this one?
I feel like I'm getting deja vu. You know, last time these guys played at an ESL Challenger event, they faced each other off in the group stage, and then lower, sort of along the lines, they ended up facing off against the grand final. And listen, I mean, both these teams didn't look too great in our opening matchup. But they are our favorites. They have the most amount of experience. They have had the deepest tournament runs of any of the teams here. So I mean, it should be a good game. We said that about the last game, but
yeah, it should be. In principle, it should be. We know these teams can bounce back. We've seen it time and again. Like you said, the two most experienced teams here. It should be the banger of the groups that then sets us up for the run into the playoffs. But again, you look at how slow these teams looked in that first matchup, and you think this could get very scrappy very quickly.
So I know that you mentioned they faced off against one another previously. What can you tell me about the results of that, Wolfie?
Well, last time they faced off, obviously, it got, well, should we say a little sketchy, but it was the 2-0 coming through from VP to win the event, ESL Challenger Rotterdam, just before the major that they blew up. But again, it just doesn't feel like we're there now, right? We've seen this VP lineup go on one of the most monumental falls from graces that I think we've ever had from major winners, and they've gone through this period of really not playing at all to come back with an old player who brings old problems back into this lineup. So we're not there anymore. It's a very different picture.
yeah, I basically agree. And you know, when we end up on the map that we're gonna, I guess, place on, you know, there's a couple different ways we could have seen this going. You know, there's a decent amount of sort of map crossover, but you know, we kind of had this conversation before about, oh, what do you allow against Virtus Pro, given that they haven't played many officials. They even said it themselves, they haven't had that much experience with making this roster work and showing it can work. And Inferno was a map that we were surprised got let through. Mirage is the map that we go to now, which is also a map that, like, if you look back at when Flit was picked up, that was his map. That was what he was coveted for, and we're just going with Mirage, I guess.
Yeah, well, now that we're heading over into the Pugger's Paradise, what do we think? Who the fan favorites are going to be here? I know over in the first game, Bravado was certainly the fan favorites, but versus the likes of VP, what do we think?
I mean, I think ENCE just
I feel like ENCE should be the favorites, right?
I think the problem is, as much as I want to say ENCE have more fan base, I don't even think it's that. I think people are just so down on VP right now that even if you were like sort of a VP fan before, you might just be like, I mean, it's hard to say that ENCE don't win it considering they come off of a Dallas win.
Okay, well, I'm curious to find out a little bit later on who the fan favorites are going to be. But focusing in a little more on the side of ENCE, obviously incredible driving forces in the form of the IGLs for both of these respective teams. What can you tell me about the side of ENCE?
Oh, I mean, just from the earlier performance, like you saw that Snappy sort of straightened his troops up in the early game. But I think the big thing for me, for Virtus Pro as a comparison, is that James is usually a pretty consistent fragger for that squad. But he actually kind of went missing in his earlier game, which was kind of surprising to see because the Party Astronauts, I don't think, did anything special to isolate him.
Yeah, I think for the side of the Party Astronauts, from my perspective at least, I felt like they were playing incredibly slow pace. I would have thought that VP would be able to have a better read of them, as it were, as well. But focusing in on the side of ENCE, I know we said previously that Nertz would have been one of the players to ultimately keep an eye on, but he wasn't the star of the show previously as well. So heading into this one, going up versus a side of a VP, who do you think is going to be the driving force for ENCE? Do you think Nertz will kind of wake up a little bit heading into this?
I think he's always got the potential to, and it would be a massive asset to have if he does start showing up in the server. I think Sunpius as well.
Yeah.
Mirage, AWP, it's synonymous. He's got to be here. He's got to be awake. He's got to be firing. He was very, very slow earlier this morning. We want a lot more from him, and I think once you start to throw a firing Sunpius, a well-placed Nertz into the mix, this becomes a very, very difficult ENCE team to beat.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see how this one is going to end up playing out, especially because it is that best of one. I kind of would have loved to see both of these teams go head-to-head in a bit of a best of three as well, because then there's no longer the excuse of, oh, but it was a best of one. It was anybody's game. But you know what? I'm curious to find out what VP are feeling, thinking, going up against the IEM Dallas winners in the form of ENCE.
About ENCE, I think they're in a good shape right now, but not about good mood. They probably had a really long flight, so I hope they're tired.
They're in good form right now. I mean, I feel like that goes without saying, especially. Do you think they're going to be feeling confident going up against the IEM Dallas winners?
I mean, that shouldn't shake them too much. Like, they know they have a lot to prove. Again, you know, that, like Wolfie was saying, they had a massive fall from grace from being major winners, you know, fame as a young guy coming in, able to get his basically first major attendance and then also win it. Like, to have people on the roster like this, they have to feel confident in their own game, but because of the tumultuous circumstances they find themselves in with trading players in and out, not attending multiple events in a row as well, they're in a weird spot. But I would hope that they've been practicing during that time. I know in an earlier interview you said they hadn't been practicing. It was more that they hadn't had officials, I think is what he was trying to say. Like, I want to have faith in Jame, because this is an in-game leader that actually innovated the way that modern Counter-Strike is played. For better or worse, most people will say worse, because it makes the playstyle more boring, but he changed the way that people approach like the economic side of Counter-Strike, which is something that not a lot of other teams had sort of figured out until Jame cropped up and actually made it work.
So Flit in particular was the top fragger, the star of the show for VP previously. Are we feeling confident that he's going to do it once again now over on Mirage? What do you think, Wolfie?
I mean, we've said it before, Mirage was his map, and I think Mirage still is his map. He's a very capable player. He's very comfortable. This is very much his home territory, and that gives him a little bit more freedom. He can feel it out a little more. He can go for some more proactive plays. You see it quite a lot from him on this map, and I think that's going to be, again, one of those key battles, because we talk about, you know, Snappy versus Jame, two very different styles of calling. Jame tends to be the more passive of the two. Snappy likes to throw himself into the battle, so having someone like Flit who can add that very aggressive aspect, almost to what we saw Yakindar do way back when, he gives them a different look, a different aspect for when it starts going wrong, like it did against the Party Astronauts.
All right, well, how are we feeling about the result of this one, fellas? Putting you on the spot now.
I mean, Wolfie's has already been revealed. So, listen, I mean, as much as I want to sort of make a counter argument, I actually am all in on VP, because the last time these guys played against each other, Virtus.pro stepped out of their comfort zone and played fast, aggressive Counter-Strike. If they do that against ENCE on Mirage in particular, I feel like they could just take this.
I'm going to have to disagree with you. Strong disagree. I think ENCE are going to take this one, our IEM Dallas winners. And I know our two brand new beautiful faces to the broadcast are certainly excited about this one. So Hawker and Mr. Bardolph, take it away.
Thank you very much. The question is, what kind of Virtus.pro are we going to see? We're very much in the dark with this configuration and what little we've seen of them so far. Now, I don't know, I think with Mirage as the particular map, I think that there's enough structure with Virtus.pro that they have more of a chance, because I was saying in the green room, I think they might get smashed versus ENCE, but I think on Mirage specifically, the brain of Jame might have something to do here.
I could see it. I think that I've seen in the past ENCE just completely batter teams on Mirage by just running the same executes, the same fast plays over and over. So I want to see VP basically show they're not going to let that happen. And I also think it's just really cool on ENCE that you have a guy like Snappy, who is a veteran, even though he's not always been at the top level of Counter-Strike. It's been a slow rise through his career to get to this point, and it's so cool seeing him now on a top team.
New look Virtus.pro, Norbert on deck. All roads lead to Sanji, in my opinion. We'll see if this will be a stable squad. I'm very interested in the YouTube episodes to come from Jame as well, with the turbulence that we have seen in the roster. Quite significant changes for Virtus.pro. Their absence was felt at that last major. and they have a champion ahead of them in ENT. So this will be a very interesting game. And I think every Virtus Pro game will be very interesting in the short term as we see what kind of shape they're in. They definitely have the brain to make things work versus many other teams who might struggle a little more. So into Mirage we go then. We'll see if ENT can continue their winning ways, coming off a huge victory very recently indeed. It's a big test in terms of name value. We'll see if that translates to such on the server as well.
Coming into this one, it is going to be ENT coming out with the early A play. And you see this a lot on pistols. It's a good way to get a bomb plant. Virtus Pro playing pretty passively right now, and Flit's gone off the angle. He'll try and go back, but there's no way to deny this access to the bomb site unless Kicker can start to deliver. A couple of kills for them, and now the bomb plant is awkward here.
Urgency is rising while that smoke is up. We can see lurkers in CT as well. Dia having a look, nothing doing just yet. We hear the beeps, bombs being planted. First task is done. ENT may need a whirlwind to turn this situation around. Still very possible though in a pistol. Have a look at this reposition from VP. Suddenly we've got 3 players making their way through CT. Make it 2. Madden and Snappy remain. Running out of numbers. Snappy has to get this kill. He needs it for the angle alone. Getting peppered in the back. He has to find his frag though. Jiggling as he gets the reload in, but Jane will put him out of his misery. And the pistol will be taken. Even if he got that kill, wouldn't have had an angle for the bomb. Virtus Pro take the pistol.
Just so difficult for Snappy there. He's crouching through connector, getting spammed by bullets. Ends up making his movement so slow. Just can't get into a good enough position, but at least the bomb plant is, guaranteed there by ENT. That'll give them some extra money. It looked like for a minute they might not even get that bomb down. And we know that we see a lot of second round force buys when you get that bomb planted. Looks like ENT have gone for that approach. They've got really heavy investment here into weaponry. The utility is very short for ENT, so they'll be relying on just winning some fights. Good start for Virtus Pro, though. Good to see Kicker getting off to a strong start. Not normally someone who you're going to look to be at the top of the scoreboard. He plays a pretty supportive role on this team. He actually was able to win the major with this roster without having a single map where he had a positive KD. And I think that goes to show how good James is at maneuvering players and winning rounds where you almost make it easy for yourself. You don't always need all the kills to win the round outright. It looks like we are ready to get back into this all-important second round force buy. Interested to see what the approach is here from ENT with very little utility and a bunch of Galils. I mean, this has got to be a brute force round from ENT, you have to think.
Yeah, they're really going to rely on the entry. Maybe more than one player heads in that direction. You can see the bomb is in tow towards A. Who strikes first then? Will there be an attempt at a short plant here, I wonder, with Madden's position, or is he going to try and show some presence before the A guys get working? Snappy creeping his way towards short. Some big damage there. It's going to make it really hard for Flit to peek. Still standing though. Senpai's holding the angle for a reposition towards jungle. Just walking in, playing contact, but not getting that contact they're looking for. So they are very deep into this bomb site before they find anyone, but it's by design for Virtus Pro. And they will deliver the goods. The bomb drops by Sandwiched. Nurse almost behind 3 players, found by Norbert though. They thought maybe they had a chance here, but look at the results. 5 versus 1. ENT have nothing to show for the inroads they made to that A bomb site.
Yeah, they got a lot of ground. They just didn't get those kills they needed. And they even had Snappy up mid. So I thought VP were going to feel quite pressured there, but they stayed really calm. You get to see a couple of other players getting involved as well. paiN with his first 2 kills on the board. Snappy here giving away his position. They'll hear it, and they will deal with him. Great angle from paiN, just up on the site, makes it impossible for Snappy to pre-aim or clear that position. So a good start here for Virtus Pro, and I think that's a really important thing for them in this matchup. We said they haven't had much official form lately. Only 1 week ago, they played a best-of-3 online, and before that, it was 9 weeks since their previous match. So really important for Virtus Pro that they get off to a nice little start here. And Norbert's bringing the hype.
Yeah, he's been looking for this for a while. And I think they need that. I love the aloof expression we've always had on Kikert's face, regardless of what's going on, though. Always like he just woke up. So far, so good for Virtus Pro.
Oh.
Confident in that previous round. Some potential, though, for Snappy. Norbert's been domed, but Fame's got some help on the way. He's held his position as well. They haven't really been able to encroach the bomb site with that frag. So VP is stabilizing. And again, I think with the changes we've seen from Virtus Pro and what little data we have on them in this new config, it's all eyes on VP as far as I'm concerned. So to handle tests like that, to respond in a solid fashion, I think these are good signs at the beginning of this game.
Wow, these Deeks are doing a decent bit of damage. They'll take this if they can keep that CT economy low and maybe even try and deliver this bomb. Some Pius does not feel comfortable. Nade lands and Madden will also fall. So 3-0 lead for VP. I think it was also fantastic to see Flit playing so well in their opening game here. He strikes me as a really controlled player, Flit. You always feel like he's in control of the situation, that he's played it out in his mind before it happens. But you can see the firepower that Ents have. Makes them a very dangerous team on this map. And they'll have their first chance to get out AKs here.
Very safe approach from Flit there. Great grenade. Disengaged immediately after losing that second player. Lovely lineup of the HE grenade to deny the bomb plant as well. And it's nice to see that loudness on the side of Virtus Pro when they're winning the rounds. I think it was Chiron who used to offer that on previous lineups. So Norbert picking up the slack. I think it's good for the team. Whether they'll just leave it to him or not. Definitely good to keep the focus. Jane with the AWP now. On the CT side of Mirage especially, I think will be quite interesting. And I think with the players that remained previously as well, I think that there'll be enough structure to add the relevant pieces to have a good game of Mirage here.
Yeah, you would think so. And we have got Kicker on this A-site anchor. Important that he steps up throughout this game because we're seeing Ents pressure this A-site consistently. And it looks like Kicker's pretty happy to play retake here.
Limiting the variance seems to be the approach for Virtus Pro at the beginning of this game of Mirage. So it will be retake territory for the squad. They've got some incendiaries though, which will certainly help them with information. But that smoke is going to be a nuisance. Almost going to simply creep around it. The flashbang is avoided. No kill for Virtus Pro. What is your next move then? We've got one player showing presence. That's Jane with the NWP, so you know he's not going forward. It seems the whole team may disengage, having lost that CT position. Wasn't worth risking the AWP going solo. So again, limiting the variance Virtus Pro. They will let Ents take the rest of this round.
Jane not able to land the shot on the exit. But this is something that Virtus Pro are very well known for. They keep on top of the economy at all times. And I think it's the right decision here. Honestly, you lose that first fight, it's going to be really hard to get back in on the retake. Even if you do get back in, you're probably going to lose a lot of players in the process. And VP there, we're just hoping that they could use their utility in the retake. You can just give up that A site and play that 5v5. Because it's not always easy to get into good post-plant positions if you still have CT smokes and mollies against you. And Ents again going towards this A site. They are just trying to brutalize this bomb site right now. Every round is A.
Seems that Snappy will be the grenade man. Many smokes at his feet. See the bomb there as well. So he will send in the missiles. 3 players on ramp. Nert's coming from that palace position as well. Already mollied that shadow area. There's counter grenades coming in, but not doing as much damage as VP might have hoped. And again, they will concede their positions on the bomb site, but James lurking around that smoke. starting to fall back now. It's basically a mirror of what we had before, but this time there are 3 towards CT for Virtus.pro, and they'll find a kill through the smoke. But as I say that, paiN and Jame fall immediately. Bomb has been planted now. Man advantage for ENCE. We've got Nerts on the rope, so that could change quickly, but KitKat is low as well. AWP collected, and it seems that maybe they won't go for this. I think Norbert's trying to disengage, had to take that fight, but they will continue to fall back.
I guess that's the nice thing about having Norbert back on the team. He's someone who's used to this VP playstyle. He knows when Jame wants the save. Oh, it might not be allowed though. Some Pius has him locked in. Another player lost. It's that AWP they're really looking to hold on to though. Looks like Flit will at least carry that over into the next round. But that is the sort of round where I wouldn't mind seeing Jame play a little further forward, because he was playing on the right side of the map. He was playing towards A, but he never found that clear line of sight. He just seemed happy playing back behind the utility. And it hasn't paid off for VP right here. These A retakes not being set up. They're just losing those early fights, and they feel like they have to save. And now this buy's a little awkward.
Yeah, their economy is being spread thin now. We'll see if there's a fast boost for Jame if he's looking to head into towards the apartments. No, it's going to be short instead, actually. Boosted up, and we can see there is presence from ENCE, waiting for a play to be made. They know that the situation becomes more dire for Virtus.pro round after round. See the jump peak for the pixel angle. That will not be a thing in CS2. The wall's been made longer to stop that. Stop the cheesy plays. Well then, he's in position, Jame. We won't see that grenade though, certainly will hear it. A flick and a hit. Madden is dropped, and he can reposition now. And go again. How do ENCE respond to this? Flits in the window, and he's got a bomb as well. The bomb's alone in the window. We've got big problems here for ENCE as they make their way towards jungle. Flit has to deliver this one, but support is on the way. Even with that molly, Jame will have some kind of an angle here. How do they rescue this bomb? Actually, Diha's managed to do that. Jumped in the window, hops back out again. Jungle still in position of ENCE, but look at this rotation from Virtus.pro. We've got 3 players in CT already. Snappy gets one for free. Looking for more now as James shows presence, but paiN cannot deliver on that distraction. The grenade will do big chunks. James down to 10 HP, still alive for now. As I say that, he'll fall, leaving Norbert with a pistol remaining. 1v3 made 2. AWP may be perfect for this situation. How many bullets are in a mag though? Switching for the AK. No kits on Norbert, looking for a flank. This is costing a lot of time here. Again, the AWP seems to be the priority. But a 10-second defuse in a 1v2, very unlikely. And ENCE will tie the score.
That's the first round ENCE have had to make a mid-round call. Let's see if Norbert can actually hold this. He gets one, but good tag team from ENCE. I think Nerts wants to maybe try and get this AWP, but way too late to be able to recover it. But yeah, that's the first round. They've been forced into a decision in the mid-round, right? That's the first round they haven't instantly got the sight. And it got a little uncomfortable as they lost the bomb into window. That could have gone really wrong for them. But fair play to Snappy. He was just an absolute anchor on this A site. Once he got that deep control, he took out everyone in towards CT. And now he's got a Mac 10. Maybe he's going to go fast here.
Spatial awareness in that round from Snappy was a warning to Virtus.pro. Not going to get any shenanigans through smokes for free in this game of Mirage.
It's got to be back to the pace, right? Snappy shows a Mac 10 instead of an AK.
Fail jump into the window. Maybe Nerts' spray will cover the second attempt. Indeed it will, as paiN's got no idea. Nice upgrade for Snappy. Oh, Diha pops Norbert on the B bomb site as well. Dream is collapsing early for Virtus.pro. Flit, Jame, KitKat remain with no position on the B bomb site. I think this is going to be a repeat of the last few rounds, in that they've got no choice but to save, unless they want to throw the good money after the bad.
Yeah, there it's actually ENCE, almost looking a little like they're playing VP style, where they just do enough to draw the rotation out through window and get the timing just right. It's almost like the opposite, where ENCE will do it in the early rounds, where they'll try and just draw enough of a rotation, and you see Snappy gets the timing perfect as he moves into window. That kill makes a massive difference. And VP have to hold on to their guns again. There's a rifle.
Now VP have got to try and they need a stroke of luck to make the right play in the right round. Have the AWP or the correct rifler in the right position.
Snappy's going Mac 10 again. I kind of love it. It's a Mac 10 main.
Doesn't have a good spawn really to do anything, but we'll see where he ends up. I think if you are a Mac 10 enjoyer, you've got to have those Sanji stickers on there. Can't forget the past.
Show some respect.
ENCE in the lead now, 4 on 3. The sun was shining for Virtus Pro at the beginning of this one. Now it's more a case of dark days and bright nights. ENCE moving into the B-bomb site. Snappy will not have a good time, but neither will paiN. Will be traded. 4 on 4 then. The smoke is up to let the CTs rotate in the door. Give him a bit of extra space. But still through the smoke, Nurse has got the angles. Nothing's going the way of Virtus Pro at present. TR getting tagged as he plants the bomb. But again, Virtus Pro do not fancy these tight choke points, these low percentage situations. They'll start to fall back once again. At least the flicks are here for Jame, but they are a small highlight in a lost round once again.
Jame always just shows you those little glimpses of what he can do. When you get rounds where he has to go for the retake, he looks deadly. But here in this one, especially on that B site, there are not many avenues in for the retake. So if you lose it that quickly, you understand why they have to just give up on the round. And I liked the way Norbert was playing from the site initially. He was trying to fall back and play further back from the site itself. But paiN tried to rotate in from short. He only went 1 for 1, and Norbert couldn't really work off of his teammate. So maybe the coordination slightly off there between Norbert, who's been brought back to the lineup. You see he just gets isolated here. Shots through the smoke are all that Nertz needs.
Love the Dalmatian next to D-Hart. Looking for it on the cam next time. Another buy round for Virtus Pro then. The buy rounds will continue for them at the very least. Flit shows too much elbow. Stuck in the corner. A depressing half at this point for Virtus Pro. Just one thing after another for them. There's a clearance of the connector with a molly behind that smoke just to make sure that there's no one there. paiN will keep an eye on that light through the smoke to see if anybody breaches the window. Nothing doing just yet, but there is a player in position. And it's a man to the good. Again, a big heat map around this A-bomb site. As the flash goes into B apartments with no response. Lovely peek from Jame. That's something. But paiN will be lost once again. Jame, more is required now. 1 shot, 1 kill for Jame. That's the way things have been going, but is it enough to win a round? ENCE looking for a 6, but Kickert's got a great angle for the bomb planter. Looking for that short plant. Dihar now is in a sandwich. Very uncomfortable situation for him as he looks for Jame, and he gets punctured as well. 3 kills for Jame in a round so far as Madden makes his way through jungle. He's going to be so exposed here. The bomb is exposed to connector, to ramp, and to James Peak as well from CT. He's seen a slither off him, and that's enough. 27 seconds to find 2 more. He's heard the shots behind him. The question is, where is Kickert? Making it so awkward for his opponent. Finally, Virtus Pros fight back.
Well played from Kicker, and nice to see that Jame is able to have some impact before ENCE move on to a bomb site. I think that's going to be crucial here. Getting that AWP into positions where you deny some of these fast, pacey plays that ENCE have been going for. And I'm a little surprised ENCE weren't ready for Kicker there on towards A, because he is normally that A anchor. But maybe because they saw James AWP, maybe they just weren't expecting him there. That is risky from Sunpius. He really wanted the pick, but not given the opportunity this time.
A lot of commotion around T-spawn. Which way will the bomb be headed? That's quietly moving away from Palace. So perhaps A will not be the play on this occasion. Smoke perhaps for the window. Being deployed by Nertz. And one for top connector as well, but flits in connector and sees nothing in mid so far. That may be about to change though, as Snappy and Madden make their way through. Smokes on either side of Con, 50 seconds left. What do Virtus Pro make of this? As we can see, Jame in a short position, doesn't fire a shot as he falls back. Lost in the pillar, gets around the corner in time. Ladder room has been cleared, the split is on for ENCE now. They've got 3 players upstairs with the bomb as well. Again, Jame with these flicks is on point. Look at the patience from him. Dihar gets tagged to 22. Dihar and Snappy remain. Haven't got a kill yet in this round. Or any damage at all. 500 HP Virtus Pro. Things changing dramatically for them. 22 seconds now for Snappy to do as much damage as he can. Only be the one frag for the squad then as Virtus Pro tie the score.
Yeah, and that feels a lot more like VP speed, that round. I think whenever you get into the late round like that, VP are normally going to be really good at figuring out where they need to put their players. And often, as the B anchor on Mirage, you will want to play super safe and just fall back and try and survive. But when you have the AWP of Jame there with you, that's when you can actually have a lockdown play on that bomb site. And Jame has started to pick his spots really nicely here. Getting onto the right sites at the right times. Do ENCE want to go back to the pacey play, though, because they're grouped up outside B right now.
James showing presence in the window. You might expect an A rotation after that, but he's already at the back of B. Have a look at all these players. That is a nice grenade. It's a great start. paiN has warning now as James comes off the scope. paiN on the short pillar will be dropped, and James says hello now. Making some space for himself. He can focus on the right-hand side of that smoke to the left. Forced to look away, though, by that big flash, and he cannot turn back in time. That leaves Kicker to walk towards the site before that bomb is planted. That smoke will cause a problem. What does he do now? 1v3 in horrible choke points. And again, he has very limited choices. Virtus Pro with a comeback. But it seems the CT side will be very, very hard versus the likes of ENCE.
That's such an impressive round from ENCE. It looked like everything was going wrong for them. The nade early, slowing them down in the apartments. The amount of players they were running into on that B site. But they are able to take down the anchor, and then Jame is in a really tough position once that flash comes in. Had to turn away. And Kicker just wants to hold on to the AK here. Looking to run him down, but he gets a couple. And that will keep him safe. Sunpius wants to hold on to his AWP. And ENCE don't actually have much money themselves. So the economy game is really hanging in the balance here towards the end of this first half. Again, that was even with Madden falling on short. You think these players are just going to be screwed coming out the apartments. They're able to move up onto the site so quickly, and that's all you need to make the difference.
paiN and Norbert. Big targets for ENCE, it seems. Doing a lot of dying in these rounds. Many players coming their way. Snappy on the MAC-10 again. As long as you're moving, that MAC-10 is good. Some jump peeks from Norbert. Another smoke to create some space as they go through again. Norbert delivering this time. How long can paiN stay on his feet for? Not onto the bomb site just yet. As you can see, Nertz makes his way. 11 HP and the bomb. That's all the information that Virtus Pro need. Nertz has been exploded now. Shrapnel will do the job. Sunpius committed to the bomb site. James got an AWP of his own. You see one player on the bin there, repositioned now as the flash comes through. Sunpius still on an island for the time being. We see Muddins creeping through the apps at present. Spots one on the pillar, just being teased by these jiggles of the CTs, but now Muddins alone. 1v4 made 3, and Jame will find him through the window as we go back to 6 apiece.
Really feels like those early fights are everything right now. With how all-in ENCE are at the start of some of these rounds, you have to stop them early, or they will just deathball their way onto the bomb site. You see Norbert just playing anti-flash. As soon as he hears it, he turns back. And this time paiN was playing from the pillar, which is a little easier to have some cover to work with. Jame arrives just in time. And now ENCE down to a low buy, but they've got smokes out of spawn, and they still want to go knocking on the door of this B-bomb site.
Short smoke and one for the window. Great work from ENCE. Can they get this bomb planted? That's got to be a big goal for them. fame getting flanked on the right-hand side, but Norbert's here to save. Now it's down to St. Pius. Didn't achieve their goals. What can he get out of this round then? Round 13. A back and forth affair. I think ENCE will be happy with the proceedings so far. Waiting for a flank which may never come. St. Pius, that bomb is firmly committed on that B bomb site. No flank required. James 12 for 4 despite all this carnage. Same for Flick as well, which is even more impressive. Make it 13 through the wall from James.
Jeez. Okay. James has really stepped it up. I think the problem that Virtus.pro had is in the early rounds in this half, he was just not getting involved because of the smoke executes. And now he's finding ways to be in the right positions, rotate over in time. It's been a big difference maker here. And ENCE have to go with almost full Glocks. Got one Deeg in the mix, but it's not pretty.
What is the goal in a round such as this? Really, you're broke, but you're going for the round win. Which is an undesirable situation to be in, but hold on a second. Not only the position, but the weapon as well could be key here. The AK-47 for Madden. Does he trade this one? He's looking the wrong way. The timing is perfect for Kickert. That takes everything away. The Desert Eagle, the rifles are protected for now, but Dihart is creeping. If he can get hold of one of these, if he can find an AWP or something, then who knows? Kicker's very focused on that. Dihart has found the AWP and has lost it. That's a big swing moment for them as Virtus.pro secure the round, which they should have always won, but that one escalated very quickly indeed.
Yeah, Kickert's been playing really safe and passive on that A site so far, often just playing for retake. So it almost looked like they weren't expecting him to make that move back onto the bomb site. They just weren't looking his way. This was such a good timing window initially. Just not prepared for Kickert to decide to sneak in. An important save on the round for Kickert. Last round of the half. Let's see if ENCE can try and find something back. Because VP have taken over here in recent rounds. They've won 4 of the last 5. And this time, ENCE go for a default. We've really not seen them spread out like this in any round. They want to go back to the standard default setup and see what they can get from here.
2 players around A is a big indicator. Make it 3 now with Dihart carrying the bomb. James is well positioned, covering Kickert as he's in a more open position. Flick's got connector for the time being. Nertz with a big swing, and he delivers as well. It's got to be frustrating for Kickert. Flick trying to get his gun back out in time, holding down multiple jobs here, but now it's James carrying all of them and the whole family, but for how long? Down he goes, instantly traded. 2v4 for Virtus.pro as Norbert and fame try to do something. They are the guys who've been in that war of attrition now. Norbert alone, 1v3, 10 for 10. He's got a kit. This is one round where he won't be saving. Moving through to CT. He's got 2 players to deal with. First will be St. Pius. Flashbang is out. He's got 2 pieces of the information. St. Pius is the third by triple with that angle, and that will be enough. 7 rounds for ENCE, but 8 for Virtus.pro at half-time. It is neck and neck as we go towards the break.
One last chance, we can keep it on the low, 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 low. Back and
We are back! Hope you weren't sleeping, certainly aren't now. Virtus.pro lead by 1 as they move to the T side of Virtus.pro, trying to make things work with a new look roster. We'll see how they do in the second half versus the likes of ENCE, Nertz and St. Pius with the Julies. 7 pistols for the 5 CTs. Let's see how they use them. 2-1-2 setup for ENCE as they boost on the balcony. There's no flash for Snappy though. Always nice to, I'll never stop thinking about that old Cloud9 pistol from like 7 years ago. They'd have a guy on the balcony jiggling, guy by the window with the pop flash to swing out and blast for them Julies, or whatever pistol it is. But here we go. Flitz will deploy the grenades into that B bomb site. Here are the flashes as well as they start to burst out. But Nertz will be a thorn in the side. He'll be the paper cut. That is oh so painful for this Virtus.pro squad. They are getting blasted by Nertz, who runs out of bullets with both these pistols. That's impressive. And he's still standing. Virtus.pro have nothing to show for this. Flitz finally gets an entry frag for them, but he may never enter this B bomb site the way things are going. So much work to do, and all those windows will be a curse for him, and he has to go forward because that bomb is about 10 meters in front of him. 45 seconds. St. Pius on the way in from the back. Flashes here as well. Flit will continue to be laser focused on this griefing by the van. St. Pius being careful, disengaging. No need to open up the back completely. Just keep him contained. Make sure you know where he is. 25 seconds. Who's the initial engager? There are so many CTs alive, you can make it a tombola to decide. Nice effort from Flip, but surely his time is numbered. Indeed it is. Dihar to finish off the job. Score is tied again.
I love that boost there for Nertz into that position. It's a position that you'll see in pistol rounds a lot with those dualies, because in gun rounds, you're normally going to see some utility or some way to deal with this. I think in the pistol, it's so hard to clear it, especially once Nertz wins those early fights, because you're looking to pounce onto the B site quickly by getting out of the window, but it really just throws that off entirely. Makes it so that VP have to reconsider, have to try and look his way. And just the second timeout taken here by VP. It was very much a game of streaks in that first half. ENCE got off to a really good start in their gun rounds. Then VP brought it back. That does mean we do split the pistols now, though. So ENCE will have a chance to get themselves into the lead here. I'm a little surprised Norbert's bought so much. Maybe he's the MAC-10 man for the future round.
I feel like what he's bought versus the rest of the team and how much money he has versus the rest of the team is fascinating. When it's done by a team like Virtus.pro, it is super, super interesting to see why they think it's worth that level of investment.
Oh,
and we can see, again, it's about the impact. It's about risk management to try and find some impact on the economy of the opponent. They've actually created a window to get a bomb plant here with how many players ENCE have lost. So this may be further than they were expecting. With the utility as well, they could be in a position to potentially win this. This is quite dicey for the remainder of ENCE. They do have helmets, importantly, but this is not an ideal situation for them. James is a bit separate from Norbert, so he's still on a P250. Could have switched out that pistol if there was time. There isn't always, though. St. Pius moving through with the Julies. He doesn't have a primary weapon. Nertz has been dropped up top as well, and it gets even worse. James is the information man to go down, and up close, Flitz and Norbert will secure the round. A surprise round for Virtus.pro.
I even love how James plays that post plant. He realizes he's the man with just a P250, nothing to work with. He doesn't need to fight the apartments because he's probably just going to lose it and give them an avenue for the retake. But this was just Snappy, just had no idea Norbert was here, and that opened the door to the B site. And then you see James is able to help Flip from this position, from the site itself. Lovely play from VP, but just that one oversight from Snappy seemed to be the difference maker there.
James being the one that dies there as well gives the information to the players who need it, the players with those better weapons. That is quite a shocker for ENCE. That's mentally destabilizing. James looking through the boxes like he's Solid Snake. What a turnaround. That is a huge round at the beginning of the second half. And again, there is an argument that for a T side, it's better to win the second round than the first. Put that loss bonus in the bin, especially if the CT's forced, and then you capitalize on that, send them even further back at the beginning of the second half. That looks likely to happen at present. But there's still some fight in this stock. Snappy saying hello with the Desert Eagle, and they have an M4 in the hands of Dihar as well. 3-on-3 then, as they haven't quite taken this bomb site. Presence will be shown, but faiM's in a position to try and create space somewhere else.
Oh, it's a good response, but now he's been spotted. VP still have to consider their approach here. That smoking connector is so nice as well. That means they're actually comfortable sticking with 2 on B right now. And if VP commit to this, this will be tough to get in.
Biden is doing so much, only with the pistol on the A-bomb site, and he's gone towards ramp for extra info. Another clue for Dihar. They're exiting the bomb site altogether, but I think Dihar may have heard something here as faiN starts to rotate in, gets domed. They know where Kicker is now. 4 seconds, he hasn't got time to plant this bomb. That was the kill they needed, and ENCE will turn things around again. Both teams winning rounds they have no business winning.
Yeah, that is literally like Madden was like a human up against a bear, and they tell you just be big and pretend that you are stronger than you actually are. Because he had nothing on that A site. But the way to scare the bears of VP away is just pretend you have more, put that smoke down, push into ramp like that. It gets so much info, it scares them away back to B where the strong setup is. What a start to this second half. This has got all the makings of a game that could go the distance right here. And honestly, these are probably 2 teams that will be wanting to win this whole thing. And now Norbert's coming through with some firepower.
Why are you jumping?
Yeah, especially the way he jumped. Like, gave a lot of his head away. Norbert says no.
Great timing from James. Things become more painful for ENCE. And I'm assuming nothing based on what we've seen so far. Nice burst from St. Pius. That'll be enough to deal with faiM. Lacking in a helmet. Same is true of Norbert. Those could be difference makers. 1 minute on the clock. Snappy's alone towards the B bomb site. 2 on A. Martin with the pre-fire. He could find 2 from this. DP getting a bit desperate there, starting to shoot through the smoke, and look what's happened to them. Just about escaping James. Smoke is up as well. Sees James creeping, but he finds the angle through the smoke. Such nervous territory for both squads. 30 seconds on the clock. St. Pius by default, and James has to gamble. They haven't seen Snappy. He was on the B bomb site. How long does he stay in this position, though? Everything's gone quiet. Flit walking through mid. Snappy knows that there's no one to defend B. Moving through the window now. Spots James. That's the bomb as well, but he loses to Flit on short. That gives all position to Virtus.pro. They know St. Pius has to be on that A bomb site. He's up against an AWP. And Flit's got a very strong angle. He may see the barrel of the gun first as well. What is the option here? No kit for St. Pius. Collect the util in the window. But he won't be collecting this round.
Was well managed by VP. Flit and James realize they can go back to B. And most importantly, Flit realizes he can get into the B site to help James in time. Because if it was the bomb alone going into B, that would have been the end of the round. It would have been done. But Flit's there to help, and that means even though James gets spotted, they can get that 1 kill needed. Still got really, really sketchy. But VP back into the lead. And we'll see if they can hold this time, because we've gone back and forth throughout the start of this second half. No consecutive rounds so far. Yeah, that's that headshot. You see just how much was visible from Norbert's perspective. And then Jay was just firing blanks into A ramp until the smoke came up. Then he's able to get the kill through the smoke. That was also really important to allow them to go back to B like that.
Score-wise, still nothing in this game. My God, it feels like the deciding map of a best of 3 at this point.
That's
So at least
the
we
BP
can see that Virtus Pro have got some fight in them, because I think that will be a question coming into a few maps here, as it's still early for them. But I think ENCE is the greatest test they have here. So far, so good in that respect. It's a ropey situation for ENCE then. The jumble sail by from them. That AK-47 will be important. paiN trying to trade. He'll drop fame, but Norbert's here to get the revenge. 4 on 3, then Norbert's taken damage. That scout could be dangerous. Repositioning towards triple. Not sure if the scope was heard. All events on the A-bomb site. We can see Flick creeping through the underpass at present. I think the remainder of VP will be holding formation until he is ready. Information comes at a big cost when you're walking towards James Practical. Oh, Flit, that's an important one for him. Likely to secure the round with that frag. 1v4 with a scout. Might be too much to ask from St. Pius. He has his health at least. And the bomb is still committed to this A-bomb site. He's got nowhere to go. Unbeknownst to him, he's already surrounded. Flick coming in from the back. And James here with the ruthless 1v1 at close range.
That's more comfortable from VP after some really back and forth rounds. They show us a little bit more solid play. And for ENCE, it's a bit of a shame that D-Heart is not performing to the level he was in their opening best of 1. Both D-Heart and Flit had fantastic opening games here at this event. Both put up about a 1.6 rating. But Flit has continued with that, and he's meant to be the star of VP, so that makes sense. For ENCE, it was a big overperformance to have D-Heart carrying in their opening game for them. But normally, you'd be looking at Nertz as the main man on the rifle, and then St. Pius had a huge step up at Dallas. Remember, this ENCE team, just off the back of that Dallas victory, St. Pius, the MVP there, maybe hoping to carry that into this event. It's not been that easy. This is awkward. St. Pius is in the smoke, blocking fame. Fame finally realizes it. And these USPs will be mopped up easily.
The EPL slot from this tournament would be a huge W for Virtus Pro if they could get it. That would certainly give them space to shore up this new look roster as well. So this is a very important opportunity for the squad. They look focused.
I think Dastan tried to call the timeout, but James just said no. I think he's feeling it right now. Feels like he's got a good read.
Let's see how it plays out.
Okay. That'll do nicely.
Nice timing on the util towards Connector as well. Not too much damage, but he did eat a HE grenade, Nertz, as he made his way for an aggressive play. And indeed, that's a very early opening. ENCE may feel the urgency to respond, especially because they've got no money in the bank. They're broke as pokers if they lose this round. So with an immediate loss, how do you try and take some control in this match? Virtus Pro creeping out quietly. Nertz doing the best he can. He'll keep the numbers close at least. 2v3 in Virtus Pro's favor. Make it 2 on 2. All right then. Now we've got a real round on our hands. That bomb is on the rotation though. Top connector smoked. And Kicker will take position. It's going to be a nervous rotation from fame to the bomb site though. But there's no one here to challenge. As you can see, it forces his hand to deploy the util. And there's a big clue for Virtus Pro, sorry, for ENCE as to what is happening. Default plant while Kicker holds the angle. Jiggling continues. Molly's towards connector. Does he join his teammate to play a bait setup? Don't think he can risk it now. Down he goes. Advantage ENCE, 2v1. No kits on the players who are standing. Perhaps there's one around the site. I guess the 1v1 is looking for Kicker, but doesn't win the duel. 2 standing for ENCE as they move to a 10th round.
Big step up from Madden. And I like that setup from ENCE, just having so many players towards mid and the fact that paiN just actually sits in connector and waits patiently. That's really cool because he's able to go for the re-aggression a little later and see that VP have gone away from mid. But then VP realize, okay, if paiN's in connector and Snappy's alive, Snappy's the B anchor, so this A site should be clear, but it still puts ENCE in a much better position to have the chance on the retake. paiN was trying to move off the site, having just planted. He wasn't able to. That's an important round back from ENCE. All the makings of a close game right now. Fast move into mid from both teams. It's Nuts able to get away with the opening kill.
Pai's can't afford to miss those sitters. James has landed practically every flick we've seen, apart from those awkward ones on the B-bomb site to the window, and he must do the same as they are still 2 rounds behind now. Virtus.pro pulling away, but now it's ENCE's turn to get that early advantage. Their turn for a 5-on-4 as VP slow down. James will announce his presence, trying to find a trapped CT in the window. Not gonna get there though. What is the next play then for Virtus.pro? Kiket's still lurking in that Palace position, waiting for his time to strike. Norbert moving away from the underpass as the rest of the team head towards that A-bomb site. So what is his role in this one then? Heading towards that 45-second mark, we could see him slipping away from that B-bomb site, so there'll be a big focus from all 4 on A. Now as things go quiet, worst case, they may have a 4v3 on this bomb site if they all push in together. Creeping in quietly though, one seen in CT. They identify the setup, but they can't do anything about it just yet. Dihar dropped towards jungle, but faiN still needs to deal with paiN. Norbert will do the job. Things are turning around in for Virtus.pro. 3-on-3, 24 seconds. Nerds, as you wait for a bomb plant attempt here, force off of the box. That smoke will soon be gone. Molly's towards CT. James concerned to the right-hand side, avoiding the flashes as well. 12 seconds to find a bomb plant. Will this angle be covered? James here, only one peek, says the second one, but a bomb has been planted. And everything changes. Nerds with a burst and a second leaves Norbert in the clutch. 1v2, wondering where St. Pius is. Eats a massive flashbang, but he's not dead yet. He's got to find that kill. St. Pius creeping forward. A tag, but can't do the rest of the job. I thought that bomb plant might be the end there for ENCE. But that flurry of kills from Nerds, 3 in the round, proved crucial.
Really impressive to win a round like that against VP, because normally VP is so good when they run the clock down at just doing enough to get that bomb planted, to get into a good post plant. But as you pointed out, Nerds with a huge step up. That's the real difference maker in this round. Able to get the player after he's just planted the bomb. And that second fight is absolutely everything. And St. Pius making up for some of those earlier misses. He's normally so good on the CT side. He's normally so stable at holding those angles. Good to see him land a shot there to clinch the round and to keep us close. And both teams have very little money in the bank right now. This is a big swing round here in an incredibly close game.
I have a jump throw from that position, which lands faster, I'll have you know.
Come on, Snappy. Take some lessons from Bob.
Aimed at one of those pokey bricks, far lower down on a pillar. Bottom left corner of the pokey grip. Grip, brick. See if you can figure it out at home. 1 minute on the clock. Virtus.pro have cut noise, and no one from ENCE has made an aggressive play to find out where they might be lurking. The utility comes through onto that B-bomb site. Snappy's avoided it for the time being. So looking for this CT and delivering the goods. Snappy is dropped. Dihar has some position with that smoke up, but that molly will stop them moving forward. And that gives Virtus.pro the space to plant the bomb. They're looking for their 13th round here. And ENCE are going for an instant save, just as Virtus.pro did in similar situations in the first half.
I think ENCE would have talked about this ahead of this round because they left Snappy pretty isolated on B. They didn't have anyone on short. So I think they said, if Snappy doesn't get anything, we're just going to save. We're going to make that call straight away, especially with the lack of money behind. At least St. Pius has a bit of cash. He can fund Snappy's purchase. Give him a little loan that he probably won't get paid back. But VP will take that. You always like to get a round where you only need the one opening kill to secure the round win. And that does put a small question into the back of Ence's mind, because we haven't seen that B site be hit in all of the recent rounds. It's only been on occasion. I'm thinking surely we don't see Snappy on the AWP, do we? Okay, it is the double AWP, so that's the answer on that B site. He wants the sniper to try and deny if they do go B, but some paiN wanted to get active on mid. Dodges those nades quite nicely, though.
Snappy will see early presence in the B apartments. There is a fast jump. So the jump he just did, he's holding backwards. He's crouch jumping to go in the barrel quickly, so he's immediately accurate with the AWP. That's a very important frag for St. Pius. Battle sniper mode as Nerds steals the kill from him, top mid. The kind of response that Ents were looking for. He might be looking for more here. Norbert with a sneaky angle, and he will drop D-Hard. And there goes St. Pius as well. All of a sudden, the advantages have been lost. Snappy will hold on to the B bomb site, though. They still haven't seen the bomb itself. That's in B apps at present, while paiN lurks in mid.
Yeah, it still could get awkward for Ents here. They have to stay a little spread or give up one of the areas of the map. Mid will be open. VP themselves can't really work together that easily, though. And with that bomb in underpass, that could get very uncomfortable. They might have to rely on paiN to open things up first. I don't think KicKut wants to show himself here. So can paiN win this first fight and drag them away from mid? That's the question right now. He has been spotted. Flash from Snappy, he won't go through, but the attention is drawn from Madden. He has to turn back. The bomb is coming, but they're not ready for him. And now there's nothing that VP can do. It's another Ents round, and it's getting closer and closer here.
There was a defuse kit at the bottom of connector as well. I wondered if Madden would just try and scoop it and accidentally bump into the bomb carrier. Did no such thing, though. Risks you can't really take at this level of Counter-Strike. The tension rising then as the gap is closed once again. Just a one round between the two squads. And Virtus Pro have another ropey buy, but they've done more with less.
Full send.
Into the bomb site they go. Snappy is on an island, but Nurse is trying to rescue him as best he can. Tech9's up close now. The flashes coming over are really going to help Nurse find some space here. Deny a bomb plant. And maybe limit the risk here, limit the variance as we see Flit trying to pirouette in the sky to dodge these bullets, but it's not ballet, it's Counter-Strike, 13 apiece.
Nurse starting to power up as this game goes on. And that round's a perfect example of why you can't just say you went 1 for 1 as the B anchor and say you did a good job. It's about buying time as well. And Snappy survived for a good amount of time at the back of the site. That allowed Nerds to get into position so that he could just mop up all those kills. And Nerds, we heard Ents say, is now going to be the main man they look to on this team. Snappy said they were looking for a focal point. They were looking for someone to rely upon. Nerds is that man for them, and he is now top of his team.
Have a look at the util on the right-hand side and the weaponry. One player hadn't bought just yet, but the lack of bomb plant, Ents denying the bomb plant on B in that round has had significant impact on what Virtus Pro can bring into this one. So they've certainly softened up their opponent as they look to take the lead once again, Ents. And this is a great test for a champion squad as well, to be able to best the likes of Virtus Pro on Mirage. They're in a reasonable position to do that. Tech9 still dangerous, though. James can be at the back as the support man with the util for the time being. That's exactly what he's doing as well. Seen this on Overpass in prior months also. So they are weaker, but they're certainly not weak.
Yeah, James clearly really rates that Tech9. I think also because it gives him a bit of extra money in the bank in case anything goes wrong. But I'm sure he will be happy to try and pick up an AK after the initial trades in this round. Snappy has been getting busy on this B site in recent rounds. Norbert is decently far up. They do have Nuts on short this time to try and help, and Flip will try and accelerate. That is a stunner of a shot.
I think he had a bit of a mouse bug there, where he went straight to the ceiling. Great punish there from fame. Madden and St. Pius remain, they're in trouble. The whole squad is, this is a rough time to lose so much money. The smoke goes and so does fame. But I think he did his job for this round.
That's what you've always got to remember about teams from this region. They just have the explosive players. And you see the way those kills go down. It felt like there was almost nothing ENCE could do in all those fights with how quickly the headshots land.
So when your crosshair goes straight to the ceiling like that, normally it means there's maybe an eyelash or something on your mouse sensor.
Yeah, give it a blow.
I remember Body's mouse broke once at an ECS event in London, and I gave him my dusty-ass mouse. And he used it in a match, and that happened to him. I felt guilty. There we go. So that's normally a bit of dirt on the mouse sensor. Make sure your sensors are clean. 14-13. Virtus Pro just 1 to the good, but ENCE have mustered a very good buy. The fight will continue. AWPs for both sides. fame is the one to get dropped. We've got Flip top mid as well, throwing the molly. St. Pius might be hungry for another kill here. I don't think he's done with this position, but he might not be able to see over that smoke. He's looking towards the underpass for the time being. There'll be no challenge there. Virtus Pro a holding position. Jamin Kicker around A. Now, can Virtus Pro force someone to rotate from connector to jungle? That might give Jamin the kill he's looking for, but he's passive for the moment as Dihar does exactly that.
And ENCE actually have Nuts, who's come in from short to allow St. Pius to stick here. Because Nuts was holding top mid, St. Pius is there. Nuts actually wasn't fully holding top mid. St. Pius didn't get away safely, but at least the Rifle are able to trade. And now VP need to find a way in. They need a clean kill here. And maybe they'll get a chance onto Madden. He is solo on the bomb site.
This is an awkward situation for Virtus Pro because they can't really go for this round.
Yeah.
But if they all died, then they could buy up 14-15. So if they fail in the next round, well, let's see what they might actually. Flip's got 3,300, so
yeah,
it might be okay. Let's see how they do. It's going to be a long wait, though. 28 seconds before we head to 14 apiece. ENCE are still in this one. Both teams fighting tooth and nail in the Group A winners match. $50,000 for first prize. And if you're not ENCE, then a place in Pro League as well. And that is a grand prize for this tournament.
Yeah, you could turn that into a whole lot more if you do well at Pro League. What a time for St. Pius to step up as well, because he has been getting pretty handily beaten by James so far in terms of impact out of these two authors. And normally St. Pius has been so stable for ENCE. And here you see, that is normally St. Pius' game, just being really good at holding angles like that. That's what it came up as on Movistar Riders. Good to see him back to that. Here is that buy from VP. It's not bad. Still some weaknesses, but still very much a round that should be competitive.
St. Pius had a great spawn for Window. Had his teammate shoot his AWP over, didn't lose too much time. Nicely done in that respect. Flit will make his way behind the boxes. Now we've got that forward play from it, but that's been heard by Kicker. You can see him using that directional sound. Figure out where these CTs are. Now, how do they respond to this? They're not seen on the ramp. How does that affect their decision-making? Minute 10 on the clock. See if Kicker tries to find an exploit in that respect. We can see him approaching the ramp now. He has an incendiary and a flashbang. Never mind. So he's going to be sent in, it seems, to find an entry. They have to show presence here. They need the threat of going towards this bomb site at the very least. And there's the presence shown. Look how ENCE are gravitating towards A now. They hear that flashbang, and they've almost got 4 players on the A bomb site based on that. That's how important presence is.
Need a big step up from Snappy here. He can't go down for free. He has to try and delay. 30 seconds. When do they figure this out? Norbert, the first man in. Tech9 round the corner, and Snappy falls. And now that B site should be wide open. I don't think ENCE can do anything about this.
This is crazy. This is utterly crazy. Big gamble taken on Snappy's position, but the Tech9 was enough. It's been a staple in this half. And it continues to be. The risk is too great for ENCE. They're going to have to play against match point in the next round.
It doesn't feel good, saving in this scenario. But they know it is for the greater good to give them the chance of trying to play for overtime. So much pressure on Snappy's position. And I will say credit to him for even calling for a round like that, where he says, you know what, I am going to be the man to lock down B. I'll try and slow them down. It's not easy to make those calls when you're in such an intense round like this. But the Tech9 flies around the corner. And now we'll see what ENCE can do. Can they bring us to overtime? Or is it Virtus.pro coming through with the 16-14 win? Whatever happens, VP love playing long games. And normally this is where they can grind teams down and just scrape the win at the end of it.
Both teams looking for that early kill again. Seen him in so many rounds. Good progress being made by Virtus.pro in the underpass. Nerds will have to be careful here. There we go, wasn't expecting that one. Can the CTs respond to this? You can see Madden's posted up. fame knows he'll be a target. Drawing the attention and the ire of ENCE in this mid position, while VP continues to move elsewhere. Bomb heading towards A now. 4 players towards the ramp, perhaps. St. Pius alone on that B bomb site with the AWP. All M4s to defend this bomb site. Dihar, the only man in CT, will be very key indeed. Heading towards that 40-second mark. James will be the grenade man. Top connector smoke, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not mistaken, there it is. Madden will go forward. Mollies are out. Flashes avoided. He still has to deliver the kills though. That's the bomb carrier dropped. Flashbang to create some space now as the bomb's in sandwich. 20 seconds and CT hasn't been dealt with. They've got no angles to plant this bomb. Dihar has to stay alive. They drop the bomb again. 12 seconds on the clock now. And the chances are dwindling. St. Pius is activating with that AWP. James has to plant that bomb, but he'll get a bullet planted in his face instead. And we go to overtime.
Damn, that comes so close, but ENCE able to strike back. And VP, they just didn't get the ground they needed onto the bomb site. They had the utility out, but just never getting the kill that they required, never getting into a comfortable position to get that bomb down. As you said, there was just nowhere to get it planted. And now we get to see the overtime. Who can hold their nerve? Jane looking for a pick. Nothing offered up to him. Snappy playing safe this time. Thought we might see the jump peak. Not yet. Jane really wants this, but the util will deny.
Such a rough grenade to receive in that position. Not surprised it came off the angle there. So painful. No damage done just yet. 496 HP for Virtus.pro. No early loss. Nerds just about didn't see fame there, but did fame see any of Nerds? Starting to creep in, straight into the crosshair of fame. There's the entry Virtus.pro are looking for. That's denial of information in that mid position. 1 minute mark on the clock as there are smokes around connector. That'll draw Diha to try and defend. Snappy in the window as well. Very cheeky play from him, the risk taker. Spot fame, that's such a horrible angle for him. He's gonna get flushed out. He will never make it out of that window in this round. 5 on 3 for Virtus.pro. Surely now they convert. The bomb carrier is alone on the ramp. But Madden's alone on this bomb site. All help has been removed. St. Pius has an AWP though in that short position. Many targets around here as well. If he could find them, Madden traded, and that might be the round.
St. Pius not able to find the right angle there. Smoke goes up. They just lost so many players prior to that. Snappy trying to switch up his position in this round, playing in window instead of as that B anchor. But once he gets mollied out, there's nowhere to go for him. St. Pius not even able to save the AWP. Good start for VP into overtime. Very clean round. And when paiN was first brought onto this roster, he was so good at these connector fights in and around this position. It's not always easy to know where to look, but when you get that opening, it really helps.
Time for him to get revenge after eating lead on his CT side. Very tight game on Mirage. Good matchup. Ensign versus Pro. What do you think of what you've seen from Virtus.pro so far on this map?
I think it looks pretty good. The coordination is better than I was expected. And they're even willing to go for the late round plays, even if sometimes they haven't paid off. I think it looks pretty solid right now. It's normally pretty good on this map.
Yeah, I thought they'd have good structure, all things considered, for this map specifically. Big grenade into connector. St. Pius moves, no muscles though. Waiting for someone to emerge. Enjoy the angle while you have it. Plenty of time on the clock for Virtus.pro. St. Pius back to his old tricks once again. Now Flit will see the trajectory of that grenade that went towards top mid, and that may give a clue as to the potential setup of Ents in this mid position. They've been orcs in the underpass before. Maybe that'll play on the back of their minds, Virtus.pro, as that's an aggressive angle for a grenade to be deployed, and as we can see, they're not going to engage in these positions.
I mean, it felt like they were trying to fake some B presence there with that flash into the apartments, but Snappy hasn't moved. He's seen that B is completely clear right now. So I think Ents will be very well prepared on this A site. And St. Pius committing. This is really risky.
It is, but he's delivered what he needs to. Moving back towards the site. He's got plenty of support as well. A quick scope from St. Pius. The bomb's on the floor. 5 on 3 for Ents as James tries to make something happen, but he needs to be offered something. He needs someone to peek into his angles. But time is running out, and his hand will be forced one way or another. Shows the elbow, down he goes. KitKat has surely too much to do with 20 seconds on the clock. Commits to the bomb site, though, as the numbers start dwindling for Ents as well. Flit in a 1 versus 2 with 13 seconds. He needs to find both these players, and they have little reason to show both. But Madden will be enough, and the score is tied once more.
That is so wild from St. Pius. I love it. I thought he was just going to play back with his teammates, but he commits into the open, and he knows that he can jump back to the site like that. I thought he was going to get traded, but knife out, back up onto the site, and then that annoying angle up on the site box itself. That is brilliant from St. Pius. A bold play made in overtime. All tied up again. Couple of AKs now for Ents to work with as well. VP, a lot of players outside A early. We haven't seen too many fast site plays, and there's no one to defend the A site right now.
Great angle. Ents, one to the good. Madden blind. It could have been even more. Diha's here to try and defend. The AUG is out. The scope is out. The magnification won't protect him from KitKat, though. 3 on 3. AWP up for both sides. Post-plant situation for Virtus.pro. Surely it's their advantage. St. Pius and Snappy with kits. As they start to move forward. Snappy getting flashed into CT. Kickert is here somewhere, but where? Grenade lands at his feet, down to 14. But Snappy can't connect that last bullet. Will he continue to focus on this corner when that smoke has gone? Surely he looks elsewhere. That bomb so far ticked as well. Nerds get domed. That might be the round over. Kickert says hello as well, and there's not much for St. Pius to do, really. Trying to pad the stats, maybe. It is the last round after all. We're going to switch sides now. Very little between these squads.
Yeah, I like the switch up from VP. Not too many fast site plays, so they go for it quick into A. And ENCE have consistently been trying to fight for mid with a lot of their players. They don't have anyone on A to defend, so VP just gets so deep into the site. ENCE can't respond in time. Now we'll see what ENCE can do on their T side. Jame, as always, with that AWP early. Ooh, can't fight over the flames. Thought they were going to get extinguished.
Dihar's had quite a quiet game versus everybody else on the server. This would be a great time to turn things up a notch. Flit leading the server at present, 27 kills. Slow pace from ENCE then, but paiN looks like he's almost walking forward, holding position for now. There's a configuration here for Virtus.pro in that mid position, and it seems that a challenge may be on the way. 3 CTs versus the 2 ENCE players. Snappy's the first one to fall, madden shortly behind it. It's a great start for Virtus.pro as they look to extend their lead. James spots the arm, avoids the flashback, back for the flick as well. Nasty work from James. No response from ENCE just yet. 1 versus 5 now for St. Pius. To stop Virtus.pro, making it to match point. And he will be denied as well. Full control for Virtus.pro in the first of their CT overtime rounds.
Can see that mythical Jame in overtime. When he has to fight for every round, he pulls off some really nice plays, and that's one of them. Fighting into connector initially, and ENCE just not able to deal with these 2 separate angles. They didn't use the utility there onto the connector player. There was a man on short as well. Great to see Jame getting so activated in that round. And VP 1 away from the win, but St. Pius quick up mid.
Very fast indeed. Cover from madden on the other side. Holding that short position, spots the jump. Got to respect that patience. But the window is open. Big focus here from ENCE. Split moves to greener pastures. Over towards this B-bomb site. See if VP head towards short. 3 players on that B area. How are they looking to defend with these positions compromised? There's a meaty grenade into connector. Look at the damage onto St. Pius. That was on his head. VP repositioning once again. paiN focused on CT now, on that crawl space.
Oh, Norbert's push B. This is such a big rotate. I think ENCE are going to run into the stack.
That's all the information they need. Bomb dropped, kicker dropped as well. 4 on 4, but VP know what's up. They've seen the bomb. They knew the plan anyway. Still, it's being planted. Flank towards ramp from Norbert. Will anyone be looking for this? So much focus from all these CTs here already. They may get tunnel vision. They won't. Madden holding the angle. Norbert dealt with, decapitated immediately. Advantage ends, but for how long? Flit still standing. Flame dropped in CT. That's where they're all coming from now. Flit with another one. James the man with the kit, but there's plenty of kits. One for Flit, finds it on the bomb site. Madden and Dihar, do they have the angles for this now? James posted up on the ramp, blind, but still it's being diffused. Now Flit's being dropped, and that might be the round for ENCE. He's got to get on this, James. He's got to commit to this, but he'll go for the save instead.
I thought ENCE were going to be in trouble with that stack towards the A site, but it's not a problem because the CTs can't really get onto defending the site itself. They're all just sitting in CT. So ENCE able to get that bomb planted, and once you deal with the flank, that makes the round so much easier. You're no longer concerned about multiple angles. They're all just coming in from CT for the most part. That's the kill from Madden. That really makes a big difference. And Flit was trying so hard here with these headshots. but too far gone in that one. Fights could come into mid early. paiN up top. Molly forces him wide. Meanwhile, Jane holding under. He hits his shot, and paiN also falling. Madden finally brings one back, but this is still a tough round for ENCE to recover from.
Maybe on his last legs, Madden with 6 HP. 3 versus 4, doable, but boy, is it rough. Nertz, look at the space he's taking. He understands the urgency. He's got to be a distraction at the very least, but the whole team is here. Norbert's posting up on that short position. When that smoke has gone, there'll be more problems. But where are Virtus.pro? Haven't seen anybody in jungle. They've missed all these jiggles on the site. Nertz now could find 2 if he's lucky. There's the first one. A transfer from Nertz makes everything. 1v2. He has to stay alive. 1 minute remaining. He's got the bomb in his hands as well, but that smoke will soon be gone in connector. Then all the choke points will be open. If he runs, he'll be heard by Norbert, unbeknownst to him. So whatever he chooses to do, it's going to have to be slow. If he goes to B, it may be a death sentence. But now Norbert's moving towards connector, and Nertz goes back towards A. Sees no one in T-spawn. 25 seconds. Gamble has to be taken. Do you plant with jungle exposed? Do you plant with CT exposed? Makes the right play in that respect. Plant's been heard by Norbert. Molotov is here, and that's the end of the round and the end of the game. Virtus.pro defeat ENCE in the A group to take the victory. That's a big win for that squad.
Big win coming through. Big performance from Flit. And honestly, it started out a little slow for them in that first half, but credit to them for recovering so well and looking way more put together than we expected. And you've got to remember, ENCE are just coming off of a win at Dallas. That is a nice win to get for VP here.
Massive win for Virtus.pro. Great for their confidence. What do you make of that, Jasmine?
Boyos, boyos, boyos. I'd just like to say a quick sorry if I have indeed just jinxed that one. I did ask you guys at the very start, do we think this is going to go to overtime? But ultimately, 19-17. That had me on the edge of my seat.
Yeah, it might be Snappy's birthday, but this is not the celebration that he was expecting. It's the wrong team. I mean, this game was kind of all over the place, but we saw some really, really solid calling from both sides, to be quite frank. I think in general, Jame always felt like he had a bit of an edge, but we saw great openers from ENCE on their CT sides. We saw some great, compelling rounds as well from their T sides. It really just came down to some of those nitty-gritty moments, and importantly, some of the stars missing for ENCE.
Yeah, that really felt like a big difference maker, right? Diha got them over the line on their first game of the day up against Bravado. He wasn't here. Nertz, very, very slow. Got into it late, but only late. Really wasn't there to start things off. And paiN, I mean, you hate to pick on him time and again, but he just wasn't there on the AWP. There were little flickers of magic, but the consistency which you need if you're going to take down a team like VP just wasn't there.
Yeah, it's like when we look at the scoreboard here, we see where paiN sits, and it's, you know, it's a serviceable amount of frags, but he got those very, very late into the game, and we only really started to see him come out of his shell when we had those couple rounds where he was like aggressive underpass or going for these aggro peaks on A, and it's just something that wasn't too replicatable. And you saw that after those rounds happened, Virtus.pro actually kind of disrespected his positions by either retaking mid the following round or going in with a fast A play the next round, where paiN just wasn't there.
Yeah, I know over in the previous matchup that we had on the side of ENCE, we gave props in way of Diha being able to pull his weight, but this time around it was Madden that really stepped up to the plate. I feel like especially on the VP side of things, it was almost a consistent showing across the board for them. However, when you look to the ENCE side, it seemed like there were cracks forming throughout.
I think both teams actually were kind of missing out on a lot of their players performing, because we at the start of this game in the first half, it was mainly Jame and Flit that were doing a lot of the damage, especially Jame on his AWP. It felt like he wasn't missing really too many of his opening opportunities, and when he was getting those kills on the AWP, that's where we could see that comparison with paiN, especially when we saw CT side AWPing. Like, Jame was hitting every shot, paiN was not.
Well, I know that Norbert was saying at the very start of the matchup, you know, he brings the good vibes, he brings the energy as well. Just how much of that, Sam, impacted this gameplay?
We're about to find out. Norbert is now the official spokesperson of Virtus.pro. The whole way through, it was very close. It goes to overtime. But I would argue that it looked like VP pretty much controlled the pace of that game the whole way through. What did you think of your team's performance?
Actually, everything was
maybe under our control after we won the first half. So I think overall we feel pretty confident that we know what they're doing, and even if we're losing, we know that we can still come back or win some crucial rounds.
I've seen you behind the scenes here as a team, lots of laughing and joking. We heard you shouting, which normally never happens with VP. We see James talking a lot. He's popping off his IGL. It just seems like the communication is so much better amongst the team. Is that the case?
I don't know, maybe just because we really wanted to win the game. Maybe that's why everyone was communicating very good, and even James was calling really good because I think he was reading a really good game. So I think everyone played good and communication was really nice.
You took a break as a team. You disappear, you don't go to certain games, no one knows what is going on. I spoke to paiN yesterday. He said a lot of it was focusing on the individuals and your own mental space. What other preparation did you do during this break and leading up to this tournament?
Actually, for me, I was inactive like for 3 months. I was fixing my health issue. And after they bring me back, we were just didn't practice for a month. We just were focusing on our stuff and some problems that happened after this season. So we just played that much, and then we started preparing for Katowice and tried to play online tournaments.
Very quick answer. Are the problems solved?
No.
I mean, there you go. We'll dissect that more on Sunday when you return. Thank you, Norbert, for chatting to us.
Hey man, he's nothing if not honest, right? I mean, fair play to him.
Sam was definitely hoping for a yes there. I mean, as soon as he said no, it's like, oh, well, we won't dig too much into that. But, I mean, they looked good. And actually, I mean, shout out to Norbert, not only being the spokesperson of Virtus.pro, but also having a pretty solid game. I think, you know, he's a player that's under the microscope because of the fact he got removed. He's back in the team, and they don't know if he's even going to stay with the team. We're hearing he's the permanent fifth, and I think most people would say that doesn't seem too convincing. But that was a kind of performance that if he was to be the consistent fifth, if you can get that kind of performance from him, that would be nice. You know, that would certainly elevate Virtus.pro back to where they should be.
It picked up a lot of the gaps as well. He kind of fell into that position almost. As you saw Flit and James start to slow down a little bit, he found the gaps, he found the kills, and really did step up into the series and took it, arguably, when it really felt like it was in the balance, gave them that little extra bit of firepower to get them back on the front foot and get them rolling forward again.
Well, gents, that was quite an exciting matchup, to say the very least. But coming up next, we have Forza versus 9Z, another winners matchup in a best-of-1. So we'll catch you all very soon.
You love it, you wear it,
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
I'll keep your picture in my room, 'cause it gets me in the mood. You're still a free in my head. You got me so confused. My mind is full of you. Still want you in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you. On my mind when I am up too late. You got me so confused. My head is full of you. You keep slipping away. I learned the hard way. But something's gotta stay. Don't let it go to waste. Do you remember all of the long nights warm in my bed? Night for the sunrise, that's what you said. You held me so tight each time again. I'll keep your picture in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you. On my mind when I am up too late. got me paralyzed. Got what you came for. One thing that I've kept. I'll keep your picture in my room, 'cause it gets me in the mood. You're still free in my head. You got me so confused. My mind is full of you. Still want you in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you. On my mind when I am up too late. You got me so confused. My head is full of you. I'll keep your picture in my room, 'cause it gets me in the mood. You're still free in my head. You got me so confused. My mind is full of you. Still want you in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you. On my mind when I am
ESL Challenger is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and Spotify.
It is finally time, baby, for yet another best of one matchup. It's going to be Fours taking on 9Z in our Group B. Yet another showdown, gentlemen. How are we thinking and feeling about Fours 9Z?
I am actually super excited. 9Z were one of my favorite teams watching in the South American region for a long time, and then they made, you know, these are guys that were able to make the major as like the first country representatives they had out of like Uruguay and Chile, and they had Argentinians on the roster, different Argentinians now, of course. But both them and Fours have been like my favorite teams as sort of on the up and coming, because they pick up young talent and they actually foster them into quite a formidable force.
I mean, Jerry's known for that at this point, right? 3 times at the major, all 3 times with Fours, all 3 times with different lineups. He's so established at bringing these new upcoming players through the system, getting them to a stage where they are seriously competitive, and then taking names.
Of course, I did mention Fours 9Z both being from Group B. But after this matchup, we also have ECSTATIC versus paiN Gaming as well. And that's going to be our elimination matchup, which does indeed mean a lot more CSGO still to come for the folks at home. So that's going to be a best of 3. Now, speaking about this next matchup at hand, the best of 1 showdown. Yumi, I believe you said that both Forza and 9Z, 2 of your favorite teams. That's not how this works, bro.
I know.
You can't say both of them so that you're right no matter what.
I just had to put it out there because, you know, you can only follow those teams in sort of the up-and-comers, so to speak, before, you know, they start getting taken away and, you know, players get poached and whatever. Even though some of the players got poached, they ended up coming back to 9Z. So, you know, it comes in roundabouts. But we actually are sort of chewing through the veto, which is, you know, it's kind of it's a nice place to start for both these teams because there's actually not that much crossover, but Overpass would have been a nice place for them to sort of duke it out considering they both first round it. But it's actually banned, and instead we get to a middling ground in Mirage instead.
It's a very middle ground, and that starts to concern me a little bit, right? We saw 9Z earlier today. We saw them on Nuke. It's their map. It's their home. They know how to play it. It's almost instinctual. And so much of what they were successful with against paiN was just taking fights. It was just knowing your angles, knowing your shots, going in dry and getting the job done. You're not going to be able to do that on Mirage. They've not got the reps. They've not got the experience against international Tier 1, Tier 2 caliber teams. It's a whole different kettle of fish, and I think it's going to take a very different look from 9Z if they are going to take this one.
I think it's very up in the air for us right now, but also for the folks at home. 50-50.
I'm surprised, to be honest.
Who did you think
I thought 9Z were going to take that over. You know, they've got representatives from like multiple different sections of the South American region. Like that surely is just... I'm surprised the fandom's not out there.
Well, continue letting us know for the folks at home as well who you think is ultimately going to end up taking this matchup as well. But Forza, let's see how they're feeling taking on 9Z.
I think headset is, I don't know. It's like a dark horse. You never know, and this is why this tournament is excited, as I mentioned before. A lot of teams from a lot of regions you never saw before. We never saw before. So yeah, interesting dark horses, unknown regions for us. Really good.
I love love that. I love the emphasis on dark horses, regions that at least we haven't experienced before or we haven't seen before. But a lot of the time that comes with its own sense of fear for many of these teams as well. That seemed like excitement to me.
Yeah, no, I certainly seem so. Like, Jerry just seems like a very excitable dude in general. So for him to come out and say, "Oh yeah, I'm excited for this game," doesn't surprise me weirdly. But he's even saying, "Oh, these are guys that we just haven't seen that much of," which is a little concerning to a certain degree. You know, I have Force as the dark horse to this tournament to a certain extent, and they're now saying that 9Z are the dark horses. So I wish that he had come in with more confidence in that. You know, we know how these guys play. It's just okay. I would have liked to see some fighting talk from the guy.
I feel like they're giving him a little bit too much respect. No, he's just like, you know what, they're the dark horses, don't really know what to expect, but tell me what we can expect in the way of Fours, the standout players, the star players, the difference makers for the team.
I mean, you're looking to Zorti, AWP on Mirage again. We touched on it with some parts in the last game. He's a big player for them. And then, honestly, once you start to knock down the list, it's very much everyone. You're looking to all of the big individuals. They've got this whole roster of young, upcoming talent. You can look at Shalfie and say, yeah, you want him to have a big game. Resalt's the new kid. You want him to be showing up as well. And then you've got the two real anchors, the experience of Jerry and Crad there to try and build that platform. So Forza are sort of one of those teams where I don't see any massively outstanding individuals. I don't see anyone who I'm expecting to lead the way by a mile. You want everyone fragging. You want everyone in the server because each of those players, you've seen them pull off magic before. You've seen them have those moments that can just turn a series.
Well, 9Z having won 16-7 previously versus none other than paiN over on Nuke. The real question is, how are they feeling heading into this tournament?
I think we need some experience, reach some playoffs, and winning this tournament would give us that experience. We're looking forward to that, to play more tournaments against more experience. When I first joined the team, I was struggling a bit. When you come to join a new team, you need to get used to their way, you know? You need to adapt, and they need to adapt to you as well. But now I'm feeling really confident. I have improved a lot my games. I feel really confident about me. I have known the guys for a long time, so get to travel with them. It's easy, you know. We don't have any problems or things like that. So yeah, it's nice to get to play with them this tournament.
Loving the fact that a lot of these teams, a lot of these players are keeping it awfully real with us, you know. It is a little bit of a struggle to make sure that you're meshing well together, especially when you first join a team. But ultimately, we land on the fact of whether or not we think that they have meshed well enough to be able to take down Forza. What do we think about that, Wolfie?
I think Try is almost the prodigal son returning, right? He was the product of a very short stint, admittedly, but the academy system, he came through, he was huge, he moved, lost a little bit of that impact, came back, and he's looking massive again. I think it's a very easy system for him to fall into because it's the one he essentially grew up in CS in. It's the one that is home to him, and you've seen it. He can have huge impact. He started to get warmed up in the early game today. I expect to see big things from him.
Yeah, and he's somebody that probably really understood the benefits of being with 9Z in the first place. Like, because he was bedded into that system, I think he sort of underestimated how important that was when he went over to 00 Nation, where, as far as I'm aware, the calling was kind of all over the place. It was very freedom-focused. Like, if you wanted to do things, you would be able to do it. And that's maybe where Try has improved his game. Like, he might be able to take more initiative outside of the system that was kind of developed around him before. But 9Z are, I mean, given that Bit was once in-game leading, Max took the reins, and he's very much followed the same philosophy.
How do we feel, though? It's prediction time, baby. Go on. Hit me with it.
I am going to get on the 9Z train. I got them in the early game. I called it early. I thought they were going to pop off. They had a fantastic game, and I think you take the momentum of that, compare it to what Force got from their series. I think that momentum, if it carries, it's going to carry them all the way through.
See, it feels weird because I feel like you've talked more about Force than I have. Yeah. And I've talked more about 9Z than the other way around. But I'm actually going with Force here because as much as I want to believe in 9Z, I think Force just have too many different elements, especially now that we know the map is Mirage. Like, this is a map where Shalfie, Zorte, you know, they've got enough talent on this squad that they can just kind of take over. I'm feeling a Force victory here as well, to be quite honest with you guys. But let's find out what the Twitch chat thought. What do we think? Do we think it's going to be Force? Do we think
think it's going to be 9Z who's going to take this one? Okay.
There we are.
Okay, yeah.
That's what I was expecting to see the first time.
Are you worried at all that the fact that, you know, Twitch chat have gone fully against both yours and my
First off, as much as I love Twitch chat for different reasons, their knowledge on Counter-Strike isn't always there.
Oh,
so
let's play.
they have some good comments. Usually the funny ones are on point, but the analysis.
All right, well, I'm excited to head on over into Mirage once again. Let's run it back, baby. Take it away.
I only make predictions after the match. I feel like that's a better strategy for getting all my predictions correct. I think 9Z are in a position where they don't quite have that name value just yet, which makes them greater because they'll be underestimated by opponents, by the audience. Forza, you know, a name who have been here for longer than you might think, but obviously Jerry, I'm definitely a Jerry stan. I always have a Jerry sticker on my M4A4. It was true when I had a HAL. It is true today with my anime gun. Where do you think this one's going?
I do think it will go to Forza. I agree with you also. I am a big Jerry fan, so I'm maybe a bit biased. I just love how refreshing his interviews are. He's always so open, which is great. And he was open ahead of this game. He said that a team like 9Z, he doesn't know much about. He said he thinks they might be a dark horse for this event. And also, Jerry just sounds genuinely excited when he gets to play teams from different regions, like the 9Z, where he doesn't really know what to expect.
People say styles make fights, and I think this is a fantastic one because these are two teams where in their current stage of their journey, they are playing game after game, match after match. They are grinding. You look at their how many matches they've played in the last 3 months, and they're in double figures on plenty of maps. It's hard work which pays off, and I think that's going to be fantastic for a clutch such as this on Mirage. Here we go. Forza will be starting on the T side, and we've got grenades out immediately. His hair's changed a lot. Julie's in the underpass then, as the CTs will be aggressive as well. Great start for David, but Jerry will take those Julies. See what he does with them. GGT will hear at least 2 people in the underpass. Heading in towards that A-bomb site, keeping it relatively simple. Forza taking jungle as DGT tries to crawl out of there like a rat. 3-on-3 now as Max defends CT, but he'll get punctured by Jerry. Traded by Buda, traded by Crad. 1v1. Crad and Try. Crad's got the bomb. Try has got a USP and Kevlar. Bomb being planted for triple. Here's the beep, starts to move forward. Try. Got to come down to the headshot. Crad hasn't seen him just yet. He's got to be careful because Try's by the bench now. He's got to jump. The Crad has moved into a safe position. The barrel of his gun may have been seen by Try, though. He absolutely knows where he is, but it's all about who gets the kill. Crad being patient with his shots there. Jumping up Try. So patient with the headshots. Pistol taken by Forza.
Man, that was just a complete death ball from Forza. Everyone stick together, and destruction comes in their wake. Both ways. Some of the Forza players fall. Jerry ended up getting a massive amount done with those dualies. Always seemed to be in the right place to catch some of those CTs out. And then Crad put into a clutch, and I thought Try's jump up might be difficult to deal with, but credit to Crad, the flick was on point. Now we'll get to see if Forza can deal with this force spike. Pistols out, as well as a scout and an MP9. And a bit of underpass aggression. Jerry alone with the AK. That was scary. That could have been a rifle lost. But he just about comes out with the kill.
Time for Jerry to pick up a MAC-10. If he makes it that far, this is awkward for him. He might want to do a runner here. He may do with the flashbang. Crad, a potential candidate to collect that AK-47. As you can see, Buda is still on the hunt, but Jerry will hide behind the TV, and that will be enough. Opportunity missed by Try. Both team players get their bell rung, but Forza won't lose a single player in that round, which is fantastic for them. Keep 9Z low in the kill feed. Buda, Max, and David with kills so far. But again, none in that round is great for Forza. Good start for them.
This is going to be a really comfortable start. You'll build up some money, which isn't easy to do these days in Counter-Strike. That is assuming this round doesn't go horribly wrong for them. For 9Z, a really impressive opening win against paiN. That is a regional matchup, a South American matchup. They played each other a couple of times recently. And 9Z, for whatever reason, seemed to have a pretty good matchup against paiN. So definitely a nice statement made in their opening win. It's just how one-sided it was that really impressed me. Davidus having a big game in that one. Here in this round, Force just taking the mid control. Still got to be a little concerned about these pistols. It looks like they figure this out now as they move into A, which is why.
Forza, the organization, is 22 years old.
Wow.
Just to put it out there, they have been around for a very long time. I don't think many people realize they were one of the 2 teams in that infamous Counter-Strike game where there were strippers standing on the tables trying to distract the players. That was Forza and Virtus Pro. Let's never forget that one. 2009, one of the most bizarre things I've ever seen.
I have seen videos. That is wild.
It was just so random.
Nowadays. Yeah, it's like
super random.
Who came up with this?
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah, that's why it was memorable. Because it was just like, what is this? But there we go. One of the 2 teams there, Forza. Into the buy round then. paiN looking for their first. So is DGT in these early stages of Mirage. Still in best of 1 territory, as the HUD will tell you at the top. Group B winners match. Cherry still with that AK-47. Will be denied by David. Maybe an AK for him to collect a little later on. Being proactive R9Z, we can see Buda going for an apps push here. Not content with the kill on the A bomb site, they'll get information towards B. And look at the hold they have around that A area. David's basically buried deep into the site at the moment. His teammates around, holding the choke points. Results making plenty of noise in the palace. He's got to get away with a gun upgrade. He's carrying the bomb, so he's got to be careful. Moving back towards T-spawn now, as this could be an instrumental. Okay, if Krad got that kill, everything changes, but now the gas pedal has to be on for Forza. As I say that, they have 2 plays remaining, but only versus 3 of paiN. That is a great jump. Not sure if Zorte saw the barrel of the gun there. That silencer almost conceding the position. Off to the B bomb site they go then. Buda's going to be here at the back. I think you'll see the AWP player on short. 13 seconds now. He's got to stay alive for the bomb plant if he can, but he'll be denied by result. What is the angle for the bomb plant though? Zorte's here to deliver on Max, making it a 1 versus 2 for Try. Tagged as he looks towards short. 12 HP for him. How does he get past this choke point? Not sure if he does. No kit for him either. No round for paiN.
Time to get away for Try. And some really important kills there from Force in the late round. Result and Zorte doing everything between them. And we heard Wolfie saying on the desk he wanted to see Zorte step up for Force, considering we are playing on Mirage. Normally a good map for your sniper. And Zorte was actually having a bit of a weak game in the opener. He was actually the lowest rated player on the team in their opening win. So I think it's really nice to see him stepping up early into this one. Definitely a reliable AWPer for the most part. For paiN, you've got to remember, they are getting a bit more international experience. They played over at Dallas recently. I think that's only going to help them, getting to practice and get officials in against some of these European teams. Let's see what they can do in this one. They do have that AWP saved. A hero rifle picked up by Max as well. So this A site is actually pretty strong on the hold right now. They've got an AWP and an M4 on A. And Force are going to run into this.
In they go, the numbers game. Who's going to work out for? Tries here with the AWP shotgun mode. Misses result though. 3 on 2. DGT and the Desert Eagle for Buda. DGT trying to find an angle to get this MAC-10 to work. Might need a burst from this range, but who can he find? Standing in plain sight, hiding in plain sight. Bomb is planted, has to fall back. Trying to play off of Buda, who's creeping in CT, I think. There is Buda. Result will deal with him. Not sure what else DGT can get out of this. So it will be a painful start to Mirage for the CT side of 9Z. Still looking for their first. Again, not that many kills just yet. We can see results 7 for 1. The T's are building money, which compounds the problems for the CT side if they can get off to the races and find the first round.
9Z were trying to establish a rifle AWP setup towards ramp there, but they just tried to get it in at the wrong time. There were already Force players committing out to the site. It leaves the AWP up close. He was getting uncomfortable. They were trying to just hug him. You never want that with the AWP. Here are a couple of MAC-10s for Force. They've called this out of spawn. They want this B play, and they want it quick.
Try's got an incendiary. He should surely hear these footsteps as the first incendiary delivered. He's completely blind, and now he's dead. Smoked by the MAC-10, and there's more smoking to be done as Crad will drop buildup. DGT trying to do what he can. He was in position, but now there's barely any position for 9Z. 2v4. Still heading towards the bomb site though. Zorte having a look. There's an off angle being held and Shalfi's been dropped. This is encouraging for 9Z. There might be a chance for this round yet. The last two players don't have kits. You can see Zorte holding down 2 jobs. He's seen nothing in the apartments and David starts to move away. No ninja likely for Max as he doesn't have a kit. So I think he's looking for some exit kills here. But again, a surge into the B bomb site successful for Forza.
Max will be playing for exits. It's a nice lineup. The AWP will want to save it. Force have a ton of money though. I mean, Resolt's nearly maxed out on cash. In fact, he just has. So it's not that big of a deal. But yeah, nice call from Force, switching it up on the fast B play. And honestly, 9Z don't look like they're in this game right now. They haven't been able to contest in these early rounds. Hasn't felt close, really. So you can understand the call for the timeout here.
This is a fast 6-0. Never bet against Jerry. It's not over yet, but that's just my mantra in life.
Crad getting vocal on the end there. Always got to remember, we always talk about the in-game leaders coming up with a lot of the ideas, but the players will definitely chime in. You need players who are going to be vocal themselves and have good reads. I mean, those MAC-10s just fly in so fast. That's a whole aim of the strategy, right? You buy those MAC-10s for the run and gun potential. And 9Z, not the best scenario. They only go for the half investment after saving some weapons. Or just the one, really. Got 2 rifles in, or 3 rifles even. It's not too bad. And this advanced mid setup. I like that 9Z are trying something different here. It's pretty hard to flash players off this advanced angle as well. Sometimes the flash will just go past them. See Max dodging that one.
Awkward with all those flashes for both squads. Who comes out on top? Forza just about. Shalfi limping forward now with 14 HP. Jerry dueling at the choke points of the B bomb site, moving through now as the numbers increase. DGT got his teammate here, Buddha, but only with a Desert Eagle. Now the Deagle will try to run after distraction, but Buddha will be dropped 3-on-3 as Shalfi's got his knife out, and that is not going to work out for him. David's got a perfect position. Zorte with the AWP now, 1 versus 2. Going for the quick scope, denied, and they're on the board.
Yeah, they'll use that to try and get a bit of excitement going, try and get the mood up in the team. Got pretty awkward there, but I think that's what 9Z were trying to do in this round, because they didn't have the perfect buy. So they just move into top mid. They make things a little uncomfortable. Force unable to deal with it. We will now have the full buy out for 9Z as well. And DGT pushing into underpass. Max Force back from connector. DGT spotted no one there. So he comes back to mid now to try and get out alive. And Force take mid just as the CTs fade away. They come back though. It's not going to matter. Shalfi still gets the kill.
Can't beat DGT, but gets the kill in the end. Look at the kill feed. It's free-for-all deathmatch out here. Forza, 1 to the good, 3v2, make it 3v1. Buddha's on the wrong side of the map. He has a pilgrimage to this A-bomb site. No kit for him. Quick check from Zorte and a safer plant towards CT. Forza straight back in the action. And this is the problem when you lose so many rounds in a row on the CT side. You win one, the T's have got money for days, they come straight back at you with a force bite. You can't just win that one round, you've got to string them together. And it looks like 9Z will fail to do that on this occasion. That puts them back into the bin. Buda needs to save this weapon though. David's got money, Try does as well. So they might be able to muster something in the next round, but it won't be ideal.
Yeah, just when you hope 9Z can start to find some success. And those mid fights were really awkward. And then Jerry, just hearing that player running back on A means he can push through the Palace smoke. Ah, it's a great kill from Shalfie. Took him a while to spot this second player behind the flames. And there's that moment from Jerry. Killer instinct. You know that player on the site, if he's running back, is going to have a hard time winning the fight against you. Boost up early. Almost gets the pick. Max tagged down low. Meanwhile, Try also looking to get active here.
Oh,
it's the best run boost.
The failed run boost may have saved them. Don't make a motorcycle team anytime soon, Forza. If so, I'll meet you in the hospital.
I wouldn't go to their circus. Gotta up your game, lads.
Again, 9Z being active in the B apartment. Max moves forward, doesn't find much of anything. I imagine he'd hope so as well with 17 HP. That will allow Forza to potentially fall into a trap on this A bomb site, but 9Z still needs to deliver. Knowing where your opponent's going is only half the task. Again, DGT focusing on the light through the smoke to determine if a T goes past it. Try getting active now, focus on that connector position. You can see the concern with Palace there as he starts to look to his right, a little glance before he goes in. Now they know that someone is there. This is a big moment where they have to deliver, and they will. Crad 1 versus 4. He can make it expensive at the very least. 27 seconds now. David will drop him as well. 3 survive, and they've really hurt the money for Forza. Maybe they've got a chance to build some money now.
Looking much better. And it feels like it is the mid-round aggression that's getting them what they need right now. Getting them the right info to have players stacked on this A site. And it also means, because you have players stacked on this A site, it's a little easier for Try to take those fights more comfortably in towards Connector. Doesn't have to be worried about Ramp or Palace. His teammates have got those angles covered. Remember, Try was the up-and-coming AWPer from South America. Everyone was getting really excited about. I think maybe that excitement has dipped slightly because he hasn't been having the same chances to play internationally. That's around where he shows us what he's capable of. And now the question is, do 9Z want to stick to this mid-round aggression, or are they happy playing a more standard round?
I think a Pro League spot would be very interesting for the likes of 9Z if they could make it there within the confines of this tournament. That would be massive for them. Failed smoke in the window will be very, very costly indeed. Crad dropped and they saw the other T in that smoke. 50 seconds on the clock. Will they go back to the wellhead? They don't need to in this 4 versus 2. Can't plant the bomb in mid. Bomb is coming out through that ramp though. There is a mid player taken care of, dispatched. And David wins his duel as well. 9Z growing with power then, as the money has been truly broken now for Forza.
Looks like David's feeling it today. Had that incredible first map against paiN. Nearly dropped a 30 bomb in a very quick match. Here in this one, he's been stepping up as well. I missed smoke though. Costly. David on this A site, solid as ever. Really
Is that a
good
CSGO
sides.
sticker tattooed on his arm?
Yeah, I was wondering that. I'm not much of a sticker man, so I couldn't tell you. All right, Force. Timeout. With very little to work with.
Yeah, what's happened to their money?
It's a good magic trick. They made it all disappear.
This is the moment for 9Z. They've broken that money. I mean, Forza are just around the corner from their next buy, but this is still a surge of confidence for 9Z after a horrible, oppressive half. A 0-6 start to Mirage. They've got a chance now to really make something of this. Xiaofi eats a massive flashbang. Just pistols here for Forza though, not much for them to really lose in this round, and they are supposed to lose this round. Let's not forget that Tech 9 round we saw from Virtus Pro earlier on. It was one man with some Kevlar and a Tech 9. It was well and truly the can opener for the Campbell's tin of beans. 2 Deagles out here for Crad and Rizal, even if they can't win the round. Economic impact is still significant.
That's not ideal. Oh man, he's ready for this second angle. I love the awareness, but DGT will spam him down. Okay, Krad's found something. Zorte's got this bomb, so gonna be hard for him to cross. Nice to see DGT get a couple of kills on the board. I'm normally looking at him as the main man on 9Z. I think his rifling is really solid. Plays pretty aggressive at times too, and I think that's not easy to do consistently. Then we also saw Buda have a lot of impact rounds, and we saw him over in other tournaments. So yeah, it definitely feels like this 9Z squad have got a pretty solid core of players. I don't think there's a clear weakness. I guess you could look at Max, but he's more the leader of the team. Man, the money for fours, I mean, it's not as tasty as they would have been hoping.
Hoodie pause. No hats, no hoodies. That's what they say in London, places Hawker goes. Often cold in the studio. I think that if you looked at the teams with the most potential for growth, if they secured a Pro League spot, this would be one of my favorite teams to pick in that respect. I think that experience would be humongous for them.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you.
Long road before they go that far, though. Many teams to defeat, including Forza on Mirage, still trailing by 3 as Forza are back in for their bye. 5 AKs on road for Forza. Jerry ahead of the Incendiary. Trying to find that pixel from 3 Clicks Phillips videos. Won't find the frag onto Buda either. 5 on 4 then. A good start for 9Z in round 12. Looking to continue that momentum.
Ouch. That is a wide swing from DGT. Not a care in the world. Even with the man advantage, he wants to extend it. As soon as Zorte misses the shot, he gets lined up through the box. Fours now need a kill to get back into this one. See, Xiaofi was searching. Hasn't found what he was looking for, though. Instead, he's found DGT. This has been some turnaround from 9Z. Not just winning rounds, winning them convincingly.
It's a great challenge for Forza as well. They need to dig deep and find a better solution. No bomb plant for them in this round. Situation is suddenly quite bleak. Bomb is miles away from Krad's position. Nice headshots though. Again, he can make it pricey. It's a small chance of a bizarre situation where he wins by elimination, but I think that window, that ship has sailed as well. So he'll hide in plain sight. But 9Z, growing with power as these rounds continue. I like how Try is playing this safe with the AWP, crawling backwards and still delivering the headshot.
I realized he was alone with the AWP there. So no need to give it away and let Crab maybe save it. It's that initial fight. Buda doing well on that B site. DGT spots the second player. And honestly, just a lot of dry fights going the way of 9Z. And that's a great sign for them. Because it means that Force can't get into position to set up their utility. Pistols out in this one. Maybe a change in approach from Force. They have been denied access to the B apartments early, though. They're stuck in the kitchen right now.
In goes the Tech-9 then. DGT is able to offer support though. The util is good also. Thwarting the press of Forza on the B bomb side. But what about A? Shalfie has an opportunity, but that may go as quickly as Try emerges from CT with perfect timing. Zorte and Krad, 2 versus 4. They have some position, but maybe lacking an opportunity. Max and his Cerakoted M4 looking for Krad in that position, but Buda's the one to deliver on him. No plant for Zorte and Forza. You've gone from 0-6 to 6-7. A dramatically different situation now for 9Z.
Yeah, no longer are they having those big reactions after every round, trying to get the mood up. Just feels like a much more business-like approach from them right now. And for Fours, I don't know why, but I feel like for some reason with this team, they can go on these long losing streaks, but they just don't seem to find the answer.
I have a confession to make, Walker.
Okay.
I am an ex-CIA agent.
All right.
Yes, I'm American also. And my body language studies tell me that Forza are not in the best of minds at the moment.
That's some good insight. I'm glad we have you here.
You're welcome.
Your English accent's not bad either, by the way.
Yeah, very hidden past my American CIA days.
Big boy smoke into mid. I wonder if Thor's up the pace here. Maybe just try and have an obvious end goal in a round. Those nades in connector. I love the idea. No one there for 9Z though, and now 9Z just take back mid themselves. I mean, maybe you can come back for this A play. The 9Z will be pretty quick to respond with that mid control they have.
Yeah, for those players in mid, it'll be a faster rotation towards this A bomb site. Try posting up, holding the angle for his teammate, DGT swinging. So far, so good for 9Z. They've got David by triple as well, catching Krad with a molly in his hand. Free kill for him, trying to stay alive now. Result will drop him. That's made some space on the side, but as I say that, DGT is creeping around these smokes, keeping the numbers up for 9Z. Zorte standing with the bomb. Shalfie on the rotation. Waiting for a peek, maybe from the stairs. Lots of X's on the A bomb site, most of them fours up. As noise is cut, 9Z will be forced to spread across both bomb sites. That makes everything somewhat brittle for them, if Forza can find the right angle. Max will be key. He hears the scope on the ramp then. That's half the information. Oh, and there's the Palace. They know where the last player is, and surely Zorte is doomed for this one. 26 seconds. Wouldn't start peeking just yet. He can still win this round. Absolutely drilled by DGT then. And 9Z hold again. Are they going to finish this half in the lead?
It's wild. It might be the case. Like, this has been some turnaround, gotta say. Yeah, those mid-fights, well, the lack of mid-fight means that there is the quick response. It looked to me like Fours were trying to push in just slightly ahead of their own utility. I think they were maybe hoping that 9Z weren't ready for them to be running in so fast. Oh, out of spawn and molly in the back. Not too much utility for Fours. They really want to rely on pace here, and getting Shalfie into this position might help. No, that won't help though.
Clumsy start by both squads. It is Forza who feel the pain the most. Max trying to control area with the molly flying through, but he can't save DGT. David trying to hold space on this A bomb site. Spots the bomb carrier and drills him. Down he goes, down the bomb goes. Krad alone then in a 1 versus 4. After a 6-0 start, Forza more or less had a power cut. 1 round from 8 afterwards. They have gone missing. Back at the milk cartons. Dial a number. No one can find Forza. Long road for Crad in round 15. Bomb by Sandwich. Buda holding the back. He is expected. AWP posted up on his palace position. Further he goes, the closer he is to Doom. There's a flash for him. 30 seconds now. After starting 0-6 at half-time, it is 9Z who lead 8-7. Unbelievable stuff, and we're only halfway there. It's time to wake up if you are Forza, because again, starting 6-0 and then going missing is just not good enough. How do you start 6-0 and be trailing at half-time? That is bizarre, putting it politely. The second pistol is here, and it's time for them to show us that they are still connected to the server. Looking at you, Jerry, and the rest of the squad. No Julies for Forza on their CT pistol. And we got 5-man on road towards this B bomb site for 9Z. Deciding to fall back his result. He has some help from that short position. Smokes and flashes are coming through. That may have something to say about this as Shalfi looks for the first one. Result finds it though. So far, so good for Forza. No bomb plant just yet. Result gets utterly deleted, though, but Shalfie still putting in work from that short position, waiting for that rotation to come through. Zorte's here with a kit as well, also holding a flashbang. Jerry's in Palace, making his way over now. The bomb's been planted. I guess he didn't see it, so he was being careful. That will be a long rotation. Crad and Zorte and Shalfie all being lost, and maybe it's back to Palace for Jerry, because I don't know what else there is to do in this round. Started well, but finished in such an ugly fashion. 9Z will pull away from Forza in the first round.
Ouch. It started okay for them. They get a couple of kills on the hold. Result does all right alongside Shalfie. And then out of nowhere, David just gets a double. And that was just brutal. I mean, 9Z, I like that they have the initial smoke and then the re-smoke for the kitchen window. Or the market window, I should say. I've got to get that out of my head, man. In my head, it's always kitchen. But yeah, I like that they had the re-smoke for it. And it just makes it a little more difficult for the CTs to get back in.
Guys at home, please tweet pictures of kitchens to Hawker so he can understand what a kitchen is versus a shop.
Tweet you pictures of shops as well, actually.
Yeah, tweet him pictures of shops and kitchens. Markets are optional. It's more for CS Italy than it is for Mirage.
Oh.
It's a pretty good result for Shalfie. Flashes and grenades are here. That was so violently whizzing past Shalfie's head, but he's still standing for the time being. Oh, I love the potential anguish of this angle for 9Z. It's been a long time since the explosive scout days of Chris J. Did miss those highlights. So much lore in Counter-Strike. So much more to come. So much in this round as well. Writing history every day. 9Z will have a lot of history to write if they can make it to Pro League. Everything's slowing down now. Noise is cut, but DGT will be spotted from that bench position. Spotted again. And there's the cleanup from Shalfie, the street sweeper, after the scout comes through with the tag. Very nicely done. Still a risky round for Forza with the pistols they have. Everybody's got Kevlar at the very least, but they'll disengage from the balcony. Now 9Z, you've got to work again to find out the positions that these CTs are holding. This is a disaster for 9Z.
They just couldn't get Shalfie out of that position. Tight angle. He just goes running and gunning with the MP9. And that is all they need for this round, for this bounce back.
Counter-terrorists win.
And 9Z, I mean, you saved 2 guns, so you will be forcing. But man, oh man. Could be a rough start to this half for them. After you win the pistol and lose the follow-up like that. You see, that was Shalfie early. I guess they just thought you'd fallen back because they were also looking at that player on the site. Just makes it so there's enough of a distraction that Shalfie can swing out wide, take 2 kills. Now Zorte gets an early ult out, thanks to Shalfie, dropping that over to him. 9Z with limitations in their buy. 2 saved rifles, joined by some beads. And that is decent damage from the FAMAS.
No more Galil for you, buddy. Donations welcome. This is one of those dry rounds for 9Z. Eaten way too many crackers and there's no water in sight. One minute on the clock. Jerry jiggles on the ramp, trying to buy time for himself. That may have been the bomb spotted on the radar then, on that second player. Need these pistols to go in first again. Take a bullet for the president. Then try and find a bomb plant somehow. But they're up against the 500 HP Forza for now. Nice. He's a goner. There's the rifle gone. There's the bomb gone. Chances of a bomb plant gone. Head gone. Close the casket. Dental records only. 9-9.
This round is going to be absolutely nothing from 9Z, most likely. You could see Zorte slowly stepping it up. Smoke shot is always fun to land. It's when you feel in a good mood. Standard from Zorte. Definitely a good sign that he's starting to show up now that you've got that AWP out on CT side. And there he goes again.
Nice.
Take that challenge all day. Not much of a challenge, really, against the Pistols. Buddha dodged that nade so effectively. And there was a molly behind him as well. He's done all right to get away with high health. Go on, Reso. Let's clean up. He wants their cash. Oh, it's not going to give it away too easily, though. Always have to respect even the Glocks. Now he will start to clean up. 5 bullets left.
Oh,
it's
no!
a risky reload attempt.
Oh my god. That was so incredibly awkward.
Ambitious, but rubbish.
Oh. Rather you than me. Panic stations. Anyway, now the game can resume once again. Ten to 9. Forza have found success once again. Long lost after the end of that first half. Perhaps they can bottle it once more. Especially with Zorte on a CT AWP. He's up against 5 AK-47s though. He'll have to be quick. Saw some skin on the ramp. No trigger finger just yet. Next eco round. I'm gonna give you some nerdy facts about triggers.
I'm looking forward to it. Force would need to win for that to happen. 9Z the ones without money right now. And they are currently set up outside this B bomb site. And take a look at the minimap. The first responder to B would be very far away. 9Z just making sure they keep pressure towards A. David really trying to sell this. But it looks like the B site commitment is at the ready. And Resolt's also playing committed to the B site. This is risky.
There's no short player. There's no support for Forza. There's no one even in CT close enough to throw a flash over the roof. Look how they're edging forward as well. Buda goes. They're all lining up, but nothing doing. They really don't have position, and David could be the checkmate top mid. If he drops Crad before the rest rotates over, then surely this round is over for Forza. They can't continue to pursue this. Remaining 3 simply don't have position, miles away from where their teammates have fallen. They'll have to try and save. 9Z will tie the score then, posing a threat in the second half just like they did in the first. That was a must-win round for them as well. You can see how much they don't have 9Z in the hole. Nothing in their pockets but knives and lints, but they will be soon replenished with some cash. Forza can buy around what they saved, as we can see. Zorte's got 8 grand in the back with his AWP in his hands. So they'll be fighting out the gates in the next round. The score remains close. I'm not sure who I favor right now, based on what we've seen already.
I think I gotta stick with Forza. I said them pre-game. They got money built up. They got some good things going for them. But, I mean, if 9Z can keep that up, won't be too far gone at this point. Every round, getting to that stage where it's very important. When you have a 10-10 scoreline, you're getting into the late game. And 9Z set up outside this A site. It looks like a retake stance right now. Jerry playing back. Crad can't do much. There is a smoke up for Jerry. He tries to emerge behind it. That's a good headshot. And now this bomb plant becomes so awkward. They finally flush him out, and they will commit here. Looks like that bomb will go down.
Big flashes, result swings, but he's super blind. I thought there might be a flash for Jerry, but it never came in time. Frag will though for result, and that's a man advantage now for Forza on this retake. Only Shalfie's got a kit. He's currently being very, very defensive in CT spawn. Flurry of Forza players ran that jungle position. Awkward for DGT as well. Shalfie's got a smoke, not the angle to throw it into Palace just yet though. Starting to move forward now as Forza die on the bomb site. This is an awkward retake for them, and it's going to fail. Only Zorte remains. Had the man advantage, but it just walked to their demise on the site. Now 90 will find themselves in the lead, doing a big impact to that CT economy as well.
Just took a lot of time to coordinate that retake. It looked like that smoke in Palace like bounced off the lip of the floor or something and almost created a gap behind it. But honestly, I don't even think that was the difference maker. I don't think they were worried about Palace. It was just Max getting those kills, that multi-kill. Really clean work from 9Z. Force have had strong starts to both halves. But the gun rounds feel like they're going in favor of 9Z right now. And they're going to run a similar play again here, straight out to A. This time, Jerry committed to the bomb site.
Can anybody get there in time? He's got Crad coming in CT. If he can stay alive, the smokes are up and Jerry's down. Bomb site taken by 9Z then.
Oh.
Crad will find an angle though. Bomb's not planted just yet. He's got some support in tow as well. 9Z might be disengaging from this, but will they book it straight to the B bomb site? What is their play? 3 versus 4. Things could be even quick if they use some of their AKs. The disengagement will surely eventually send Forza back to the B bomb site. The longer they go quiet, 9Z, the more Forza will have to spread across the map. Slowly heading towards that B area. But 9Z are holding position. Crad, the main defense here. Off angle from jungle. Jiggling so he can disengage if he needs to. Sorte looking towards top mid. Crad down on the A bomb site. Forza have lost all position, but Sorte will fight back for some as he emerges on short. Bomb still not planted for 9Z. That was the bomb carrier. Trice picked it up now, but he's in an awkward position. He's in jungle with the bomb. Results in CT spawn. Sorte still lurking in mid. Forza suddenly have all their positions back, and 9Z. Issue is on them now. Shalfie moves forward and tries in a 1 versus 3. Frozen on the stairs. Oh, so close. If he lands that headshot, then who knows? But he doesn't. They don't plant the bomb, and Forza are back.
Yeah, you can see Try desperately searching for a fight there, even pushing all the way into jungle. But fair play to Forza. They never give that duel away. They realize they are in the powerful position, and so they don't need to take a risk. I like the attempt from 9Z, just cutting it completely, but it really was that kill from Crad through the smoke, denying that bomb plant. That changes everything. Once you deny that bomb plant, the smokes are going to fade. It makes the retake, or, well, the hold much easier. You don't have to retake anymore. And now 9Z switch things up. They go for the early mid play instead. Force, meanwhile, pushing aggressively out into the apartments, clearing that out to leave the AWP. Which way are you going to look, Zorte? It's a Mexican standoff. Oh,
patience pays off. Buda dropped on the stairs then. I have to imagine he's a lurker. As the smoke starts to, will soon be gone. Sharpie repositions. He may be important in that short area because they have to read an A play here. Edging forward towards B though is DGT. Denied. Bomb in connector. They are losing numbers and quick, 9Z. Very quick indeed. Shafi and Jerry with the last two, and Forza are in the lead once again. A clean round from them as far as frags are concerned. No one falling. Gives them some much needed money in the bank, as there are plenty of rounds to come. As for 9Z, they're in the bin.
Yeah, it is eco territory here. They got a Deeg, a single Deeg. Gives you at least something to try and get excited about if you're a 9Z fan. But clutching at straws in this round, I think it's fair to say. Wow! Oh, hang on a minute. Could David be the difference maker?
Almost.
Well, doesn't hit that one, but this is still very scary. The bomb's going A. They have A and B right now.
Oh my god. Forza, why are you like this? Sorte loses the AWP. Oh, Crad, he could just win this round. He could just win this round! He's got to find a second player. Oh, he's lost the jewel to the Glock. Brutal. It continues. Try with the M4 now. Will get dropped, and they're on the bomb site, but they need to defuse this bomb. Jerry has a kit.
Oh, he's got it.
And Shalfi's got the cover. And this would be a rescue from a nightmare, but look how much it's cost them. 4 and maybe more. Oh, boy.
Crad just starts turning around like, oh, wait, I hear the bomb getting planted. He must have had no clue they were coming that way. How about this, though? Oh. David with a Deeg.
Oh, the burst fire as well. Rolling back the years of the burst fire.
You almost feel like you haven't earned the fist bump after that round. I guess you take it.
Chaos. All in a China shop kind of round.
Wow, they still come out on top. That's the main thing. 13-11. Gun round at the ready for 9Z. Now starting to get to the point where they really need to win these rounds, though. Force have just always had the economy on this CT side. That round helps damage the CT economy somewhat. So maybe a chance for 9Z now. Mid control, always being fought for here. Try up on that boost, had the elevated angle, but not quite able to land a shot.
Collecting the squad for an A play. Buda will be lurking. On the stairs for now. Edging forward with the utility. Shafi will be key, but who runs distraction for him? Util still coming in from CT spawn. Crad with the opening. That's a huge frag on Crad. He's found himself two, and now Shafi activates. 9Z shocked for this one. They get their opening kill, but there's only 2 players remaining as I finish that sentence. Try is the last one standing. 1 versus 4 for him. 40 seconds. He's carrying the bomb. Looking for that flick. Not getting enough of it. 14 rounds for Forza. They're pulling away towards the end here.
Now listen, Crad can be a hit or miss player sometimes, but he loves to get involved in action. He loves to fight, and that's a round where his 2 kills are so pivotal. I think that's part of why they put him around these positions, these important areas on the map. And then Shalfi, top fragger on the server with an AK in hand, emerging like that. Yeah, that is a perfect position for Force. They'll take that all day. He's able to clean up. Here comes Crad again, trying to fight through connector. He does a bit of damage. Buda's been chunked down low. Is he finding it hard to make progress here? At least without taking damage. And the buy, obviously, an issue. Facing a possible 15, a possible match point for Force.
Not so many bomb plants in these rounds they've been losing 9Z. Haven't been getting as far as they need to give themselves a chance.
Ooh.
Numbers now into the B bomb site. Result takes a lot of damage, but he's still standing for now. The longer he stands, the more CTs will be here. Dropped eventually. But Krad's so close in the apartments before the bomb's even planted. Coming off the bomb plant, Max can do nothing as Zorte seizes on him, predates on him. Match point for Forza.
Yeah, Zorte stepping up, has had a solid game for himself. Shalfie is the aggressive rifler on the team, always activating early. 6 opening kills for him. Has been an important part of this lead that Forz have. And what's looking likely to become a win for Forz right now, unless 9Z can change it. The second half has been pretty convincing from Forz. Only losing a couple of rounds in this second half so far. Buda out through B, beats the molly. Is there a way for an opener? Meanwhile, Shalfie also looking for action. And that fight does go his way. Wasn't sure if that would be favored for it. Oh, and there's a jump just as Zorte emerges on the angle. Forz picking 9Z to pieces as they look to secure this win.
DGT and Buda, without the bomb, move forward to surely certain doom. A good run, a back and forth affair versus Forza. Great comeback starting 0-6 basically to lead at halftime. But in the second half, Forza have pulled away. Bomb still not rescued. Buda needs to win by elimination now, really. But he won't. Forza will win versus 9Z and move forward in the Group B's winners match.
Yeah, winning for them in Group B. Great for Forz. Good to see them stepping up. I think 9Z have showed us they're going to be competitive, though. And listen, Forz said they didn't know what to expect coming into this matchup. Maybe that's why things went off the rails for a minute there in that first half. But all in all, Forz showed through with their class and a couple of their stars showing up.
Yeah, you can see the stress on the camera, but they did get the victory there over a tough 9Z.
Shalfie. What an incredible, astounding performance coming out from him. But it does indeed go in way of Forz 16-11. How are we feeling about that?
Yeah, I mean, we had to be confident coming into this game about what teams or sort of the expectations are for each of the teams. But there was a moment there where Forz looked really rough, especially in that first half where they started 6-0. We went from suddenly, a cowering 9Z to honestly kind of a rattled Forz. It felt like they were just kind of missing out on opportunities, and they were making a lot of fumbling mistakes as well in some of those rounds.
Yeah, it's a real theme that we've sort of seen with Forz as well. Initially strong starts, and they get themselves into ruts. They really needed that halftime break because it looked like they were down and out, and then they come back with this renewed vigor and ability just to turn it on its head. And somehow, some way, I mean, I think it's a little bit of both. 9Z maybe went missing a little bit in that second half, but Forz managed to get it over the line.
I mean, you guys can theorize as much as you want about what the reasoning was behind that one, but I've got insider information. The real reason is down to Neokai and him cursing that matchup, just saying, you know what, it's going to be a relatively long game. But I believe you gents wanted to talk about some of the players in particular.
I mean, you look at the top of the scoreboard there, Shalfie had a lot of impact, especially on that CT side, where he was just able to play all these different spots. You know, in one round, he's posted in the B apartments, and then another, he's sort of sat at Firebox on the A side. He was definitely sort of around security as well when they needed him most.
Yeah, it was, again, you know, you talk about Force as this team who are almost consistent across the board, and bar Shalfie, they were. Everyone was on about the same numbers, everyone was sort of struggling in the same ways, and he was able to stand up, especially in that second half, get 2-3 kills in those critical moments, those critical rounds where you could almost smell a way back into it for 9Z. He was the one who was stepping up and making that little bit of a difference just to make sure they didn't get back into it.
I think as well, you know, sometimes we see fours go for some different sort of styles, especially when we saw them earlier against ECSTATIC. They were going for sort of proactive CT starts. They're trying to instigate action. This is actually more of a standard fours CT and T side, you know, very execute heavy, slower paced, but they were just making mistakes, and 9Z were fully capitalizing on, and actually sometimes forcing those errors, because they realized once they got in a hole and they started to gain confidence back that they could start to take that fight to fours.
Well, I got to say I was certainly impressed with the performance out of fours. What was the predictions again? I'm trying to keep mental note.
Yeah, I think we're right.
Homies.
Yeah.
How's it feeling over there?
I've been stitched up, man. 9Z. If they'd got those opening rounds that they got by the end of that first half, at the start, I could have seen such a different picture. But I spoke about it before, you know, they needed that momentum. They needed to be going and building on their first series, and it just didn't happen. They were just so slow to start, and once you're slow starting, it takes a long time to get it going.
Well, you know what? I want to hear from the second top fragger on the side of fours. Sam, give me thoughts, feelings, emotions.
I'm here with result right now. It was a good start. It was a good finish, but it wasn't so great in the middle. What happened?
I don't think we have a good finish, but we won, yeah, exactly. But in the middle, our game was a bit shaky. We have a good start, just playing other side, A side, B side. But in the middle, we slow down, just slow down, and it's because middle was harder than a good start and finish.
Why was the middle harder?
We slow down. Our game was faster than we have in the middle.
It's a win. We're always happy with a win, but is the team happy with the performance you just did?
We're happy with what we win, but maybe some players really happy about performance, but I think I can say about me what I'm feeling. I didn't. It's not good performance from us. We can play better.
You can play better. Result, I know it is always hard to do these interviews, and it's not your first language, so thank you for chatting to me. Let's head on back to Veracity.
I think incredibly humble as well, making note of the fact that yes, we might have won the game, yes, we won the matchup, but ultimately we're not impressed with our own individual performances, which to me says that the upcoming matchups are going to revisit the drawing board, maybe pull out something a little bit different as well. But I'd like to give a very big thank you to everybody that's been joining us from the comfort of their homes so far. And as such, we have a little bit of a surprise. It is time for the DHL drop, baby. If you have no idea what on earth the DHL drop is, then don't worry, I got you covered. Let's find out some more.
Do you think you know everything about CSGO? Then stay alert and look out for the DHL drop quiz on the ESL CSGO Twitch channel.
You heard it there, folks. Exclamation mark DHL drop in the chat, followed by A, B, C, or D. And the question you're all going to be answering is, who was the MVP of ESL Challenger Melbourne 2023? Gents, I'm going to look over to you. Don't give me the actual answer. If you want, you can go and visit the Twitch chat for yourselves and give me the answer on there. But taking a look at this question, do you feel like you know the answer, or are you very much like umming and ahhing about it?
I mean, if you watched Melbourne, I feel like it'll be a very simple solution. And I roasted Twitch chat earlier. You better get that question right.
You guys better get it right, indeed. But coming on up very shortly, we have paiN Gaming taking on ECSTATIC. It's going to be an elimination game, our very first one of today and of the tournament so far as well. Best of threes, baby. I cannot wait to get this started. But before that, we're going to throw to a quick break.
Smurfs, go f yourself.
To all the 817 imposters using my name on Faceit, go f yourself.
To all you grievers, go f yourself. Go f yourself. Go f yourself. Go f yourself.
Go and verify yourself for free today. In 4 easy steps, you can join us in building a more trusted community, one verification at a time. What did you think they were saying?
That same old feeling. Don't know what's right or wrong. Searching for meaning. I've been thinking about it way too long. So whatever you long for, don't give up along the way. Don't give up along the way, you know, and cherish the moment. Come on up and just let go. Come on up and just let go. No more competing, bound to your inner voice, yeah. Things seem misleading, just until you stop and make your choice. So whatever you long for, don't give up along the way. Don't give up along the way, you know, and cherish the moment. Come on up and just let go. Come on up and just let go. Let it 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 go.
ESL Challenger is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and Spotify.
The current state of our team is up and going, I would say. Like, we are showing that we are capable of playing well against good teams and like just in general performing well, I would say. So in Melbourne we played very well. We played Complexity twice, which was the best seeded team coming into the tournament, and we managed to beat them the second time. And we also shocked some expectations of both viewers and analysts and so on. Nodios joined our team a few weeks before Melbourne. He's been a great addition to our team in terms of his personal and also game-wise. He's very good at helping with the calls. I think he's been a good addition to the team. I see our future on the team very bright. We have some young players. We recently added Salazar as well, and his first big LAN was at Melbourne. So I think we have a very promising team.
Welcome back, everybody, to ESL Challenger Katowice. It is time for our first And last game of the day, that is going to be the elimination matchup. We're going to have ECSTATIC taking on paiN Gaming. Both of these teams didn't have the best of starts for today in particular, but how do you think ECSTATIC are going to be heading into this one? We heard from Crown himself, or Kragan as some might call him as well. So with the addition of Nodios.
Yeah, I mean, coming into this matchup, they would have seen the paiN game and thinking, we can smash these guys. They look terrible towards the end. ECSTATIC, albeit on the T side of Overpass, it wasn't so great. I do think ECSTATIC coming into this game will be confident. paiN, for me, look flustered. They look out of sorts over the last couple of months, and they are ripe for the taking.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head. They really did. They came into this event and you looked at the numbers and you went, maybe this is a blip. Maybe this is a moment. Maybe all the rumors that are starting to circulate about where this roster's going and what's happening with the pieces, we're getting to them and they're starting to struggle with that. But then they come and 9Z blow them out the water on a map that they should be calling home. It just raises the hackles. It gets the alarm bells ringing, and they need to put that to bed early here. They need to get straight on the horse, smash out a map, really start to feel their way back into the series. Otherwise, we could see paiN going out real early here.
Well, on the topic of maps, gents, take me through this veto, because of course it's best of threes now.
Yeah, so paiN coming into this veto, they had a really tough choice. They don't really play Overpass twice in the last 3 months. They did play it more towards the start of the year, so they are a 7-map team, but they really lack experience. They decided, we don't want any parts of Ancient. We're going to float, we're going to ban that one, float that Overpass. It didn't look so great yet earlier, I guess, for ECSTATIC, and ECSTATIC have gone for the punish pick. So I really think going into this one, ECSTATIC thought, we're definitely going to get Ancient come into this one, but there's been a curveball, and I think they've done the right move. They've gone in for the punish, despite, of course, earlier showing some issues on Overpass.
Do you think that might have been because they thought, you know what, Forza is maybe a different kind of caliber team?
I think they had to pick Overpass here. I think if you don't, you look scared. You can't not punish a team for leaving open a map that they're not willing to play in basically any other matchup. So I think they had to pick it, and I guess in one sense they do have the prep from earlier, so they should be fairly ready to go on Overpass.
All right, well, let's go ahead and find out a little bit more from paiN Gaming and how they're feeling about ESL Challenger as a whole.
Nickers, the stories are on the internet. We all know paiN Gaming in conversations with Fallen. How is that affecting the morale of the team?
Right now, to be honest, we are just focusing in the games, in the tournament. I think is the main focus right now. And yeah, that's it, to be honest.
How do you plan to face off against ECSTATIC? What is the game plan?
I think we need to play better. We played super bad against 9Z. I think we were a little bit down. We missed a couple of shots and stuff like that. So right now we are just, well prepared to play against them, and it's going to be better.
There you go. The Brazilian flavor's coming.
paiN Gaming there, mentioning that, you know what, I feel like we need to play a little bit better. But Wolfie, from your side of things, what do they need to do in order to make that a reality? What kinks have you kind of noticed in their armor?
I mean, the basic thing is hit your shots, right? They touched on it there. Over on Nuke, 9Z walked into their crosshairs, and 8 times out of 10, they banged their heads off before they got shot. So there's very, very basic things that need to be going right for you. And then I think they just need to get their confidence back. I really do feel that, you know, when you talk about these South American teams, when you talk about the individuals and how proactively they want to play a CT side, that's a confidence-based game. You start missing shots, you start missing opportunities, it just brings you down so quickly, and then it compounds. It gets worse and worse and worse, and suddenly, I mean, you find yourself 16-7 losing on...
I mean, I think actually the big storyline coming into this year is PKL takes a step back. He was the in-game leader, and he said in interviews, and we've heard since, that there are a lot of things outside of the game as to why he moved back. But this man, Big Zero, had to pick up the reins, and I think there's always a lag. When you change in-game leader, you can still run the same strat, still have the same structure, but the longer you go, the more you see the deficit of that more tenured player in that sort of position. And I think this paiN team is starting to fall apart at the seams. It's no surprise they're looking at a player like Fallen and saying, maybe we need to alleviate these this sort of leadership angle, because maybe right now it's not working. And this man, Zevi, end of last year, in contention for one of the best players in the South American region, but right now, he has not been in great shape. And even in this sort of series, if Zevi doesn't show up, I'm sorry, paiN, but I think you're going home.
Ooh, okay, bringing the heat, Mr. Alan Hender himself. Well, let's go ahead and find out some more about their opponents over on the side of ECSTATIC.
I'm here with Mans from ECSTATIC as you go into this game. What went wrong against Force?
I think we didn't hit the groove on the T side, but otherwise it was okay. Like, we just need a bit better luck to our side, and then it was okay.
Have you fixed all the problems coming into this one? Do you think that you can beat them?
Yeah, I think on paper it's a weaker opponent, and I think we are more ready now, and we will just we are slow starters, I would say.
Slow starters, but we can speedrun an interview.
I gotta be honest, I'm still a little bit rattled, a little bit confused and surprised about the fact that the overpass pick has come in yet again for the side of ECSTATIC, despite having lost 12-16 versus 4s. What do you think the key takeaway would have been from that matchup?
I mean, I've got to be honest, it's a little bit concerning that your in-game leader says, yeah, we're just a bit unlucky on the T side. Like, I want my in-game leader to say, you know, we got this wrong. We weren't playing this correctly. We approached this. Maybe that's the truth behind the scenes, but I really do hope they reflected on that game and they said, let's run these rounds instead. This wasn't working. Let's try this other angle, because there were some sparks to that T side, but they need to change quite a lot from earlier to make this map look better.
I mean, if we're being fair, if we're being very, very fair to that T side, we were screaming in the green room at pause. They were doing the most mental things, and it just seemed to work. Every single time they tried something, every peek, every shot, every spam through smoke connected. So maybe that is the genuine feeling, but I think you are spot on in that your in-game leader needs to come up with something more than that. They need to go, right, that went wrong, let's fix this.
Yeah, I think in terms of the individuals, this man, Kragan, Crown, whatever you want to call him, for me, on LAN in particular, he's been the standout player for this team. I think he's been brilliant, he's aggressive, he's proactive, and he, for me, is the one that's absolutely rock solid. He isn't flustered by the situations. He showed that at Melbourne as they beat Complexity in a best of 3. And it's some of the other names who maybe we'd like a little bit more from, and especially in this series, we want some more backup for Mr. Kragan.
I'm putting you boys on the spot again. I'm sorry, I hate to do it to you. I actually love doing it to you. Talking about the caliber of these individual players, who would you say overall has the most experience, the most talented kind of roster and lineup as well? I've seen you, Wolf, you just go, oof. So talk to me.
It's paiN. It's definitely paiN.
Okay.
I mean, Skulls is almost certainly the most skilled player in terms of these two teams. Zevi, despite looking not so brilliant at the moment, has shown flashes of being an absolutely phenomenal AWPer. They paid over $300,000 for the guy. He's got to be pretty good. But yeah, outside of that, I think Big Uzira is also good. Nekiz was one of the best players on their team before he was removed. And that's the problem with paiN. They're less than the sum of their parts at the moment. And I think ECSTATIC are the better outfit.
All right. What about you, Wolfie? Talk to me. Thoughts and feelings, who's going to take this best of 3 elimination matchup?
I'm going to stick my neck out a little bit here. I don't think paiN get it wrong that many times. I think when you have a roster like they do with so much talent from top to bottom, there comes a point when it doesn't matter what you're calling, it doesn't matter what you're looking at. You have got the individuals to get this done. They've got the experience factor on them. They've got the firepower factor on them. I don't see a way paiN can lose this. And if they do, then it's time for the chopping block. It's time to start changing things, because this should be an unacceptable loss if it goes that way.
I mean, I'll go the other way. I think no smoke without fire. You're not changing in-game leader. You're not speaking to Fallen. You're not bringing Nekiz back. If something isn't wrong in the paiN camp, and for me, the other side of the coin, ECSTATIC, they've been making improvements. They beat Complexity in the best of 3. They look like they're the team on the rise, and they're going to win this series.
I'm pretty damn ecstatic myself to select ECSTATIC as my prediction. So what do you think of that, Wolfie? How about them apples?
I'm being stitched up again. Twice in a row now. I'm on my own.
Don't worry, bro. Don't worry. One of these days, you'll manage to get it right. But talk to me. Do we think it's going to be a 2-0? Or do we think it's going to go the full distance, full best of 3s?
I think it's more likely to be a 2-0 for ECSTATIC, but I do think they'll trade map picks. And I'd be very surprised if this series wasn't an absolute cage fight, an absolute brawl, and did not go to the distance.
Are we thinking it's going to be a quick little wrap-up then, Wolfies? Because from your perspective, you know, mentioning that you think paiN is going to take this.
It's got to go long. It's got to. I think you've hit it the nail on the head there. The overpass is a tough place to be. Then you go to Vertigo, and it's like, I like the firepower of ECSTATIC on Vertigo. I like what they can bring to the party there. And Nuke as the finale, that is such a horrible place for paiN to be. When it gets there, if it gets there to go, knowing how hard you got slapped about by 9Z on it, it's going to be so tough for them mentally to try and get that final hurdle.
All right, well, gents, we are almost ready to get things started. But before that, I need you to tell me who we're keeping an eye on, because I feel like throughout today, especially when it came to that ENCE matchup, right? We said that it would be the Sunpires, we said it would be the Nuts, but I feel like throughout a lot of our games today, it's been up, down, up, down, up, down. So what are we thinking about this one, now that it is elimination game? Who is going to falter at the very first hurdle, and who's going to rise from the ashes?
I'm going to look at the in-game leaders. Manx up against Big Uzira on that other side. I do think Manx has a bit to answer for with how that overpass crumbled earlier. So I would like to see a little bit more nuance, I guess, on the T side, and on the other side, Big Uzira stepping into that role. Now, big elimination game. He's got to prove his worth in that position for me.
I'm going to talk Orbs. I think you've got Salazar, very young, very hyped up. Everyone's talking about him right now. He sort of didn't show up in the first series. I want more from him. And then on the other side of the coin, you've got Zevi. He was a super expensive pickup for this paiN roster, and he really hasn't shown it yet. He was electric last year, but he's just not been there this year.
All right, well, Bardolph and Hawker, let me know. Who do you think is going to get eliminated from this best-of-3 matchup?
Thank you very much. Well, talking about Salazar, I was talking over his action in Melbourne, and that was a place where I don't think we saw enough of him. So that seems to be a trend, and I think now there's no better time than now. Again, it's another opportunity for this squad to try and make it to Pro League. Looking at the maps in this particular veto, it feels like paiN have to win it in 3. They've only played this map of Overpass twice in the last 3 months, but we don't know what they're going to look like, so I don't think it's necessarily a guarantee for ECSTATIC. I always think Overpass is a great measure of how much depth a team has, so it's a perfect place to start a series. So I think ECSTATIC should be taking this. But again, I, in particular, am looking for a performance from Salazar. Heard a lot about him, need to see a lot of him as well. What about you, Hawker?
Yeah, I'm with you. I think I have to lean towards paiN just because of the class they have as a team, but they do need to step it up here. And I think on this CT side of Overpass, I would love to see paiN just try and be as disruptive as possible. It's not a map you're experienced on. Why not make ECSTATIC uncomfortable? Why not try and make it difficult for them? We've seen teams have success with that playstyle in the past. Zevi getting dinked early. He'll go down. Are they trying to bait them into the doilies of Skulls?
If your name's Skulls, surely you should be rocking the MP7, maybe not in a pistol round, though. ECSTATIC one to the good for the time being. That can quickly change in a pistol round, but it'll get even better for them. Nekiz and Bigger Zero remain then in his 2v3 as Max has been dropped. There goes Salazar as well, 1v2 now, as Nekiz is the last man standing. He'll lose his duel with Queenix, and ECSTATIC will take the pistol.
Solid start for ECSTATIC. Just able to get those early fights to go their way, and so even as paiN rotate players down to B, they're down in numbers, the trades continue. ECSTATIC get it over the line. And I like the way the Death set this one up as paiN probably having the better players overall, but not looking as cohesive as a team recently. Whereas ECSTATIC, almost every Danish squad you watch, it seems like will have very solid team play and will play together really effectively. So it almost is that classic matchup of firepower versus team play and tactics. And that is why ECSTATIC go for a map like Overpass, where tactics and cooling between the bomb sites is a real solid win condition.
Again, just like the last series, both these squads playing plenty of Counter-Strike at the moment. Always a good sign. And again, ECSTATIC have been all over the world to try and find what they're looking for, part of which is a place in the Pro League. Of course, a grand prize for this tournament, Katowice 2023. A place with some great restaurants. I know the ECSTATIC owner, Zippel, is in town. He's dragged his wife here, just got married. That's why he wasn't at Melbourne. That was just before. This one's just after. CSGO wife Pauline, hello to you. 1-0 for ECSTATIC then. The start they were looking for. paiN will go for a force buy. Double scouts. I feel like you don't see as much carnage with the scouts as you used to back in the day.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think teams have just got better at knowing how to not just give those fights away too easily. Oh, there was a fight. I think Nekiz might have moved before shooting that. Either way, shot not landing. That's the main thing. ECSTATIC happy to take some time here. Quite a few players stacked on B, but none of them in barrels. And there is that scout tagging up Nodius, but then quickly falling thereafter. Second scout is on this A site. But as they creep up into the bathrooms, makes it a little difficult.
Oh, the timing. He's lost his position entirely. Didn't make a connection. That's a much better one, though, with the headshot onto Queenix. Down to the USP. I think I would rather go no scope with the scout at that range. You can still land a headshot no scope pretty reliably. somewhat reliably, I'll say. Let's not go too far. Bomb is being planted. Look how tagged these players are. Skulls has a chance. He's got very little to lose and plenty of opportunity ahead of him. If he's fast enough with this 5-7, then it could be curtains for ECSTATIC in this second round. Spots Crown, sees his elbow. I don't think he realizes just how low these players are. Otherwise, I'm sure he would have fired here. Time's being wasted now. There's the first one. Needs to find them quickly, though. Otherwise, the choice is to save the AK-47. Salazar next up by Divider. Now, even if he doesn't win the round, just getting all these kills here does help take the pressure away once paiN come in for the buy. Because there's so many plays who have to rebuy from zero for ECSTATIC. So that's something promising for them.
Yeah, definitely better than just getting completely wiped out. But still going to be tricky because this round is one where you don't expect to be able to do too much damage. It's also a good point brought up by the desk that paiN lost their in-game leader. They've switched it over to Big Uzera. And yeah, we often see teams when that happens, stick with the same strategies for a bit and it works well for them. But then a few months down the line, it's where you start to see players switching to in-game leaders struggle a little more. So hoping to see Big Uzera get his team back on track here. That is cheeky from Big Uzera, the main man, in towards Connector. Trying to see if he could bait out some shots in reply from Nodius, but he's not going to fall for that one. And only the couple of kills from Big Uzera, but honestly, probably more than paiN would have expected out of that round.
Yeah. And again, those are super helpful. We didn't always see those in some of the previous maps that we saw here with different teams, but that will certainly help them if they can start well in this buy round now. paiN Gaming looking for their first round in their first buy round. Zevi will be on the other side of the AWP to Salazar, who's on the AK for the time being. Zevi looking for his first kill. Could be quite explosive if he finds it well in this round. Lawnmower cam as we ride with Crown. Great angle from Neckers. Very easy line up, and that's an easy one for Zevi, who looks for even more. Saw a cap there. And he wants to claim, but won't outstay his welcome. Neckers saying hello once again. Good start for paiN then, 5 versus 4.
And that is what I wanted to see from them. Happy to be just a little disruptive. Just try and make it so that ECSTATIC aren't allowed to set up their plays and their pushes towards these bomb sites. Zevi on the AWP, able to flick back in time. Good shot to land there. We heard the criticism the desk had for him. But your AWP is so important on CT overpass. Solid shot landed. And now with the bomb being dropped, this looks very clean for paiN.
Exactly the kind of round they need. If they can deny the bomb plant, it makes it even better. Zevi is ready with the AWP. Hards out down to 1 HP, just hanging on for the time being. And I don't know what there is for Nodius to do here. 35 seconds on the clock. A hero AK could be something in the next round. Maybe a refreshed opportunity to try and do some damage. paiN just seeing if they get blocked in the smoke, if there's any shenanigans at play there. Don't think they're going for the hunt because there's no reason for them to. As you can see, they need to build as much money as possible. 13 seconds and Nodius will have a little impact, but honestly, hold the AK for the next rounds to come. paiN on the board in the first buy round then. They'll collect 2 AK-47s at least, which is fantastic for them.
Yeah, they'll be pretty happy with that. Only losing 1 player gives you a good base to build from. See Zevi not playing too far forward, but in a difficult enough position to clear. And really great to see Zevi taking a, not necessarily initiative, but just going out to B early. It's normally pretty unexpected for the sniper to start out on that B site. Standard position is up on towards A. You have those long-range angles in the bathrooms, in mid, on long. Normally, AWPers love to play that A site in the large majority of rounds. So maybe that is why ECSTATIC just walk into B like that, not expecting the AWP to be there. Pretty solid shot on the hold.
Everybody's got a Dragon Lore. I sold mine for like $2,000 when they were all being duped.
Ah, poor timing.
Crazy stuff. ECSTATIC have mustered quite a buy here. We've seen what Tech9s can do already today. Almost lining up as if they were going for the air raid, but there are no grenades, no high explosives in their hands. So what is the play for Crown and Queenix here? That's the bomb spotted. That's all the information immediately. All the information they need at the very least. Skulls will be lost though, and Zevi has the angle, but may feel somewhat vulnerable here, forcing the action forward. That might be an AWP to collect for ECSTATIC if they can stay alive. Indeed they can, and even more. Bigger Zero, 1 versus 3, creeping behind the smoke as Salazar plants the bomb. Queenix is posted up on short with an AWP, but now they know where Bigger Zero is, and Nodius will dispatch of him very quickly indeed.
We were expecting paiN to have more firepower in this matchup, but that's a round where paiN got into better positions and just didn't land the shots. Zevi missing a couple of opportunities to get kills early. This swarm comes in through Monster. Even here, I thought Nekiz would get at least something out from barrels. But even with everyone stacked down towards B, paiN can't win the round. That is a real shame for them because they had a good read on the situation. They just don't convert the round win. And now it looks like they are going to fall so far behind early here. And I think they needed a strong CT side to have a chance on this map.
Below the poverty line right now in round 6 are paiN. Some light util to try and put ECSTATIC into a awkward situation if they are afforded the opportunity. But aside from that, nothing doing here for paiN. Just reflection on what ECSTATIC have done so far. Try and find a habit in one of these players that can be exploited in the rounds to come. Again, for ECSTATIC, a team who would have loved to have gone further at DreamHack Melbourne. They have another opportunity here. The likes of Ensign versus Pro. It's not going to be easy. But first they need to get past paiN.
Ouch. 1 HP. Just about gets away with it. Although the AWP on the lurk, I mean, they're going to try and get him.
Yeah, lurking alone with the AWP is a problem. They've got enough plays. They can even boost into the corner of the pillar and maybe rescue that. I want to see that. Come on, man. Get that 3-man boost in there. Come on.
Oh. Where is it?
I can't even see it.
Oh, no. He threw it so far. Any nades? No nades. Maybe the other side. Boost the other side. They're really trying. Why is there so much flowers, man? In the way fully. The shrubbery ruining the chance to save the AWP. Well, an AK will be saved at least. Gotta remember, this is a matchup between a team invited here because of their high ranking in the ESL World Ranking and a team in ECSTATIC who had to play the European qualifier to get here. And there were some solid names in that European qualifier. Big and NIP played
deep.
there. Damn, yeah, that is right in the middle.
This is deep in my socks.
Yeah, ECSTATIC, they won a qualifier against NIP Big, against some really good names. So show them what they're capable of.
I like that they have to take that route as well, because I think it helps strengthen the team. I think for a growing team like ECSTATIC, it helps solidify things. Great aim from Queenix in that round. Very nice in that situation, Robert. Round is still ongoing. How does Nekiz play with 10 HP now? What is his role in this round? He'll be passively playing on the A bomb site. It's hard out. Goes for the crowd walk. This will prove to be very expensive indeed. We've got frags all over the map, leaving Neckers as that last man standing. But he's picked up an AWP, right tool for the job. Which way does he go, though? Flip a coin. And decide a long walk with the route he has chosen. But with 10 HP, does he go for it? Or does he go for the save?
They found the AWP this time. So it looks like they're happy to hold on to it. ECSTATIC just spreading out across the map and just winning the majority of the fights there. Pretty impressive. Not having to try and play between the bomb sites. paiN go aggressive. They're able to lock it down. Always important that you make sure that monster aggression isn't going to punish you. Because now paiN will definitely think twice before running that play again. I don't mind paiN trying the aggression there. Again, trying to be a little disruptive. But ECSTATIC is showing us that they're going to be able to deal with that here.
So many teams coming from the region of paiN Gaming. We spoke about Denmark earlier on. But let's not forget Brazil. So much hunger for Counter-Strike in that region. I remember a KNG interview once where he said that where he comes from, you can't afford to lose. You cannot fail. There's a lot of drive in this region. A lot of freedom that the upper echelons of Counter-Strike can give you. And again, I think on paper, you have to read that paiN Gaming will be expected to win this in 3 should they win this series. That doesn't mean they can't win over Fast, though. Not a great start to their CT side. But from 9Z, their previous start on Mirage was even worse, and they led at halftime. So nothing is guaranteed until it's done. I love the tangle with the AWP. They come from the right or the left. Quick adjustment, and you're good to go. Can wallbang people in connector there as well. That's a promising start for paiN. Haven't seen much from ECSTATIC just yet. No lurker towards B either. But the push was previously punished by paiN. So ECSTATIC there for the time being, holding down this long position or trying to. As soon as he looks to his right-hand side, Crown is here to deal the damage. My God, there's Neckers as well. Crown ready for these frags today. Very sharp indeed. Hard down Skulls in an awkward position now. As Crown waits for number 4. What's the sound from those CCs? Looking for a response. Crown running out of bullets at this point. He's done so much damage. Onto the Glock. Shooing them away, as you'd say in the UK. Job's been done, and ECSTATIC will move to 7.
Oh, nice attempt on the nade. It's just a little too soon. Hardzao will survive. Crown, the king of the A site in that round. That was so impressive. That final kill, I thought he had no shot of getting, but he hits him with the turnaround. And that's despite Zevi getting that opening kill you were talking about. Here, I love the response from ECSTATIC. I think because they realize that AWP is towards the short side, they actually just kind of walk up A long. They don't give away that they're running up into that position. And so they can get really close to the site before exploding. And you can see paiN were not really ready for so many players to run out like that. Bit of an issue in paiN's buy. Couple of premium rifles in play. One of them in the hands of Hardzao, who goes aggressive early. Gets them off to a good start. I hate going for those wallbangs in connector. It's so scary. Get wallbang back so easily.
Opportunity knocks for paiN then, with the mixed bag they have in this round. No lurking AWP on this occasion. They'll all combine their forces and head towards that B bomb site. 2 towards B, 2 towards A. Bomb lurking in alone. No one's behind Max to trade this frag. They come through the smoke late and they are lining up to take tickets from Skulls. What an awkward round for ECSTATIC. This is disastrous for them. They're almost compelled to lose these final weapons as well. biguzero holding the rotation while the remainder waits on B. One of the tightest choke points on the map, if not the tightest, is where ECSTATIC will capitulate in round 8, 9. I'm wearing glasses.
That is tough. I think the bomb was just trying to go in first because they were full committing out through Monster, but the timing is so bad for them. And it almost felt like once ECSTATIC mollied the player out of Party, I think it was biguzero who was there, biguzero got mollied back and he actually kind of just saw that there was no one mid. So that almost made me wonder whether biguzero realized, look, I've been mollied out, but there's no one here. They're just trying to sell this fake presence towards A and come back towards B. Because it seemed like paiN were very ready through Monster there. And I love how they take multiple players to fight Monster, shut down that side of the push. Makes it so that even if they are coming out through short, you can probably adjust after you win the Monster fights. So paiN finally pick up a second round, and biguzero back to the same position. Flash, oh, it's a team flash apparently. Either way, biguzero will take that all day long, and he wants more. biguzero going balls to the wall and getting a 3K through mid.
I thought he was in trouble in that position. They came through that molly and smoke so fast, but here we are. This is a huge round for paiN as well. So much damage. A perfect round from biguzero. And they have destroyed the economy of ECSTATIC in lightning fashion. That's decimated their money. And I do start to wonder if we're going to see a mirror to Forza on Mirage, where they lost a 6-0 lead, a 6-1 lead for ECSTATIC. But now their money's been deleted. It's been erased. Rubber across the pencil marks on the paper. Where has it all gone?
That is one of the nice things about having biguzero now calling for the team. He used to be a star fragger on this squad. And honestly, he still kind of is a star fragger. So if he thinks he can call for a play, he'll absolutely just make it himself.
What a weird money situation for them.
Yeah. Loss bonus is like just enough where if you save, you're going to be all right. I guess maybe those two players with extra cash will spend a little. That's probably how I'd approach this round. Especially when you already have 7 T rounds. Ooh. Just a hero AK for now. All right, we'll see how they try and get Crown activated then. I don't think this is an easy map to activate the solo AK. It's not like you can just take like free fights somewhere.
He's been feeling it though. The 180s have been there as well. Oh man.
Look at the info for
Instant information, the complete lack of respect on display here
and now
is astonishing.
Yeah, now do the B players just dump utility, right? That's the question. Just try and deny any push, because you've got the flanks coming.
Lining up the lasers. Monster's been dealt with. You know they're not going there again. They're like, surprise! Oh, the party's already here. Cocktail sausages are out. Nothing to really say in this one. Great effort by paiN on the upper area. Instant flank, all the info immediately, and nothing doing. Numbers game, hero AK, ain't no heroes here. This is the comic where everybody dies.
Realistically, that is probably the majority of stories. You just don't write those ones down, you know. Someone tries to be the hero, and that doesn't happen. Well, paiN's starting to show up with some of their individuals. That's good to see. I think if we don't see them like win this map, I at least want to see the players stepping up. And again, some aggression into mid for buildup. He is going back to this play time after time. Crowd is so lucky that nade bounced off the side, so it didn't go far enough. Now buildup's got to get out, or does he? Flash in for the fight, teammate alongside him, but Salazar finally showing up to the server.
Crown with 10 HP on the AWP. See if he can do the job with that. 3-on-3, 3-round lead for ECSTATIC. Those smokes have been a pain in Monster, but they will approach again, and immediately Skulls gets to work, drops the bomb. Crown of 10 HP. Oh, the grenade's coming through as well, and it's adios amigo as paiN make it to 5. 3-on-3, there was a chance, but again, it was 6-1. Now it's 7-5.
Has been a good comeback. I'm glad to see Skulls delivering. I always think that, for me, he's the best player all round on this paiN Gaming roster. Certainly, I think just in terms of raw ability and aim, Skulls has got to be up there. Probably the best player on this team.
This is their least played map. It kind of looks like paiN play everything.
Yeah, they seem to switch up their ban, depending on what they think is right for the series. Pretty rare.
Yeah, and
not to have a permaban.
2 maps played doesn't mean they're gonna lose. It just means there's a lack of data. There's a big cavity between 0 maps and 2 maps. That is quite the question mark. And paiN might just be the Riddler, the way things are going at the moment.
Ouch. Can't be messing up that smoke too often. All right, buildup doing what he does best.
Which is perfect for the remaining rounds. They've got enough money now. They're almost max money on some of their players, which is fantastic as we close out the first half. Well then, we'll see if ECSTATIC can get back to their winning ways, because it has been a long line of failure. 1 round from 7 since they started 6-1 up. 1 round from 6 even. Never do maths on stream, Walker. Okay? Just don't do it.
I thought you tried to teach me that lesson before.
I know.
You haven't learned from your own lesson.
No, I need an abacus. Into Connector goes buildup. Nekez follows him face first to the floor then, it seems. The start they were looking for. Queenix ready for the door situation. Trade fragging, though, will leave it to a 3v2 scenario. So paiN have somehow got themselves into this game, but it will require an individual performance. Nodius is tracking. Didn't make a connection there, though. Just tickling the ears of his opponent. Now, where has he gone? In the water somewhere, hiding behind the smoke, running out of bullets, running out of HP first is Nodius, down to a 2-on-2. Slipping away from ECSTATIC again, but Salazar's here to turn things around. Zevi posted up with the AWP, looking for the bomb planter. He might just get a chance at him, or will he? Incendiary will reveal his position, but it won't reveal anyone on the bomb site. Where have they gone is the question. There they are. Quick scope won't work out for Zevi. ECSTATIC will play together now. They'll hear the rotation to the lower area. There is a flash for Zevi if he dares use it. There is a kit as well. He could buy in the next round regardless. He has to go for this one. Quick scope and a jump, and Salazar will finish off the job. An 8th round then for ECSTATIC. They won't be trailing at half-time.
And this does not feel like the standard games you get on Overpass, where you expect pretty slow pace, methodical play. Ooh, that's a crazy shot. This has just been all action in this round. ECSTATIC starting off strong, then paiN bounce back a little, but ECSTATIC get onto the B-bomb site. I think paiN are trying to make it a scrappy game, and the fight in mid. Salazar able to deny buildup, who's been trying that play round after round. Spray through won't work. Zevi's trying to get involved from long, though. He was hoping to help his teammate. Instead, he will avenge his fallen comrade.
T-side looking to collapse on the B-bomb site once again. Not so much information maybe for paiN as they are 2-2 across the bomb sites. Again, that smoke could be lethal. It will be for ECSTATIC. Another disaster around that monster tunnel. Oh my days, that is a hell of a way to finish the half. A 7th round then, a great comeback after a 1-6 start. How much more is in the tank? Find out after the break. That was a fantastic run boost over the molly we saw there. In the replays in the first half, we'll see what happens in the second. Maybe ECSTATIC will do the same. paiN Gaming now, the aggressors here. Again, 2 maps of Overpass played, their least played map in the last 3 months. But as we have seen, they do play it. They are here. And now we have to wait to see what they have in store for the buy rounds of the T side. But first comes the second pistol. queenix having a look-see. There is a lurker here. Maybe they'll try to exploit him now, but Crown is in town. There's a rhyme for you. Connected the bomb as well, but not for long. queenix is in trouble now. The numbers game is firmly with paiN. He'll delay them, though. Dropping the bomb for a second. Now, will they check for Nodius with this off angle? I don't think his teammates will get there in time to distract, but he will get a free kill. And he has delayed enough for Manx to come through with the Julies. and make it a 1 versus 2 for Hards Out. And that's going to be a big headshot to win the second pistol. That's a fantastic round to win.
Not a bad attempted smoke on the fly, and was holding for those players peeking as that smoke was blooming, but just an instant headshot delivered by the CTs. And that's pretty important for ECSTATIC. They started off really well and fell off slightly in that first half. So getting off to a good start on CT's side, that's going to do wonders for them. As long as they can build up a bit of money here, that'll be such a nice feeling on their map pick. Rushing out through long. We've seen both teams enjoy this fight in towards mid. Banks showed face from long. Crown is now sticking around in party. There's only the one molly for paiN, and they won't put it into his position. Crown able to dismantle a couple of players. You see just how strong this spot is. It's really hard for them to gang up on him. And he got away with so much damage there. Meanwhile, Nodius, that is bold, brazen. He gets the kill just before burning.
I don't think he wanted to die in that situation. 3v2 isn't great with 1 minute on the clock and an AK in the hands of Skulls.
But it feels so cool when you get the kill just before dying in the molly. You feel like a hero.
Yeah, but he shouldn't be dying there.
You don't want to make the hero
These
play.
numbers are too close. There's a potential round win here for paiN. Zevi is miles away, though. Oh, Skulls. Oh, dear. That was the opportunity. And now it's gone. Maybe ECSTATIC will get away with that one. 30 seconds remain for Zevi. Manx on the flank. You won't get to that rifle on long. Maybe his teammates will. Double figures for ECSTATIC. Yeah, definitely don't want too many repeats of that Molotov situation. All good in the hood for the time being, though. But again, great position, but also Crown is just looking very sharp today. He's been quite notable. He just had like his toes got singed and did the final HP there. Lost his toes in the flames and the whole body went with it.
Has a bit of molly damage onto Zevi. Standard early round utility. You see the CTs putting those incendiaries down. Makes it so that they can take control if they want to. But in this round, you don't really want to fight close range.
The sheer threat of that in the buy rounds is great for slowing down a T side as well. Those double mollies, they put smokes up. You could be very far forward, so they've got to spend a lot of time clearing area after area on their way to have presence on the map.
Yeah, it's either that or sometimes teams extinguish the molly, using up a smoke early. And those smokes can be so valuable on this T side of Overpass. Oftentimes you need a couple of smokes to take the bathroom's control. You don't want to fight an AWP long range. Salazar playing Jump Peak Simulator. We should have a way of grading jump peaks. I think Salazar's doing a pretty good job.
I've seen a lot of people get wrecked for jump peaks today.
It can happen. It's an important skill. That'll do. That'll do nicely. No casualties for ECSTATIC. They've really given themselves the best opportunity here. With this strong start on CT, you have some economy built up now. It's your pick. Overpass already quite a CT-sided map. I would say probably the most CT-sided map we have in the pool right now. So they've put themselves in a fantastic position. Let's see if they can close it, because paiN finally out with the AKs.
That second incendiary is here once again. They will force their way through with the smoke. However, Crown has made his way into the playground. Look at the spray down from Crown, finding the second as well. And again, if they do this play later on, even if they don't push it, paiN will be terrified. There's more work to be done, though, as we've got T's lurking all over the shot, but Nodius has a superior angle. That leaves Zevi and Skulls now. looking to find something in this round. Sevi will drop Nodius, moving by the fountains in a 2 versus 4 for paiN. Crown still hanging out. Oh. Number 3 for Crown. Skulls with 2 HP. Will press on, and I don't know what he would be hoping for. But Crown will get another. 4 for Crown. They put him in a position to succeed, and succeed he did.
Yeah, he might not be top fragging, but he's been so central to this team. I mean, that is a crazy impressive play. And you could kind of see, I think paiN just had no idea that Crown could be so far forward. They thought they got there quickly enough to spot if anyone had pushed all the way into party. And then Zevi just tries to make the risky play and assume Crown's not holding the smoke, but Crown turned back at the right time. Spidey sense was tingling. Crown will go back to similar presence in mid. Not a bad nade. Against the pistols. Might not want to hang around too long, but Crown has won that initial duel. And with that smoke in top con, he can get back to safety. It's just so hard to push that smoke. Oh, and Salazar, man, he tried the wallbang into connector. That was so close. Not this time, though. And so ECSTATIC will just look to play at range against the pistols.
A lot of pistol rounds early on. Salazar, oh my days, just utterly caught moving forward of the AWP versus pistols at close range. Look at the success they have found on this bomb site. Gotta have more patience than that. Absolute mess of a round from ECSTATIC as they try to recover. Bigazera has half the information. He knows exactly where Queenix is. Sneaking his way forward. I don't have any words for that.
I mean, those Tech 9s can be so good close range. And yeah, I'm surprised that they go for the re-aggression there. You had a 5v4 even. But maybe he got bored of jump peeking. And you see these Tech 9s just don't stop moving. Big Uzera there blind, but spams away. You get the AWP into the post plant. That is a huge round for paiN because they're about to fall so far behind. Now there's an actual chance here for them to come back into this. Nice nade.
That's why you play from further away versus teams on pistol rounds. Now this could get very expensive. Look at the ECSTATIC's money after this round. They've lost 2 players here as well. This could completely change the face of this game of Overpass. They've got no money left. Where's all their money gone?
This is a crazy turnaround.
They've been scammed by timeshares and now they're broke.
Oh boy. Even in this round, an unfortunate fight in connector. The player's just dropping down as Hardzao comes into position. Looked like Hardzao was going to get caught off guard with his back turned. ECSTATIC staying spread apart, so a one-man hold of the bomb site right now. That will change. Salazar will try and reinforce B. And with that info, do we see paiN go back to A? Another player walking in. It's back to a 2-on-2. Sure, that A site is open, but this round opens up now.
Does he have some kind of wallbang, Salazar? No. Playing it safe as the bomb is planted. One on the site, one on long. Smoke is up. That's going to really kill some time. There's no kit for these 2 players. There is a smoke for Salazar. There are 3 angles to deal with. Zevi posted up. Crouch peek and Disaster is striking again. Queenix is hoping for a 10-second defuse. Touching the bomb now. Surely Vigazera finds him. Immediately he does. A catastrophic series of events for ECSTATIC. Walked into pistols and now their money has been completely wiped out.
They brought it back to a somewhat winnable position, but it was still going to be tricky coming back into A like that. Just losing out on these initial fights. And it was well handled by paiN, having players in the right positions. Zevi took a bit of a risk there playing from long. If he missed his shot, they could have got towards the bomb. He wouldn't have been that close by, but he hits his shot. And now these USPs just looking for anything at mid. Good anti-flash play from Nekkers. And looks like they will handle this with ease. We got a game on our hands.
Back on the bye then. ECSTATIC. Still a 2-round lead. But again, this is their pick. This is the, quote marks, guaranteed map for ECSTATIC. So they better right their ship. Because otherwise it might be paiN Gaming looking to do it in 2. They have to be a little concerned now, this CT side. This is a big opportunity for paiN Gaming, and that's a great way to start off the proceedings. Salazar decapitated, and Crown not far behind. Man, look at the CT economy. They've got less money than a Blockbuster store. And if paiN win this, by elimination especially, then it should be good for 2 rounds. We're looking at a tied game if this continues for paiN. Bearing in mind, this is an elimination series. The loser of this is off home. No more Polish food, no more pierogi, no more gołąbki, no more borscht. Straight to the airport for a bad coffee and some chips.
Vigazera loves to call for these lurk plays as the in-game leader of this team. You'll see him very often just take the info himself and see what that info has done for paiN. 30 seconds left. Won't get too bad on the time because Vigazera's just got such a strong foothold. And ECSTATIC here, they've basically said, listen, we're going to risk the stack on B, and if it doesn't work, we're saving. And that should be what's happening here. Time got a little low, but they got there. This is looking sketchy now for ECSTATIC. This is just what I love about these tournaments. Like, you have to show that you can deliver in a higher pressure scenario. Because when you're just grinding these online games, a lot of teams will say it's kind of hard to differentiate the tournaments. But this is like something these teams will have built up to. They would have been excited for this event. It's a different sort of style of preparing for a tournament. It puts pressure on you.
You've got to earn your stripes. Playing all these tournaments. Creating disasters, surviving your own disasters. That is where ECSTATIC are at this moment, because that was a hell of a swing round and they are still suffering the effects of that. The only thing going up for the ECSTATIC at the moment is their loss bonus. That strength that we saw from Crown in most of the game so far has been muted by them. And you can see the body language. How could you feel any other way, the way these rounds have gone? So again, that round will be good for 2 if they win by elimination. There's not much they can really offer in this round, ECSTATIC. They do have Deagles. There is a chance, but not a big one. They are almost destined to lose this round and lose the lead as well.
That's a great shot from Queenix. What do paiN do? Do they try and deny that gun? Yes, they do. Hardzao comes out through connector. And that should put paiN in a much more comfortable position. Crown was hoping to get a timing play here. It looks like he might be found in the back. Fair play to paiN. They've really stepped this up. Especially after that round where they were 12-8 down, it looked like they were down and out. They find a way to win against the odds. And that's all they needed to bring it back to this position.
Crouching in the sewers, knee-deep in ammonia. Very curious to see how all this sludge will look in Counter-Strike 2. I'm not too curious. I'm not as curious as 3Clicks Philip, who went to a sewage plant to investigate. That's far too much curiosity.
Salazar looks curious too.
Yeah, he's inspecting the water, hoping there's something in there other than poop and nappies.
No wildlife there, that's for sure. Ends up getting locked. We're all tied up, folks. 12-12. ECSTATIC's map pick. A map that paiN don't play too often, but they're showing they can compete on it right now. Can we get your CIA body language expertise out again, James?
Absolutely. So, my CIA profession, this looks bad.
It looks bad. It's not looking good, bro.
It's not looking good at all. It's just awkward, man. It really is. Just a catalogue of errors in that round. People say a snowball turned into an avalanche, but that's actually not at all how it works. But what else can we use for an example like that? I don't know. Someone tweet me something useful I can say on the mic.
It's like a cheese rolling down the hill. Just keeps getting faster and faster. I don't know. It's all like the same.
12 rounds apiece. ECSTATIC's backs are to the wall. At this point, they certainly are. They'll be feeling that heat big time. paiN are in the driving seat now because ECSTATIC opened the door and jumps out on the motorway in some of these previous rounds.
And this isn't Fast and Furious. You can't just jump into another car. Okay, Neckers with the entry. We're trying to play anti-flash, but two clean entries. Manx will try and see what he can do. That smoke causes distraction. He gets a double. This is still doable, but it's another post plant where ECSTATIC have to rotate back in.
There's a HE for Crown, but they're both full health, looking for an angle, begging for one. He sees the shadow that gives him the pre-fire attack, but he's still standing, Salazar. That gives him a 2 versus 1. And he will find the shot to give ECSTATIC the lead once again, surviving with only 2 players alive. But they have secured another round, which puts that catastrophe from earlier on a little further away. Further away it is, the more they can focus on what's in front of them.
Yeah, I like the play from Manx. Put the smoke down in towards water, and a lot of CT's standard play there is just to sort of play around the smoke and try and survive. But Manx actually just commits out into the open, and you see they're not really expecting this. I think that's what allows him to get away with the double kill. And then Crown also making the play through the smoke. Not playing scared, realizing they have to play with confidence here to get back into this one. A much needed round for ECSTATIC. Let's see if they can keep that up.
The mollies again, just forcing the issue. HE grenade will do minimal damage. Superficial damage. And paiN are fine for now. But we've seen plenty of aggression from ECSTATIC around that upper area. Let's see how long it takes for paiN to clear these positions. Long has been left open for the time being as far as the T's are concerned. He may go back for that later. For now, they've got their own smoke around the toilets to deal with. Salazar falling back from long towards the A-bomb site with some rifle support now. Not a wonder, as we saw previously. Hardzow's got some sound cues around that monster position, and in the meantime, Crown's back to his fragging ways. 5-on-3. Things looking better for ECSTATIC in the clutch rounds of this game. Punishing Monster as well. Will there be a trade? No, Hardzow finds both of them. 2-on-3. Smoke at the back of the site to limit the damage at least. Zevi has the bomb though in that connector position. He needs to get his skates on.
Is there any world where Zevi goes A with that bomb? It would just be such a big risk. I don't know if he can afford to take it. And Hardzao, he had a smoke, but he went for the fight. And Zevi might be considering conceding this round. He's having a look, though. Wants to give this a look, at least in the 1-on-3.
Such little time on the clock. Skulls has got 2,800. It might be worth holding on to this. 9 seconds as he walks onto the bomb site. Does he think he's got a bomb plant in him, or does he just want to make it more expensive? Do you think it makes sense to hold on to the AWP here, as they should be buying in this coming round? ECSTATIC moving closer then to this first map, their pick. Maybe weren't expecting it to be this close, but here we are.
Love that angle from Crown. Hard to hit a clean headshot, but he finds a way. Just having that smoke up on the other side allows him to focus that angle. Hardzao did well to get into the bomb site, but really was just trying to somehow find a way back in. Now, credit to ECSTATIC, not the most experienced team, but they've done really well here to win these last couple of rounds. Good mental reset. Flash was at the ready for Max there, with Crown in connector. Not playing in a position where they're going to get exposed by that though. Meanwhile, A control being taken. Salazar's AWP was just flashed off long. So Crown is now a little isolated in connector.
He is in a lot of trouble.
What a
force the issue. Flash from Queenix from miles away. Fully sent that one, and that's disaster for paiN. They were expecting a kill. They were expecting a 5 versus 4. Instead, it's a 3-on-5. Not what they were looking for. And the pressure starts to rise for them. Max and Salazar on the bomb site, tanking damage from this molly, forced into the open. Zevi and Skulls remain though, versus 4. Salazar looks to his right, just at the wrong time. He was spotted, but Queenix is here to save. Speaking of saving, what does Zevi do now? 1 versus 4. His choices are taken away by Queenix, and ECSTATIC are on game point.
I actually can't believe Queenix got that flash to land. He was like on B's site. I think he must have just running jump thrown it over to A. He can throw it over the wall, and it works out. It allows that initial fight to go their way. Fantastic team play there from ECSTATIC. Queenix popping up at all the right times. And we were saying earlier, Crown has been so central to this team, even though he wasn't top fragging previously. Now he is top of the board. 20 kills, 5 opening frags for Crown, and not a single opening death. He has made a lot of successful plays for ECSTATIC here. And that's just such an unexpected angle from Manx, because he got mollied out of truck. It's never a position you're going to pre-aim.
Great effort to get 1 kill there at the very least as well. It's quite important. The monster smoke goes out. Again, the CT's blowing off that connector door. Makes it really awkward for the T's to move through connector. Scar's going very fast towards shot, but Salazar is ready with the flick.
Good start towards B. The AWP will rotate back up to A after finding that pick. We have got a double rotation for ECSTATIC. And paiN have to find the answer right here. How do you come back into this round? Skulls has been such an important player for you at getting some of those early round kills. You need to at least take some map control towards A. Big Uzera does that. But it looks like paiN want to end back towards B.
Reaching that 40-second mark. Grenades will be exchanged. This will be a big play from paiN. Last chance saloon for them. Hardzar may have seen a sliver of something or someone as they start to move through. Nodius almost with 2. The CTs are here to defend, and the trades are here as well. Big 0, 1 versus 3, sub 20 seconds, and it will be ECSTATIC securing their pick. A hard slog, a difficult road, potholes maybe, but ultimately they take the W.
I think the Death set it up pretty well there. It was going to be a brawl between these two teams. It will probably be a brawl for the rest of the series. That was a good map, though. I think paiN put up a good fight. We can expect to see more of the same.
Well, what a performance in the end from ECSTATIC. Look, a little bit shaky through those mid stages, but closing out their map pick, we felt like they had to pick In's overpass coming into this map. And despite a few stumbling hurdles along the way, I was pretty impressed by ECSTATIC.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad performance, all things considered. It got a little bit sluggy towards the end, just both boxers exchanging punches and hoping desperately to knock the other one out first. But ECSTATIC, I think they deserve the victory at the end of the day. They definitely look like the more well-drilled team, the more organised unit. For paiN, it was 1 or 2 moments of pure magic, right? You had the big Azera, big push into party on the CT side, and then the Tech-9s that really sprung them into a few rounds on the T side. But there was no consistency to that T side at all. It was very sporadic and really struggled to get going.
Yes, obviously we did see them play a overpass earlier today. This time, a little bit better on the T side from ECSTATIC. Felt more well-rounded. Manx reversing the luck, I guess, of earlier. So for you, what was different about that game? What did they change in the 2 or 3 hours between those 2 overpass?
Well, I'm almost in feeling I can give them the benefit of the doubt when they said they felt that it was just bad luck, right? Just everything that was going wrong went wrong simultaneously, because initially they played very similarly to how they did in the first game. It looked like much the same. I don't think there's too much that you can really chop and change in a map in such a short period of time, but they traded more efficiently. They looked crisper when they were taking those initial shots and those initial entries, and I think the way Fours played was very proactive, right? It was constant peak, constant boost, constant this, that, and the other. And for the initial rounds, it felt to me at least like paiN played a little passive. They tried to play into themselves, maybe just to throw their opposition off the scent a little bit, and it didn't work. It just opened them up to a world of hurt.
Yeah, let's talk about one man. It was Salazar, because for me, and I think a lot of us coming into this tournament, coming into Melbourne, Salazar looks like the best player online. And let's be honest, he's had a few stumbling problems. Converting to LAN can be a little bit difficult, but here in this game, for me, he was brilliant. I thought Salazar played a great map, and hopefully he can continue that moving forwards.
Yeah, I think the numbers lie a little bit, right? It was, when you look at the statistics of it, a sort of very ordinary game for him, but he hit everything that was asked of him. The opportunities when he had the AWP, he came through and found some big rounds for them. A lot of shutdowns as well, just keeping the opposition out of it. And you're right, he played a very solid game, and as we watched them through, it really was a bit of a contrast to Zevi, who again, very similar numbers, but a very different picture, especially on that T side, had the AWP, couple of big clutch shots missed. We didn't see that out of Salazar, and ultimately, that's one of the big difference makers when you come to these sort of maps, right? We isolate them, we point the AWPers out. If they're not going to show up, it's going to lead to this kind of a result.
Yeah, I actually really enjoyed the T side from Salazar. It also felt like Big Uzir was trying to every single round to get aggressive, and Salazar just said, I'm going to stick my gun here, you're going to run into the crosshair. And 2 or 3 times he punished that aggression, and it looked pretty good. But of course, in this game in particular, this is stats for the entire tournament. But Zevi felt actually the lesser of his adversary. And certainly, if you said to me at the start of the year that Zevi would be outperformed by Salazar on a map like Overpass, I'd say you're crazy.
And that's the problem, isn't it? It really is an AWPer's paradise, or at least it's meant to be. And you sort of saw flashes from it from Zevi, especially on the CT side. It's that take a shot, fall back, take a shot, fall back, and just work your way backwards. He did a very good job of it at times, but there wasn't those little moments of magic. And again, that T side lacked the consistency. And when you're talking about a player who's got that reputation, who's got that big buyout behind them, shining a light down on every performance that they're pulling out, anything that goes even a little bit wrong is going to be scrutinized in the worst kind of ways. And this one, it just felt distinctly average.
Yeah, let's switch gears. So the next map, of course, that's going to be Vertigo. It feels like a map I've seen paiN on a lot more than their opponents in this series. I know they had pretty good results. They had a good one at the major where they beat Apex, which obviously going on to the semi-finals, that's a pretty big scalp. And Vertigo is one of their better maps as well. So for you to turn around this series, what are we looking at with paiN? What could redirect this series back towards a paiN victory for them?
Straight onto Zevi. AWPer's got to bring out a big performance on Vertigo. It's a map with a lot of room for them to work down the A ramp. You can even peek into mid. There's plenty of opportunities for him to get proactive, get back on the front foot, and really start to own that AWP. And then I think Skulls needs to have another big game. You saw it there, 22 kills. A lot of the entries on Overpass were Skulls. Just going in, whacking a couple of heads off and really getting something going. If he can continue that form and keep it going into Vertigo, then this becomes a 3-map series.
Yeah, I feel like there is actually still a window here for a 2-0 from ECSTATIC. I haven't seen them play that much Vertigo, to be honest. They did play it against EG Black, I think, over back at Melbourne, but I don't know. Can you see a world where this is a 2-0? I know you took paiN obviously coming into the series, but we love to flip-flop here on the desk. Is there a world where ECSTATIC do close this out and send paiN home on day one?
I mean, there is, because one of the biggest things I pointed out was momentum, right? I said paiN need to shift that momentum. They need to shift gears. They need to get back into this series. They didn't do that on Overpass. There were 2 big moments, 2 big opportunities for them to seize that momentum and really start to snowball it. They managed it in the first half. The second, they just went quiet. And again, they didn't have that snowball effect to get them into this. ECSTATIC will be feeling, well, ECSTATIC. They've taken they're 1-0 up. That was the punish pick in quotes. And now they've got a big opportunity. The pressure's almost off of them coming into the second map because, as you said, it's paiN's map pick. They play it a lot more. The pressure just isn't there. Play their own game, get the individuals firing again, and suddenly this one goes 2-0.
Win pistol, win a few gun rounds, and maybe ECSTATIC can get the second map off to a flying start. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll see if ECSTATIC can close this one out in 2.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
One night together, baby, take me higher. You've taken all my love. I just want to feel your touch, yeah. Oh, it's one night together, baby, take me higher. I'm reading a silhouette of meaning into my lungs, inhaling. Breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out, 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 out. Breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out, 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 out. My eyes are closed, I'm feeling. I hear the silence speaking, and every nerve vibrating. And in the clouds, I'm reading a silhouette of meaning into my lungs, inhaling. Breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out, 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 out. Breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out, 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 out. Breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out, 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 out.
We return to Vertigo. paiN had a slight chance there with a slip up from ECSTATIC, but ECSTATIC were able to close out their pick of Overpass. We move to Vertigo now. The question is, we always said paiN had to win it in 3. They had a chance to do it in 2 though, but do you fancy their chances as we move to Vertigo?
I think so. This is their home map, really. They beat quite a few EU teams on this map. They've beaten Apex, Big, Into the Breach in the past. And we know how good Into the Breach are based from the major. So I think paiN will be fine here on this one. Let's see, though, because that first map for ECSTATIC we thought would be fine. That came close. Now it's ECSTATIC's turn to try and do the same. Queenix with the dualies up close. It's not working out for him, though. Skull's able to get the kill, but look at the rotate. The CT's trying to fight for this B site right now. Glock's still doing the heavy lifting, though. And ECSTATIC, well, they had so many players here, but they've just lost every fight.
Salazar just seeing an edge of someone, a pixel or two. Very close to the edge himself. He has Kevlar, which he could consider saving. Inviting the teams forward. Very long round for him to save in, and it will be taken by paiN then. They start off the right way on Vertigo, taking the pistol on the T side. So far, so good.
Just nice quick play into B. Skulls was having a good performance on the first map. That continues here at the start of Vertigo. Definitely a good sign for the team when Skulls is playing well. Normally, paiN are playing well.
I was thinking about the dualies that we see in all these pistol rounds with the buy menu and limitations that they've put into CS2, where you have to sacrifice one of the pistols. Maybe the dualies would disappear. If your starting pistol's like a USP, do you want a P250 over the dualies? Do you go for a 5.7 instead for the pistol rounds? You won't have as long as one-shot range as you would with the dualies, but you'll have plenty of bullets over the USP. Decisions that it appears people will have to make for the future. CZ75 or no. Maybe that's the one to be sacrificed, depending on who you are.
You could always have at least one player on the team go for the dualies. Like if you really want it for a pistol, for example, you can maybe drop them over to your pals. Might be a way to try and work around it. I've got this force by ECSTATIC, trying to see if they can trade out Zevi here. Mac 10, they do some work. Cards out, holding the line. And that is all they need, especially with biguzera landing that shot.
Fragging-wise, biguzera was certainly one to watch on the paiN side of things on that previous map. And he may be on Vertigo as well. Perhaps a more comfortable territory, or surely more comfortable for paiN. They did get a nice warm-up on that map as well, despite not winning it. Definitely some rounds to build confidence and such, so I think they'll be going into this one content. They had a good showing, good enough, with so few maps played. Super Mario Brothers around the corner. 2-0 then for paiN. They are currently 73% with 11 maps played on this map. Where it's often a topsy-turvy affair for ECSTATIC, around the 50 to 60% mark on many of these maps.
And even the level of competition. I mean, sure, ECSTATIC are playing against EU teams, but they haven't really played against many top teams. Monty, probably the best name on that list, and they did lose against Monty. Whereas paiN had a couple of pretty solid wins in that. Saw biguzera doing a lot of talking earlier. He is the man sitting in the middle. A lot of talk about him as the in-game leader of this team. Not always an easy transition to make. I think he's doing a really solid job for paiN. But the results need to come for this team. They need to prove it.
Wow, that is an unfortunate bounce. Gives Hardstyle less resolution to turn around the corner. Just about get those two kills he's looking for. And in the meantime, the bomb site has been breached. Over towards B. Skulls with tunnel vision.
Wow.
Oh my god.
This damage is crazy.
This makes things awkward. What have you got to lose? Not much. Surely you send it. Just do whatever you can here. He's got a 1v1 on the bomb site then, surely. There's one player on A, there's one player on B. Go, go, go. There's a 10-second defuse to be had here.
He's not feeling it.
He's not feeling it. Well, the Galil's got better armor penetration than the M4s. So it's a fair argument to... I mean, he's losing most of the time. But once every 200 times he might win.
Yeah, you'd probably just have to hard clear a corner and just hope you get the right one. Not impossible, but not likely. Either way, paiN able to hold on. Wasn't the prettiest picture in that round, though. AWP is out on both sides. I think Zevi did have a pretty solid first map. We heard the desk calling for him to step up. Meanwhile, Salazar, maybe a little quieter than we were hoping. Fast play up ramp, you'll see these fights pretty often. That's a great way of dealing with biguzera, though. The second player follows up, though. Nekis takes his teammate's position, and there is a player in sandbag spotted. Big damage onto Crown. Smoke might not force him back. He goes forward, and Nek is able to deliver.
More of attrition in round 4. Nodius and Salazar have got a lot of cleaning up to do. On the bomb site is Nodius, but Skulls has got the superior angle. That's a huge frag. What is left for Salazar to do here? Might be a question of saving. Queenix still looking for his first kill. Hardzal started well, but Skulls even better. 7 for 1. 6 for Hardzal. Reaping the rewards of this T side of Vertigo. They still haven't reverted the toilet, so when you're inside, it doesn't show as engaged. Because no one uses them. Let's get them in play. Let's get the bogs in play here.
Yeah, why not?
I was planning to send an email with some CS2 feedback. Maybe throw that in there as well if I remember, which I probably won't. My memory is terrible.
Yeah, definitely good to give that feedback. Oh, that's not good though. Oh, lost at the end. It's going to make it hard for ECSTATIC to have much of anything in this next round. I think for the love of the game, want to make sure the next version is as good as it can be. Start here for paiN though. I mean, those trades on ramp were good, but really Skulls getting himself solo into B, such a difference maker. Consistently towards the top of the fragging charts for paiN. There is an AWP still for Salazar here. Pistols alongside it though. Do they expect this sniper? We'll see. I wonder if Salazar gets that kill. Does that player up on the box try and quickly rush in and get the rifle? Let's find out. Ooh, has the shot landed? They don't feel comfortable enough to move forward. Just take the man advantage for now.
At least they know where the AWP was. Fast rotations can be had there. But you don't want to play too slow around if that AWP's going to get more opportunities to reposition. Nodius got a few sound cues with his AK-47. Where is Salazar? That is a big question. He's on the wrong side of the map, it seems. Big Azira and co focused on his B area. Plays like Queenix should fall fairly quickly. He does have Kevlar, so he can absorb a bullet or two. 40 seconds remain. And I start to get concerned about the time here. Manx on the flank now. paiN start to deploy their grenades. Where is the AWP though? We can see the AK is here holding the off angles, the pistols. AWP on the rotation. Manx has been dealt with, but they still need to go into the site. Got to be careful about the timing. Crowd trying to get that weapon, but he will catch Naked. That's even better. paiN have been slow. They've been snails in this round. They'll pay for it. They'll be stepped on and crushed, giving so many weapons away.
Yeah, just the info that Manx gets through ramp is so useful. You see how much of a difference it makes. ECSTATIC have almost everyone stacked on that bomb site. And the utility from paiN, yeah, it came in, but that player at quad can just smoke the molly, try and stick in position, give another angle they have to be scared of. They can't get up through the choke point. Nice round there for ECSTATIC. With the pistols on most players and the stolen AK, they come away with a nice round. Let's see if they can build off that. This was that first shot that got them the AK. And there is that AK put to use by Nodius.
Gifted the AKs, they'll be taken into round 6 by ECSTATIC. Need to make them count now. Early presence towards the ramp. And we have the exchange of utility. Legs for Salazar. Crowd gets his bell rung. Hard to tell how much damage that did though. Depending on where he was standing, corner of the wall or through the yellow sheets. Minute 10 on the clock as things get quieter, and we have to pay attention to the utility that paiN still have. They've barely used any util at the beginning of this. It's mainly been ECSTATIC trying to defend the ramp, but paiN have a lot of tools for an execute coming their way, coming ECSTATIC's way.
Yeah, ramp shouldn't be too hard to take. There is the AWP hanging around here from Salazar, but it's not a heavy contest right now. Might just look to get one kill and drop back on this advanced angle. Great flash, he can't even get away. Now this execute might be lined up here for paiN. Standard smokes and go signal onto the site.
Such a precise flash. They're trying to capitalize on that, but they're all bunching up 2-on-2 around the bomb site. 20 seconds to plant this bomb. The urgency is rising for paiN. Oh, queeniX with the HE grenade. Zeppi's the one with the bomb, 37 HP, and he is a goner. 9 seconds. He's got to find this kill, Neckers. Is there time to plant the bomb, though? He's chasing the frags. queeniX is right here. He's just around the corner. Oh, and he's won the duel with 2 seconds on the clock. Respect the attempt for Neckers. He made the right play, but couldn't get the kill.
You saw how stressed queeniX got. He got backed up into a corner there. Nowhere to go with 2 seconds remaining. I was almost wondering if Neckers had the balls to like chuck a jiggle peek in. Just try and make it as uncomfortable as possible. But 2 seconds, you can see why he just wants to run down the frag. queeniX looking stressed there on the player cam, but able to hold on. And now pistols out for paiN. ECSTATIC doing a solid job at coming back into this one. I wonder if this series is going to be a slog throughout on all the maps. We might only get 2 maps if ECSTATIC can keep it up. Solid angle for the AWP. Deeg not going to be winning that fight too often. And I like that ECSTATIC have 2 players committed to B in this sort of round. We've even got Crown pushed into ramp. So that's allowing this stack. Took a while, but Crown's finally getting his kills. Oh.
Lovely. That's the Crown you want to see.
So satisfying, isn't it?
No backing off for a reload. I'll just stand there with the USP and deliver the headshots that I need. Patient play pays off. ECSTATIC on the catch-up now, trying to build something on their CT side of Vertigo. 1-0 up versus paiN Gaming after a victory on Overpass. Maybe closer than it needed to be, but a win is a win. And again, they're at the stage where you just grind those wins out, learn your lessons along the way, in victory and in defeat. And again, paiN will approach this bomb site heavy on utility. Not dumping too much early. Molly's very important for paiN, as we've seen in prior rounds. Double peek set up from ECSTATIC should a mid-play come in. But that lineup may be for some A bomb site support. Can bounce grenades through the window towards that A bomb site. Minute 10. Still a few flashes here for paiN. We saw how precise it was towards Short A earlier on. Those mollies prevail though. They are being deployed now above Crown's position. Great kills for ECSTATIC as Hardzal finds himself alone briefly. He'll soon join his teammates as ECSTATIC secure another round.
That's an absolute shutdown. Blind AWP shot lands. I think that makes a big difference there. Salazar getting that kill towards ramp because you had Crown on the aggressive angle, and if he's getting swung on by 2 players, it's really hard to get away with it from that close angle. But when it's only the one-on-one, as soon as he wins it, they win the ramp fight, and then those mid players do what they needed to, and maybe paiN want to up the pace now. They've got the Tech 9s out, up through ramp early. Nice response from ECSTATIC though. Molly down, drop back. Hard for paiN to make progress. And paiN are just out of nades now. How do you approach this A site without a flash or any smokes to speak of?
Crown, so many targets for him. As the smoke goes, Manx has to be careful though. Don't need to lose another player here. It's a rifle that's been collected as well. 3 of those 4 players have Kevlar. Zevi's not one of them. But I'm sure that transfer can be made. These rounds are dangerous on Vertigo. Distances are not so far. See Queenix's laser is pointed straight at Big Azira. He gets the information for the squad. They try to bait, but he is ready for that rifle player to emerge. Orchid angle is in his favor. Those Tech 9s are still so savage. AWP is dropped, collected by Manx, and ECSTATIC find themselves in the lead now on Vertigo.
I love the Tech 9. Very powerful in the right positions, in the right hands. Great adjustment from Queenix, though. I think he realized it seemed a little too curious that he wasn't getting peeked so quickly after the first player. So able to adjust onto that rifle player who tried to catch him off from that other angle. And so ECSTATIC into the lead. What a turnaround this has been. They were 4-0 down. Now they have the lead for the first time in this game, and they'll try this double stack again. So difficult for Big Uzera there. You got 2 players fighting against you from 2 different angles of elevation. That means you just get shredded as you round the corner.
I don't think this double stack in mid has been tested yet. We saw it on the X-ray before. Zevi's in for a potentially nasty surprise. This initial engage has got 46 HP though, if he dares go so far.
Oh.
There we go. Didn't see Nodius coming. So they don't have too much position, but with 2 plays in mid, what is their read of these bomb sites? They've been waiting for a peek, and we've seen a few from ECSTATIC previously. On this occasion, nothing doing though. And the wall of smoke starts to rise as they look for a bomb plant. That's their only smoke actually, and Crown's already over it. The mollies go deeper and deeper, but Crown's got a great angle. 30 seconds on the clock, a great burst, and the bomb is on the floor. Neck is in a 1 versus 4. Trying to do what he can with 23 seconds on the clock. He's found 2 of them. Looking to transfer for a 3rd. Bomb collected. Going for a fake plant there. Queenix coming in from the back. Can't quite find the spray. Neckers had a slight chance, but he will be denied.
I really like what ECSTATIC are doing here. Pulling out a couple of tricks. Trying to make it difficult for paiN to just run their standard plays. And then paiN down in a 3v4. The only A play you can really go for with a single smoke is that deep smoke onto the site and just hope you can scale really quickly. You have to smoke off that con area. And that makes it really hard for them because of that elevated angle. It allows the AWP to play with confidence on the edge of the smoke because he knows he's got the rifle support above. That is 6 in a row for ECSTATIC. And it is far too quiet from paiN right now. They cannot afford to crash out of Katowice without a single map win. A spot of Pro League on the line. That means so much for all of these teams here. What can the Pistols do? They close the distance. Mank's only able to go 1 for 1, but Nodius emerges from the backside.
paiN trying to take the space that was created by this reposition. They would love a bomb plant. Here's a chance for one. Might be awkward for Queenix to try and run into the site here and get a kill. So blind, but Nodius is here to stop the bomb plant at the very least, but they could even lose the round. 1 versus 2, bombs on the site, but there's so much time for Neckers. May have been heard as he moves up the stairs. Down to the 1v1 now. Salazar with full health, Neckers with 12 HP, needs more than 1 bullet. Salazar has a helmet here. Put him out of his misery. 7 from 11 rounds for ECSTATIC.
Wonder if we see a timeout now. paiN won the pistol, went 4-0 up. It's 7 in a row from ECSTATIC. What is the way back for paiN? They're going to have a bye. But the difference in mood from ECSTATIC is lovely. We've got a laugh going on. They're looking relaxed. And who can blame them? This is, I'm not going to call it like a free map where you can kind of just go for it. Because, yeah, you are one map up, but you still want to try and 2-0. But it's not really a map you would have expected to be winning if you're ECSTATIC. Probably say, listen, we'll give it our best. Whatever happens, happens.
I put my fingers into my eyes. Sorry. Both teams on the bye once again. And the stress is rising for paiN. Zevi needed his kill column to rise on that occasion. Nothing doing just yet, though. ECSTATIC dumping utility to try and defend this ramp position, and they could be doing it very successfully, but Max runs out of bullets. Salazar here to try and hold things down. Crown is peeking. He could find two. It'll just be one. Neck is blind, but delivers the kill. 2 versus 3 in favor of ECSTATIC. That could still change quickly if Neckers can find something, or if he shows too much. He's only got 17 HP. We see the boost. Will there be a flick for Salazar? Run boost. Swing and a miss. That bomb still needs to be rescued. It has been for a brief moment. Now it's Hardzal in the clutch. Maybe the right man for the job, but too many man on road for ECSTATIC, and they move to 8. They're backing the rounds quickly now.
The timings and the team play just look so good from ECSTATIC. Simple utility, but effective. I actually think ECSTATIC missed their ramp smoke there. Like, it looked like it landed in a really weird position, but it almost worked out for them because they flashed into ramp like that. And it meant that there was no smoke up, so you've just got a couple of players exposed in the open. The fundamentals look so good from ECSTATIC right now. Playing together, tight-knit on these holds. Oh, God.
Oh, dear. Caught sleeping. Now he lies with the fishes. Wasn't expecting that timing. That is a free kill for paiN. And it's rounds like this which they might win. They've got the Kevlar, and now they've got a second rifle.
How do you follow it up as paiN? Because you don't have much utility. Oh, that's how you follow it up. Skulls hits a headshot. Odious brings a frag back, but he's isolated on B, and they're flanking him from both sides. Neckers, that AK comes to play. And paiN, on an 8-round losing streak, might have found their way in with the pistols.
Only takes one mistake. And there it is. Familiar situation to what we saw in the first map. And again, ECSTATIC, if they continue losing here, they're going to have to spend all their money. Do they actually go for this? Or Salazar? Oh, all right. Well, maybe the AWP escapes then. That would be something at the very least. Disaster striking for ECSTATIC, and maybe that allows paiN some late rounds here in this first half. Things could be looking dramatically different for them otherwise. We see the frustration on the camp as well.
Oh, boy. Run down at the end of the round. All about Skulls, though. Getting those 2 entries towards B. But queeniX will be so frustrated. Just had no idea that Skulls had beaten the molly. Jump up is incredibly timed. Salazar, well, he turns around eventually, but by that point, the round was done. A little frustration show. Skulls looking for a similar fight here. Maybe he's found the weakness. Running up through B. Oh, he spotted this player. He hits the headshot, but queeniX able to trade. Gotta wait out that smoke. Your feet can be spotted below if you're not careful. And there's a flash in for info, which will be gathered.
There's a long time for paiN to hold these angles as well. Not sure if they'd seen the bomb there. Hold the angles they will. Cutting noise, they could be walking away. It's very risky for the CTs to re-peek as well when you know the AWP was there earlier on. That gives paiN a window to be way faster onto the bomb site.
Feels like the wrong gamble from ECSTATIC here.
Got the smokes as well. That wall of smoke on Vertigo. If they want to go for that, actually, they're just going for the frags instead, actually. Crown running out of bullets, running out of HP also. That bomb's been planted, 2v3. There's a flank being attempted by Queenix. He's lost his position. And that might be the round then in favor of paiN. Reminder of that first map on Overpass. A mistake made, a weapon lost. An economy shattered. Trying to avoid the same thing happening late on in this half. Keep that AWP for the last round.
Has to be done. Salazar trying to get an exit kill. I think you can wallbang this. Normally it's a nade though. I'm not actually 100% sure how the wallbang works. Cards out dies to the bomb. Another kill at the end. Really doesn't matter though. paiN have plenty of money in the bank. So ECSTATIC at least hold on to their guns. Whatever happens here, that was an 8-round streak from ECSTATIC, which has kept them in this one. Put them very much in this map. While paiN is still looking to take us to a decider. Nuke if needed. That would be a great map between these two teams. Both of them love to play Nuke. But we have to get there first. paiN have been finding some success on these early B fights. This time, ECSTATIC play a little safer. Nodius just jiggling for info, while his teammate holds with the AK. Not a bad nade.
Oh, Skulls may have seen something. Blocks his teammate's flash, though. The flashes will continue. No fruit just yet. No dice for Big Azira. Oh, man, it's a shooting gallery for ECSTATIC towards the end of the half. Back to their winning ways then, recovering from the losses early on. 9-6 the half-time. ECSTATIC lead by 3. One map to the good. Is this the last map? We'll find that after the break.
you give me all your love? Come and meet me in the middle, babe. And I give you all of my heart. If I meet you in the middle, babe, would you give me all your love? 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 Come and meet me in the middle, babe. And I'll give you all of my heart. If I meet you in the middle, babe, would you give me all your love? Would you give me all your love?
paiN Gaming, as well as ECSTATIC, are fighting for their lives in this tournament. ESL Challenger Katowice 2023. They are 0-1 down. They are 3 rounds down on their pick of Vertigo. They move to the CT side now, and it could have been worse had it not been for a slip-up from ECSTATIC in that first half. But maybe the second half can be completely different for them as they move through the mid position. Nodius only good for 1. Let's see where paiN go. Manx has got the bomb in his hands, and he is headed for a plant. Figazera is here to do something about it. He won't last very long, though. Diving off the board backwards will be painful for him. But they've got a bad advantage made. Oh, this is advancing so quickly. Skulls now, and a 1 versus 2. With only 6 HP behind the smoke, begging for a headshot opportunity. And there it will be from Manx. He has no idea just how low it is. Crown could be anywhere now. Invited out by Skulls. Crown will not engage. There we go, straight to the body. Maybe knew that he'd been headshots earlier on. Finished off the job.
Solid work from Crown. I'm really impressed by his play throughout this series so far. Even when he's not top fragging, I feel like he has so much impact with the kills he gets. And Nodius definitely delivering for ECSTATIC as well. I was a little surprised. We really didn't see paiN run many of those just standard A executes in the first half. They were always trying that deeper smoke and like full sight control. I'm interested to see if ECSTATIC go for the standard A play with the smokes on both sides of the site, or whether they go for something similar. This round for paiN, a full save and a full stack on the opposite bomb site. Sometimes you flip the coin and you get it wrong. Are you a tails never fails kind of guy, James?
No.
You a heads man?
I'd probably lean more towards heads.
Okay, okay. Tails never fails just sounds so good. I fall for it every time. It's good marketing.
Makes me think of Tails from Sonic. And I think he sucks.
Whoa. Rude. I can't believe Manx got 4 with the Mac 10 spray down.
That's the dream.
That's mainly because I can't spray with the Mac 10. But I always forget the pros can. Oh, this last headshot. Look at this one.
Oh, that's an actual transfer. Only to get team killed afterwards.
Yeah, I know, right?
And sent down a lift shaft like it's Die Hard.
No ace for you. You're doing a bit too well. Damn, look at Hardzao. Aggression out B. This is risky. paiN need this gun round. If they lose this, they're so far down. This is a huge round for them. And they want to fight for this ramp control. That is so close from Salazar. They instantly move back after that one.
T-side have created some space early. No one there to challenge Crown. He was heard, though. Makers will let him know that. But he still has position. And that's a big threat. That is concerning for paiN. Crown will stay in situ. He will wait for an opportunity. This presence, maybe trying to bait them into Crown's angle, and it's working. They're going exactly there. Crown finds his crosshair between 2 CTs. That's a lot of information, though. At least 2 CTs on the bomb site will send ECSTATIC fast into the B bomb site. Surely they've got a window to try and aggress here, but they've got to win the duels as well. Skull's down to 56 HP. Hardzal collects as well. Between the two of them, they've got 3 kills, and ECSTATIC have no answer on this bomb site or anywhere else on the map. Salazar's got 30 seconds to do as much damage as he can. So far, so good. That's 2. Getting the reload. Are they close enough? They are close enough to punish that magazine becoming his enemy.
Loving what we're seeing out of Skulls on this map. Just so consistently, so good for paiN. And having him as that B anchor, very reliable player, that's always going to be really valuable. And he was really trying to force the issue on that T side as well. I think he realized it was not going according to plan. He was trying to take a lot of initial engagements. Neck is also having a good game. Ikuzera lagging behind a fair bit. This buy from ECSTATIC is limited in this one. Only 2 premium rifles. A couple of Galils in there. And then Max prioritizing utility for the team. Do we see a B play again from ECSTATIC? They're grouped up here early, but they just got destroyed in the previous round. Maybe they think the split through mid is the answer to this, but paiN have got a really solid defense here right now.
Important round. paiN needs to survive here, and they've put up the numbers, but Crown's come through with 2. 2 on 2 now, as Manx only has a P250 in this round, but Crown, what is happening? 4 kills, complete annihilation. Back to his best. That was nasty. All I heard was bells being rung. I thought that was in church.
I don't think paiN expected him to move forwards. He had the bomb. So I think they just expected him to move towards the site, but as he moves in, paiN not expecting him to be so far up, they must have just lined up for him. What a ballsy maneuver, but one that works out. Catching paiN off guard entirely. And even getting those initial kills back was so important. Crown looks like the man to watch on this ECSTATIC team, at least today. He has been playing an excellent series of Counter-Strike here. And it's a massive round for ECSTATIC because paiN are really struggling in terms of their buy. Gotta see this again. Oh,
beautiful. That is such a big round for the squad. Especially with his teammate behind him with the P250. He knew he had to deliver, and he did. And look at the damage it's done now. USPs. Yes, there's a deal, but this round absolutely sucks. And ECSTATIC are going to be in a 13-7 scenario. That round is a breath of air for ECSTATIC. What can you even say, like, after those last 2 headshots come in for paiN? They probably sat there in silence. Just one of those things.
Not much you can do after that. Now, both of these teams fighting for their tournament lives in this series. ECSTATIC already 1 map up, so it's paiN potentially facing elimination. Whereas ECSTATIC would only go down on a 3rd map. I don't know if we're going to need that right now, though. ECSTATIC out in front heavily. And that's even with paiN getting a pretty good start here on their map pick. They went 4-0 up very early on. ECSTATIC have taken over ever since then, though. And now every round for paiN is so important. Not quite must-wins, but honestly, getting to that territory. If you lose this, it's so hard to come back.
Oof. Lots of gravy on that dish. Crown will be trying to escape. Surely not Crown. Stop it. Stop it. If he managed to escape all of that and get a kill through the smoke with a MAC-10 versus rifles, then I don't even know. 1 HP for Crown. 21 frags. ECSTATIC. I pointed him out at the beginning. He is 4 for 17 in this game. What is happening?
Even Zevi on the AWP, 7 for 17. He maybe hasn't had his sniper all the time, but still, got to get more out of your AWP.
You really can't afford to have ECSTATIC going missing, and indeed Crown with the AWP just cannot be stopped here.
The 1 HP AWP run boost. Amazing. Great comeback, though. That's what they've been waiting for. ECSTATIC arrives to play. ECSTATIC have got to overperform massively to win this. And that's not the way to start it. Little tap on the back of the head. I had that happen to me in paintball once. I peeked in front of my teammate, got shot in the back of the head. That hurt.
I got shot in my Adam's apple.
Oh,
about
that's probably worse.
40 meters. That was interesting. Crown's having a great time. Flow of consciousness Crown is having right now.
Gotta love having those games where you're just dialed in.
Yep. Doesn't matter about the score. This score can quickly change, though. It can quickly change. If paiN win this one, every round will be worth 2. So this is not the deficit that it looks like. Not a good start, though. Nekker's through the smoke. Doesn't work in his favor on this occasion. I respect that they're not afraid to take risks in a situation such as this, but that was the wrong one on this occasion. But you can only know that after the fact.
If Crown continues like this, I mean, those ramp fights, if he can keep winning them, it's not easy to come back after losing that first man. Queenix scaling up towards B. Do they know he's so far up? They peek out, and Skulls wins that all-important fight. He's been a real pillar on this B bomb site. I don't think ECSTATIC are coming this way. They were testing the waters. They didn't like what they found. They're going to reset back towards A. The lack of utility could be a real issue here, though. But at the same time, Zevi's AWP pretty committed alone right now. He himself has to be a little careful.
Streaming into the bomb site then. 15 HP Skulls. Oh, Zevi's missed a big swing. Almost got another chance, but he didn't. This is a huge problem for paiN. Hard down Skulls remain. 15 HP. And there just isn't enough left in paiN to go for this round. They've got to fall back. It's going to be 14 rounds for ECSTATIC. Zevi should have money. Skulls can maybe drop something for Nekkers, perhaps an MP9. They are on death's door at the moment, paiN Gaming.
What a step up this has been from ECSTATIC. First map, pretty close on their pick. Here on paiN's map pick of Vertigo, they look so comfortable. Crown having an incredible game, cracking open a lot of rounds. And for paiN, this is a tournament they had to have put a lot of emphasis in towards. We've been saying it the whole time, a spot at Pro League is so important for pretty much any team here. But paiN hitting a slump at the wrong time, it seems. 14-8 down. Nodius gets an instant headshot. The aggression that paiN have been attempting has been denied on multiple occasions.
Problems getting more dire, more desperate, more urgent for paiN. Shooting gallery for ECSTATIC in round 23. What can they even do? 2 versus 5, no money in the bank. ECSTATIC so sharp with the AKs. ECSTATIC, only his 7th kill. And he will be traded. Match point for ECSTATIC on the cusp of eliminating paiN from the tournament and staying alive.
I love this response from ECSTATIC as well. Coming out and saying, We didn't win the open qualifier over teams like Big and NIP just to go out on the first day. They look like they've recovered from that opening loss against Fours. 15-8, and paiN's buy is awful. Can they finally win one of these early fights? They've been losing numbers so early in these rounds. This time ECSTATIC. Oh, Crown gets the spray straight through. Fantastic read, another opener. And 4 kills away from securing the win in this series.
What a rough buy for paiN.
Oh no, no, no! They're not even looking.
At least it's quick. ECSTATIC will secure their victory in the series with this round. And paiN will make their exit from ESL Challenger Katowice. There it is, ECSTATIC stay alive. They send paiN packing in devastating fashion, a 2-0 on Overpass and Vertigo.
Thoroughly impressed by ECSTATIC here, especially after taking an opening BO1 loss. Not the most experienced team, but they've turned it round in this series despite being underdogs. That is not easy to do, and I'm really impressed by this team. They don't have really any experienced players, any super experienced LAN players on this squad. They're going up against paiN, who are playing at majors, competing against some of the best teams out there. That is a thoroughly impressive win from ECSTATIC.
Yes, indeed. Looking absolutely brilliant out there from ECSTATIC. It was, I feel like going into it, a pretty difficult matchup for them, right? We weren't really too sure what to expect from paiN. A very close first map, obviously, but a real, just dominant victory, to be honest, coming through on Vertigo there.
Yeah, I think when you look at the series overall, they didn't really put a foot wrong. They had a few moments on Overpass where maybe you could pull hairs and, you know, all this sort of jazz. But here on Vertigo, a map where they're not really nearly as experienced as their adversaries, they look brilliant. And in this game, Skulls was playing great, but it didn't seem to matter because ECSTATIC were the better unit, and they showed that comprehensively over this series.
Yeah, I mean, you wanted Kragan, you got Kragan, man. Absolutely popped off to finish the job. And again, the pieces were missing for paiN, right? Again, those big name players. I mean, Skulls did all he could to hard carry this through, but Big Uzera is meant to be the fragging in-game leader. He was the star that's moved to the new role, and this was a really rough series for him. Zevi on that AWP as well. He didn't have it in his hands too much, but when he did, again, a lot of struggles to really get impact out of it. Comparing it again to Salazar, much more consistent, much more there, and just making it that little bit easier for his team.
Yeah, I think it's unfortunate, right? We always have to have a team that comes in looking a little bit cold, not quite LAN ready maybe at an event like this, and unfortunately it feels like paiN, it might just have been them today.
I mean, I love the brutality of this format. How many tournaments, I mean, take Blast group stages for examples. How many chances do you need in best of threes before you eliminate? Here, one best of one, a best of three against a team like ECSTATIC, who, for a lot of people, I know they're an unknown name, but they proved they can take on tier 1 opposition and give you a good match at the very least. So, paiN weren't good enough today. And it sucks, it hurts for them, but this is sport, and that's a very exciting storyline for this tournament already.
Yes, absolutely. We've got a winner's interview coming up with Manx down in the arena.
Thanks so much, Scriv. Mags, we're here. I need to talk about this because paiN is so good on Vertigo normally. They have a really good success rate. And yet, you looked stronger on their map pick than your own. So walk me through the veto process.
Yeah, so we kind of expected them to pick either Vertigo or Nuke. We know they're really strong on both maps, but so I think we are. But maybe a little bit less on Vertigo in the past. But yeah, we play Overpass because it's just a pure opponent's pick, to be honest. We're not like the best on Overpass, but we should be better than them. And we expected Vertigo and Nuke as their pick, and honestly, we are pretty good on Vertigo as well, and we had a good game plan and good calls, I would say.
So I'm supposed to ask you one more question. So instead of the serious question, I feel like beaming a little bit. How much trouble would you have been if you'd lost? Because I'm under the impression one of your owners, instead of taking his new wife on honeymoon, made her come here to watch you.
Yeah, we are making Pau, Siebel's girlfriend, very proud here. So that's our mission. So we're not going home, not yet.
They're not going home, not yet. We will see you continue through ESL Challenger Katowice from us here at the studio. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Sam, indeed. Some kind of tidbits in there, I think some decent information, right? The punish pick coming through of the overpass, definitely expected. But the vertigo, they were ready for that.
I mean, overall, you could say kind of a robotic performance, maybe, from ECSTATIC during this series. But yeah, certainly they went into this. I probably expected to be able to play, I think it was Ancient. It was Ancient that paiN took out early in favor of letting what has been essentially their permaban. They played a little bit overpass. But as said, they had to pick it. They didn't really prep for it clearly in this matchup, but it is a map where they're reasonably comfortable. And if we learned anything about ECSTATIC from these games today is they do have a map pool. They have options to go into, and even their overpass, they didn't look brilliant earlier. They've got some depth, and they made some changes, and they look much better this evening.
Hell of a turnaround as well to go, what, 3 hours between getting dumped by fours to then turning it around and putting on a really, really genuinely solid T side. I think they've shown that they are seriously competitive, and now that lower bracket starts to look really frightening.
Yes, indeed. Well, we've got the moment that everybody's all been waiting for all day, I'm sure. The DHL drop. Let's find out what our question was, what the answer is, of course, and maybe if you get a little chance to win things in the chat. So I'm relatively looking forward to getting into it. I didn't catch the question earlier, but I believe the MVP from last event from Melbourne, of course, and the answer was Alex. So if you put Alex down, you've got a decent chance of winning things and might get yourself some goodies from DHL.
Yeah, I mean, not too long ago was Melbourne. Alex played great. It was I think it was kind of mainly me that said he should be MVP, and a well-deserved one. So not here, Movistar, but hopefully future events. I mean, they've already won 2 of these challenges. Come back, another bite at the apple, give it another go.
Yeah, we want them back. We want them back, of course. And now, fellas, we've got the nitty-gritty, of course. We get to reflect back on the day. We've got all our replays, some fantastic top 5 plays of the day. Looking forward to getting into these. I believe you guys had a bit of a hand in choosing these as well. Yeah,
well, there should be some bangers. It's been a wild day of Counter-Strike, some close games. And we're going in a little bit early. Number 3, that is going to be, this is way earlier on. This is the Vils round, isn't it, over on Nuke? That was bonkers. That was a 2v4. And somehow out of nowhere, he gets these first 2 kills. This second kill is actually disgusting. One to the side of the silo. That shouldn't be allowed. That should not be allowed on Twitch. We need to stop this.
Making it look far too easy. Coming in at number 4, though, we did have Try. This one up against Fours again. A hotly contested matchup. Try looking very, very clean on that AWP, though. I was hyping him up all day long, going full fanboy mode on this lad, and he did show it here. Really clean, really swift, and doing his best to carry his team through that matchup.
Yeah, he gave it a great try. Right, coming in at number 3, it's going to be Mr. Kragan. He was a monster during that series, but this was this early on? No, this was earlier in this series. This was in the first map. This is actually a man deficit scenario. And this final kill, I mean, how does he get that kill? How does he get that kill? How does the player in bank not kill Kragan? It doesn't make sense. Not a lot about this man makes sense. How is he this good with such little experience? But Kragan, he is a monster, and he will be a monster tomorrow as well.
Kragan absolutely cracked. Moving on to number 2, we have got another AWP highlight. This time, some Pius looking very, very crispy. He's had a rough old time of it so far today, but this one, a lovely little 3-piece, some cheeky little movement as well to get up onto those double boxes and make it look all too easy to try and gut that incoming VP attack.
Jamie lost the game. Unfortunately, number 1, Mr. Nodios. This is up against Forza. This was actually during their failed T-side campaign, so Nodios did his absolute best to get them around. This was a 1-on-2 in the end to secure it, and they didn't win the map, but at least Nodios gave them a chance in those dying stages. The way he isolates the fights and the way he plays around the bomb in the 1v2 was just supreme, and that's why, Scriv, he had to be number 1. He had to be the play of the day.
It's good signs. It's good signs for ECSTATIC, I suppose, that they've got a couple players in there. So looking forward to see what this team can continue delivering in the best of 3s. Really, really looking forward to getting into the future games and checking in tomorrow and a little bit more. ECSTATIC, of course, we've got a few more games before things go on. But any sort of closing thoughts here, fellas, of the day? How's it felt? How have you, been on the first day? All those best of 1s out of the way now. Happy to get into the BO3s, Wolfie?
Yeah, very happy to get into the BO3s. I mean, closing thoughts, I suppose paiN are going to be dumping some players very, very soon because that's a demolition job. And VP looked sketchy as hell. paiAstronaut's looking surprisingly solid. I think most people had them as a wipe it and go, but coming up against Bravado in that lower bracket matchup, we could see some more of the NA boys today.
Yeah, I think the really fun thing about the format we have here in Challenger is now every single game is against elimination. Every single game, somebody goes home, somebody's in tears, and that's what I like. People crying in the game, in the server, in Twitch chat. I like it when people cry. And we're going to get a lot more of that in these coming days.
We've certainly got the nasty, delirious Alan towards the end of the day, to be honest. But
what can I say?
I'm here for it. I'm here for it. The villain arc is always good. But yes, indeed, that is going to do us for today. As mentioned, our game to kick off tomorrow about 12:30 Central European is going to be Bravado up against the Party Astronauts. I'm very glad to have brought you my one hosting segment of the tournament, I suppose. Maybe you'll see me again, maybe not. We'll see what happens, of course. But thank you very much for watching, folks, and we will catch you tomorrow.
No secrets. Don't you think like that? I will love you endlessly.